After settling, the fruit water is drained, the often and still strongly colored raw starch is removed and washed in washing vats lavers with agitators Fig. 55. The mixtures of fruit water and starch are combined raw starch milk, freed from fibers and shell particles by several sieves, fine or refining, sulfuric acid, or initially passed through 20-meter-long channels flood system, where the coarser starch grains settle, after which the finest grains are directed into vats. Then, on the floor, pure strength slime, insect, rear strength, and above that, colored slime strength are deposited, which is carefully separated from the pure strength after the washing water has been removed. This can either be marketed as green strength, or processed into dextrin or grape sugar, or further purified by washing and then dried in horns or mechanical apparatuses after removing the water in refining centrifuges. The green strength contains up to 50, the centrifuged C. 35, the flowing or marketable dried at ordinary temperature 1420, and the dried 815, usually 12 water content. The latter is marketed in pieces or as a powder. Drying typically takes place on gypsum floors in large drying chambers, Fig. 56, at a maximum of 40, with lively air circulation. The mud content is either used in brandy production, or mixed with water in large containers with mixing equipment, prevented from settling, then transferred to shaking sieves and directed through drainage channels or drainage tables. The fruit water is often further processed to extract secondary starch. The mud, pulp potato fibers, petit sous, and wastewaters are either processed into animal feed pulp meal or used for fertilizer purposes. Also see illustration in Church Esterle, Anatomical Atlas, Starch Factory, floor plan below, and cross-section above for potato and cassava starch production. Water from the washer, 20. Drainage for irrigation with a fresh water pump. After Wiley, in the Volker method, potato slices are left to ferment in piles and the slurry is washed out. Sometimes during the cleaning process, sulfuric acid, as well as ammonia, soda, potash, and sodium hydroxide are used, and chlorine is employed for bleaching. Boiler, 2. Machine, 3. Washer, 4. Riber, 5. Riber tank, 6. Pump from Riber tank to sieve, 7. Cylindrical sieve, 8. Shaking sieve, 9. Starch deposition tank, 10. Mixing tanks, 11. Milk tank, 12. Milk pump, 13. Centrifugal tank, 14. Centrifugal tank, 13. Starch elevator, 16. Drying room, 17. Pulp tank, 18. External storage tanks, 19. Torte. More than 80 of the starch contained in the potato cannot be extracted. Even a rational operation usually only yields 66-75, as even the most perfect graders do not open all cells. The potato tubers also contain histidine, lysine, and arginine E. Schulze. The composition is similar to that found in etiolated seedling plants. In Germany, there are 663 potato starch factories, particularly in Prussia 630, Mecklenburg, Anhalt, Braunschweig, Hesse. Starch washer for potato and cassava starch production interior view. After Wiley. Illustration. Fig. 56. The production of potato starch was founded by N.J. Bloch in 1811 in Alsace-Stutlenheim. Before that, during the 18th century, it only existed as a household industry. She is now particularly flourishing in France departments of Vosges, Oise, Loire, Sarthe, Zina, and Germany. Here since the 1930s of the 19th century. Starch drying room for potato and cassava starch. After Wiley. The annual production in 1897 was $12,000,000. The 18 million is green, and C3 million dan, 15,500 tons of potato starch. Of this, Maine and New Hampshire accounted for 9,000 tons, New York for 400 tons, Wisconsin and other western states for 6,100 tons. Hamburg imported 1908 seaward 89,613 des of potato starch and potato flour, of which 82,388 Ds from the Netherlands, and exported 123,948 Ds. Germany exported in 1909 303,032 Z potato starch, about half to Britain. Trade. In trade, potato starch is found either in powder form or in irregular pieces. Flake starch. The green starch is also known as wet starch in commerce. from very small, just a few micrometers, to all transitions up to grains of 90-100 micrometers, and beyond rarely 110-145 micrometers in length. The largest, therefore, appear with the naked eye as fine bright spots. Commercial potato flour is often nothing more than potato starch. However, wholesale distinguishes between potato flour and potato starch Julius Grossman. The latter is both are traded in 100 kg bags, with qualities classified as superior and prime. Anatomy. The starch grains vary greatly in size. In the potato starch trade, however, the very small and often also the very large ones are missing, because it is indeed a slurry product. Production now often generates potato starch varieties by careful slurrying, which contain small, medium, or large starch granules. Thus, Sarre found a median diameter of 32.8-35.5 for superior, 21 for prima, 16.9 for secunda, and 12.5 for tertia mic. All grains are eccentric, which can be easily established using the polarizing microscope. The kernel lies at the narrower end of either purely oval, or irregularly rhombic, wedge, or blade-shaped, or ellipsoidic grains. The layering is usually very distinct. Some coarse and numerous very fine layers. As a side form, one finds small round and medium-sized half or completely 2-3 composite grains, with often tiara-shaped partial grains. Illustration, Fig. 57. Potato starch. Y composite ex semicomposite grains. Nach Church Esterle, Atlas. Dried potato starch contains on average 79.64 starch, 1922 water, 0.69 nitrogen substance, 0.33 ash, 0.08 raw fiber, and 0.04 fat. Green wet potato starch contains on average 48.5 water, 50.5 starch, 0.12 residual fruit water, 0.22 sand, and 0.15 fiber. Potato starch reacts slightly acidic sulfuric acid from the sedimenture or lactic acid from the Vulker process. Soxhlet, found some time ago, 0.1 weight to 0.765, average 0.33, 1 free acid in potato starch, calculated on lactic acid basis. Payen isolated the odorous compound, which occurs in concentrations of up to 0.01. It can be removed with soda martin. Potato starch does not foam like adhesive starches found in cereals. Very rarely does potato starch react alkaline. The paste prepared from potato starch is clear, in contrast to wheat starch paste, and has an unpleasant odor due to breakdown products from manufacturing that were absorbed by the grains. This so-called Krautgeruch is particularly evident when handling sulfuric acid or hydrochloric acid. Potato starch is often used to contaminate other starches or flours, yet high-quality potato starch is more expensive than the finest wheat flour. Consequently, one sometimes finds potato starch mixed with other flours. The microscope is decisive here. Potato starch forms a gel more easily with alkalis, e.g., 2,4-caustic alkali than wheat starch. This led to proof of potato starch in wheat flour Kruger, 1885. However, microscopic examination is more reliable and quicker. Tests. For testing, the microscope is primarily considered. The water content should not exceed 16 maximum. 18. Either by the block-style feculometer, which only provides insecure results, or through direct dry weight determination. Potato starch is an important appresturing agent and is widely used to strengthen and glue paper, more recently also for the production of so-called German sago, potato tapioca, imitated sago, inferior macaroni, vermicelli, etc. It is utilized in paper-making, strengthening laundry, appresturing fine fabrics, webbing weave, printing patterns, electrostatic representation, manufacturing starch sugar, and dextrin glue, making powder rice powder, satin powder, white vegetable and celluloid wool, as well as spruing metal casting molds. It also serves as a nutrient-strength flour, starch, solanta, simodinam, when mixed with other strength types, but is only included by a few pharmacopoeias French, Dutch. The washing blue balls are made of gypsum, potato, and wheat starch, with an addition of ultramarine, smalta, or another blue dye, containing stearic acid, wax gum, borax, etc. However, It is not certain if the flour of sun-dried potatoes was actually used by the natives of Peru and Chile since ancient times. Chuña is something else, namely a centuries-old tradition still practiced today, made from frozen potatoes, perhaps from Solanum maglia schlicht, or sole, Imite Dunal, in the Andes of South America preparing preserves Hartwich. At any rate, Pizarro found potatoes in Peru in 1526, and Diego de Almagro in Chile in 1535, in abundant use as they entered the country, and the cultivation of the plant existed at that time throughout South America from Chile to New Granada. Possibly Acosta confirms this for Peru, Sica for Quito Rye, P762. This culture had been present there for a long time, as was also the case in Brazil with the related Solanum commerseni, while it was unknown in Mexico. The Europeans, like the natives of Chile, paid no special attention to the plant. The Spanish brought the plant to Europe in the middle of the 16th century, and it seems to have been first cultivated as an ornamental plant in Seville. Walter Raleigh, Thomas Harriot, and Hawkins brought potato tubers from Virginia, Carolina, in 1585-1586 to Europe, Iceland, probably originating from South America. Gerard Herbal, C.I. P999. The plant was grown in his garden by 1597, possibly also in 1587 by the Breslan Dr. Schultz. Clusius received it from Philippe de Sivry in 1588 and cultivated it in Vienna, describing and naming it Pappus peruanorum rarior, plant, Historia, Dolf. In Europe, the potato became particularly known through Francis Drace I, p. 751, a relative of Hawkins towards the end of the 16th century, but it is doubtful whether the tubercle fruit originally introduced by Drace was not the potato. By the end of the 16th or beginning of the 17th century, potato cultivation was widespread in Tuscany pater Magazzini, and when Raleigh attempted growing experiments again in 1623, they were already well known in Spain and Italy. The potato reached Vienna in 1588 and Dresden in 1591. Early in the 17th century, the blossoms became very popular among the Parisian nobility, and in 1616 the tubers appeared as a special delicacy on the royal table. The tubers from which this cultivation originated did not come from Raleigh, but were likely imported directly or indirectly via Spain from South America. The potato in its name, see above, came from Italy to Germany and became established there in the middle of the 18th century. Its cultivation, however, spread slowly. In 1678, the plant was found in the gardens of the Great Elector, and by 1680, farmer Hans Robler was growing it in Selb northeastern Bavaria in the field. And now, cultivation spread in Bavaria and the Vogtland, recommended from the pulpit. Even Friedrich the Great had to campaign vigorously for it in the inflation year of 1745, and it only really gained a firm foothold with us at the beginning of the 19th century. There, the pharmacist Parmentier promoted its cultivation, and today potato soup in France is still called soupe Parmentier. Now potatoes have even conquered the tropics, Java Mountains, and the Arctic region Hammerfest. The parent form of Solanum tuberosum is called by Alphée de Candolle. Yes, the Russian government still paid premiums for its cultivation in the middle of the 19th century. Since 1684, it has been grown on a larger scale in Lancashire, England, since 1717 in Saxony, since 1728 in Scotland, since 1728 in Scotland, since 1738 in Prussia, on a larger Tuberosum chiloense discovered in 1862 by Philippi on Chilo Island. He distinguishes it from its varieties Cultum, Sabini, and Maglia. However, Baker expands the concept of S. tuberosum. According to him, the distribution area extends not only over Chile and Peru, but also over Ecuador, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, and the southwestern states of North America. Lit. Abild. From the plant at Wettstein in Ingler-Prantl, Plant Families. Sara, Production of Potato Starch, 1897. Harvey W.W. Wiley, The Manufacture of Starch from Potatoes and Cassava. U.S. Department of Agriculture, Division of Chemistry Bulletin, 58, 1900. Church, Real Encyclopedia of General Pharmacy, and Church Esterle, Anatomical Atlas. De Candolle, Geographical Botany and the Origin of Cultivated Plants. 4th ed. 1896. There is literature cited. Wesner, Raw Materials. Numerous analyses by Koenig. On the History of the Potato, Prometheus, 1910, p. 384. H. Jumel, Food Tuberous Plants with 15 Figures. Paris, 1910, also C.E. 1906, 360. Schulze. Occurrence of hexosabases in potato tubers. Agricultural Statistics, 1903. On the solanine in potatoes. Verbis, Monthly Journal of Chemistry, 1889, 541. Schnell, Apothekerzeitschrift, 1898, 775, 1898, 775. Bauer, Zeitschrift für Angewandte Chemie, 1899, 99. Meine Pharmazeutische Zeitung, 1900. Wimpgen Arch, D. Farm Ortho. Under this name, derived from arrow and root, are all starch meals produced from tropical plants, particularly their underground organs. The arrowroot par excellence is Amylum marantae. The term arrowroot applies to Maranta arundinacea and appears to have originated in English in 1791, Olaf Swartz observat, and earlier, eventually being adopted into South American languages, Brazilian. Aruta transitioned to spruce, and not, as Martius wishes, from the Indian aru flower, originally used for manioc, or aru flower, and ruta root, or aruac, the name of a tribe on the Rio Negro, or, as Roscoe suggests, the Guiana Indians. The name arrowroot is said to derive from the use of its rhizomes as an antidote to arrow poison by South American Indians, Sloane, 1687. In 1750, their sap is drunk as an antidote, for instance, on Barbados Hughes. Brown also mentions the antidote properties in 1756. 617 476 Yarosburg, Farm. 1903, 555. Microscopic examinations in Hess, West Indian arrowroot, Sin. Indeed, the expressed sap is still recommended today by some white residents of tropical America as a counteragent against poison and as a remedy for painful bites from insects and reptiles. Peckled, Semler, Lit. Kirch, arrowroot in Real Encyclop. DGS, Farm. Analyses of rare arrowroots by Ballin Jern, Farm. Chem. Amylum marantae. Amylum arrow. Arrowrootamil. Plant and systematic position. Maranta arundinacea L. Linnaeus, Spec Plant Toto. 2. Together with cultivated forms, Maranta indica Tussac and Embromosissima wall. Marantaceae, Marantesce, Marante, Etim, Artam. Maranta was named by Plumier after Bartolomeo, Maranta p. 851, in his work Methodi Cognoscendorum, Simplicium Libri 3. Venice, 1559, already containing attempts at organography and defining the concept of a species. The species name Arundinacea reminds of the pipe-like habitus arundo. Arrowroot as above. Description. Maranta arundinatea is a 1-3 m tall shrub with elongated, elliptical, weakly hairy leaves, white flowers, and violet seeds. Fig. 58. The cultivated form, M. indica, first formed in Jamaica, and now much grown in North India, has broader, smooth leaves and white seeds. The plant is originally native to Dominica, but already in the 18th century, initially introduced to Barbados and Jamaica, then also to St. Vincent, Haiti, and Mexico. The plant forms a rather large underground sprouting system with numerous, about thumb-thick joints fingers. These storage sprouts, which, like potatoes, consist of swollen ends of underground axes, are keel-shaped, of yellowish color, segmented at intervals of 2 to 2.5 centimeters, and they're covered with the fibrous remains of the lower leaves. Fig. 59. At the time when the stems are dying, the rhizome is strongest. It then contains 25-27 starch and quite a lot of potassium and phosphoric acid. At this time, it is harvested. 27 starch, 63 water, 1.5 nitrogenous substance, 2,4 dextrin, sugars, etc., 2.8 3.9 raw fiber, 0.3 fat, 1.2 ash, which is very rich in potassium 54.06 KCO. Pathology has been found as a parasite on the rhizome of Maranta arundinacea, where it appears in the form of rhizoids ed D. Fisher, culture. The cultures on the Bermuda Islands, especially Long Island, produce the finest arrowroot, as preparation there is carried out most carefully. At the beginning of the 17th century, they were among the leading producers, But production then declined, and by the 80s exports were barely 1,000 kg. Then, however, production picked up again, and arrowroot from Bermuda still commands the highest prices today. The second best is that from Jamaica, but even their cultivation has significantly decreased. It is minimal in Grenada and on the island of Montserrat. In Barbados, Tortola, and Antigua, it has been abandoned. On the small English island of St. Vincent, especially in the districts of Coomera and Pimpana, cultivation has constantly increased, making this island the most important source of Maranta. Only this is now available in bulk, with production reaching 1 million kg. Illustration: Fig. 58, Maranta arundinacea, Colonial Museum, Harlem, cultivated in Madras, Bengal, Bombay, and Pondicherry, as well as on Ceylon and in Burma. It seems that the rhizome is lower in starch here. Australia cultivates it in Queensland and New South Wales. In Natal, the second most important source, production is also on the rise, around 3,000 cases per year, as well as in southern Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, Espírito Santo, Santa Catarina, and Para, although almost only for local consumption here. This applies to the Canary Islands, Liberia, Lagos, Sierra Leone, Madagascar, and Cape Colony as well. Louis Planchon had specimens from Martinique, Annam, Cochinchina, Guadeloupe, Guyana, Madagascar in 1909. The cultivation method resembles that of the potato. Sections are set, especially the knot-bearing ends of the rootstock seed potatoes, or young shoots are used as seed, planted at intervals of 15 cm. After 8 to 12 months, harvesting can begin. On Bermuda, it is planted in May and harvested in March and April. The entire plant is lifted from the ground, the rhizomes cut off, and the foliage used as green manure. 1,000 square meters of land yield about 6,240 kg of tubers, which give 1,296 to 1,370 kg of starch. The washed rhizomes are first carefully peeled. The peel contains a bitter substance, then washed again and crushed into a paste. The paste then falls into a cylinder with a fine mesh, in which a roller equipped with wooden shovels rotates. The culture is easy to learn, requires no great capital, and yields quickly even on relatively poor soil. However, a frost-free tropical or subtropical climate is necessary. Illustration: Fig. 59. The underground organs of Maranta arundinacea, as peeps, storage sprout, WS, wandering sprout, K-bud, BS leaves, and flower-forming sprout. Church. Presentation of Maranta starch. The yield of starch from the tubers, which weigh about 5283 g peckled, is 1519 Eberhard, obtained 20.78. Production is partly large-scale and partly home industry on Bermuda. It is carried out with great care. The strength milk passing through the holes is allowed to settle in sedimenters, where the starch is separated from the water and washed several times in shallow kettles. The starch, after removing the upper layer, is then transferred with new silver ladles into shallow copper pans covered with gauze and placed in the sun. The sale is then repeated by beating with wooden sticks and rinsing with water. Drying is done on trays, after which the semi-dry starch is loosely spread onto wire mesh supports in individual drying houses. The dry starch is brought into barrels lined with paper. In St. Vincent, the rhizomes are not peeled. After washing, they go into the pulper. The pulp is hand-sifted, and the strength milk is directed through several sieve columns into depressed basins walled with white glazed bricks. By drying, the pieces that were first laid on the top floor break and fall to the next floor, eventually reaching the lowest floor, fine-grained semler. The drying process must be completed in 3 days. Then, arrowroot is packaged in tin boxes or in barrels lined with paper. Extreme cleanliness is maintained. All equipment is made of copper, brass, nickel, silver, etc., and all odorous substances are kept away. In house industries, West Indian Nagars already produced arrowroot by crushing the root pieces in wooden mortars. Now, arrowroot is also prepared on Bermuda in small-scale operations. The washed and peeled rhizomes are ground in simple graters, the paste successively rinsed with water through 3 sieves of varying mesh size, the starch milk allowed to settle, and the top layer of the sediment scraped off with a new silver spoon. Then the starch is rinsed again, and finally dried in heaps on a sieve cloth covered with gauze in the sun. Trade. St. Vincent arrowroot is traded in barrels of 100 kg extra prima 0 and prima 0. A particularly good variety is also available in boxes containing 4 cans of 20 kg each. The Tonkin Maranta arrowroot bot huang tin is sometimes found wrapped in paper in small packages of 15 mm diameter, illustrated by Louis Planchon. Arrowroot flour is also an export item from German East Africa brown. Illustration, fig, 60, Maranta starch, Church Esterle, Atlas. Description: Maranta starch stands out because when rubbed between the fingers, it produces a peculiar crunchy sound. Arrowroot exports from St. Vincent reached a value of £27,713 in 1908. The import of arrowroot to London in 1906. 14,772 barrels, 1907. 11,087 barrels, 1908. 12,337 barrels, and 1909. 13,936 barrels. It yields, with boiling water, a colorless, odorless, tasteless, transparent, and viscous paste that has a light blue gleam. The gelatinization temperature shows distinct swelling at 66.2. The beginning of gelation at 66.2 and complete gelation at 70 Lippmann. Anatomy: round oval, egg, or pear-shaped form the main mass, alongside triangular, spindle-shaped, goblet, or pear-shaped, indeed sometimes even quadrilateral or rhomboid. Many have a central or more frequently eccentric split, usually at the broader end. The eccentricity of the kernel is often the reason why West Indian arrowroot is preferred by many, is that due to its preparation process, it is always neutral. Potato starch is never. It reacts like wheat starch, always acidic, rice starch alkaline, and thanks to the great care taken during manufacturing, it is the purest starch available in trade. Therefore, the largest kernels can be recognized with a magnifying glass, missing composite grains molar, church, adulteration. The layering is often distinct but milder than in potato starch. The kernels are thick round or only slightly flattened. The size varies greatly, usually between 30–40 microns. The small ones are often only 7.15 microns. The large ones reach 45–55, rarely 60 St. Vincent A, or even 70–75 Bermudas A microns. Louis Planchon observed in 1910 manioc, Mittlacker in 1904 wheat, maize, bean, and rice starch, Brown in 1891 potato starch, Waje in 1893, Tahiti arrowroot from Taka pinnativida, myself in 1898 Indian arrowroot from curcuma as adulteration or adulteration. Substitute for West Indian arrowroot. The microscope allows easy recognition of all these. Curcuma starch and manihot are likely quite equivalent to Maranta starch. Maranta starch should not contain more than 15 water and 0.5 ash hook. Application: arrowroot is used extensively in chocolate manufacturing, then as strength flour in medicine infant nutrition. The work Jost Schneider on systematic errors among physicians, together with an appendix on arrowroot and croton oil, Fulda, 1823, seems to contain the first description and recommendation of arrowroot for medical purposes. It is the most expensive of all starch flours. History: the plant was first mentioned by Sloane in 1696, calling it Canna indica, Radicelba alexipharmaca. It was discovered in Dominica and already cultivated in many gardens on Jamaica by 1756. Hughes and Brown already mentioned the use of manioc flour and consider it superior to wheat starch. At least Pfaff's System of Materia Medica, 1824, notes that it was first introduced into trade at the beginning of the 19th century. He also observes that it does not possess any advantages over our native starch. However, it appears to have been exported in limited quantities from Jamaica as early as the end of the 18th century. 1799 Rennie, History of Jamaica. In England, it was in use at the beginning of the 19th century. The rhizomes and preparation of manioc starch were first described by Toussaint Florida des Antilles, 1808, 183, and Lunan Hortus, Jamaicensis. The first introduction of the plant to England in 1732 is attributed to Houston. After India, where the genus Maranta is absent from the Old World, it came probably initially the form M. ramosissima, circa 1830, via the Cape Colony Watt Dictionary. It has since been cultivated there more extensively since 1840. In the 19th century it also reached the Guinea Coast hooker, Niger flora, Natal in South Africa, Brazil, and the Bermuda Islands, a small island group north of the Antilles, where it is now cultivated everywhere. The most extensive cultures are now found in St. Vincent. In Australia, New South Wales, the related species M. nobilis Moore is grown. Lit. Kernica monograph. Marantier, Prodera, Bull, Soc, Imp D. Nature, Moscow 1862. Illustration, 1862. Illustration, A9 T225 and 26, engraved after Redoute Liliac, T57 U26. Dusseldorfer illustration, 13. T1011. Roscoe, Monandrous plants of the order Cytomenae. Riesebach, Flora of the British West Indian Islands 1864. Flukiger Hanbury, Pharmacographia. Preparation in the West Indies. Lechner, Journal of Public Chemistry, 1902. Pharmaceutical Journal, 1902. 200, Report of the Pharmaceutical Society, 1904. Semler, Tropical Agriculture. Liverpool, 1828. T25. Bentley Tryman, Medicinal Plants, T265. Peterson, Marantacea in Inglerprantal, Plant Families, also Sloan. Catalogue of plants which grow in the island Jamaica, etc. London, 1696. 122 and History of Jamaica, 1707. 253. Brown, Civil and Natural History of Jamaica, 1756. MacDonald Pharmaceutical Journal, 1887, 1842. In Queensland, Pharmaceutical Journal, 1882, 224. In Brazil, Eberhard Hirschberg, Archives of Pharmacy. Peckolt, Brazilian Useful and Medicinal Plants Marantaceae, Pharmaceutical Review. New York, 1894, 87. In Zanzibar, Church, Arrowroot, in Real Encyclopedia of General Pharmacy I. Manioc and Mandioca in Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay. Brazilian arrowroot, Amylone brasiliense, Bahia, Rio, para arrowroot, cassava, cassava in the West Indies and United States. MacDonald, Jern. Soc. Chem. Ind. 6, 1887, 334. On other strong-yielding Maranta species, see Wisner Raw Materials. Tutned 2. Maniox. Sin. Manihot utilissima Pol Jatropha Manihot L. Janifa Manihot Kun. Mandioca brava Brazilian. Yucca amarga Chile. Bitter manioc provides the manioc primarily exported from South America. Then also Manihot apipol. M. States. Yucca or Juca in Central America, Colombia, Venezuela, Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, Pandetera caliente in Chile. Yucca starch, yucca flour. Maravuli in India, Maracini Malay, Brazilian arrowroot in part. Musache. Processed. Tapioca, staminal plant and systematic position. Both main manioc species are native to the tropics of South America, M. utilis. It likely in the lower Amazon region, but early on first to the West Indies, then to East and South India Malacca, the Malay archipelago, and finally also to Polynesia and Africa culture. Arge. Mandioca mansa, or Ipim Brazilian, Yucca dulce Chile, sweet manioc, perhaps only a variety of M. utilis, or M. palmata, and finally M. carthaginiensis mill, Arg. Jatropha janifa L. Manihot janifa Pol. Euphorbiaceae platylobea crotonoidae, Manihotae. Recently, Manihot utilissima has also been cultivated on a larger scale in southern Florida, as well as in Ceylon, here in mixed culture, with Elisine caracana. Its culture quickly spread in all these countries, and cassava became an important food of the tropics. In South America, cassava, which is also grown in New Granada, Peru, and Ecuador, is as important as potatoes are with us. In East Africa, it is found in every Negro village. Manihot utilis is a shrub whose leaves have some similarity to those of the ricinus shrub, also belonging to the Euphorbiaceae. The plant forms numerous 5-8 large, mostly 25-45 centimeter, long tubers that can occasionally reach a length of 60 centimeter and a weight of 4 kg similar. Rarely are tubers of 12-15 kg weight. On average, a plant yields no more than 4-6 kg of tubers, MAPI, with smaller tubers is generally cultivated less, especially in Paraguay and New Caledonia. Most manihot is grown in Brazil, where around 30 varieties are cultivated, particularly in the coastal provinces. Manioc flour is as important a food source as rice, sago, and wheat flour. The cultivation of the plant is very simple. It thrives best near the sea and on riverbanks. It requires a tropical climate, especially high humidity. Propagation occurs through cuttings. West Indian farmers achieve larger tubers by suppressing flowering. In the Straits settlements, it is harvested after 9-10 months, at which time the tubers are strongest. The tubers contain 1739 starch and 3.5 protein. The tubers of bitter cassava contain 0.042. Those of sweet cassava, 0.002. Part of the cyanide seems to be bound in a glycosidic bond, as the toxicity of even the sweet tubers increases after several days of lying or fermentation similar. While in the tropics, the tubers of Manihot utilissima contain a lot of cyanide. The cultivated forms in subtropical Florida are so poor in it that they can be enjoyed without concern. The plant is called sweet cassava there, as it contains 17 sugar. Acheton rhamber is also found in the roots, leaves, flowers, and unripe fruits. Recently, 1898, manioc has also been grown in Togo, and starch has been derived from it. Preparation of flour and tapioca. Brazil produces especially manioc flour farina in its northern provinces, i.e., the whole ground and dried root. Tapioca production in household industry is particularly carried out in Bahia, Minas, and Rio de Janeiro. Low is the production on the Cape Verde and Mascarenes, as well as on Reunion, where tapioca is also manufactured, on Martinique, Guadeloupe, Travancore, Guyana, Enormous is the cultivation of the manioc plant throughout tropical Africa, for example in the Congo region, where it is an important food source, but does not provide tapioca. It is now primarily in European hands, but Chinese people also manufacture it using their old methods. Interestingly, just in the areas where manioc had to compete with sago from the beginning, i.e., in the Straits settlements, preparation of sago-like tapioca became established, and its production here gained great importance rapidly through the introduction of rational machine operation. The Brazilians prepare cassava meal by peeling the water-soaked tubers, grating them on a grater, hanging the paste, after pressing through a sieve-like basket, in a bag with a weight at the bottom to remove the very toxic sap, which incidentally produces an intoxicating drink, tucupi. The pressed mass is then roasted and sieved. Manioc starch in Brazil is prepared like maranta arrowroot, see above. It is sometimes sold in pellets carima. Preparation involves washing the ground tubers on mesh sieves with water, passing the starch milk through sedimenters, and repeatedly washing the discharge. Tapioca is made by washing pointed tubers in large drums, Fig. 140, grating them on graters, and washing the paste through muslin or brass wire sieves with water. The fibers remaining on the sieves are used as animal feed. The strength milk is pressed from the cylinder into a series of vessels where it settles and is repeatedly washed with water. The sediment is cut out and either dried on flat square tin containers heated by artificial heat tapioca starch, or still moist in deep pans heated, then transported to zinc plates and crumpled with wooden combs until flakes of scalin have formed. Fig. 143. Which are sorted in sorting machines, flake tapioca, or finally similar to sago. See below, after pressing the wet mass through sieves in the known, hung on 2 strings cloth by shaking movements, kerneled, pearled, and then rolled on heated trays, i.e., surface-coated Fig. 142, pearl tapioca. Some factories only pearl without rolling. I saw 3 sizes of round tapioca pearls in Singapore. Seed tapioca, 150 mm in diameter, medium pearl 3 mm, and bold pearl 5 mm. Care is taken to keep all dust off. The preparation method in Chinese tapioca factories in Singapore is more primitive, using no or very basic machinery as described by Semler. Approximately 33 of the tapioca bulbs are converted into tapioca flour. In trade, pearls, grits, flakes, and flour are distinguished. Pearl tapioca and manioc flour from Singapore. Rio tapioca and top-quality Singapore tapioca command the highest prices. Illustration, Fig. 61. India and the French colonies, French Guiana, Martinique, Guadeloupe, Réunion, colonies in West Africa, and New Caledonia also produce some manioc flour. France manufactures numerous products from cassava starch tapioca, tea crazy, tea au cacao, tea julienne. However, indigenous tapioca is a type of potato starch. Cassava starch, composited grains. After Churcha Sterle, Atlas. In Hamburg, the import of tapioca is no longer separated from that of sago in the list CP 182. Most starch grains are composite, most commonly consisting of two grains, one larger, rounder, and one smaller. Rarely, the two parts are equal in size, or more like two grains fused into one. Yet, the composite grains easily break down into their individual parts. Fig. 61. The flour is mostly made up of these, often possessing a drum-like shape. Simple grains are rare. The grains almost all have a central, sometimes star-shaped split. The large grains measure 15 to 23 m and reach a size of 25-36 m. The small grains usually measure 5-15 m. In 1898, Hamburg imported 13,500 bags of tapioca and cassava flour, and 22,400 bags of sago and sago malt. German East Africa exported 59,911 kg manioc mogo in 1906 and 42,000 kg in 1906. Germany imported 12,935 zd tapioca from British India and 9,999 dz from British Malacca in 1909. Anatomy. In the pearlized and rolled tapioca, grains are found in all stages of gelatinization, with enlarged, split, funnel-shaped break and multiple swellings. Fig. Manioc starch contains, on average, 84-36 starch, 1447 water, 0.74 nitrogen substance, 0.1 citrate, and 0.6 raw fiber, and 0.21 ash. The plant had thus already spread across Central America and the islands before the Columbian era. From South America we have news of Yucca cassavi from Jos de Acosta Trent, p. 762, from Brazil, news of IP and Maniet from Jean de Leriis, Don Voyage, fait en la terre du Brésil, etc., 1585. The manihot plant reached India at the end of the 16th century through the Portuguese. It was cultivated there, particularly on the west coast. Lynch Coton I, p. 743, mentions its cultivation there as early as 1596. It arrived in Calcutta from South America in 1794, and in Ceylon from Mauritius in 1786. Columbus encountered cassave in use among the indigenous people of the Antilles. IP 745 and Cortes also reports about Yucasworth, p. 749, as does Petrus Martyr Refrain, p. 749, as does Petrus Martyr Refrain, p. 766, about yucca varieties and their cultivation, who already knew of their toxicity in the fresh state and understood how to make them harmless. See also IP 1021. In India and Assam, it serves as a hedge plant. Africa also saw it very early. Cassave is mentioned by Fernandez I, p. 755, Walter Raleigh I, p. 714, Piso 814, Piso established a tapioca factory. Cyanide was found in the tubers by Henry in 1834. For information on an Indian beer from Cassave from Guyana, see I, p. 1019, Let T. Pole Plant Brazil, Iconis T2324, Patson Ingler Prantel, Flansenfam. Bentley Tryman, P235, also includes further literature. Berg, Characterization T24, Flora Brasiliensis Euphorbiac, T65, 1874, Post 1882, Philippi, Elam, De Botanica, etc., en Chile, 1869, Henry, Journe, de Farm, 1834, Henry et Bertrand Chalard, Journe, de Farm, 22, 118, Lacerda. Gignard, sur l'existence et la localisation de l'émoussine dans les plantes genre manihot. Illustration also in Church, IND, Heil, U. Nutsful, TF, 111. Cultivation described in Semler, Tropical Agriculture. Preparation also in Flora, 1869, 369, and Harvey W. Wiley, Manufacture of Starch from Potatoes and Cassava, U.S. Deputy, AGR, 1900. Distribution in India, in Watt's Dictionary. Cultivation in Malacca, Farm Don. 41, 1894, 103. Rombury, Anne, Jard, Bot, Matens, 1899. Leichner, Berdy Farm, Gis, 1904. Anatomy in Louis Planchon and Jouet, Anne, Muffs, Colonel Marseille, 1910-3. Indian arrowroot. Synonyms: Amalum curcume, 8. Indian arrowroot. Etymology: Tikor and Tavakir Indian, derived from Tavakshiri and Tavakshirieka patrika, the Sanskrit names of some curcuma species. Indicum farina, teak, curcuma starch, tikur Hindi, tikar, Tavakir Bombay, tikor, Kua Tamil, Ararut ke Gade Deccan, Tikmail, Travancore starch, Bombay, Malabar, Telikeri arrowroot. Indian arrowroot, type plant in systematic position, Curcuma angustifolia. Rox B, wild or East India arrowroot, narrow-leaved turmeric. Also, Curcuma leucorrhiza roxb, and to a limited extent according to Pharmacognosy indica. C. longa L, C. aromatica salis B, C. rubescens rox B, Echenia colina Baker, Zingiberacea hedicie. Description: Curcuma angustifolia, the true tikur or East Indian arrowroot plant, is native to central India, from Bengal to Bombay and Madras, particularly in the tropical Himalayas and Oudach. Patna, near Gaya, c. angustifolia is cultivated in Madras, Kanara, Cochin, Travancore, Malabar, and other parts of India. Both possess a large non-yellow underground storage system, a central bulb, and many lateral bulbs used as food in India, from which they also prepare abundant starch, though not as good as Maranta starch. It, for example, is always slightly acidic. It is exported in limited quantities from Malabar and Bombay. The strength kernels are flat, disc-shaped, and usually have a navel-like base where the kernel lies, whose eccentricity is usually considerable. 15.1. Their outline, when viewed from the area, is when viewed from the side, they are linear long. The layering is very dense and delicate. The typical kernels are 35-60 mic long, 25-35 mic wide, and 7-8 mic thick. But sometimes the length diameter rises to 70-80, in C. leucorrhiza, even to 105. Dyed with sappanwood extract, curcuma starch provides a dye, the golden color of Indian bazaars. As East Indian arrowroot, other starch types obtained in North India Maranta, cassava, canna, cycadine, palm starch are also referred to. Lit. Illustration. Roscoe. Monandrous plants of the order Stidamina Liverpool, 1828. Peterson in Engler Prantl Plant Families. Roxburgh, Flora Indica. Watt Dictionary. Dimmock. Vegetable Materia Medica of India. Pharmacographia Indica. Chichesterle, Anatomical Atlas. Central tubers with lateral tubers and swollen roots. Peterson in Engler Prantl, Plant Families 4. Synonyms: canasterque, touslemois, fécule de Tolomanet, or Tulema derived from touslemois. Fécule de la Nouvelle-Galles du Sud, plant and systematic position, Canna edulis edulu. Also, to a limited extent. Canna indica, Eldo. South America, C. flacida and Glauca carolina. Canaceae, formerly Zingiberaceae. Native unknown but likely like all canna species, America, now widespread in India. Indian shot or bead, cultivated in Europe since 1570. C. discolor provides a very good arrowroot in Trinidad. Canna root, C. coccinea rost, South America. C. gigantea Brazil, C. paniculata Peru, C. achirus gill, tropical regions. For export purposes, only Canna edulis achira in Peru, Miru in Brazil, is cultivated due to its flowers, hence the red arrowroot plant, whose native home is Peru, where it is also known as adera, and whose tubers a plant can sometimes yield 50 pounds of them are eaten like potatoes. It was introduced to the West Indies long ago, then later to Queensland, where it quickly replaced the Maranta culture, because its starch is very easy to extract from its tubers. In Queensland, in 1909, about 200 acres were planted with canna, producing 15-20 cwt of arrowroot per acre. Queensland now produces approximately 600,000 pounds of this arrowroot annually, which is called purple arrowroot, in contrast to Maranta. Starch white The rhizomes are ready in about 6-8 months and are then washed, crushed into a paste, and then washed on metal sieves. The settled starch is dried on calico. The whole process is completed within 24 hours. Arrowroot from Queensland Coomera, Pimpara, and St. Kitts S. Christophe, one of the small Antilles, is now in trade. On St. Kitts, production was quite significant in the mid-19th century, but has now declined greatly. Canna starch is the coarsest of all starch varieties. Individual grains can be seen with the naked eye as bright spots. The starch grains vary somewhat in shape and size, but large, sack-like, thick lentil-shaped ones predominate. In terms of surface area, they are round, egg-shaped, broad sacks with a rounded broader end and a wider narrow end and a wider narrow end that is broadly notched. The kernel lies strongly off-center. The layering is clearly visible in all grains, often roughly. Half-combined grains are not uncommon. The longitudinal diameter is 60, 70, 95 mic, but it often rises to 110, 130, and even 145 mic. Under the name Queensland arrowroot, the starch of Zomia spiralis, ill. Bentley Trimen, medicinal plants, T266C, Edulis and Redae, Hortus malabaricus Jew, T43C, Indica, Pharmacognosy Indian, Cedorea rumpf, T. pinnatifolia Garten, Tacaceae, is native to the South Sea Islands and is known as pia in Tahiti and neighboring islands. It is grown there, and, more recently, in China, India, and Bombay. Divakanda, the Malay Archipelago, Queensland, and Zanzibar, to a limited extent. Thompson, Jahresbericht der Pharmazie, 1892, 121. Semler, Tropical Agriculture, Church Esterle, Atlas with Starch Illustration, Pharmaceutical Journal, 1909, 7068, based on Agricultural News, 1998, 168, based on Agricultural News, 1998, 119. Taka starch, Pia starch, Cabija starch, Williams arrowroot, Taka pinnatifida force. The large, very strong, containing 26 to 29 starch rhizomes, which are processed for starch in Tahiti, taste very sharp, but the sharpness can be removed by several washes to remove the separated starch. Taka has the starchiest bulbs of all. Lit. Pax in Inglerprantal, plant fam. Rumphius, herb, Ambi, v.t. 114 copy in Inglerprantal de Sioux. 5, 129. Semler, Tropical Agriculture. Louis Planchon, et Juillet AAO6. Gianna arrowroot toile. Dioscorea starch, yam root starch, fecula dignum, farina de cara, cara dottor. The yams or ignames roots that provide this starch come from climbing species of Dioscorea, of which D. alata L and D. bulbifera L, including D. sativa L, are found in the tropics. Dioscorea, including batatas in subtropical regions, especially China and Japan, is cultivated extensively as food plants. Yam means, in the Guinea dialect of neggers, to eat, igname among American Indians, breadroot. D. alata originates from South Asia, D. japonica from East Asia, D. bulbifera seems to be native to both hemispheres. Other species are found in Africa and Australia and cultivated there. In Cameroon, D. dumentorum is grown. The largest tubers of 1518, yes, 40-50 kdos. Yam tubers contain 925 starch. Some Japanese varieties can even be cultivated in southern Europe, but they offer little replacement for potatoes. For starch extraction, Dioscorea alata L. wing, stalked yam, white yam, in India, kam alu, is primarily used. Starch is illustrated in Church Esterle, Anatomical Atlas. Columbus the Fern, S754, encountered yams already cultivated upon his arrival at the Antilles. Watt Dictionary. Wiesner, Raw Materials with further literature there. Alata is cultivated in Brazil, Guyana, India, and the South Sea Islands, but apparently only in Guyana and Brazil farina de cara for starch processing in slightly larger quantities. The extraction process seems to be rather careless, as much tissue remains in the commercial product. Sweet potatoes grow in the South Sea Islands, where, in consideration of their large, several kilogram weight tubers, with those weighing 10 kg and over m in length not uncommon, containing about 17 starch. Less is D. sativa with 22 starch used. D. bulbifera contains only 3.7 starch alongside 16.9 sugar. D. Clerc, new plant, Warden. Decandol, l'origine des plantes, culte, Louis Planchon et Juillet, bilden, AAAO, die Stärke von der Alata L, die Ibernea Lauer. Digitrifida L Fecul de Couscous, U. Unter dem Namen Guana Arrowroot geht aber auch das Stärkemehl der unreifen Früchte von Musa paradisiaca, L.M. sapientum braun, während die Banane in Indien, Pisau, in Indien, Plantain, Franz, Bananier jetzt in den Tropen, überall als Nahrungsmittel best. Man schält die unreifen Früchte, trocknet an der Sonne, vermahlt, und siebt die zerkleinerte Masse. The flour conquinte, fufo, which still contains tissue residues, forms the trading article. But here and there, Bermuda, the starch seems to be separated from it. Obst in zahlreichen Varietäten kultiviert Word, scheint nur in Britisch und Französisch Guyana, in Brasilien, Jamaika, Puerto Rico und den Bermuden, dann auch in Zentralafrika am Rovenzori, Stanley aus der Frucht Mehl bereitet zu werden. Deutsch-Ostafrika führte 1907, 1116 Cairo, 1908, 941 kg Bananenmehl aus. Unripe banana flour is used in England for bread making and for the production of a banana cocoa. Banana flour from Jamaica contains 7832 nitrogen-free substances, especially starch, 12.77 water, 4.69 protein, 1.28 crude fiber, 0.49 fat, 2.45 ash from Surrey. The very peculiar starch grains are illustrated in Churcho Esterle, Anatomical Atlas. Also see Louis Planchon, et Juillet, AAO. Ripe banana fruits contain only 1,2 starch, unripe up to 80. Upon ripening, the starch transforms into sugar. The banana Sanskrit kado, as in Surita, IP 505, has been cultivated in India since ancient times. The Greeks encountered it during Alexander's campaign of Orth, p. 430. Theophrast and Plinius describe it as pala, that is to say leaf here used as a term for the whole plant. In Arabic it is called muz or malvs meshu, Ibn Bathar, and in the Quran. It arrived so early in the New World that Humboldt considered it native to America. Lit. Wiesner, Raw Materials, Pharmacographical Indicators, de Candolle, The Origin of Cultivated Plants. On bananas, also see Church, Indian Medicinal and Useful Plants with Illustrations, Semler, Tropical Agriculture. Illustrations already in Reeds, Hortus Malabaris. Also see Fig. 25, Bonsuri, Chemical Times, 1910, no, 52. Finally, as Fécule de la Châtaigne de la Guyane, the starch of Sterculete de la Guyane, the starch of Sterculia cipacira aquatica, is also referred to described by Wiesner Hubel, 7, Batate starch, Fécule de batate or patate Brazilian arrowroot. It originated in its native habitat in tropical America, where it has been cultivated for centuries from Mexico through the Antilles and Peru down to Paraguay. IS 762 and Petrus Martyr 1, the so-called white or sweet potato Batatas edulis choice, Ipomoea batatas lanc, Convolvulus batatas L, C. edulis tum, a convolvulation, an important food plant of the tropics and subtropics, has spindle-shaped tubers that often weigh 1-2 kg, rarely up to 6 kg. 766 also wrote about it. It is widespread over most tropical and subtropical areas, even reaching Japan. Possibly introduced to New Zealand on one of the ancient Polynesian migrations, Semler. Indeed, its name Kumara is found both in New Zealand and among the Quichua Indians of Peru. It does not require a very humid climate or light, sandy soil. In the tropics, the tuber contains about 10 sugar and only 9 starch, while in the subtropics it has about 3 sugar and 14-15 starch. The tubers are processed to a limited extent for starch in Brazil, Martinique, Guadeloupe, and Reunion, Cochin China and India, as indicated in Church Osterley, Anatom, Atlas, 1910. Further literature is found in Wiesner's Raw Materials and Watts's Dictionary 8. Arum starch. The tubers of Aromaculatum L are processed for starch Portland arrowroot to a limited extent in parts of southern Europe, as well as those of Arum esculentum L including Arum colocasia Will, Arum antiquorum Shot, New Zealand. Taro, Sanskrit, Kuchu, Malay, Kaladi Talus, Japanese, Imo cultivated for centuries, 572. Its starch was also much used in earlier centuries, p. 156. And is still occasionally obtained as perhonal in Italy and Algiers. Arum starch is official in Portugal. The arum starch grains are illustrated in Chichesterle's Anatomical Atlas. The latter is known on Martinique, in Japan and the South Sea Islands as fécule de chouchoute, F de choucaraïbe, or F de choutaro, whether arum macrohism L is also processed. Ape processed for its starch on Tahiti, I could not ascertain. The bulby megarichi of Arometallicum lam is already mentioned by K2I. Also, various Arudinsterken starches from arum plants are depicted by Louis Planchon and Joulet at the same location. The Japanese pharmacopoeia includes, along with potato starch, the starch from the bulb of the Japanese lily erythronium, dens canis L. katakuri, and the root of the legume Pueraria thunbergiana, Benth, Dolichos hirsutus. Two plants occurring in Japan and China as substitutes for the usual starch varieties in Europe have been taken up. Figure of erythronium starch in molar, microscopy p. 138. In Japan, starch is also made from Pteris aquilina warabi and the root of Conophyllus konjac konyaku. The second, starch from stems, etim. Sagu means in Malay both flower and the flower-producing sago palms. Sagu baduri is Metroxylon romphii, Sagu ihur, Metroxylon sylvestre, Sagu macanado Metroxylon longispinum, Metroxylon from Marken wood, regarding Romphiaceae, p. 899, stem plant. The sago palms belong to the genus Metroxylon, which is restricted to the tropics of the Old World, and forms a few poorly characterized, perhaps not specifically different species Warburg, usually distinguished. Metroxylon Romphii martius, Sagus romphii wild, S. spinosus roxt. Genuina bloom, the spiny sago palm, Barium or Beine, Gwyn, Carasula jav, Tirai mal, Bat sund, Lapia amben, Rumia atje, Sagu volug, Mal rambia. This is the true sagobomb of the Moluccas. And Metroxylon sagurat boel, M. sago king, M. inerme mart, Thagus lavis jack, S. inermis roxp, S. inermis. Romphii bloom, often referred to by the same names as the first mentioned tree, but sometimes distinguished, widespread throughout the archipelago, especially in the west. Most of the sago shipped to Europe likely comes from M. laves sagus. Less significant are M. sylvestre mart, the wild sagobaum of the Moluccas, and M. longispinum mart, which yields little. Sagus elata java and others grow in the tropics of the New World Brazil, Guadalupe. Description: the sago palms thrive particularly on moist soil subject to periodic floods. They are widespread throughout the Malay archipelago, from Malacca and Sumatra to the Fiji Islands, with Siam and Mindanao as their northern boundary, and the small Sunda Islands, and New Guinea as their southernmost points. See the map in chapter Most Points. See the map in chapter Rice, p. 189. They are absent in Australia. These are palms with a creeping trunk that grow in marshy depressions and rarely leave level lands. They reach heights of 25-30, occasionally up to 42 feet, remaining bushy for a long time before developing a thick trunk later on. The sago palm is one of the most useful plants we have. They are monoecious polygamous and bloom only once after 10-15 years, producing a large terminal inflorescence that forms enormous masses of flowers and fruits. To enable the formation of these, the plant stores vast amounts of starch in its stem. Usually the palm dies soon after fruit formation. She takes the lowest quality, otherwise unusable swamp soil. A stem contains, when ready for felling after 15 years, 400-900, usually 500-600 pounds of sago, which is enough for the annual sustenance of one person. Remaining in the soil, the plant easily regenerates. Culture: sago palms are now also cultivated in East Sumatra Bengalit, on the Rio Lingga archipelago, and Biliton, in West Borneo Sambas, Malay Peninsula, for example, in Singapore, for the production of leaves for roofing, also along the rivers of Java, especially in sagu. Cultivating offers no difficulties. Planting regenerates itself through root suckers. However, the majority of sago produced in Southeast Asia comes from wild-growing plants. The representation of the sap strength is very primitive figs. 63 and 64. See also fig. When a sago palm is found, the indigenous people first check if it is already blooming or bearing fruit. If so, it is no longer suitable for sap extraction. If it is not blooming, they determine if it is klapa, meaning it is filled with starch. To the extent that extraction is worthwhile, the indigenous person distinguishes here 5 degrees of maturity. Once a tree is found to be klapar, usually between the 5th and 10th year, it is felled, and the trunk, after leaves and sheaths are removed, is cut into several pieces and split in the middle. These are then further processed on the spot, or carried to water in baskets made from sago palm leaf sheaths timbal, as these plants grow in marshy areas. Now a man rides on the split trunk and knocks with an axe-like tool, stani paluk, pemaluk, sometimes tipped with a stone, or possibly with his feet, at the entire inner tissue so-called mark, together with vascular bundles, comes out and inflates fig. 63. One person holds the sieving device while another pours water over it and stirs. Here, the washing process involves attaching a peculiar filter at one end over an hollowed-out sagastum, or a canoe, or a long trough, supported by posts, which is usually made from curved rattan, or bamboo, and tightly stretched with a bag-like sieving device often consisting of the shredded leaf sheath of a coconut palm fig. 64. The strong milk usually does not flow directly into the long trough, but first into a short and broad one, often equipped with a sieve at the bottom, which retains most of the fibers. They are fed to the animals, and the starchy flour settles, relatively pure on the floor of the long trough, filled with fibers from sago leaves, cajuput bark, or areca palm. The water flows over the edge of the trough, or out at the end through another sieve, and is finally completely drained. 800 kg of fresh mass yield, 323.5 kg of sago malt. A tree can produce 150-300 kg of marketable product. Illustration, fig. 63, Nyamukal sagu, i.e., Al-Tual, Dr. Zago mark, based on a drawing of a Malayan Tupamahu in Bull, Koi, Museum Harlem in The raw sagamol is then wrapped in batches of about 30 pounds in leaves and tied with rotten, or placed in peculiar baskets made from sago palm leaves, tumen. Tamayang is raw sago sagamanta, lapiamanta, for the market. From it, the main dishes of the Moluccas Warburg are prepared. In Sumatra, raw sago is traded in the form of a sugar hut. In central Borneo, the mark is trampled with feet while water runs over it. In British North Borneo, both metroxylon sagu and the prickly sago palm emramfi are used. The latter is smaller, armed with thorns. It extends further eastward, and is particularly widespread in New Guinea and the Moluccas. 44. In South and West New Guinea, the preparation of sago is similar to that on the Moluccas, Celebes, the Linga Archipelago, and the Key Islands, CI, Big, 139. Special cleanliness seems nowhere observed, as directly emphasized by Martin on the preparation in Ceram. In Singapore, where Sagus rumphii and laevis are particularly cultivated, the trunks are cut into pieces 4-6 feet long, then peeled and shaved with a primitive grater. Also in northeast Sumatra, the inner bark is grated. The resulting flakes are freed of their strength by trampling and washing with running water. The starchy milk is directed through a long funnel into an elongated basin. The raw starch settles and goes to sago factories. After a drawing by a Malay Tupamahu in Bull, Colmus, Harlem No. 44, sago can be obtained throughout the year. The raw sago intended for foreign trade usually goes to Singapore, the actual sago port of call, where it is brought from March to October. Here it is first freed from fibers sago, refused by repeated churning and straining of the starchy milk through cloths. Then the starchy milk is passed through long cloth-lined channels, water drained off and starch blocks removed. Illustration, fig. 64. Maramasdan manapis sagu, i.e., kneading and washing raw sago flour. Here and also in Sarawak and Brunei, where factories exist, as it still contains quite a lot of cell fragments. It is cleaned by mudding sago flour, sagamo, or cleaned and granulated, peered pearl sago, pearl sago, pearl sago. The trade is almost entirely in the hands of Chinese. The pearling of sago is done by breaking up the half-dried mud-clean starch description by Semler, sieving the pieces and placing them in a cloth, suspended from 2 ropes hanging down from the ceiling. I Fig. 142. The workers shape the starch into balls, pearls of various sizes, by skillfully shaking the only half-filled cloth. These are separated by sizing sieves, and then rolled steamed on flat hot pans of meter diameter, sometimes coated with a vegetable fat, using a wooden instrument with a curved edge, followed by another sifting and drying process. Heating causes the grains to surface coat. Some factories only pearl without rolling. Typically, smaller beads of 1.5 millimeters, small pearl sago, and larger ones of 2.53 millimeter are produced. Sometimes, sago is roasted a second time. Pearl sago is always reddish. Also available is sago dyed brown by sugar color, or formerly by brick red, presumably through bolus. Trade. Following Singapore in 1906, raw sago arrived particularly from Sarawak, northwest Borneo, then Sumatra and Labuan, and the Dutch archipelago, less so from Dutch Borneo, Johor, and British North Borneo, and least from Penang and Riau. The Moluccas consume almost all of their sago as food. In 1908, shipments of refined sago to Singapore included: from Jambi, Sumatra, 2,600 kg, Bengkalas, Sumatra, 236, Riau, 648,580, Indragiri, Sumatra, 11,1852, West Borneo, 3 million. A total of 715,836 picols of sago meal and 773.81 picols of pearl sago were exported. Most went to London, but a significant amount also went to Italy. Hamburg imported 33,703 gz sago and tapioca, as mentioned on PTA. Unrefined, raw sago. From East Sumatra, 20,500, Riau, 3,461,1876, Indragiri, 7 million. The export value of sago meal from Singapore in 1906 was 2,030,082 Singapore, M22, with pearl sago and raw sago at $365,769. France imported in 1908 sago, salep, and exotic starches 117,844 quintals, particularly from English and Dutch India, then also 30,265 from Reunion and Brazil, 173 in 1908, with 16,077 from Singapore, 13,877 from British East India, 2,322 from Dutch East India, smaller amounts from China and Brazil. Germany imported in 1909 arrowroot flour, sago and sagamo, mandioca, and sago substitutes. 3,654 dozen from British India and 8,616 dozen from British Malacca. The starch grains of sago flour, which form a white or gray-white or reddish-white powder, are either simple or composite. The composite ones show a main grain of 30-68, rarely up to 80 mic length, to which usually 1-5, most often 2-3 side grains of approximately 10-20 mic diameter are attached. In the commercial grade, the side grains are usually shed, and one only sees on the main grain the mostly flat attachment sites. Fig. 65. The main kernel is very varied in shape, elongated, trapezium-shaped, or triangle rhombus-shaped, always more or less rounded, not flattened. In the pearled and rolled see above sago, these same shapes are found, alongside kernels at all stages of cementation. The cementation begins in the inner, softer layers. The nucleus lies eccentrically usually, and is often crossed by a one- or multi-ray star. Spirals are hemispherical, cap-shaped or tiara-shaped. As a side form, simple ones, usually very large, measuring 50-65 microns, ovoid or stretched oval linear, with an eccentrically placed nucleus, or a 2- to multi-ray kernel. Sometimes, sago flour also contains grains in all stages of corrosion. It seems this is in the early stages of cementation, A large central cavity opening outward through a canal is often visible. In the final stage, the kernels form an irregular warty ball with delicate contours. Fig. 65. AC sago, that is only pearled, not rolled, does not show these cemented kernels. He is completely white while the other appears partially hyaline. However, under the name sago, other products are still traded. German or French indigenous sago made from potato or wheat starch, tapioca from cassava, Portland sago from autumn starch, and Brazilian sago from batate starch. All these can be easily identified by the structure of the starch grains. Properties. Sago's turkey contains an average of 81.51 starch, 15.85 water, 2.16 nitrogenous substance, and 0.48 ash. Real pearl sago, 83.6 starch and 15.8 water. When the Europeans entered Southeast Asia, they found the sago palm's flower as the primary food source already in use. Marco Polo I, p. 726, describes the Sumatran sago palm and the extraction of sago, which is still practiced today, as does Odorico di Portomaggiore, Brand, p. 726, who mentions trees that bear flower. Wallace also documents the preparation of sago. It has been produced in Singapore since 1819 by Chinese workers. Illustration, Fig. 65. Sago starch with various binding forms, completely bound. After Churchill Esterly, Atlas, Lit. Rotbowl in Ny Samling och Dansk Evidens, Seltsch. Wisner, Raw Materials, also see older literature, most extensively with numerous illustrations, sago palm and sago products. Bulletin 44 of the Colonial Museum, Haarlem, 1909, with contributions by Van Olgien, Fortkins, and Malay Tupamahu. Veth, Contributions to Knowledge of the Principal Produce of Dutch India, 1783, p. 527. Griffith, Palms of East India. Abild, Bentley Tryman, Medicinal Plants, T278 and Bloom. Rumfiastatun TT, 126 U 127. Valentini, Museum Muscorum Erften, Pien, 927. Monike Blick auf die Flens. Malayanland, 1883. Warburg in Church, Andy Healing, and Food Plants, also with illustrations. Sago, 1866. Semler, Tropical Agriculture. De Klerk, New Plant Lexicon of Dutch India, 1909. Church, Esterle, Anatomical Atlas. Church, Arrowroot article. In the General Encyclopedia of Pharmacy 2. Other palm and cycad starch. Also sago or a sago-like flour is provided, but only to a limited extent by cycads. Cycas circinalis pacu ag, on the Solomon Islands. Further, Cycas revoluta in Japan and China, Zamia integrifolia kunti in Florida Z. Media in East India, Z. pumila, angustifolia and tenuis in West India. Then the palms. Arenga saccharifera labile. Sugar palm arin, SS-128, on the Sangier Islands, on Celebes and Ceylon, Ugiesa natristis bulang nanga, Cariota purpuracea bulang talang, Cariota purpuracea, bulang, Talaota urens. On the Moluccas, Borassus flabelliformis L. palmyra palm, East India, Ceylon, and B.I. Tunicata lauer, Gulielma granitensis karst. In New Granada and Venezuela, as well as some cocos, Oreodoxa, Phoenix, and Chamarup species North America. Further, Raphia vinifera and Medemia nobilis on Madagascar, UA. The starch of the Palmyra palm is similar to true sago starch, but differs in some respects. In particular, highly composite grains are more common here. See Wisner. Louis Planchon and Joulet mention AAAO, the strength of Borassus flabelliformis, Cariota urens, Phoenix, and other palms and cycads. Strength from the endosperm of 1. Amylum tritici, wheat starch. Amidon de blé, ou froment French, wheat starch English, amido di frumento Italian. Tarwezetmil Dutch, Wetesterkers the Swedish, Bene terkelis Finnish, Buza kemenite Hungarian, New Greek. Stampflanze. Triticum vulgare vil, Hist, P.L. Dauphin II, 153 T, Satevom lam, Insik, Meth. Wheat is called in Egyptian Sut, the hieroglyphic signs, I, S470, Coptic Suo, Triticum vulgare vil. This includes T vulg, In a narrower sense, T. 1787 and relatives. Etymology: Triticum quadratum e species varo, from terro trivi, tridum, to great grind, or terrere, to tread, squeeze out, crush. Pyros. A wheat field appears orange-red from a distance in autumn. Blé French, Beata Italian, from late Latin bladum grain, or angels. Blade fruit, or Celt. Blod flower, from frumentum. Wheat in Gothic. White germ. Wheat in Gothic. Weitja, ahad, Weitzi, mhd, Weitze, from wheata white, due to the color of the flower. From here also comes English common wheat. Compactum horse dwarf wheat, T. turgidum L. English wheat, and T. durum des. Spelt 2. Triticum polonicum. 3. Triticum monococcum. Figure of the ears in Molgaya. Encyclopédie d'Agriculture. Some also in Haeckel and Ingler Prantl, plant families. Description. Triticum vulgare has a tall, slender stalk with an upper cavity and a long, dense ear that is clearly quadrilateral. The spikes pressed parallel to the spindle have 4-7 flowers, of which 3-4 are fertile. They are characterized at the base of 2 large, bell-shaped, robust, opposite glooms. Hull scales ending in a short, straight spike-tipped granule with partial inflation involucre. Each flower is enclosed by 2 palleas outer scales. The inferior palea is bell-shaped and wrinkled. The superior palea is 2-keeled, deeply concave on the backside, and unwrinkled. The wheat fruit falls out from the palea. It shows a deep groove on one side and a beard at the tip composed of rather thick hairs. At the base, laterally lies the small embryo and its scutellum. Astivum summer wheat, ear somewhat loose, husked scales not grained, similar to the covering scales velvety hairy or bare and var. Hibernum winter wheat, ear very dense. Besides Triticum vulgare, common wheat T. spelta spelt, rye grain is often grown. The structure of the fruit shell is described in Church Austerle Anatomical Atlas. The allurum layer of the seed is single-rowed. The glue is found in the starch endosperm alongside the starch grains. The embryos contain 15.5 oil de negre. Triticum vulgare varies as var. T. Spikelets with 5 flowers, of which the lower 3 are fertile. In mountainous regions, T. monococcum einkorn is cultivated with 3 flowered spikelets, where only the lowest flower is fertile. Rarely cultivated is T. dicoccum emmer, with 4 flowered spikelets, where the 2 lower flowers are fertile. Polonicum Polish wheat, with a nodding ear, T. durum with tough covering and husked scales, and T. turgidum. Global wheat harvest is estimated at 190 billion English pounds per year. Wheat bran provides arabinose and xylose, upon hydrolysis Schulze, tollens. The grains themselves are particularly destroyed by smut fungi, among which Teletia tritia bjerk, Wint, and Teletia levis kuhn are foremost. They cause the so-called stone burn, stink or slime burn of wheat. Visually, infected ears and affected grains differ little from healthy ones, but when opening them, one finds them completely filled with the black, herring-scented spore mass of the parasite. The entire bloom is destroyed by the fireblight Eustulago tritici pers. Gens. Fisher reports on plant pests. Initially, there is a series of parasitic fungi that affect stems, leaves, and even spikelets, negatively impacting grain yield, such as rust fungi Puccinia triticina, Plumarum, Graminis, powdery mildew eris, Graminis, then Melanospora damnosa sac, Lindau, Ophiobulus graminis, sac, Septoria graminum desum, and others apora. In an ear affected by this fungus, the black spore dust appears very prominently between the scales. Furthermore, the corn smut claviceps purpurea, see the relevant section develops in the wheat fruit spike, although it is less common than on rye. A deformation of the ears brings about the peronospora, sclerospora macrospora sac. Regarding animal pests of wheat, Israel reports. Beetle larvae feed on grass roots in the soil, while the beetles attack the flowers, destroying the reproductive organs. This blisterfoot often lives in colonies on various cereals and damages, in particular, the developing ears, which together with the glooms fall off from the common spikelet. The larvae of these common owls, when they occur in masses, are detrimental to cereal fields. They are otherwise polyphagous. 3. Fly. Several Cicedomonia species live on Triticum egc tritici, Destructor, Flava aurantiaca, and others. Thrips. Thrips frumentarius belling. Lima melanopa L. Lemasianella elboth. Both beetles are known to the public as grain bugs. The larvae of these beetles are usually covered with their casing. They live on wheat leaves, devouring long strips from them. Agriotes lineatus L. root larvae of cereals, often harmful. 2. Moths. Adena exclamationis. This green earlifice, called by the people leafhopper, lives on the ears of many gramineous plants, including rye, wheat, barley, and oat, and others. Tylentius tritici, the very dangerous wheat nematode, is highly resistant. It can live in glycerin and is not killed by belladonna, morphine, atropine curare, or strychnine. If starting from Flower Martin's method, it is mixed with water in a dough kneading machine to form a stiff mass, and then washed through sieves with water until the water no longer runs milky. Spelta flour corn, see below, are used. Either wheat flour is processed into starch and glue, or the entire grain is crushed, and the paste is processed into glue and starch, or just the latter alone. For the corn moth, I. Fig. 333, CI, P3075, and 383. Representation of wheat starch. Wheat starch is represented to a large extent in Europe and America, particularly in the area around Halle and Ersala in Germany. It is mostly made from the fruits of Triticum vulgare, but also from T. durum and turgidum in Langenau, Württemberg, and T. The starch water is lightly fermented in the fermentation tank to destroy the last remnants of glue. Then the water is drained, and the starch is cleaned through repeated washing and settling. In this process, most of the very valuable glue remains on the sieves and is processed into feed glue flour, glue kernels. The wash water's raw starch milk are allowed to sour in batch containers with the addition of sour water, thereby dissolving the remaining glue, while the starch is cleaned by washing. The mass obtained is then brought to washing drums or treadmills, and the starch milk that flows out is allowed to settle in tanks and then drawn off acid process of Halle. To avoid the loss of glue, the embedded wheat kernels are sometimes Alsace method ground, crushed, and washed through sieves that retain the husk. If starting with unmilled fruit, it is first soaked in water in a sprouting stone or stock, then crushed between rollers. The mash the good is mixed with water and fermented for 14 days at 20 C. Here, the glue is destroyed by acidic fermentation, and the starch is almost completely separated ripe. The glue left on the sieves, still containing a lot of husks and starch, is either processed into human food or animal feed, or used as a binder, stiffener, or thickener. In the production of top-quality commercial varieties, the upper layers of the starch sediment are scraped off before drying. The flour method yields C45, while the grain method with fermentation gives C60, and without fermentation, C52 of the starch content in the grain. In some regions, wheat starch is still produced on a small scale in the house industry, for example, in Tegerig, in the canton of Aargau, so-called amelimel ammermeal. Coarse starch is still prepared today in quite a primitive way from torn trit, spelta. It can be found in larger or smaller irregular pieces crumble starch, flakes, or in many different shapes, often as straws, sticks, or sharply edged pieces table, radiation, crystal, rod, stalk, sheet starch, or finally as a powder. The industry there dates back to at least 1678, and formerly almost every household produced their own jamamele. This interesting process, accompanied by illustrations, is described in detail by Meyer in Tegliger Amelimel in Switzerland, 1908, 105. Trade. Wheat starch appears on the market in a wide variety of forms and qualities. The fineness is graded by designations such as finest tool English, muslin strength, finest white patent strength, medium fine and ordinary strength, anatomy. The strength grains of wheat starch form two quite distinct, loosely connected by intermediate forms, shapes, large grains and small grains Fig. 66 octant. The large grains are thick, lentil-shaped, round when viewed from the area but very rarely strictly circular, sometimes transitioning to oval or with curved outline lines, elongated ellipsoidal in side view with a central split. The central nucleus is indistinct. Size varies. X side kernels, Y composite kernels, after Churchoesterle, Atlas. As a side form, composite kernels with 225 subkernels are found. as well as some intermediate forms between large and small kernels, also possibly composite large kernels, or sac-like forms. Chemistry. The largest measure 30-38, indeed even 45 microns and more, the smaller ones 15 to 25 microns. The large grains of spelta starch are slightly smaller, usually 20-25 microns. The small grains are mostly rounded or oval, less frequently polyhedral or tapering into a point. Size is 9.5, usually 6-7 microns. Illustration: Fig. 66. Wheat starch. Wheat starch contains an average of 83-82-85 starch, 13-12-16 water, 1.9. The low viscosity, only 0.1. Wheat starch reacts slightly acidic lactic acid. Soxhlet a long time ago found on average 0.14 T, when free acid in wheat starch, calculated as lactic acid hydrate. Seri recently found the acidity degree mostly 1,144 ccm and 10 sodium. Patch in 1900 also observed an alkaline reaction. At 6250, the kernels of wheat starch are still well preserved, while those of rye starch are already gelatinized Whitmark. The gelatin of wheat starch is cloudy, odorless, and tasteless. Test. The test is done under the microscope. Wheat starch must float on chloroform. When rubbed with cold water, the filtrate should not turn blue with iodine, otherwise, starch digestion for stem formation has been added. The acid reaction must be very weak. The ash content must not exceed 0.5. Application. Wheat starch is now the most widely used in pharmacy. CP 157. Many so-called strong flours, baby flours, amidons contain wheat starch or wheat flour or are made from it. Similarly, semolina, the patent flour of lentils, bullocks, semula, baby food, etc. History. While Buskin could only trace cereals back to the Neolithic period, excavations by Payet have shown that the Paleolithic man in southern France during the older glyptic period of the Reindeer Age already knew about cereals. Them raw hoops. From the transitional period from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic era, long before the era of polished stone axes, cultivated wheat and grain mills from Payet are certainly documented. Even after Solms-Labache, the culture of cereal crops is infinitely older than usually assumed. Schliemann found fruits of T. monococcum in Troy. In ancient India, rice verbi was primarily grown, followed by wheat Godmus barbarian food and barley Javas lassen. The ancestral form of wheat is either Triticum spelta or T. dicoccum. We now know that in Central Asia, grains were already being grown when Siberia and the Turanian steppes were still covered by the sea, and the Gobi was transforming from a landlocked sea into a desert. That wheat varieties from Central Asia spread across Persia and North Africa during the Ice Age as far as the Mediterranean region, and even before the end of the Pleistocene epoch reached Spain and southern France. In Central and Northern Europe, grain cultivation dates back to the Neolithic period. The oldest cereal species here were wheat, barley, and rye. Triticum vulgare, T. dicoccum and monococcum, Hordeum hexasticium and disticum, and Panicum miliaceum were already cultivated throughout the Stone Age, as shown by finds in pile dwellings, ash pits, fire hearth remains, etc. The oldest cereal of the Indo-Europeans was barley hoops. Wheat suti, bet, namely Triticum vulgare vil. Both sprouted and unsprouted, and possibly also T. dicoccum sexbier. And T. turgidum L. was cultivated on a large scale in Egypt around 4,000 years ago. The wheat harvest in all its phases is extensively depicted in a grave at Chum el Ahmar, on the east wall of the Tai grave in Saqqara 3rd millennium. Such have also been found in numerous graves. Wheat ears are often depicted in the hands of rulers. Also, countless artworks from later times show grain ears often accompanied by poppy heads. See Mykenopanian War. P. 926 in the hands of gods and princes. The Greek Allura Herodotus was probably, like the Roman Far, Triticum dicoccum, spelt Bouchon, Schweinfurth. The Pyrrhus of Dioscurides, who has much to report on the medicinal use of wheatmeal, was probably T. vulgare. The Zaya of Dioscurides was probably T. dicoccum and T. monococcum. Hippocrates often used wheat. Wheat starch also appears as an adhesive in early medieval papers. both as a paste and in substance. Wesner, Cobert. Lit. Kernica, grain cultivation. Image in Great Cultures of the World. Arts, Agricultural Seed Science. Church Westerly. Anatomical Atlas. Moeller, Microscope for Food and Nutritional Analysis, 2nd ed. Includes further literature. Hoops, Forest Trees and Cultural Crops in Ancient Germany, 1905. Rice starch. Amidon de riz fr, arroz a, rice starch eng, amido di riso ital, rice 7000 whole, risiterkelis fin, riskemanito engerkret. Ariza sativa linespect, oriza sativa el linespec, Solms Laubach, Wheat and Tulip, and Their History, Leipzig, 1899. Bouchon, Prehistorical Botany, 1895. Payet, Anthropology, 1896. Lassen, Indian Archaeology, Cobert, Journal of Applied Chemistry, 1910, 250. Image of Plant. Bentley Tryman, Medicinal Plants, Voljo 294-2, Amola Moraise. PLI, 333 with cultural varieties. Montana Mountain Rice, Glutinosa sticky rice. In the museum in Calcutta, samples of over 1,100 varieties can be found. Etam, derived from Sanskrit. Viarhi, Tam. Arishi. The word entered European languages via Old Persian brizi and Arabic aruz arroz, in Spanish through the agglutination of the Arabic article, and into German via Italian riso. In Sanskrit, rice is also known as Dhanya, i.e., sustainer of the human race. Hindi, Dan, Cheval. Gramina, Orize. Illustration. Fig. '67. The dotted places indicate countries where rice cultivation takes place. Compare Payne-Langdon's Small Trade Atlas, Occurrence and Culture. Rice is native to warm Southeast Asia, particularly in China and India, as well as tropical Australia and West Africa. It requires a warm climate but still grows in Lombardy and Spain, best in tropical climates. It demands plenty of water. The culture of rice, see fig. 67 is ancient in China and is still widespread across the southern half of the empire, as well as Cochin China and Burma. Legend has it that Emperor Shen Nung dated to approximately 2800 BCE, but dating is likely incorrect. Planted rice during a ceremony where 5 types of grain had to be sown, while the other 4 were planted by princes. However, it's probable that China received the plant from the southwest, where some of the best rice in the world is now produced similar. In India, rice cultivation has played a significant role since ancient times. What the sago is to the east, so is the rice to South Asia's west. As happened with sugar, coffee, and cotton, so it was with rice. Only after its transfer to the New World did it become a global product. From India, which supplies of world production, rice cultivation has been brought to the Mediterranean region, Italy, Po Valley, Lombardy, Venice, Piedmont, and Spain, Andalusia, Valencia, Catalonia, and the United States. Leading the way here is South Carolina, followed by Louisiana and Georgia. Europe was merely a stopover point for this fruit, where the Arabs, the ancient intermediaries between East and West, brought it, and from which others transported it further to New India across the ocean. South America grows only small amounts. On a larger scale, rice is cultivated in Japan, Hinter-Indian, Siam, and Java, as well as on other islands of the Malay archipelago. In Africa, Egypt cultivates rice. The rice farmers distinguish water rice, boro, and an intermediate formind, amum, as well as sticky rice, which is not considered here. In Java, with its highly developed rice culture, I observed the 2 typical cultivation methods. The dry method of Gagatagal, where mountain rice Oryza montana padi tigere, less frequently sticky rice Pikatan, is sown on dry fields, and Thikaten is sown on dry fields. Sawarawa, cf. I. Fiji. 24 method used throughout the central lands, in which Oryza sativa and precox are grown in square, terrace-like fields that are periodically watered, usually by transplanting seedlings produced in seedbeds, rarely by direct sowing. Rice cultivation requires a lot of work. In Java, rice in the stalk is called paddy, threshed gaba, husked bras, and cooked nasi. Pathology. Information on plant pests is provided by Prof. Ed. Fisher. Among the diseases that affect the entire rice plant, Special mention should be made of Brisson disease, which seems to be identical to the Imotsi disease occurring in Japan. It is a spot disease that also leads to complete or partial sterility of the panicles. Most authors attribute it to an imperfect Pericularia oryzae calve, while others consider it a secondary occurrence. Cross-section through a fruit tightly enclosed by palea inferior pi and palea superior ps. 3. Longitudinal section through the fruit. 4. Longitudinal section through the embryo. Scut, scutellum, tel plumula, rad, radicula. After Church-Oesterle, Atlas, description, Oryza sativa reaches approximately 1 m in height. In the flowers of Oryza, claviceps purpurea has been observed. Closely related to this is very likely Eustelaginoidea, Oryzae pat, breft, which forms a black conidial mass in the ovary, formerly thought to be a rust fungus, Teletia oryzae pat. Illustration, Fig. 68, Oryza sativa, 1. The one-flowered, somewhat flattened spikelets, enclosed by 4 glooms, are united into large, usually rather closely gathered, occasionally quite loose panicles. The flowers possess 6 stamens. The fruit, usually about 6-7 mm long, is strongly compressed from the side, shows 2 lateral furrows, and is tightly and firmly surrounded. Fig. 68, by the interlocked scales Paleus. These scales are cartilaginous, leathery, rich in mechanical elements, adherent, rough, hairy, the palea inferior 5-ribbed grained, the palea superior 3-ribbed. In wild rice, like most wild grains, the fruits detach from the spikelets at maturity. Fruit and seed coat are tender and obliterated. By peeling and polishing, the palea and also the fruit and seed coat silver skin, as well as the 1-2 row allurons layer and the strongly eccentrically located, easily detaching embryo are removed, so that the grain then consists only of thethane. Endosperm. The construction of the glume and the fruit coat is described in Church-Oesterle, Anatomical Atlas. The size of rice grains varies between that of a mustard seed and a melon seed, with colors ranging from light yellow to black. Unpeeled rice is called paddy in India and rough rice in North America. Peeling in the rice mill in the peeler, polisher, huller reduces the weight by 1/2 or 2/3. The product is called cooking rice. What falls off during peeling is the rice bran, which still contains approximately 25 starch, 6.5 protein, and 5.5 fat in addition to approximately 46 raw fiber. The amount that falls off by polishing rice is even richer, 30-50, and thus forms a good starting material for demonstrating rice starch. The indigenous peoples of various Asian countries rarely have rice husked in mills. I witnessed in Southeast Asia the rice being pounded in mortar, hit with wooden mallets, and hammered mechanically powered by the feet. See also Fig. 69. Husked rice contains 74.977 starch, 0.68 raw fiber, C9.2 protein, unhulled C74 starch, 3.1 raw fiber, and 7.8 protein. Illustration, Fig. 69. Japanese rice, pounding rice in a mortar with a foot-elevated, knee-bent wooden tool. Production. The rice harvest is now estimated at 175 billion English pounds per year, or C80 mil tons. British India produces 60, China 50-60, Japan 15, Siam 6.75, Java 6.5, French 20. Now, not only floodplain land but also prairie land is being used for rice cultivation there. Europe imports rice annually for 344 million marks. Germany consumed 31,743,000 marks worth in 1907. The annual turnover of the world rice market amounts to 800 million marks. India 5, Korea 3, Formosa 275 billion pounds, Italy produces 750 million pounds. Each, see 500 million pounds, are produced by Spain, Ceylon, the Philippines. In these last ones, production rose to 608 million pounds. In 1908, North America produced 18,738,000 bushels of rice in 1907. He has specifically been harmful in harbor areas Israel. See Calandra oryzae at I, P383. Also see under corn. Indian rice is distinguished into 3 kinds, table rice, balam, and mungi. Most rice is exported by Burma, followed by Bengal and Madras. is to be named, whose larvae are presumably introduced. Since the starch grains fill the cells tightly, simply soaking and crushing the fruits is not enough to isolate the grains. Description of rice starch. Rice starch is prepared particularly in England, then in Belgium, France, Germany, Altona, Ulm, Austria, Fiume, Tyrol, Italy, and America from inferior rice varieties, broken rice, or the waste obtained during polishing the rice. All methods use Jones, Ransford, Berger consist in dissolving the glue that binds the grains by treating them with diluted acid, e.g., 0.25 sodium hydroxide, ammonia, or acids, or through a fermentation process that opens up, i.e., loosens, the ricey grain. Further treatment is similar to wheat starch, see above. Nowadays, electric current is also used in France. According to the Stoltenhoff process, grains are treated in a vacuum for 6-8 hours with flowing sodium hydroxide. The hydroxide is neutralized with acid, and the resulting glue is known as Energen on the market. In Germany, there are 12 rice hulling mills and rice starch factories. For more information on sticky rice, see amylodextrin. Illustration, Fig. 70, rice starch, after Church-Österle Atlas. Part of it, namely the main mass, appears glassy, while another part near the scutellum is mealy. The starch grains fill the cell tightly. Composite starch grains only appear indistinctly. Their boundary line is never smooth as in oats. 70, which are also incorrectly called rice flour, are crystalline, sharp-edged, and angular, particularly often five-sided. Rounded grains are rare. Cornstarch begins to swell at 53.7 and gelatinize at 58.7, at 61.2 after Daffert at 73. In trade, cornstarch is either in angular prismatic pieces as rays, especially crystal starch, or the lower quality sorts in the form of irregular chunks specks, or as a powder. They are quite similar in shape and size, usually 4.56 mic long, the larger ones up to 8.5, never over 10 mic, the smallest 3 mic. Sometimes a few grains hang together. Some show a kernel hole. Chemistry. Cornstarch contains on average 85.18 starch, 13.7 water, 0.88 nitrogen substance, 0.3 ash, traces of fat and crude fiber. Royal Anglaise is Belgian Remy starch, corn flour, particularly fine cornstarch. The total import of cornstarch in Hamburg in 1908 was 24,661 d. The import of rice 2,354,553 ds. Most 1,810,385 bibes from British East India. Germany imported 851,1935 z's of polished rice in 1909, including 2,178,571 sterin of broken rice, primarily from British India, followed by Ceylon and French India, with only 163,958 ds of rice in the husk. Britain, Test Art World. Rice starch consists almost exclusively of starch granules, as mentioned above, with very few cell remnants, thus forming a very fine and uniform powder. The addition of chaff can be easily detected by the very characteristic epidermis of the same. Other starches can be distinguished by their deviating shapes. Most challenging is oat starch, but it rarely occurs in practice. However, the medicinally applied one should only be slightly alkaline, thus providing a nearly neutral filtrate when shaken with water pH held by beer. The ash content should not exceed 0.5 Hauke. Application. Starch is contained in the Revalenta arabica, Revelessia dubari, in Arab coffee, in kaifa, palm oil of the Turks, palmicina, and other secret remedies. Starch is the most important powder-based rice flour. Since it clogs completely, very evenly and gummiously, it provides excellent preparation, but due to its high price, it is only used for the preparation of finer fabrics. Silic glue is starch with 10-15 borax, double strength contains, in addition to rice and potato starch, 6-7 borax and 2.5 stearin. Cream starch is colored with dyes. Rice is the most important food in South Asia, China, Indochina, India, Malay Archipelago, and large parts of Africa, as it contains, in addition to many carbohydrates, predominantly starch. Quite a lot of nitrogenous can be nourished solely by it. However, rice cannot be baked. In the garland of valuable crop plants that the tropics provide to their inhabitants, rice is one of the most beautiful leaves. Indeed it forms. Ceylon and Java, yes, throughout the Malay archipelago. Church, Indian medicinal and useful plants. Even the Dutchman in India goes to the rice table every day at noon. In Asia, several alcoholic beverages are made from rice CI, P10 and 19. Even the ancient Indians knew a rice beer. History. Rice is not yet found in the Rig Veda. It is mentioned in the Atharva Veda, together with Mashaphazeolus roxburghii and sesame. The ancients of the West did not grow rice, but obtained it from India. It was not a common food in ancient times in the West. Even rice tea was expensive hen. The West became acquainted with rice through Alexander's expedition of Furin, p. The Arabs introduced rice cultivation to Egypt and Spain, and it reached Milan and Venice in the early 16th century. Hain. Albertus Magnus I, p. 673, discusses rhizome for Indians. Rice is a symbol of wealth and fertility. Theophrast describes it well. At that time, rice was grown in Sawa, as mentioned earlier, not only in the Indus Delta, but also in the Two-River Land, and along the Oxus Strabo. In the Periplus I, p. 536, rice is referred to as an export commodity from Limerick and rice-growing cultures in East India at Barigaza and Ariake. It plays a role in wedding rituals, ceremonies for having children, as an oracle of love and aphrodisiac, universal remedy, and beauty aid. Even in England, rice grains are thrown at the bride. Rice is the plant associated with the Javanese Ceres, Dewi Shri. Rice cultivation has made the Malayans, or Orang Malayu wandering people, settle down. In Japanese, rice and tea means much the same as our food and drink. Rice flour acts as an adhesive on early medieval papers, both as paste and in substance applied Wisner, Cobert. De Candolle, L'origine des plantes cultivées. Church, Indian medicinal and useful plants with illustrations, rice fields, rice mills, etc. Wiesner, raw materials there. It cites older literature. Church, starch analyses, Arch, Farm, 1885. Out. Pharmacographia Indica. It also discusses the history of rice in India. Watt, Dictionary of Economic Products of India. K. Brown, The Rice in German East Africa. Reports on Land and Forestry in German East Africa, 1908. Africa, 1908. Hoon, Cultivated Plants and Domestic Animals, 7th ed., 1902. Chichesterle, Anatomical Atlas. Plate 45 IT provides a detailed description of the fruit. Muller Winton, Microscopy of Food and Consumer Goods, 1905 with illustrations. Van Gorcom, Rice and Descriptive Catalog, Colonial Museum. Haarlem 1907, and Oriental Cultures. Haars, Agricultural Seed Science. Illustration. Nies von Essenbeck, Vol 36. Bentley Tryman, Medicinal Plants Vol 291. Berg, Characteristics Vol 6. And Haeckel and Engler-Prantl, Plant Families the Sioux, 241. Cobert, Journal of Applied Chemistry, 1910, 241, 249, 1209. Ash, Hauke. Austrian Pharmaceutical Association Journal, 1902. 3. Maize starch. Cornstarch English. Amidon de Mai French. Maizet meal Dutch. Amido del Mai Italian. Maisiterkelis Finnish. Kukorica Kemenito Hungarian, New Greek. Cultivated plant, Zimaizelline, I, 971, with over 300 varieties forming 6 groups. Husk corn Balgmai, dent corn, soft corn, flint corn, sweet corn, popcorn. The coyote of Mexico is considered by some as the wild original form. In Germany, they distinguish common corn, pearl corn, horsetooth corn, sugar corn, blue corn, bog corn. Synonyms: Indian grain cordis, Indian corn English, corn America, Turkish wheat, Turk's corn, Turkish grain bok, fox, Turkey, Mecca wheat Persia, Arab grain Greece, Guinea gram Portugal, Turascorichal Jib Russia. Description. The monocot maize grows to 60 cm to 6 m tall, depending on the variety. At the top of the stem are found the male flowers. In the angles of the leaves there stand 2-3 cob-shaped, very differently sized female ears, surrounded by scaly husk leaves, so the country name for corn does not indicate its true origin. Etymology: Zia, from Greek name for a triticum, cp. 188. From to live, corn from Haitian tupi, Maíz, cucuruz, according to Lippmann from Spanish cucurucho. Systematic position, graminae, Medeae. The spongy axis carries 8-10 rows of two-flowered earlets, whose lower bloom is only incompletely developed. The styluses are very long and hang far out from the ear shanks. They are now used medicinally as stigmatomitis. As they grow, the fruits flatten slightly, lying in straight or slightly diagonal longitudinal rows against each other. They form the well-known corn cob. The fruits vary greatly in size, shape, and color. The latter changes from white to yellow to orange. On one surface of the fruit is the large bright oval scutellum clearly visible. In its center, the stretched oval cotyledon. The difference in starch content in the two endosperms was then noted by Pye in 1838. The structure of the fruit shell is described in detail in Church Esterele, Anatomical Atlas. To the scutellum is adjacent the white meal endosperm, and this in turn is bordered by the glassy horn endosperm fig. 71. The starch grains are loosely scattered in the former, but in the latter they fill the cell densely and press against each other. The distinction between horn and meal endosperm was already recognized by Raspail 1825. These galls produce the burning spores. Eventually they break down into a black, pungent mass. Usilago aureliana forms its bran spores in the fruit knots. Usilago fischeri pests. Fischer reports on plant pests. The most important destructors of maize fruits and cobs are Ustilaginae. Ustilago mites dc. Tool forms bulbous fungal galls on stems, leaves, male and female floral structures, which can reach the size of a child's head on the stems. Additionally, bacterial diseases of the maize plant have been described recently. Illustration. Fig. 71. Z. Maydor develops the burn spots in the cob spindle. There are also various fungi that infect the vegetative parts of the maize plant and can thereby indirectly affect kernel formation. Among these, one of the most dangerous is the liger disease occurring in Java, which causes young plants to wilt and die. It is attributed to a Peronospora P. matis. According to Church Esterele, Atlas, Culture, corn has a great adaptability, although its original home is likely in the tropical climate. However, it requires a certain amount of moisture and does not thrive in dry climates. Acosta I, P. 754, described its culture. Transverse section through the fruit. FRS fruit peel, end endosperm, end mesosperm, PL plumula, radical, calcalyptra, colcaliorhiza, 2 single cells of the endosperm, 3 single cells of the endosperm, 3 single cells of the mesosperm. For the glue network between the starch grains, the fruits are replaced from the ear by their own corn peelers in America. The largest amount of corn, about 80 of global production, is now produced in North America, approximately 50 million tons per year, mostly in the northern Midwestern states, especially Iowa, Illinois, Kansas, Canada, Mexico, Central and South America, Argentina, also grow a lot of corn. In Africa, Egypt, Algeria, the culture is weaker in Asia, considerable in Europe, particularly in Italy, Germany, Hungary, Romania, Scotland, and Russia. See also the map on P189. The corn grain contains 62-74.5 starch, 8-12 protein, 4.5 to 6.5 oil, 1.6 to 2.7 crude fiber, and 8-14.5 water. For information on the protein bodies of corn kernels, see Donard and Labe, Comtes Rendus 1903, Presentation of cornstarch. Cornstarch, which is the only amylum in the American Pharmacopoeia, is produced on a large scale only in North America. In smaller quantities in Brazil, New South Wales, England, France, Germany, Lower Austria, and the Danube Principality. The soaked grains are crushed, and the slurry washed out through cylinder stills. Since the grain is quite hard, the sodium process, like with rice, the lye dissolves the glue that binds the grains together. Fig. 71. Common American cornstarch in flakes consists of hard endosperm grains, which produce duria maizena, the finest cornmeal, mainly from flour endosperm grains. Both are obtained on a large scale from the large horsehair corn. The St. Bernhard works in Cincinnati produce 25,000 kg per day. American cornstarch is called corn flour or cornstarch. Mondamin is also cornstarch. Similarly, patent corn flour, palamud, potage des sultanes, etc. Illustration, fig, sidin, starch. After Chichester Atlas. 72 have a different shape depending on whether they originate from the hard endosperm or flower endosperm, see above. Their size ranges from 850 to 31.5, usually between 15 and 20 microns. The horny endosperm grains are more or less sharp-edged or rounded, isodiametric, often with a central split or central cavity, unlayered, occasionally still connected in groups of several. The size usually amounts to 10-18 to 23 microns, but also rises up to 25 microns and above. The mealy endosperm grains show very irregular, but always rounded shapes. Regular balls are rare. Layers are mostly absent. The central split occasionally. The size varies greatly. It amounts to 9-23 microns, usually 10-15 microns, but also rises up to 25-30 microns. Therefore, mealy endosperm often appears coarser than horny endosperm. 7 million dt of corn in 1909, mostly from Argentina, then from European Russia, Romania, and the United States. Germany imported 10,850 dt of corn, wheat, and other starches from Britain and the United States in 1909. Exports amounted to C11,000 dt. Naben form, composite elongated grains, or parts of grains and very small round grains of 210 microns and transitions between mealy and horny endosperm strength. Trade. The export of starch from the United States in 1907. 51,334,580, 1908. 48,125,851, 1933. Chemistry. Cornstarch contains an average of 84.14 T starch, 13.9 water, 1.53 nitrogenous substance. Cornstarch often reacts sourly. Sarre found the acidity of cornstarch often quite significant, especially in lower varieties. Journal of Spirit Distillation, 1901. The stigmatamides are rich in sugar, and gum 19.5 containing C5 fat, and both in ether and alcoholic extracts alongside resinous substances. Fisher A.M. Jurin, Farm, 1886. Corn, cornmeal, and cornstarch play the same role in North America as wheat and potato flour and starch do here, and in England, rice starch, the above P157, has nearly replaced the others. Cornmeal and corn grits are feed materials. Corn cob meal is made from the entire ear, including the husk. In large quantities, corn is used for glucose production, for which it is best suited treated with hydrochloric acid at 60-80. Then for maltose production, treating with malt. For making syrup, treating with sulfuric acid, dextrin, etc. Distilleries also consume large amounts. History. Corn, which was cultivated almost throughout America in pre-Columbian times, grave finds in Arizona, Ancona, etc. The Mexicans had a corn goddess, is the counter-gift of the New World for the rice that the Old World brought them. It was probably taken by Columbus from his first voyage, 1493, to Europe on P.A. 745. At any rate, it was grown in Spain by 1500. In Hernandez I, p. 761, there is a large chapter devoted to corn tlahueli, Spanish maício, adorned with illustrations. The Portuguese brought corn to Africa in the 16th century, and the Spanish introduced it from the east to South Asia. He was already sown in Java in 1496. In the 16th century, it also came to China. Since travelers found it so early everywhere in Asia, one initially believed that it had its homeland there as well. Lit. It spread extraordinarily fast throughout Europe, Africa, and Asia, and now constitutes an important food source for southern Europe and the Levant, as well as China and Japan, and even some African tribes that have never seen a European. The Venetians spread corn to the Orient in the 16th century. It reached Germany from Italy in the same century, where polenta is famously a popular dish. Illustration. Mountain, characteristic of T6, Bentley Tryman, medicinal plants T296, Hackle and Engler Prantle, plant families the second 2, 19, Boniface, de Candolle, The Origin of Cultivated Plants, 4th ed. 1896, with further historical literature there. Illustration of cultivation and processing in the great crops of the world. Whitmack, ancient maize from North and South America, Journal of Ethnology to 12. Muller-Winton, Microscopy with many good illustrations and further literature there. Analysis in Koenig, Food and Nutritional Resources. Hart's, Agricultural Seed Science. Hexastichum and four-road barley H. genuinum are cultivated. Also Hordeum disticum with var. Zeocrithum is grown extensively. In the French Code, there is mention of superficially peeled rye orge monde and completely deheshed orge perlé in the Dutch Pharmacopoeia. Fruit, Orde decortati, peeled rye. Plant, 84. Gramineae, Hordeae, from which also the two subspecies, six-road barley H. Wisner, raw materials with older literature there. Church Esterle. Anatomical Atlas and Church, Starch Analyses, Archives of Pharmacy, 188,485. A. Meyer, Arch, D. Farm, 1884, 912. 4. Frucht Horde, Rate, Rye, Orge Barley, Gers. In addition to several fungi that indirectly affect grain yield are Graminees, Puccinia graminees, Blumarum, in some varieties that do not fully convert to wheat. Puccinia simplex, Ustelaginid mushrooms, namely the two leaf blight species Usterlago hordae pers, H. sedulu, and Ustelago nudigens, Calet subdura. Also, Claviceps purpurea occurs on barley head. Fisher. The larva tunnels into the grains of wheat, barley, and rye, often appearing in masses. In some regions of Germany, this small butterfly has already become harmful. Orobina frumentalis L. The larva lives in the stalks of rye, barley, and wheat. 3. Fly. Cecidomia destructor, say the larvae, live in cereal stalks, like those of Orbona. Cytophilus oryzae L. The rice weevil. This beetle was dragged to Europe from the Orient with rice, but also consumes corn, wheat, and barley grains, and occasionally becomes harmful. The so-called spring corn is attributed to this beetle. 2. Moth. Galechia cerealela, olive larvae, feed on barley and wheat kernels. The barley fruits are tightly and firmly enclosed by two pallies, and do not fall out. Anatomical description in Church Esterle, Anatomical Atlas. For medicinal use, they are peeled. The seed shows 3 rows of allurone cells. The strength resembles that of wheat starch, but the large grains are slightly smaller, usually 15-30, most commonly around 25 microgram. Barley contains approximately 64.5 starch, 13.5 water, 1150 nitrogen substance, 2.1 fat, 1.5 sugar, 5.30 raw fiber, and 2.3 jangargles. Prepared barley flour, farina hordae preparata. Barley flour heated for 30 hours in a steam bath was formerly very popular due to its ease of digestion and is the precursor to what is known as children's flour. Sprouted barley forms the basis of beer production. CI P 1019 and is a starting material for preparing malt extract. Barley flour, obtained from dehulled grains to varying degrees, also plays a role as an ingredient in some children's foods, Timp's Forstgroats, Coben's nutritional powder, Gehring's lactin. Formerly, what is now called Heufelin's prepared barley flour was very popular among doctors. It was prepared by enclosing a larger portion of barley flour in a bag, suspending it in water for 14 hours with frequent replacement of the water then, removing it, discarding the slick outer layer, and pulverizing the core. Barley is called BTT in Egyptian hieroglyphic symbols reference. Lit. Muller-Winton AAO Hoops, AAO Great Monograph. Lermer and Holzner, Contrib. To the Knowledge of Barley, 1888, with 52 large full plates the fourth. The legume starch is found in the cotyledons of the seeds of beans and peas. It is not used medicinally. 470. Barley flour was used in ancient incense. CIP 1060, Alfida, which gave its name to the famous drug list, IP 639, was Hordaea flour. Barley was the main grain of ancient Indo-Germans, who according to Hoops had their ancestral seats in Central Europe west of the Königsberg-Odessa line before splitting into Asians and Europeans. Description of the seeds and starch in Church Esterle, Anatom, Atlas Tables 48, 49, and 53, in Vogel, Muller-Winton, Hanausek et al., Church, Starch Analyses, 1884. Toamodextrin group. When starch is treated with diluted acids or diastase, amylodextrin is initially formed. This substance was first isolated by Schulze, 1848. He named it amygdalin. However, Musculus 1870 discovered it and called it insoluble dextrin in water. The name amylodextrin was given to it by Walter Nageli, 1873, who also crystallized the substance in spherocrystals. Erythrodextrin and acrodextrin are impure amylodextrins, mainly contaminated with dextrin. Linkner's amylodextrin is highly contaminated with amylose Meyer, compared to amylose pure starch substance. The solubility in cold water is low. It dissolves better in 60 water, even better at 90. Boiling alcohol of 50 dissolves it thoroughly. The molecular weight is very high. The starch that turns red with iodine, sometimes found in plants, is a starch rich in amylodextrin. Meyer has the following properties. Amylose amylodextrin. Acetic acid gives a precipitate and gives no precipitate, even in 0.05. Solution a 6 solution. Tannin solution gives a precipitate gives no precipitate, even in barrel in 0.05. Solution 5 solution. As 5.6 g of 100 g amylodextrin dextrose D. In solution of Cano, 230, 195 pure amylodextrin crystallizes into needles, plates, and spherocrystals. It was first observed by Nageli 1858 in the seed coat of Chelidonium majus, then by Gris 1860 in glutinous rice oryza, sativa var, glutinosa, by E. Meyer in Panicum miliaceum var, glutinosum and sorghum vulgare var, glutinosum and sorghum vulgare var, glutinosum, and by me in the seed coat of Myristica fragrans, whose main component it is. Pulverized masses can be easily recognized in it. Troib found these starch grains that turn red with iodine in embryos, and Russo in phanerogamic parasites. These starch granules that turn red with iodine also contain dextrin and amylose. Walter Nageli. Contributions to the new knowledge of the starch group. Leipzig 1874. Shimoyama. Contributions to the knowledge of Japanese sticky rice. Agricultural Yearbook, 1886. Arth, Meyer, Starch Grains, 1895. I have named them amylodextrin starch granules. Bütschli considers them as a special carbohydrate similar to starch, amyloerythrin. They also include what is known as Florida starch cf. Carrageenan. Lit. Musculus. Journal of Chemistry 1869 and 1870, and Journal of Physical Chemistry 2. Church. Determination of the content of aryls from Myristica fragrans. Report of the Botanical Society 1888, 138. Article, Amylodextrin. In the Real Encyclopedia of General Pharmacy and Applied Anatomy. Euler, Fundamentals of Plant Chemistry, 1908. The only drug that belongs here is mastis, whose parenchyma cells are densely filled with amylodextrin starch granules, cf. Church, Anjou. Anatomy will be treated further back with Myristica, as the mastis is better classified among aromatics. In a sense, however, the Trehalomana P. But whether there is only one dextrin and the forms maltodextrin, erythrodextrin, acrodextrin, amylocellulose, etc. The literature on dextrins presents a desolate tangle, obscured by numerous contradictions, and for the time being entirely irreconcilable. Von Lippmann 1904. 147, which contains 2532 amylodextrin, and the red algae containing amylose, could also be included here. The sugary rice is only of interest to us as a starting material for a fermented beverage IP 1019. There is no clarity regarding the dextrin. We only know that it is a polysaccharide. Therefore, the now frequently reproduced formula CHO. HO only has a provisional character. Scraup assigned 1905 to erythrodextrin, a molecular weight of 1700 to 2000. Arthur Meyer recognizes only dextrin, and considers all acrodextrins as mixtures of dextrin with maltose or isomaltose. Pure dextrin by Meyer showed D192, and a cryoscopic behavior indicating a molecular weight slightly larger than 1223.25. It weakly reduces Fehling's solution. Dextrin was first recognized as a special substance by Vauquelin 1811, then initially investigated by Persaz and Payen 1833. Lit. Recent literature in Lippmann Chemistry of Sugars. A. Meyer, Starch Grains, 1895. Dextrin. The dextrins, dextrina sold commercially, are now usually obtained by direct heating of starch at 150–200, less frequently by the action of diluted acids or diastase on starch pastes. The representation of roasted dextrin, roasted gum, lecithin, which is now mainly traded and forms a yellow powder, is typically achieved by heating air-dried potato starch in rotating drums heated by hot water, heating moist starch in flat boxes at 160. For the production of acid dextrin, which presents as a white powder, the starch is mixed with 2,9-free chloric acid and some water, then heated in a thin layer at 110 in an air bath. More rarely, hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, or oxalic acid is used. The latter must be removed after treatment. The practical production of diastase dextrin, which is only occasionally carried out, involves treating the starch with malt extract at 60–75. Finally, the raw dextrin obtained in one of the aforementioned ways is purified by extracting it with water, precipitating it with alcohol, or evaporating the solution and drying the residue. Illustration: Fig. 73. Dextrinized potato starch. A in oil, the rest in water. This roasted dextrin, which we may consider a drug, should be properly called dextrinized potato starch. It consists of starch grains that exhibit all stages of dextrinization. After Churchow-Esterly, Atlas. Only roasted dextrin is used for medical purposes. For example, Pharm. Health explicitly excludes dextrin prepared with nitric acid or oxalic acid and so-called chemically pure dextrin. It states that the cold solution turns violet red with iodine, calcareous water, and diphenylamine show no reaction. Besides those that are still largely unchanged, we find others that have already been converted to amylodextrin strength, and yet others that have been entirely or partially transformed into dextrin. Fig. 73. Externally, the grains are only slightly altered, as when observed in oil, they still show the outline of the potato starch grains and, under a polarizing microscope, the black cross. 73 betrays that not everything has remained as it was. They dissolve in water, leaving numerous overlaid skins remaining, corresponding to the darker layers of the unchanged kernel. The longest resistance is shown by the middle portions of the grain. However, when placing the grains in water, profound changes become apparent. In the early stages of dextrinization, the split has widened, the innermost layers are dissolved, and the layering has become very distinct. In later stages, the outer layers, particularly those with higher water content due to dextrinization, succumb. They turn blue, violet, or red under iodization, thus being partly unchanged starch and partly converted to amylodextrin. Church-Esterly, Anatomical Atlas. Hamburg exported 22,631 Z of dextrin and roasted starch in 1908, and imported 21,839 D. France imported 84,187 kg of dextrin from Germany in 1908, and about the same amount from Austria, with little from Belgium and the Netherlands. Fourth, inulin drugs. The idea that inulin, first observed as a byproduct from an extract of Inula helenium in 1804 by Valentine Rose and named by Thomson, belongs to the polysaccharides is based on its production of fructose, enzyme inulase Borclo. The formula varies greatly. Yeast does not ferment inulin. Inulin does not reduce fueling solution, but it does reduce ammoniacal silver nitrate, rotates to the left, 36.57, Lescure and Morel, and does not color with iodine solution. The data ranges between Cho-6-Cho, Ho-Kiliani, Tanret, and Cho-Dul. Only Béchamp gives it the simple formula Cho. In any case, inulin is converted almost completely into D-fructose levulose, P7, by inulase. Not by diastase, Pichialin, emulsin, invertin, and by hydrolysis with diluted acids. Unlike starch, inulin is not stored in granular form within cells, but although hard to dissolve in cold pure water, it is dissolved in the cells. Drying the drug results in its separation into scales, while fresh plant parts immersed in alcohol separate into spherocrystalline forms, Fig. 74, which dissolve in concentrated sulfuric acid and also in hot water, but without forming a paste. It often represents strength as a reserve substance, particularly in composites, and neighboring families Campanulaceae, Lobeliaceae, Goodiniaceae, Dudeniaceae, Dutianae. It is found primarily in underground organs, but has also been observed in above-ground parts, for example, in Schicorium, Taraxacum. Furthermore, according to Chivastelon in Monocots narcissus, Hyacinthus, Allium, and according to Krauss in Violacea, Ionidium ipecacuana. In underground organs, the content of inulin naturally varies greatly depending on the developmental stage. Rundquist recently provided the following data on the inulin content of official roots. Artemisiae 966, R. Bardeni, 46.25, R. Carline 17.87, R. Sicori 18.5, R. Vare 17.4, R. Heleniae 35.1, R. Helene 35.74. Inulin spherocrystals. After Churchoesterla atlas, the best material for demonstrating inulin is the Dahlia tuber, the cheapest, Sicorium or Taraxacum root. See below. The inulin content of Sicorium and Taraxacum roots is primarily what determines their use as coffee substitutes. Pyrethry germ, 26.19, R. Pyrethry Roman, 35.66, R. Scorzonere, 31.64, R. Taraxaceae, 39.65, Ristzyrnike 5.5. The highest yields ever obtained were from Rad. Pyrethry over 50 Dragendorf, according to Coani, 57.7, as well as from Rad. Sicore 57.8, Mayer 79, Sayre, illustration, Fig. According to Tanrit, it is accompanied by pseudoinulin, inulinin, ilianthemin, and synanthrin in Allant, to a monography of inulin 1870. Detailed report on this in Arch, Farm Doge, 148, 1871-82. Prantl, on inulin 1870. Rundquist Pharmac, Notisblad, Elsingfors 1904. Further literature in Church, Applied Anatomy, in Lippmann, Chemistry of Sugar Types and Tollens, Handbook of Carbohydrates, Church, article Inulin, in the Real Encyclopedia of General Pharmacy. Wayfaring Tree already in Ortus Sanitatis Cars, S688, Wild Endive, Sonnenwirbel Adi. In Megenberg the Fern, P692, Sonnenwirbel, in Hildegard Wine, P669, Sonnenwirbel, in Albertus Magnus I, Pia. Some of these composite roots also belong to bitter substance drugs. Rad, Chicorée. Synonyms: Chicory root, Chicorée, Barbe de Capucin French, Wild Succory, Chicory English, Radicchio, Radisticoria Italian, Cicorée Wortel Dutch, Sigoria Hungarian, Sicorin Jury Finnish, Greek. Of these, all belonging here, only Rad. Sicorée, Rad, Taraxaceae, and Rad. Bardani will be treated at this point. Other root composites such as Rad, Helene Rad, Pyrethry, Wreaths, Arnicae will be discussed in appropriate places. The use of the drugs here dealt with as coffee substitutes is based primarily on their inulin content. 673. Cicoria sponsa soli. In the Alphido brand, P645, Cicoria, Electropia, Mira solis, Cicoria B, Solsequium, Incuba. Furthermore, Indlifte Hindlikte, Hundleifte, Wundleifte. Among the Arabs, Hindaba also used for endiv. In India, Kazni Persian, Indian Bazar Dimak, Persian, Tarkashkun also in Ibn Sina. In China, Kutukutsai, Kukutsai, Kukumatsai also for endivia. Sicoriae, Sicorinae sect. Eusicorium dc etum. The medieval names Solsequium, Eleotropia, Heliotropium, Mira, or Gira solis, Taraxacum, Valerianella, HCT, in the Middle Ages, Ambubea ambula, in Plinius, Ceres the Bitter, already mentioned in Dioscorides, Sicorium, from as in Theophrast, this from go and field not of Arabic origin, but perhaps from which the Arabic chicory by Forskel. From there, Cicorée, Chicorée French, Chicory English, and Cicorée Dutch, and in reference to sugar, Succory English, Succorai Dutch, Zuckerei in Westphalia. Furthermore, Sichurian in Mecklenburg, Sicari Eiffel, Intubus also Intubus, even Incuba Isidor, Itim, Intubus Graecum nomen est, Intubus Galso in Apicius, likely from cut, due to leaf-shaped cangizer. From there, the Arabic Hendube, Endivia, is the Italian form for Intubus. Ambubia see above is Syrian, and formed from ambui smell and biaful. It predominantly occurs on field and road edges, rains, and unbuilt areas. Its leaves somewhat resemble those of Taraxacum. See below, the lower ones toothed, the upper ones lanceolate. The inflorescence carries numerous blue cups. The calyx is two-rowed. The 5 inner leaves are fused at the base. In Hoffman, in Engler-Prantl, Natural Plant Families, Planchon Colin Ebid. Pathology. Numerous parasitic diseases have been recorded on Sicorium intybus, among which we mention Erythis shikorisarum, Phoma albicans, and Puccinia sicoriti. Bell.G. They also occur in many other robust plant stems. Beetle larvae are found on flowers. Cassida sanguinolenta, Faber. However, the extent to which these also affect the underground parts remains to be determined. Sclerotinia libertiana has been observed on Sicorium roots. Ed. Fisher. Regarding animal pests, Israel reports. Beetles. Anaspis frontalis fabra. The larvae feed on the stems of Sicorium, Inula conisa, and Eupatorium. Caculia lactucae, W.V., Cuculia, lucifuga, W.V. The caterpillars of these less common butterflies live on Lactuca and Suncha species, also on Daucus and Sicorium. The larvae skeletonize the leaves of Sicorium intybus and Sonchus species, possibly also other plants. 2. Butterflies. Cuculia umbratica. Elva black, nighttime caterpillar of this very common butterfly, lives on many plants, including Sicorium, Sonchus, Hippocaris, and others, preferably on the flowers and fruits. On Sicorium, the agile caterpillars of several howlers, Arctidae, and a whole host of polyphagous owl caterpillars, particularly from the genus Agrotis, are occasionally found. This black leafhopper often lives in enormous numbers on the softer parts of Sicorium, particularly sucking on the youngest shoots. Description of the drug. The dandelion root is collected from the wild, blooming plant in autumn. The simple or branched, spindle-shaped root, about 1.5 centimeter thick, is several decimeters long. Medically, only the root of the wild-growing plant is usually used. This wild chicory root is officially in France. The root of the cultivated plant is significantly thicker than that of the wild plant, and is therefore often cut into 2 or 4 longitudinal strips or thick cross-sections to dry it better. Anatomy. The bark makes up about of the total diameter. Here, the cambium line is also quite regular. Below, the wood core is still distinctly rayed, but the cambium line often runs irregularly in a curved path here. The wood core is devoid of rays. It is radially striped difference from Taraxacum. The wood body is yellow and clearly rayinous. The primary structure of the root is diarch. The primary bark, consisting of a few layers of cells, remains intact woody core. In the upper part, the rayinous construction of the wood body is very evident in cross-section. It contains a great deal of wood parenchyma, and within it, arranged in irregular further outward rows up to the cambium in interrupted radial series, are numerous spotted vessels that are usually bent along their length, often even twisted, very clearly segmented. The tissue of the broad ray cells differs little from the wood parenchyma in cross-section. Occasionally, not always, one finds within the wood, in the secondary phloem, groups of segmented milk tubes and sieve tubes lie arranged along radial rays. The milk tubes with 6-10 microns of the same radial ray form a densely branching network due to radial anastomosis. The outer part of the bark, lying outside the sieve tube ray vessels, is very loose. The cells here are tangentially stretched and tend to pectinate. In the upper parts of the root, this entire layer has died off and covers the root as a slightly abradable coat. Externally, there is a narrow cork layer consisting of thin-walled cells. All parenchymatous cells contain an inulin solution with drug inulin scales. The strong main root takes over the anchoring. The lateral roots are exclusively nutrient roots, Church and Radlauer. The Anatomy of the Leaves by Planchon Colin, lit. Muller-Winton, Microscopy of Food and Pleasure Substances, 1905. The inulin content in the wild-growing plant's root is sometimes only 11, while in cultivated plants it is 19 from Bibra. Rundquist Locke. Sitt gives it as 18.5. Cultivation significantly increases the content. Bogle, Food and Pleasure Substances, 1899, 334. Holford, Arch, Farm, 1889. Rosen, Wall Charts, Chemistry. The root contains inulin, sugar, pectin, and a unstudied bitter substance, as well as allegedly resin, tannin, and a volatile oil from vibra, with no starch. Dragendorf found in 1874.82, 36.53, 44.01, and 44.49, inulin in the rutin, pinulin in the July, early August, and early September, respectively. The content thus depends entirely on the vegetation period. The inulin content of the root can reach 57.79 of the dry substance amer. The fresh cultivated chicory root contains 72.07 to 79.2 water, 0.9 to 1.15 nitrogen substances, 0.6 fat, 0.66.1 sugar, on average 1530 nitrogen-free extract components. In the dry substance, on average, there are 84.37 nitrogen-free extract components. H. Schulze. Dried cultivated chicory root contains 6.8915 water, 10.5 to 22.2 sugar, 52.59 nitrogen-free extract components, and 3,5 ash husk. Storer also detected mannose during hydrolysis, so the membranes contain a mannan. The ash constitutes 10.88 of the dried drug at 105, with a water content of 12.6 tertiary. In the flowers, not in the root, Nietzsche discovered a nicely crystalline bitter glycoside, F. Taraxacum radices can be anatomically distinguished from Cichorium intybus. Belladonna radix and Hyoscyamus radix contain starch. Applications. Sprouts and leaves were a popular culinary dish. Plinius, 215-220. Cho torho, and also the aglycon of the same cho crystallizes. Lit. Older analyses by Jutsch and Planche, von Vibra, analyzed in Wittstein, Handbook of Pharmacognosy, 1882, communicated. D. Koenig, Food and Pleasure Products. A. Mayer, Annual Report of Agricultural Chemistry, 1883. J. Wolf, Botanical Central Bulletin, 1901, 8552. Chemical Central Bulletin, 1899 and 1999 and 1900. Dragendorf A.A.O. Nietzsche. On a new glycoside in the flowers of Cichorium intybus, 1902 to 1155. Misidentifications died. They are still used for this purpose, especially in France. Reyes is considered wild chicory to be more medicinal than cultivated chicory. The Arabs used the pressed juice as a universal antidote, Ibn Amra. In India, where the plant is cultivated, the fruits are used medicinally. The fruit was also one of the Quatuor Semina frigida minora. In an Austrian tax from 1776, there is mention of infusum suos sanguis chicory. The Italian Pharmacopoeia has included both the root and leaves. Hartwich Fisher, Farm. Praxis around 828. Even with cordis there is mention of a cire, e cicoreo, and a sirupus de cicoreo cum rabarbaro Nicolai Florentini. Fresh leaves, folia cicorei, feuillage cicorée. Chicory leaves are used, like the related endive, as a salad barbe de capucins. The dried material is a component of sirop de racemum camp, as well as sirop de rhubarbe camp. Dandelion is also listed in the Neep collection as a diuretic and stomach remedy. The plant's juice is used in a blood-cleansing cure. Externally, pillows are recommended for painful inflammations. History. The dandelion, or dandelions, is an ancient Germanic magical plant, 464, called Cichorium, and the tame C. endivia, in Egypt called Ceres. Around the wayfarers still today exist notions that spring from the ancient desire to humanize the plant, to equate it with man Igramont. This is cited in Vintler's Flowers of Virtue, 1411. The wayfarer was once thought to be a black sorceress. She is used in love spells. The chicorie discussed by Theophrast Hist, plant to 7, 11 generally. Horace calls it a food. My olives, my cicoria, and light malvus. Pliny discusses both types of intubi, the wild Cichorium intybus, in Egypt, where it was evidently highly valued I.P. Both were cultivated. Plinius mentions, as Dioscorides had already done, the use of the juice for eye conditions, which we also find in an ancient verse. The noble herb chicory makes a good appearance for the eyes. Jacob Mayland, around 1600, in Ibn Bathar, who calls the 1600 in Ibn Bathar, who calls the plant Hindaba, and dedicates a whole chapter to it. Dioscorides names the plant Ceres stenophilus and Epicros ceres, and distinguishes between the wild picris, also called chicory, and the domesticated garden chicory, of which he knows 2 varieties. He reports various things about its medicinal properties, especially in cases of stomach ailments. Lit. Pharmacographia Indica. Fruis, on the therapeutic value, etc., of Sicorium. Farm, Times, 1896. Chicory coffee. Sicorium intybus is cultivated to a considerable extent for the production of chicory coffee in central Germany, Magdeburg, Braunschweig, then at Freiburg, Ludwigsburg, and Heilbronn, in Belgium and northern France, as well as in India. 11,000 hectares are now cultivated annually with chicory. In 1909, there were approximately 500 chicory factories. Around 100 of these were in Germany. European annual consumption exceeds 20 million pounds. Consumption of C in Germany is 1.85 kg per person per year. Coffee, 2.38 kg. To prepare chicory coffee, the roots are washed and, often with the addition of fat, dried in open or closed trays or rotating roasting drums. The hygroscopic roasted chicory is usually mixed with water or syrup and pressed into molds. For information on the components of the unroasted root, see above P204. The content of water-soluble components varies particularly in commercially roasted chicory due to different roasting temperatures Kornoff, with a water extract ranging from 60.2 to 85.5 and sugar content from 8.20.3. As a result of numerous analyses, King provides the following percentages for roasted chicory. Water 11.76, nitrogen substance 735, ether extract 2.48, sugar fiber 1003, ash 499, water extract 63.33 oil. Germany imported in 1909 112,788 TZ chicory roots, almost all from Belgium, with some also from the Netherlands, and exported 20,605 Z, mainly to Austria-Hungary. Germany produced in 1907 for 5.75 million marks, Austria in 1906 for 3.73 million. France imported unroasted chicory in 1908, 1453 quintals, mainly from Belgium, a little from Italy and Algiers. To distinguish between chicory and dandelion coffee, the vessels of taraxacum are up to 80 microns wide and equipped with narrow, elongated dots. The vessels of Sicorium are up to 50 microns wide, with rounder Hartwich dots. For further information on chicory surrogates, especially beet coffee made from beet chips, see Moeller-Winton microscopy, Vogel, Food and Pleasure, Fisher-Hartwich, Pharmaceutical Practice. Roasted chicory root was already used as a pleasure substance, Hartwich, before the discovery of coffee alpini. However, this practice does not seem to have gained widespread popularity. In the 19th century, roasted chicory was first used by Timmy in Arnstadt. Major von Heine and C.G. Förster introduced chicory coffee in 1763 and obtained a privilege for growing and distributing the root in Prussia in 1770 molar. The first cultures were located near Berlin, Breslau, and Magdeburg. Between 1790 and 1797, 14 factories producing Prussian coffee Hartwich were established there. Chicory is the oldest and still most widespread coffee substitute. As a coffee substitute, roasted root has been used in Holland since 1690, and in Prussia it became established, thanks in particular to the efforts of Friedrich the Great, who favored all coffee substitutes ISS 1024 in France since 1771. Dorvaux, Legda, King, Food Products, Schulze, Agricultural Insurance Act 1866, 203. Nicolai, Coffee and its Substitutes, 1901. Bonke Reich, Coffee and its Relations to Life, 1885. Trillich, Coffee Substitutes, Munich, 1889 and 1892. Hartwich, Human Food Products. Numerous Sicurian analyses by Koenig, 4th ed. I 997, Vogel, Moller et al., etc. Middle High German. Pipo, Seuchnabel. Old Low German, Pimpan Soege or Sundistel. In Simon Seth. In Mattioli also. Dens caninus, Ambugia ambulea, also for Sicorium, in Gesner, Hieracium minus. Rad taraxacea. Sin. Dandelion root, pissenlit French, dandelion, blowball, cankerwort English, Pardebla mortel Dutch, Germaclanthe Vuker, Hungarian New Greek, Radis di Tarasaco Italian, in India, Duthal, Baran, Kanfu. Some of the very numerous German folk names are listed under etymology. Stem plant and systematic position Taraxacum officinale Weber, in Wig. Primo F.L. Holz. 56. Taraxacum officinale. Withering Wiggers, Taraxacum officinale withering Wiggers, Leontodon Taraxacum L. Vulgare lam, L. officinalis with Hedipnoa Taraxacum scup. The plant varies, a genuinum Koch, Leontodon Taraxacum Pol, B. Tarax, Glaucescens MB, CT, Corniculatum DC, DT, Alpinum Hop, et Taraxoides, Hop FT, Lividum Hoppe, et Taraxoides, Composite, Chicoria, Crepidina, etim. Taraxacum is likely from Arabic. Taraxacun, Taraxacuk, as per Ibn Baythar, Taraxshigan, Tarascon, a kind of wild chicory, Persian, Tarkaskun, as per Ibn Sina, adapted and derived from Greek vision disease and to heal. Cicoria, to which Taraxacum was also counted in Graubünden and Salzburg. It is still called Taraxacum, Cicoria in Bern, wild dandelion, or eye-healing remedies Cicorium. In Bach, tea is also known as eye root. Others derive the word from disturb and relate it to its purgative effect. Others from or wild lettuce, Hedipnoath from sweeten breath. Leontodon from lion and tooth, due to its uniquely toothed leaves, hence also the English name hawkbit hawksbeard. It was first translated into in dens leonices, so in Ortus Sanitatis, Alfida, and medieval medical books, Alfida also, Dolaround, and then into all other languages, lion's tooth, lion's claw, German, as in Bach, dent de lion, lion dent French, dandelion, lion dent French, dandelion, English, kettenbloom Dutch, dar, kettingbloom, because children form chains from the hollow stems intertwined, pussbloom, because children are entertained by blowing on ripe fruits with flying apparatus Kangieser. Munchschaft, Pfaffen, or Munchblatten as in Fuchs, in the Gothaer Arzneibuchwern, p. 680, Papenplatte. In medieval medical books, Caput Monachi, French, Couronne de Moine, due to the appearance of the bare fruit-free receptacle, Luften, Lichter, Lampen because of the flower clusters, Milchblume, Milchdistel, Milkrodel, because of the milky sap.r, due to its diuretic effect, Sakebloom, Pissbloom in Mattioli, and Anguillara, Piscianletto, French, Pissenlet, Dutch, Pissenlit Dutch, Pis in Tibet, Pissbloom, disdained due to its high frequency and nuisance, Notenbloom, Soybloom in Switzerland, Kuhbloom, Schäfchenbloom, Pferdebloom Pardonbloom, Hundebloom Dutch, Ansbloom, French, Daisy Lustbloom, Fiji Lustbloom, Butterbloom, Ankebloom, Dotterbloom so bad Bock wegen der gelben Farbe. Names like Röhrlingkraut, Gessner, Hort, Germ, Pfaffenröhrlein refer to the hollow stem. Erotic relationships hinted at. Pampelbloom, Bumbaumo UA plant description. The plant is distributed across the entire northern hemisphere, including the Arctic region, and is a nuisance weed in many areas of fields, meadows, and gardens. It occurs in Europe as well as North Africa, Central Asia, Persia, the Himalayas, India, China, and, possibly introduced, in North America, and extends northward to Greenland, Iceland, and Novaya Zemlya, reaching into the mountains as well. Illustration, Fig. 75. Taraxacum officinale. Basal leaf rosette, Rh rhizome, W main root, W lateral roots, from Karsten Altmann's Pharmacognosy. The habitus of the perennial plant varies somewhat depending on the location. The Arctic and mountainous forms T. paluster DC and T. nudum jord are, for example, smaller. In dry locations, dandelion forms a horizontally spread rosette of deeply toothed coarse leaves. In moist conditions, between tall grass, the large, delicate leaves stand vertically. The long, often deeply penetrating 5 centimeter and more root usually bears a short, sometimes multi-headed rhizome rootstock fig. 75. The lanceolate, bare or hairy leaf blades form a basal rosette, Their margin is saw-toothed dandelion. The plant does not have a winter dormancy. It continues to produce leaves even over the winter, hence the absence of bud scales. As protection for the young leaves, multicellular hairs may serve, which are formed in large quantities on their epidermis. A. Meyer, Karsten Altmans. The many-headedness is created by the development of lateral buds in the axils of the upper leaves after the death of the terminal bud. The stems are bare. They bear no leaves but only a flower cluster at the tip, whose bracts are linear and bent downward at the outer edges. All flowers in the cluster are hermaphrodite tongue flowers, yellow-golden in color, with a pappus calyx at the base of the crown tube. In the evening, or on rainy days, the clusters close up. The part between the ovary and the pappus lengthens when the crown falls off, and so eventually the hair crown, spreading horizontally, sits on top with a long stem that is 3 times longer than the fruit. The pappus parts of each fruit orient towards a hollow sphere, so that the mature cluster is round. The linear keel-shaped, ribbed, light brown fruits easily separate from the bald white fruit base, looking like a shaved head, or pfaffenplat, at maturity, and, as the pappus serves as a flight organ, are carried over long distances by aero currents, significantly contributing to the plant's dispersal. In Taraxacum, parthenogenesis occurs. The fresh root is brown-yellow, fleshy, and milky when injured. It shrinks considerably upon drying. The dried root does not exude milk. The fresh root breaks easily, making it difficult to dig up. The taste, which can be either sweet or bitter, varies greatly depending on the developmental stage, time of collection, and, as Flückiger suggests, while the root and the entire plant is rich in milk sap in spring, it is rich in inulin in autumn. The German Pharmacopoeia prescribes the root, with leaves to be collected in spring, before the blooming period, also in the Japanese Pharmacopoeia of 1907, Rad Dada, Taraxacum cum herba, while the Austrian Pharmacopoeia recommends collecting the leaves in spring, and the root in late autumn. Taraxacum is cultivated in India in the northwest provinces, especially at Saharanpur, for government sanitary establishments. We use only the wild-growing plant, collected in large quantities, e.g., in Thuringia. Alice Henkel, U.S. Dep. Agriculture 1906, No. 89, Eberle. Proceedings of the American Philosophical Association 1905. Holmes' Parent Plant, Farm, Journal 1965, 419. Collection, Elborn and Wilson, Farm, Journal 3 Nodal, Bergschmidt. Atlas T8, There the Forest. Literature, Pabst Kohler T5 and Bentley Tryman, Medicinal Plants T, 159. Gilg, Pharmacone, 360. Karsten Altmans, Pharmacognosy. Gideon Weidemann, Beiter Z, Morphol, D. Perigny, Beiter Z, Morphol D. Perigny. Gevexe, Dis, Marburg, 1871. Schubeler, Plant World of Norway, 1875. On these, Torula rhizophila corda subsp. Taraxacum desum is indicated ed. Fisher, on animal pests. Pathology on the above-ground parts of Taraxacum officinale, numerous parasites are known, such as Olpidium simulans, Syncytrium taraxacum, Veratheca humuli, Puccinia taraxa, humuli, Puccinia taraxa, and others, but these are unlikely to significantly damage the underground parts. On Trifolium species, etc. Bombyx trifoli, W.V. Bombyx rubi L. Crateronix dumi L. Crateronix taraxacum, W.V. Desicira facilina L. Pilosoma mendica L. Pilosoma mactifera B. Almost all polyphagous caterpillars, in particular a large number of owl caterpillars, gladly take dandelion as food in captivity. In nature, one finds many caterpillars on this plant that only occasionally feed on the leaves, but also readily consume any other plants. Some examples are mentioned: Zygiena filipendulae L. endula. Several Nemeophila and Arctia species live, among others, on dandelion. Mania mora L. also on willows, poplars, ephedra, barberry, etc. Hadena porphyria, sp. M. leucophia, W.V. M. serena, W.V. Several Agrotis and Polia species live on Taraxacum, further some Cuculia, Orodia, and Hadena species, etc. Among the sandworms, it is particularly Acidalia and Scuderia species that feed on the leaves of Taraxacum. The drug, like other inulin roots, is very susceptible to worm infestation, Anobium panaceum, et al. Occasionally, Tinea zea, the Indian meal moth Jackson, can be found in it. Description of the drug. Taraxacum belongs to the deep-rooted plants see above. The root is spindle-shaped, gray-brown, roughly longitudinally wrinkled with only a few or no lateral roots, forming simple or a few fibers, and bearing a rounded, transversely wrinkled root head rhizome at the top. This rhizome is usually quite short fig, 76 rhe. However, sometimes, if the plant, for example, has been covered with earth while plowing the soil, longer stretched rhizomes can be found. Older axis pieces are sometimes split by extensive periderm formation into more or less numerous interconnected strands. A. Meyer. After soaking and transverse cutting, the root exhibits a broad bark at least as wide as the wood body, in which one can already see with the naked eye, better under a lens, numerous concentric zones. Fig. 76.1, formed by groups of xylem and phloem tubes. The yellow, markless, undeclared woody tissue is either regularly developed as a solid central cylinder, or, especially towards the root base, and in thicker roots, irregularly fissured. P8. Pelv. ed. a fourth. The two primary ray cells are distinct in thin roots. The lens image of the rhizome cross-section. Fig. 76.2 shows a central pith, surrounded by a circle of vessel bundles, and in the broad bark the same concentric zones as the root. There are visible traces of leaf veins here and there. At the rhizome one can find the bases or scars of the deepest inserted leaves. Since mechanical elements are lacking in the root, it breaks off in a fractal manner. Illustration. Fig. 76. Taraxacum officinale. 1. Microscopic image of the root cross-section. 2. Microscopic image of the rhizome cross. After Churchow-Esterly, Atlas. The statement by Schrenck Annual Report of Pharmacy, 1887, 67 that the taraxacum root contains pith is based on a misunderstanding. He likely confused the rhizome part with the root. The root still bearing the leaf set is traded under the name rad. Taraxacum herba, lit Torre. Bentley on the characters of dandelion root, and the means whereby it may be distinguished from other roots certain composites. Farm, Jern, Sistate, 185,657, 385,657, 304 with illustration. Deceptions, rad. Cichore, as per Rusby, see above P page, is also called a deception. 204, and the root of Rumex crispus. Microscopic examination allows these additives to be easily identified. Giles, root of rough hawkbit Apargia hispida, substituted for taraxacum. Farm, Jern, G, 185,152, 107. Illustration. Fig. 77. Taraxacum officinale. Milk tube system of the root. After Church-Esterle. Atlas. Anatomy. The primary structure of the root, still discernible in delicate lateral roots of the drug, with a diameter of 0.12, 0.2 mm, is diarch or triarch. The primary bark is only 2 5-cell layers thick. It contains milk tubes, as do the primary septa. Typically, it is shed only when the root reaches several millimeters in thickness. The thick main root, from which the drug primarily derives, is covered externally by multi-layered pericambial cork. The secondary bark consists mainly of very regularly arranged radial rows of phloem parenchyma, produced by the cambium, where the thin-walled cells are elongated and all of equal length and height, thus forming regular radial rows in cross-section. Early on, the primary growth transitions into secondary growth. Even with roots as thin as 0.25 mm, secondary vessels are visible, which tend to be longer than the primary ones, and in a root that is 0.5 mm thick, the cambium ring is circularly closed. The primary bark often remains intact for a prolonged period. Within the secondary bark, there are 10-30 concentric circles of smaller groups embedded in the bark parenchyma, consisting of sieve tubes and vessel elements. The latter belong to the branched milk tubes, as they are characteristic of the Cichoriaceae family. They form a network that anastomosis in a tangential direction. Fig. 78, which, once a point on it is wounded by the knife near the fresh root, lets out its entire content. The abundant white milky juice thus released soon turns black-brown. In the drug, the content, dyed with alkanin acetic acid and containing protein, as well as the bitter substance taraxacinin and the gutta taraxacirin, is coagulated and has even become relatively resistant to alcohol. The milk tubes have a diameter of 12-22 m. Never do the milk tubes of two zones anastomose, always only those of the same zone in a tangential direction. In a root 4.5 mm thick, I count 9 circles. In one 6 mm thick, 14. Through these, the cortex gains its characteristic zonated appearance. The sieve tubes and milk tubes are approximately the same distance apart, both slightly narrower than the surrounding phloem parenchyma. The milk tubes far outweigh, making them the actual conducting organs of the secondary cortex. They are often provided with protrusions, Fig. 78, through which they frequently merge by resorbing the separating walls. Their grainy content can be clearly visible by immersing a fresh root in alcohol and staining longitudinal sections with iodine. This treatment also yields beautifully crystallized inulin Fig. 74. Aggregations of delicate, often dendritically branched needles and isolated branching needles, particularly striking in the large phloem parenchyma cells. Ray cells are not discernible in the cortex Fig. In the central wood, vessel rays are not visible. The formation of secondary wood occurs irregularly and not radially, or at least very obscurely radially, between the closely packed leathery or net-like thickened Fig. 79, 1045 micrometer wide, weakly sinuous along the length, and angularly contoured vessels lie narrow bands of wood parenchyma. In the center of the whole, one sometimes still sees the primary vessels with their thickening. Illustration, Fig. 79, Taraxacum officinale, a longitudinal section through the root, S-pits, male milk vessel, GF vessels, their replacement fiber. According to Church Esterle, Atlas, in the outer part of the secondary bark, the milk vessels are sparser and less regularly arranged. The milk vessels are accompanied by sieve tubes, whose segments are about as long as phloem parenchyma and cambium cells. In the groups of sieve milk vessels in the bark, one notices pectination of the middle lamellae. Die sekundären Gefäße sind unregelmäßig in das Holzparenchym und die Ersatzfasern eingebettet. Die kleinsten Gefäße sind spiralig verdickt, während weitere Gefäße Leiter- und Netzleistenverdickungen aufweisen. Die Phloem-Parenchym-Zellen zeigen bei Behandlung mit Chlorzinkjod oft eine feine Streifung, was den Eindruck von Ersatzfasern erweckt. Sie enthalten im Zellsaft gelöst Inulin, es oben ist Huamuanran, sehr selten Stärke. Beim mehrreigen Cambium liegt der Holzkörper, der selbst noch wenige zarte primäre Gefäße aufweist. Die Nebenwurzeln zeigen Heterorhiziat Church, Ernährungswurzeln und Befestigungswurzeln. Letztere besitzen einen zentralen Libreformenzylinder. Das Rhizom weist ähnliche Elemente auf, jedoch mit einem mehr oder weniger großen Mark, Fig. 76 Tutor. In der Stärkescheide der Blätter kommt Stärke vor. Milk tubes also occur in higher-order leaf nerves. Leaves bear 6-8-celled, thin-walled, often collapsed hairs, and on the ribs of the underside of the leaf, multicellular bristle hairs with spur-like bent ends granular. Hanstein, Milk Vessels, 1864, Fiji and Noix, Dipple, Origin of Milk Vessels, Rotterdam, 1865, Fig, Vitel, Dabari, Anatomy pp. 489, 519, 533 and 540. Flukiger Church, Fundamentals, Arthur Meyer, Scientific Drug Knowledge here Anatomy in Detail, Vogel Intercellulars and Milk Vessels in the Root of Common Dandelion. Proceedings of the Vienna Academy, 48, 1863, and Contributions to the Knowledge of Plant Milk Organs, Pringsheim's Journal of Botany, 5 and Food and Nutritional Sciences. Church Esterle, Atlas. Tovoznin, Contribution to the Anatomical Study of Roots in the Family of Composites. Thesis Nancy, 1884, with 6 figs. 647, Moeller, Winton and Church, Angue. Anatomy, Fig. 601, Chemistry. The main component of rad. Taraxacum is inulin, of which Rundquist, 1904, found up to 39.65 the claim by Serre, who stated he found 79.02 inulin, likely stems from a measurement error. Holford, Primary Arrangement of Roots. Archives de Physiologie, 1889, 481. Zernig, Medicinal Drugs, 1909. Schrank, Amer, Drug, 1887. Doma Drug, 1887. 187. 178. Powder, Kramer, Procam Farm, Isok, 8898. 398. 300. Anatomical illustration. Planchon Colline, Les Drogues Simples, the Figja. Koch detected 15.6 in commercial products, 5.2 in self-dug samples, along with approximately 1 saccharose, 0.46 glucose resin, and mucilage. Dandelion root, when focusing on inulin, should be harvested late fall, as it contains the highest concentration of inulin at that time. A rad. Taraxacea sample dug in October contained 2430 inulin, while one collected in March had only 1.7 Dragendorf. In place of inulin, during winter, sometimes there is starch dipple, and in spring, a sugar up to 17, and approximately the same amount of levulin. Young dandelion roots contain up to 20 of the non-sweet, optically inactive levulin chosinanthros, or inulose, Lefranc, Pop, Dragendorf, CP218. The cell wall constitutes 23.1 of the weight, with hemicelluloses accounting for 13.7, and the sugar appears to be formed in greatest quantity during the plant's most active growth period, and decreases towards autumn, but returns more abundantly in winter as the root becomes sweeter after the winter frosts than it was in autumn. Fat cultivation soil favors sugar formation Dragendorf. There is no doubt that the fresh, strongly milky root, especially when still bearing leaves, see above, it has a quite different effect from the dried root we first find in a tax from Hamburg in 1587 I, p. 818, and which is not as bitter as the fresh root. Wall. The bitter taste is most pronounced before and after flowering, especially in plants growing on poor soil. The extracts therefore have a very different composition, depending on whether they are prepared from fresh roots and herbs or dried roots, and whether extracted in March, July, or October Widman, Frickinger. The fresh white milky sap, which coagulates into a brown, crumbly mass leontodonium, is an emulsion of protein, resin, and a waxy body called taraxacin cho. The yield of extracts also varies greatly depending on the time of collection per era. According to Dieterich, the extract content of rad Taraxacea is 19.9, while L.A. Wall gives a value of 35 C below. Rubber pfaffs, as called by Kromeyer, and also contains the water-soluble, crystallizable squire, Stoddart bitter substance, the taraxacin polex, Kromeyer, on which the effect of Secuse ricins is presumably based. Taraxacin and taraxacerin, however, require further study. If we focus on the bitter substance, the root must be collected in July or March. The bitter taraxacin, which Sayre obtained from the chloroform extract in crystals it crystallizes from acetone, is present at 0.05 in the drug. The taraxacin's acid that forms during the treatment of amorphous taraxacin with Ho. Zweilenberg and Gomberg were unable, at least in roots collected in October and November, to detect any alkaloid, but they did find a non-alkaline substance with alkaloid reactions. It is accompanied by a sharp substance. Also, the waxy taraxacin cho was obtained by Sayre in crystalline form. Sayre also believed 1898 to have found 0.002 of an alkaloid, taraxin. Whether the calcium lactate that sometimes crystallizes out of taraxacum extract is preformed in the plant or forms later from sugar, Ludwig remains to be investigated. Smith, 1849, found particularly in fermented, but also fresh root extracts is likely a product that appears during processing. Armstedt believed he had found beeswax. The inosite found in the leaves, flowers, and stems of marmee is absent from the roots stile, maiche, yet Marmee believed it was present there as well. Sayre, 1894, found no difference in the drug content of taraxacin, resin, and reducing sugar, whether the plant was collected in the highlands of America or on the plain. The moisture content is 1340 Nig-RD. The ash content of the roots is 7.8 in spring and 5.5 in autumn Frickinger. The root dug in April yielded, after drying at 105.24 ash from Fluckiger and 4.85 from Karcher-Nagered ash analysis. Hauke found 6.857272. The upper limit is 8. The farm, os, requires no more than 16 ash in the leaves, and no more than 8 in the root. In the leaves, in addition to inosite, mucilage, sugar, and resin sprengle, leaves collected in May with flower buds contain 2.81 nitrogenous substance, 0.69 fat, 745 non-nitrogenous extractive substances, sugar, and 1.9 ash store and Lewis. The September root contains the most taraxacin, the March root yields the most extract, the August root contains the most inulin, and the October root has the most levulin ser. Widman, Buchner's Repertoire 43 1832, 281. Frickinger, Comparative Analysis of Roots Collected in Autumn and Spring, Report 2345, Pharmaceutical Annual 1840, Buchner, there, 1841. T. and H. Smith, with Wilson and Stenhouse, on the extraction of mannite from the root of dandelion. Chemical Works, R. and in Gemelin, Handbook of Chemistry de Sude, 1827, and Squire Brandy, Dictionary of Materia Medica, 532. Café, System of Materia Medica Visitst, Polex, Archives of Pharmacy, 19, 1839. 50, Pharmaceutical Journal Line, 425. Jurgens, Dissertation Dorpat, Dragendorf A.A.O. The dandelion coffee used as a substitute for chicory contains 846 water, and in the dry substance, 65.74 watery extract, 1.53 sugar, 18.64 crude fiber, and in the ash water soluble 3.2, insoluble 4 cornmeal. Chemistry. Older Analyses by Delius de Taraxacco. Erlangen, 1754, John Chemical Examination of Dandelion Milk. Pharmaceutical Journal 884,849, 480. Schweitzer, Chemical News II, Archives Farm, 1861, 380. Ludwig, Arch. D. Farm, 17, 1861. 18. Marmé, Lieb, Anne, 1729, 1861. 15. 188,485, Dort D. Elterelite, Kromeyer, Arch. Farm, 1861. 6. Und die Bitterstoffe, 1862. Sayre, Alkaloid Constituents of Taraxacum, Proc. Jahres B. 1892, 76. Bott, Jahresberg. Dissertation, Zurich 1900. Storer, Chem, Central B. 1902, 1155. Avonhill West, Drug. Zwauenberg und Gomberg, Amer, Jern, Farm, 1899, 500 Pro CAM, PHS, 1899, 305. 18, 187,071, 882. Rundquist Farm, Nordistal, Helsingfors 1904, Koch Amer, Jern, pH, 1892, 65. Farm. The sap of the fresh spring-dug whole plant is still used in so-called blood-purifying spring cures, and has long been considered a remedy for liver ailments. The effect is likely due to taraxacin. 1905 Literature Review. Also see Flückiger-Hanbury Pharmacographia and Flückiger, Phytochemistry, Application. Due to its diuretic effect, see above, Lobelius already referred to the plant as Herba urnaria, while others called it Ceres. Taraxacum is also listed in Knight's Remedies as a treatment for hemorrhoids, liver ailments, etc. The juice of the fresh plant is also effective against jaundice. In Iceland, the fresh roots are fried and eaten schubeler. In England, young leaves are used as vegetables. Roasted roots serve as a coffee substitute. The main component in this case is inulin, see above. Dandelion cocoa is a mixture of ester, taraxacum, and soluble cocoa stoddart. History. The Greeks and Romans paid little attention to the plant. It may be the perdition described by Theophrast Parkinson. Theater, Botan. The Aphaca mentioned by Theophrast, Dioscorides, and Plinius cannot have been taraxacum, although the name Aphaca was indeed attached to the plant in medieval times, and it is now called Picrofac in Greece, P27. The interpretation of Aphaca as Vicia craca, or Lathyrus aphaca, seems more likely, as it lies between Lens and Pisum. The description of Hedipnoes as a type of chicory found in Plinius suggests taraxacum, a name also present among the plant synonyms in Fuchs T680 and Gesner. The Arabs' raises, Avicenna used the plant under these names, which evolved into Taraxacum, first appearing again in Lobelius and Lanicerus fluciger. In Ibn Bathar, the plant known as wild chicory is called Taraxacuk or Marurija. Simon Seth, 11th century, provides extensive information on its medicinal properties. In the Pensao Kang Mu, p. 519, Taraxacum is listed among gentle, viscous plants. Fuchs and Bach depicted the plant, as did Linné, who in 1762 chose the name Leontodon Taraxacum. Dandelion was dedicated to the love goddess Freya. It remains so today, e.g. a margau used by girls as a love oracle and beauty aid. In Switzerland, it is known as kiltbloom. In the Hamburg Apothecary Ordinance of 1587 S. 818, it is listed as Rad Taraxaconus. As substitutes for Taraxacum, the Pharmacographia indica Lanea pinnatifida cas, Tagates erecta lin, Anaphylis nilgeriana D.C., Cardius nutans L., and Calendula officinalis L. According to Dimmock in India, Brachyramphus sonchifolius D.C., and Microhinchus sarmentosus D.C. According to Dragendorf in China, Taraxacum sinens D.C., and T. levigatum D.C. rad, Bardane. Burdock root, Glauteron, Bardane French, Boer, Burdock English, Clistach, Gobo, Kitakisu, Uma Fuki Japanese, Zeta Koroki Aino, Talitsu, Ninfanchinese, Sin An Chinese. According to Sprengel History of Herbal Medicine. The Apparine of Theophrast History of Plants 7, 14, and the Artean of Dioscorides. The Artesian in Codex Constantinus is undoubtedly an artium, not verbascum alternative. Latacha, Cleda, Kleba, Pleta, Kleba, Letice, Letica, Pletecha, Medieval German, Bures, Sumerlatich, Modern German, Clive, Crotonblader. The numerous ancient German names indicate that the plant was much observed in the Alps, also in the Middle Ages. Lapa e.g., with Isidora Lapathum personata. In Alfida Roy, p. 642, it is mentioned as Bardana, Lapa Major, Lapa Inversa, Clote, Burr, Girt. Lapa Major Bardona is distinguished from Lapa Incisa Agrimonia and Lapa Caprina. With Hildegard, the Lapa is also called Cleta. Lapa occurs with Albertus Magnus I, p. 673. Bardana is found in Cordis Warren, p. 797. Bardane and Clive in the Gothair, Arsnabuk, Worth, p. 679. Stampflanza and Systematische Stellung Arctium, L. Lapajus. The genus Arctium has 4 species, which are also only considered as varieties of a basic form Arctium, Lapa L. Shins and Keller maintain the species, Arctium tomentosum lam. Schrank A. Bardana W. Lapa tomentosa lam. Heads densely hairy, woolly, bristly, inner husk leaves with a straight prickle tip, almost radiant. Arctium Lapa L. From Part A, Majus Schrank. Lapa L. From Part A, Majus Schrank. Lapa officinalis O. L. Major Gerton. Very large, up to 3 m. Heads densely hairy, husk leaves green, bare, baskets walnut-sized. Arctium minus Schrank. Lapa glabra lam. L. minor D.C. Heads grape-like, husk leaves reddish at the tip, slightly bristly. Arctium nemorosum. Lejeune, Lapa macrosperma Waller. L. nemorosa kern, with rootly curved branches. The last mentioned species in Central Europe, the other 3 widely distributed in Europe and Asia, for example in Japan, commonly on rubble and in village streets, along roads and hedges, introduced into North America. Illustration, after Hoffman in Inglerprantel, Plant Families Vorf 4, 5 319, Composite Cinerae Carduina, Burr D. Bora, which is related to Borit. And Borste, less likely to me are derivations from slime, although in the French, names Glautron glutinosus, Adam, Lapa lapathum from to grasp, perhaps related to the Celtic lap, lap hand, because of the fruits that cling to clothing, a property that gave it the Greek name quodvestibus, hominum enharet obi asperitatum, says Isidore, and the German name Klet, and may also be connected with the French name Grateron, from gratter to scratch, and the English name Bur-en. Reminds of broad leaves, oreille de géant giant's ear, as well as many folk names C. Pritzelgessen, and also in English burdock, from which perhaps the late Latin Bardana rose, something similar. Doc, Anglo-Saxonic doce, is the name of several broad-leaved perennials, cangiser. The derivation of bardana from barda Italian horse blanket, or even from the bard's Wittstein seems adventurous. Arctium, perhaps from bear due to its woolly appearance. Japanese names Seta dog and Uma horse for plant names, like our dog's tongue, horse chestnut, etc., half derisive due to their common occurrence. Perhaps kekel was the ancient Jewish ori, S489 dandelion root. Culture. The plant is cultivated extensively in Japan, and the root is eaten as a vegetable by all social classes. The plants are biennial herbs with long, spindle-shaped roots and upright branching stems that can grow over a meter tall. The large, thick leaves have toothed edges. The spherical flower baskets have hooked, curved outer petals. The fact that the flowers are enclosed within the calyx was already noticed by the ancients. In Plinius it states, "Notable and adhering to the calyx, because the flower is born in it, not evident, but hidden inside and sown within, like animals that give birth within themselves. The root is collected in the fall of the first or spring of the second year. It is finger-thick, dark gray-brown, with a grauous inner core, often with a spongy, fibrous center, and has a fresh, strongly narcotic odor similar to poppy head's Wittstein. Dried, it is virtually scentless and tastes bland, slimy sweet. In the center is a white, spongy tissue formed from dead cell tissues, called false heartwood berg. In the second year, the tissue of the ray vessels is more or less destroyed, leaving only spongy remnants of the bark and plates of xylem covered by parenchyma tissue layers. She often wears a white-hued mane. The clearly radially built root has narrow vessel rays, ray parenchyma, and plenty of wood parenchymatous tissue in the wood trunk. In older roots, libriform granular parenchyma can be found. The vessel rays continue outward as keeled sieve tubes. The endodermis remains intact. It contains plenty of inulin up to 57 Kellner, 70 Weckler, 632 sugar, Niger Duro, 0.065 volatile oil. A general analysis was performed by Weckler, who found 5 glucose. The fresh roots contain 73.8 water, 5.6 nitrogen, and 10.5 ash, Nitobe. In the fruits, Trimble found a bitter glycoside, lapine, pathology. On animal pests of the plant, Israel reports a Grotis stigmatica Hubner, caterpillar on Lapa, Lactuca, Plantago, Primula, June species, and other lower plants, Plesia gamma L. The caterpillar of this most common of all moths is polyphagous. It occurs frequently on Lapa species, occasionally in clover fields and beet fields, causing severe damage. Plesia iota L. Also a caterpillar on Anthemis lonicera, Vaccinium, Lamium, etc. Plesia chrysitis L. In addition to Lapa species, also on various other plants, Dipsacus pilosus, Urtica, Stachys, etc. Polia flavicincta, W.V. Caterpillar on Lapa, Artemisia, Rumex species, etc. Polia polemita L. Caterpillar, usually in small numbers on Primula, Lapa, and other lower plants. Poliaceae. L feeds on various cruciferous plants, such as Lapa, Aquilegia, Gallium, Sonchus, Lactuca, and others. Gortina flavago W.V. Ochracea H.B. The larva of this beautiful butterfly lives in the stems singly, or rarely in groups on a single plant of many nutritious plants. It prefers different plants in various regions. In Thuringia, it mainly feeds on Lapa species, but also on Sambucus, Verbascum, Valeriana, Scrofularia, Petasites, Circium, Cardius, and others. The larvae of this moth live in the flower bed of Lapa species and other composite plants, feeding on seeds. In dry Radix bardanae, the larvae of Anobium panaceum and striatum, as well as those of Pinus fir and Pinus latro, thrive. The root quickly disintegrates due to worm damage. Conchylus posterana HFG. Larva feeds on flower heads of Lapa and Circium species, as well as other composite plants consuming seeds. The Prosaria species. Various Deprosaria species live in the flower heads and stems of Lapa species and other composites. Parasia capella L. It is recommended to let goods obtained through trade, which are often already infested with caterpillar larvae, rest in a wooden or metal box with evaporating chloroform for some time before storing the absolutely dry roots in well-closed metal glass containers. This precautionary measure is particularly recommended for all umbelliferae roots, and other drugs containing volatile or fragrant substances. Israel. Application: nettle root has been used as an old remedy for hair growth for unknown reasons. Botany is also a component of spec. Lignorum, the so-called blood-cleansing tea. The seeds were once appreciated as a diuretic and, according to Linné Med, as a purgative. The clet is also listed in Kneipp's Remedies, where both the leaves and the roots play a role. The Klettenwurzel is still demanded by the people today, and in Bernese it is called Harbal or Harwaxwurze. Could this not be a signature, and has the strong hairiness of the plant made it into a hair growth remedy? Medicinally, it is particularly used in North America as a diuretic, laxative, and sudorific. Knepp also claims the hair-promoting effect of the root infusion. Confusions with rad, Belladonni resinus, and the root of Symphytum officinale L. are mentioned. Litt. Berg, Pharmacognosy, Luerth, Wittstein, Handbook of Pharmacognosy, p. 408. Inizo Nitobe, burdock as a vegetable. American Journal of Pharmacy, 1897, 416 also includes an ash analysis. Illustration in Bergschmidt's Atlas, 13, Planchon Collins Simple Drugs, Figs, Trimble and McFarland, Examination of Burdock Fruit. American Journal of Pharmacy, 1885, 127, Trimble, The Bitter Principle of Burdock Fruit. American Journal of Pharmacy, 1888, 79. Anatomy of Archeum lapa fruit, by Gertz, Construction and Development of Composite Flowers, Dissertation Bern, 1905, and Ebert's Contributions to Knowledge, Die Chinese Medicine. Test Zurich, 1907, v. Lavender drugs. Lavulines or synanthroses behave to inulin as dextrins do to starch. 654 and 655. Vogel's Anatomy Atlas, and Harrell and Bonnet's Manipulation Plate v. Church, Anatomy, p. 117. Anatomy described in Zernig's Drug Plants. Kellner, Land W. Versuchstat, Voldy 30, 1881, p. 42. Nygerd, Farm, Notical, 1909. They are probably lower members of the same condensation type. Lavulines are often found in significant amounts in Taraxacum officinale C above. This. Tritis drugs. Tritisin H. Muller is also classified as a polysaccharide, since it yields fructose upon hydrolysis, with diluted acids and the action of diastase not invertase. It splits fructose off even during cooking with water. Its formula is given as Cho-6-Cho. It has been found not only in Triticum repens, but also in the root of Draconiana australis. It rotates to the left, is non-fermentable, and barely reduces Fehling's solution. It also bears the character of a reserve carbohydrate. Stolones graminis, rad, agropyri, rad, Sinagrostis rad, graminis albi, S. arvensis, S. canini, S. officinarum, S. repentis, S.F. It may be identical with Irisin Wallach, Flein, and Graminin Ekstrand and Johansen Tollens Keller, however formulated by Ekstrand and Moselius. Graminis, Sind, vulgaris, quackens root, grass root, field grass, cornfield, ditch, pale, seed, ryegrass root, small broom dog's tooth, common broom of Gramont, creeping or officinal broom, originally perhaps Synodon dactylon French, couchgrass, quitchgrass, quitch, grass, grass, q.u. Root, dog grass, quitch English, wheatgrass, grasswortel Dutch, Gramina Italian, Gramena, Grama Spanish, Greek, Old German Quecca, Middle High German Graesch, Graeche, Gras, in Hildegard. Verlolium timulentum, in Dutch herbals, Giers, in Cortus, Grass Kecken, in Tabernae Montanus, Gramen caninum arvense, caninum quod grisis, Dodd, caninum vulgare, lucdun, graminis primidioscur. Common names: Alescher, or apothecary grass, Batigras, Bochwurze, Fegwurz, Giechbern, Gramen Wallace, Hunsgras, Notfliegras, Notengras, Kriechweisen, Laufkecken, Perde Niederlaus, Quetch, Wretchgras, Sandclever, Suckerwoodle, Schnurligras, Spolwurz, Weisswurz, Wormgras, Woolband, Zwecken. Species: Major, Thalio. Some authors assume that Agropyrum repens is the Greek, the Roman Gramen, and the Radix canaria, see under History, and perhaps also the Radix agriae of Steppe. Magnates, the Kutsami of Ibn Bathar, and the Seal. In Chinese, The grass root is called Xiaohuan Chai, or Maha Dragendorf, Ectum, Triticum S184. Synonymy of Agrostis, at Dioscorides and also later insertions. Agicon goat plant, Hamaxitis, Egyptians, Anufi, Acifolium, Sanguinalis, Viola, Spanish, Aparia Dacians. In Ibn Bathar too is mentioned El Nadshim or El Nadshir. Quack from Quecca, quick alive, mobile, refers to the mobility and growth of the rhizome as related. Queck, kecken, queeka, quetch, quitch, quitch, queekgrass. The knotted stem structure is recalled by names like Nepphlegras, button grass, repens due to the long creeping rhizome. Thereafter also names like Schnurligras, Snurligras, Seinengras, Tendonsgrass, Thulwurt's twistroot, as well as pedif and pedicreeping, related to path, petten to tread, pedigras creeping grass, pedengras pedengrass, pedensal peden zest, pear, chiandant dogtooth, as sick dogs are said to eat at litre, perhaps only contemptuously, like Dogras cangisa. 102 Triticum repens L. Bromus glaber scop, Elemus dumatorum, Hoffum. Varieties, Vulgare dole, Aristatum dole, of which also a species, Var dumatorum Schreber var, Valentianum vulfen, var, Valentianum, vulfen var, Zapium thul, Magistul, Balcum dul, Cesium peter, Bacum dul, Bauten. 2. Systematic position, Graminae, Horde, distribution. Illustration, Fig, 80, Agropyrum repens. Rhizome creeping stem, K knuckles, J in internodes, NB lower leaves, W roots. Church-drawn description of the main plant. The common chickweed forms long, creeping rhizomes that can extend several meters underground, characteristic of a creeping stem, with a rough, sharp lower leaf knops fig. 80 at the tip that allows it to bore through denser soil layers and even tree roots. The chickweed is distributed across Europe, North Africa, Asia, Siberia, Afghanistan, up to 3,000 im on the Demavend and North America to Patagonia and Fuerland. She is a common weed found in fields and along paths, especially on sandy soil northern Germany and cultivated land, due to the entanglement of the soil by its numerous roots. Fig. 80. Occasional above-ground axes develop from the axils of the lower leaves on the creeping stem. The round stalk is distinctly knotted and hairless. It can reach a height over 1 meter, but usually remains much shorter. The linear leaves, inserted at the nodes, have a rough upper surface and possess a sheath up to 10 centimeter long, with very small bladder-like sheaths. The terminal flower spike is 10-13 centimeter long. The cone pressed together and alternately hollowed out on the right and left sides, zigzagging back and forth. The spikelets are usually 5-flowered, with 2 husk bracts glooms shorter than the spikelet, canoe-shaped, lanceolate, acuminate, finely fringed at the margin. The lower pallia inferior acuminate or lobed, 5-nerved, the upper pallia superior thin, 2-keeled, fringed with short hairs on the keels, and ovary body lodiculae only about 2 mm long. The egg-shaped fruit knot at the apex is hairy. The fruit is 6-7 mm long. Lit. Illustration Berg-Schmidt, Atlas the Second, Talis Tide, Pelk, 139 for the floristic literature. Pabst Kohler, Medicinal Plants, PL 86. Nies van Essenbeck, PL Med, T32. Haeckel and Engler Prandtl, Plant Families, Ermisch, Bott, Zeitcher, 1859-56. Drug description. The rhizome is occasionally dug up from spring-sown fields affected by it, cleaned of earth, freed from roots and stems, and then cut. 100 parts fresh rhizome yield 40 parts dry drug. Illustration. Fig. 81, Agropyrum repens. Microscopic image of a cross-section of the rhizome. After Berg, Atlas Star. The occasionally repeatedly branching rhizome is 2-3 mm thick, rarely thicker up to 4 mm, fresh with a round cross-section, greatly shriveled when dried and provided with longitudinal plates, straw yellow, with a glossy surface. 81. The internodes are about 5 cm long, and others, which may also indirectly damage the rhizomes. On the rhizome itself, Coniosporium rhizophyllum for sect is given as a parasite, which may be a secondary form of Ophiobolus. At the nodes sit 2 rows of alternate scale-like, frayed at the edge lower leaves fig, 80 NB, in whose axils buds occur, and on the underside some roots. These latter are absent from the internodes. Grassroot has a bland, slightly sweet taste. Pathology. On pests of Agropyrum repens reports Pressaed E. Fisher. On the upper parts of Agropyrum repens live various parasitic fungi, such as Erisif graminis dc, Ophiabolus herpotrichus, sac, Leptospharia, Conmifaga fora l'estadele, aviale canefacte, Pilacora graminis ftcl, Pocinia graminis pers, statual. Beneath the thick-walled epidermis, consisting of alternating elongated cells with wavy thick walls long cells, and two short cells with thin dividing walls, lies a multi-layered, thick-walled prosenchyme hypoderm, embedded in the thin-walled tissue of the parenchyma layer fig. The vessel bundle cylinder comprises one or two rows of collateral bundles, embedded in libriform bast cells from which the smaller ones adjoin the endodermis, while the larger ones are slightly pushed inward. 82R are several sixth smaller bundles with strong bast cell activity Rb, and few bundle elements. The endodermis cylinder or sheath K consists of cells almost square in cross-section, thickened internally, and on the sides. They exhibit the typical structure of monocotyledon bundles, two large spotted vessels, between them a spiral vessel, and an outer sieve tube. The inner part of the pith is atrophied, the outer in the vicinity of the bundles retaining some cell rows wide M. Fig. 82. Illustration. Fig. 82. R. Pericycle, RB vessel bundle, K. endodermis, GFB vessel bundle M. Pith. From Church, Applied Anatomy. In the nodes, the structure becomes more complex. From this cross wall, the vascular bundles arise in both directions, namely towards the two stem segments separated by the node, and take on a vertical course. These vascular bundles form loops from which, first in horizontal direction, the vascular bundles that penetrate into the compartments and roots emerge burged. Triticum repens has anchoring and nutrient roots. The roots, when 0.3 mm thick, are non-arch. The endodermis soon thickens considerably, and the sclerosis also affects the adjacent tissue of the primary cortex Holford. Lit. The nodes consist initially of a cross-arrangement of parenchyma, in which, however, not only do the vascular bundles of the lower stem segment converge, but also those of the following ones take their origin. Both form a wall on both sides that encloses the parenchyma, but are again accompanied externally by the parenchyma of the pith, consisting of short, horizontally running, dotted vessels. Berg, Anatomical Atlas of Pharmaceutical Botany, 18th century. Perel and Bonnet, Manipulations of Medicinal Botanicals, 1891, Plate V8, A. Meyer, Drug Chemistry, the 143rd page. Olfert, Archives of Pharmacy, 1889, 505. Church, Anatomy, 1889, 505. Church, Anatomy. Figure 436. Mulberger and Hellstrom on the Structure of Rye Roots. Northern Pharmaceutical Journal, 1896. Chemistry. Marggraf did not obtain any crystalline sugar from the rhizome of sorghum, although Graf 7 lots out of 20 pounds did. Pfaff found crystalline grass-root sugar, whose solution gelled, and which Berzelius believed to be mannite. Mannite likely does not occur in fresh or well-dried rhizomes. H. Miller, A. Meyer. Rebling gives a sugar content of 22. Others found much less, for example. Daisler in winter rhizome, only 0.6 levulose. This finding was partly confirmed by Volker, but it appears doubtful whether mannite is preformed or only secondary in nature. Stenhouse found neither mannite nor crystalline sugar, but potassium oxalate, and fermentable amorphous sugar. Ludwig considers the grass-root sugar of Pfaff to be a mixture of calcium lactate and mannite. Ludwig and Müller found in 1872 a strongly left-rotating sugar-fruit sugar, a right-rotating sugar, not cane sugar, and unusual by splitting producing left-rotating gum that is not affected by vinegar. This alcohol-precipitable, not sweet quicksilver gum was named triticin, see above by H. Miller, 1873. Triticin, which already passes into fruit sugar through cooking with water, and represents the reserve substance of the rhizome. Whether it corresponds to graminin, see above P. Miller, who carefully examined and described the triticin, obtained 3.52 from a sugar-richer, 7.7 from a sugar-poorer Riz. Gramineae. Keller received 5 from rhizomes collected in October. The sweet taste of the drug does not come from triticin, but from sugars that seem to occur more abundantly in the rhizome, especially in spring. Later investigations then showed H. Muller that exclusively fruit sugar, no dextrose, and no cane sugar was present in Riz. Gram occurs, and that the content thereof is 2.45333. Also, inositol is also proven thick. It is also sweet. 218, which Ekstrand and Johansen obtained from the rhizomes of Phalaris arundinacea, Phleum pratense, and the tubers of Dracaena australis. Investigated. Triticin is accompanied by 1050-11.5 of a nitrogenous gum stickstoff haltogen gummus mucilage, which requires further examination. Farshud gives, besides 3 crystalline and 4 uncrystalline sugar, 13.9 starch, and describes the grains that turn blue with iodine in detail 1877. I never found strength in the quackgrass root. Neither A.E. Meyer nor Barrel, the farmer, found strength or oil in it. However, Barrel is said to have produced about 65 kg of flour from 100 kg of rhizoids and used it as animal feed. It seems there is a mix-up with Cynodon dactylon, whose rhizome contains starch. The peculiar starchy substance described by Ruberdine is likely triticin, according to Wittstein. Hermstedt believed he had detected tannin, while H. Miller identified malide. Pectin and resin are absent, as Flukiger notes. Rhizograminese contains 12.8 water and 3.40 ash in the dried product at 105 Nier D. H. Miller obtained 450, while Hauke found 2.72 to 2.95 ash. In the rhizome of Cynodon dactylon, Samola discovered cynodin, possibly asparagine, or a similar compound. References: Margraft, Jim, Schrifte 70-70-67. Graft, Tromst, Dern, 1867, 271. Pfaff, Sist, Demat Med, 1808. 1808. I, 198. 1821. Zix, 110. Stenhouse and Chem, Farm, 41. 354 Farm. Yarisberg, 1844, 26. Volker and Chem, Farm, 59, 1846, 380. Ludwig Arch, Farm, 1857. Detailed analysis in H. Luller on the composition of quackgrass Triticum repens. Arch Farm, 870, 51. 108 Muller, Plauschu. Études sur le chien dans Triticum repens. Journ, Farm, Chimto. 1877. 389 also includes an ash analysis. Rebling Arch, Farm, 1855-15, H. Miller, on the sugar of grass roots and on triticin, a new carbohydrate in the rhizome of Triticum repens. Arch, Farm, 1873. A. Meyer, Drogink, to 46 Keller. Wittstein, Handwörterbuch, A.W.V. Reidemeister, Contributions to the Knowledge of Levulin, Triticin and Sinistrin. Dis, Dorp, 1880. Piazzi, F. Russell, 1880. Ekstrand U. Johansen, Baer, D.D. Schem, Jess, 1887. 3310, U. 1888. 594. Wallach, Lalick Lieb, Ann, 234. 1886. 374. Opper. Min, Dijof. Semola, Napoli, 1841. Chem, Yaresby, 1845. 535 Delecinodina, a new organic product found in common Graminia Cynodon dactylon. Lippmann, Jimmy, Der Zuckerarten, 1904. Rhizomes of Carex arenaria Elris. Caricis, Carex disticha Huds. C. intermedia good, Carex herta L. And other Carex species are marked. The rhizoidal layer has large air spaces illustrated by Berg, Anat. Atlas T8 in the gray-brown rhizome of Carex arenaria, which is covered with long, torn, brown lower leaves. The runners of Lolium perenne possess roots also on the internodes. I have never found them in the drug. Instead, in 1909, I often found considerable quantities of stems mixed in with the drug, which, however, could be easily recognized anatomically. Berg, Pharmacognosy, 1879, 97. Moberger and Hellstrom structure of Rees, grammed. Air spaces are absent in the red-brown rhizomes of Carex herta that also contain starch, including in the bark. They are lacking in C. disticha. Moberger and Hellstrom consider the size and shape of endodermal cells as the best distinguishing feature. Graminis 24-30, Beir, Rees, Caricis, 814, Bicarex distica, 1012, Mike Porta. And its substitutes, Nord, Pharmaceut, Tidsker, 1896, 114 Farm, Zeit, 1896, 437, Use, popular blood purifier and diuretic in folk medicine. In medicine as Malago fluid extract and tisana, especially still much used in France. In Germany also as an extract. Doc is also on the NIP list of remedies as a uric and sweat-inducing agent, also the sap of fresh roots for spring cures as a blood purifier. In veterinary medicine, Ritz. Hoffman 1787 notes that grass roots can be used to produce a type of wine, beer, spirit, and vinegar. Parallel drugs. The rhizome of Cynodon dactylon rich. Panicum dactylon L. Digitaria stolonifera shrad. A native graminean in southern Europe, North Africa, Persia, and the Caucasus, but also found in southern Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, is known as Rees, Dumidi, replacing Rees, Graminis in southern Europe. The rhizomes are thicker and coarser than those of Agropyrum repens, do not dry out as much, have longer internodes and numerous buds at the nodes. The perisperm is narrow. A basal cell armor, with scattered bundles embedded, is attached to the endodermis. Numerous isolated bundles are scattered throughout the abundant starch-containing marrow, which is depleted in the center fig. In Bremer-Sui, Atlas de Micrographie Pelle 4, the endodermis shells measure 20-24 micron. The more maritime species of Agropyrum, Acutum rus, A. pungens rus, and A. jantham p. de Bove, may be considered equivalent to A. repens. History Frass, Daubeny, and Flückiger suggest that the grass of Plinius 2014, 118 referred to as Agronistis by Theophrast, and Dioscorides Dorf. 30 is likely Cynodon dactylon, a common parallel species to our Riz, Remedies in southern Europe. However, Plinius explicitly contrasts the sweet-tasting grass he describes with its diuretic properties from a more aculeate form called dactylon, of which he knows 3 varieties. Similarly, Theophrast also describes the grass root as sweet cause, plant, 6, 11, 10. I believe that the rhizome of Cynodon dactylon is less sweet than that of Agropyrum repens. Sprengel considers Gramen and Agronistis to be Triticum repens, which is less common in the south. Wimmer, in his edition of Theophrast, 1866, identifies both Tritic, repens and Cynodon dactylon as which may be correct. The matter is not decisive since both were used for similar purposes. Bonnet considers Theophrast's to be Dactyloctenium aegypticum. Plinius lists numerous diseases that can be treated with grasses 24 v. 118. The diuretic and lithotriptic effects were also known to Arabasius 1, p. 588. Marcellus Empiricus de Medicamentis 37, Aetius tetrabiblis sermopris, and Alexander Trallianus. Galen also mentions the property of dissolving bladder stones, a feature also noted in medieval herbals, e.g., Herbarius Pataviae, 1485, by authors like Dodonaeus, Turner Herbal, 1568, Girard, and others. North of the Alps, it is always Agropyrum repens. Likewise in Synonoma Bartholomew I, 649, Gramen radix, 813, Graminis, in the tax lists of Frankfurt 1582I, p. 817, Hamburg 1587, I, p. 1887, others. Primes radix is also found in Cordus I, p. 799, who used it among the Oxysaccharide composita, lit Flückiger, Pharmacognosy, Flückiger Hanbury, Pharmacographia, Sevend, Silin, Sinistrin drugs. Sinistrin, a left-rotating non-fermentable polysaccharide that reduces feeling solution when cooked, likely related to triticin, is found in bulbous psylla. Yariage B. 1880. 1880, I. 439, Schmidberg, Abenda, 1879, I. 385, 36, 373. 8. Polysaccharides with membrane-like characteristics. Membranine drugs. In the past, attention was primarily given to the content of cells. However, it became increasingly evident that membranes are also capable of chemical performances. This is most notably seen in the resinogenic layer of secretory vessels, which, undoubtedly part of the membrane, can perform vigorous chemical work. It had already been recognized that mucus is almost exclusively membranous formations, and that rubber and related substances, as well as lichinin, amyloid, and pectin, are also part of the membrane. Therefore, it was not surprising that membranes could also exhibit the character of reserve materials. Pharmaceutically, membranes and their components play very different roles. Mechanically, for example, cotton fibers, jambi poison, fire sponge, peat moss, wood flour, and diatomaceous ooze. They absorb liquids capillarily and osmotically. Chemically, the term membrane encompasses a wide range of different things. We know that it is not identical to cellulose, and cellulose itself includes many different variations. Moreover, non-cellulose membranes also have rather diverse structures. The substance of their membrane plays a minor role here. It does not, in any case, react pharmacologically. Physically, the effect of cork can be explained, but dependent on the chemical nature of the cork cell. Unlike the group of mucuses and gums, where the substance itself forms the pharmacological individual. If the chemical relationships within all these classes were fully clarified and understood in every detail, we could then consider a chemical grouping here as well. However, since this is not the case, we must turn to another classification that takes into account the morphological aspect as well. The common factor among all these substances is that they are membrane components, and therefore, regardless of their chemical composition, they can be grouped under the common name membranine. Cross and Bevan categorize them into lignocelluloses, pectocelluloses, mucocelluloses, and adipocelluloses. I initially divide membranines into two major groups, one consisting of celluloses that encompass the membranines, which we can consider as polysaccharides known to provide certain monosaccharides or oligosaccharides upon hydrolysis. Group where other bodies determine the chemical character of the membrane, which we cannot yet assume. This leads me to the following classification, particularly useful for our purposes, but also temporarily acceptable for phytochemists. Acellulases containing polysaccharides, comprising celluloses from tallins and lignocelluloses, as well as pectic and mucic cellulases from cross-cellulose membranines, pure or nearly pure cellulose, hard to hydrolyze. 2. Reserved cellulose membranines, usually hemicelluloses, in the sense of Ischulze. 3. Lichinin membranines, including amyloid membranines. 4. Lignin membranines, lignocellulose membranines, hard to hydrolyze by acids, more easily hydrolyzed by sulfuric acid tollins. 5. Pectic membranines. 6. Chorizo-membranines or mycomembranines, membrane glues. 7. Tollins includes four main groups of cellulose. 1. The actual celluloses. 2. Membranines of which it is not yet certain whether they contain polysaccharides, comprising adipocelluloses and cotocelluloses from cross and Bevan. 1. Silicomembranine diatomaceous shells. 4. Other cryptogamic membranines. Celluloses that contain carboxyl, aldehyde, and ketone groups, thus reducing, including so-called hydrocelluloses, oxybasorines, and oxycelluloses. Above, related to the sugar group, and we may consider them as high molecular polysaccharides, but their relationships are much more complex. Bumke and Wolfenstein combine groups 2-4 as hydrated or hydrocelluloses and differentiate. A reducing hydrocelluloses, B reducing with carboxyl groups, C non-reducing with carboxyl groups, acid celluloses, D non-reducing without carboxyl groups, acid celluloses. Lactones. In any case, the bodies of the cellulose group, as I call the entire group C. Galactoarabine, furoidopentosane, such as in lignocelluloses, and furoidohexosopentosane, but apparently in some cases still more complex condensation products before us. And even a classification, e.g. according to glucosic celluloses, mannosic celluloses, arabinosic celluloses, cannot be made for pharmacognostic purposes, since several sugars usually emerge during hydrolysis. Thus, the otherwise well-established distinction for pharmacognostic purposes, particularly within the group of gums and mucilages, between cellulose substances that yield mucilage acid and those that do not, now has only a provisional orienting value. It tells us merely if galactose-forming groups are present therein. Schulze, cellulose gum Hofmeister, or soluble cellulose are connected to the true celluloses through many transitions. For indeed, upon hydrolysis with acids or enzyme cytosis, they often yield not only hexoses glucose, galactose, mannose, and, upon oxidation from galactose, mucic acid, OH, Q, C, 2O, HOO, but also pentoses arabinose, xylose, methylpentoses fucose, and furoids oxidation products of hexose, or pentose monomers, as well as in gum's peculiar bodies known as Jedden's acids. So that in cellulose, we find not only simple hexosanese, e.g., glucosan, galactin, mannan, and simple pentosanese, e.g., arabin, xylon, but also mixed hexosanase, e.g., glucomanane, fructomanane, galactomanane, and in many woods, as mixed pentosanese and mixed hexoso-pentosanese, e.g., Schulze. That true celluloses are only difficult to hydrolyze, while hemicelluloses are relatively easy. Furthermore, true celluloses are always structural substances, while hemicelluloses are often reserved substances. Even according to Schulze's view, to which he came solely on a chemical basis, cellulose, hemicelluloses, mucus-forming cell components, and amyloid form a series of chemically related substances, whose individual parts are probably linked by still related substances, unknown intermediate forms. Nevertheless, we can make the distinction pointed out by E. As mentioned, there is one thing common to all cellulose. It provides one or more sugars upon hydrolysis, one cellulose membrane indigens. The name cellulose comes from Payen 1838, who we owe the first systematic chemical investigations of the plant cell wall structure. He gave cellulose the formula CHO. However, lignin membrane compounds also have the character of structural substances, and corrin membrane compounds are sometimes also reserved substances, e.g., in mucus endosperm. The gum membrane finally often makes a clear impression of secretions, and the pectine membranes seem to be biologically related to the sugar in fruits. However, neither Kramer nor Winterstein could obtain crystals with a cellulose reaction using Gilson's method. The chemistry of cellulose begins in the 80s of the 19th century, with the study of the sugar types occurring during the hydrolysis of cell walls. The cellulose cell walls yield predominantly glucose dextrose. Schleiden discovered the iodium sulfuric acid reaction in 1838, and Schulze-Rostock the one with chlorzinc iodide. The solubility of cellulose in copper oxalate was discovered by Schweizer in 1857, and Gilson showed in 1893 that crystalline cellulose can be obtained from this solution. 6. Upon hydrolysis with nearly concentrated sulfuric acid fuming, while galactose does not occur here, mannose, arabinosin, xylose appear occasionally, but mostly in small quantities. These are therefore glucose celluloses, mixed anhydrides in which the glucose-providing component clearly predominates. Glucose cellulose was also what Gilson crystallized. The type of this glucose dextrose. During the hydrolysis of cellulose, an isomeric disaccharide with maltose is formed as an intermediate product, called cellulose or syllabiose Schraup and Koenig, which relates to cellulose as maltose does to starch. The last process is known as mercerization. Cellulose treated with lye yields water-soluble viscose cross, and Bivan by treatment with teeth. Glycerin does not change glucose, at difference from other celluloses. By nitrating cellulose, one can, assuming the formula CHO, arrive at a hexanitrate colloidal cotton, shooting cotton. Hydrochloric acid and potassium chlorate, as well as other oxidizing agents, produce cellulose oxide Vignon, sulfuric acid hydrocellulose Gerard, sodium hydroxide. Melting potassium forms protocatechuic acid and pyrocatechin hop sealer, ultimately leading to oxalic acid. Below 180, glucose cellulose remains unchanged. This is the basis of the Lange's method for determining cellulose. For more on cellulose determination, see my article, Cellulose in the Real Cycle of Pharmacy. The possibility of converting cellulose into grape sugar was already known to Gay-Lussac and Brecana. However, despite numerous studies, we still do not know the structure of the cellulose molecule. Cross and Bevan, who have been studying cellulose for a long time, consider it certain that cellulose cannot be a simple polyaldose or an anhydride of polyaldoses, but must contain at least one ketone group, along with aldose nuclei. However, two groups can already be identified that are connected by multiple transitions, the true celluloses and the hemicelluloses Schulze and Winterstein, which differ in their behavior towards 1,2-mineral acid. The true celluloses, such as cotton cellulose, only release small amounts of reducing substances, sugars even after prolonged cooking with 1,2-mineral acids. In 1889, Schulze proposed to name only the soluble component of cell walls, which is insoluble in diluted acids but soluble in copper oxalate, as cellulose, be called hemicellulose. E. News 6577 assign the formula CHO to cotton cellulose and consider 8 hydroxyl groups in it. Schulze names the cellulose that provides ordinary dextrose as dextrocellulose. Similarly, he names the cell wall component that provides mannose as mannose estone. Cross and Bevan Chem. Green considers cellulose to be an internal anhydride of grape sugar. CHO, CHO. Nastchukov assigns the formula for TICO, Eder, CHO, Vieille, as well as Lunge and Baby, CHO, Mendelejev, CHO, but these are all still hypotheses. Precise information about the molecular size of cellulose cannot yet be given. Perhaps the studies by E. Burrell and his colleagues on nitrocellulose, Briconet and Chim, Phys, 1819, Payen, Ann, S.C., Nat, 1839, U. 1840, Count Rind, 1840 Mem. Sur le développement des végétaux. Paris, 1842. Schleiden, Pog, Ann, 43. 1838, and Lieb. Nastchukov, Übergeachung and the physical and chemical properties of cotton cellulose and her transformation into oxylose. Smith, on natural oxyloses. Chem. Zeit, 1894. Gilson, on the crystallization of cellulose and the chemical composition of the cell membrane. A la cellule, 9, 3097, and a la composite, Chim, de la membre, cellule, végète, cellulelle 11, 19. Hofmeister, Cellulose and its Forms, Land W. Yarb, 1889, and Land W. Yarb, 1894 Abstract. Same on the chemistry of plant cell membranes, Zeitcher, Fis Chem. Witt and Lehmann Chem. Technology of spun fibers, Schwalbe, The Chemistry of Cellulose. T.F. Hanausek, article on cellulose in Leisure's Lexikon der gesamten Technik Punkte. 1894. Ranker, on methods for determining cellulose. 2nd ed. Cross and Bevan, Cellulose, an outline of the chemistry of the structural elements of plants with reference to their natural history and industrial uses. Further researches on cellulose. London, 1901. Cross, Bevan, and Beadle, Proct Chem, 1901. Church, article on cellulose in Real Encyclopédie der Pharmacie, 2nd ed. Tollins, Shorthand Book of Carbohydrates. The Tapek, Biochemistry contains a list of the raw fiber content of numerous objects. See also the chemical literature under cotton. The anatomical relationships of cellulose cell walls are simple. Sometimes they show layers that often have deviating structures, sometimes plasma inclusions, which particularly occur in growing membranes crata. The growth of the membrane seems to take place both by apposition, primarily in thickness growth, and by intussusception in area growth. Lit. Corins, thickness growth by intussusception in some algal membranes. Dis. French. J14 also habilitation thesis, Leipzig 1882. The membrane, especially that of bast cells, often consists of several layers that differ distinctly, both optically and through deviating reactions, e.g., against iodine sulfuric acid, hardening reagents, etc. I have to highlight these differences. Reintroduced the old terminology, secondary and tertiary membranes angu, anatomy. The same, pleochroism of cell membranes. Ann Fies, 1888, and Burr, D.D. Gott, Jess, 1888. Krabbe, Contributions to the Knowledge of the Structure and Growth of Vegetative Cell Walls. Princh, J. 18, 1887. 1887. Boscaglione, Contributions to the Study of the Cellular Membrane. Alpicia, 1892 and 1893. Zacharias, Origin and Growth of the Cell Wall. Princh, J. 20, 1889, and Flora, 1891. Basner, Proceedings of the Vienna Academy, 1886. I, 1891, 306. T. F. Hanausek, On the Structure of the Cell Membrane. Per D. D. Bott, Jess, 1892, 1. 29. On the slime membrane, see this further back, Gossypium. Crasser protein in cell membranes. Proceedings of the Vienna Academy, 1886, and Bott. J. 1888, 209. A. Fischer, On the Protein Reaction of the Cell Membrane. Per D. D. Bott, des 1887 and 88. Karens Yarb F. des Issenspot 27 and Hausen 894. Solms Lobach, On some Shaped Occurrences of Oxalates in Living Cell Membranes. But, Zeit, 1108 is also questionable, and the Semitic word Khitan, Old Semitic Ketan, Arabic al-Quta, Kutan, Kutan, from which Khotan, Katun developed, originally meant linen. D. H. Miller. Etymology, the interpretation of, as well as byssus, under which the ancients probably understood silk and linen, as well as cotton. C. Ritter and Regnier. Pauly's Real Encyclopedia, Classical Antiquity, 1897. Vi, pp. 97. Pili Gossipi, Lana Gossipina, cotton, cotton French, cotton wool English, coton Italian, algodão Spanish, algodão Portuguese, catoen Dutch, bomo Swedish, povila Finnish, japot Hungarian, New Greek, kutu Persian, kapas Malay, kapasia Bengali, plant, cotton plant. The Egyptian word shens, Hebrew a, shesh, buzz, which denoted the fabric used for making the high priest's headband and breastplate, could refer to both cotton and linen. The plant Pittum Joshua 2:6 was not cotton, but flax re, a miller. In Sanskrit, cotton is called karpasa. The cotton plant karpasit. Pliny states G9:2. The superior part of Egypt, turning towards Arabia, produced a fruit which some call gossypium, many xylon, and thus linen made from it, xylena. However, the terms karbasa, karpus in Greek and Roman speech became ambiguous over time and were also used for linen waggler. Pliny mentions gossypium or xylon. Gossypium could derive from gossam, lump, bump, or, more likely from Arabic gauze, silky. It is small, bearing a fruit similar to a bearded nut, whose inner part is lined with silk-like down. No other qualities should be preferred over honesty. Also see Wisner, Raw Materials. Sandplant. Numerous cultural forms of several Gossypium species, in particular, Gossypium barbadense, L. P.L. ed. I. 1753 p6, Vidifolium lam, G. Peruvianum D.C., G. punctatum shum, et thun, G. acuminatum roxb, G. religiosum parl, G. album white et arn, G. micranthum, P. D.C., G. hirsutum L. G. punctatum gil, et perot, G. prostratum shum et thun, with varieties religiosum, hirsutum and whiteianum, these also as species. The systematics of the genus Gossypium is very uncertain. Systematic position. Balvaste ibise. Parlatori considers Burma and the Indian archipelago as the native habitat. Masters holds that G. Stocksii, indigenous to Sind, is the progenitor of G. herbaceum. Schumann takes in Inglorprantal, plant family's 3 cultivated bee species, cultivated in India since ancient times with varieties religiosum China or America, and hirsutum native in Mexico and the West Indies. In the Flora Brasiliensis, G. hirsutum L. G. barbadense G. religiosum L. G. pubescens. Sphit G. Linné described 5-6 Gossypium species, Decandol 16, Rohr 18729, 34, Todaro 1877-54, Parlatore 1877-54, Parlatore 1866-79, Gossypium, Herbaceum, G. hirsutum L. G. barbadense L. and G. religiosum L. Hirsutum upland cotton from Mexico, and G. peruvianum niche cotton from South America, supplying Peru, kidney, and Brazilian cotton. The 4th, a preferred cultivated variety in India, G. herbaceum Indian cotton, originates from East India, and the 5th, G. Now usually 9-10 are counted, but only 5 species are cultivated. From these, the 3 most valuable, being large and white, or yellow-blooded, come from America, namely Gossypium barbadensis Sea Island cotton from the West Indies, supplying, among others, Sea Island, Barbados, and New Orleans cotton, GI, Arboreum purpuric flowered cotton, Plinius's Gossypium, probably from Africa. The latter, cultivated only little in Egypt, Arabia, and India, occurs wild in Abyssinia and the Upper Nile region. Numerous varieties of Sea Island cotton exist. G. religiosum see above comes from China and produces yellow Nanking cotton. Many hybrids have been produced through crossing species, subspecies, and races. Between the Florida native species and the cultivated race known as common oxa, even Caravonica seems to be a hybrid. G. herbaceum reaches 2 m in the tropics, 60–90 cm in temperate zones. It is grown in southern Europe and Central Asia, in large quantities in Bukhara, in Eastern Asia, up to northern China, Korea, and Japan, on Cyprus, in Syria, and Small Asia. The bale is moderately long and strong, usually soft and silky. The northwest provinces and Assam are less important for production. The Indian species is also grown in Central Asia and China, as well as in Africa, the mascarenes, and to some extent in Central America and Chile. With a few exceptions, all cotton plants grown in Asia can be considered as different forms of G. herbaceum semler. The most important form for India is G. whittianum of the American species, G. whittianum. Hirsutum, grown in the southern states to a height of 2.5 m, is the upland cotton, supplying the largest amount of cotton in global trade. The Orleans variety is mainly cultivated in Louisiana and Mississippi, while the Georgian upland Boeds is grown in Georgia and the Carolinas. The third is the short staple Texas variety, also grown in smaller quantities in the Mediterranean region, Egypt, Syria, West Africa, the Mascarenes, South and East Asia, and Queensland, a green-seeded variety in the West Indies and Venezuela. Some varieties have yellow fiber. In China and Hinter-Indian, as well as in Egypt and Italy, G. religiosum, or Nanking cotton, is cultivated. The longest and finest staple comes from Sea Island cotton varieties of G. barbadense, growing to 2.5 m tall in the humid coastal areas of Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, and the islands' Sea Islands. She is also cultivated in the West Indies, Central and South America, Peru, and in significant quantities in Egypt. Less so in other parts of the Mediterranean region, West Africa, Central Africa, Bourbon, India, South China, and Polynesian islands. Among these, G. peruvianum nearly cotton stands out, reaching heights of 2 to 5 meters. It is particularly cultivated in Peru and Brazil, less so in the rest of South America and the Antilles, the Mediterranean region, Egypt, West Africa, South Asia. Maranham, Bahia, Maceo are the most popular varieties. G. arboreum L is tree-like. It is grown near Indian temples. It is considered sacred by Hindus. After Stromia Wyman. Description of the staple plant. The species of the genus Gossypium are herbs, shrubs, fig. 95–98 or trees with usually 3–9 lobed leaves, and large, showy flowers that possess a persistent high-involucre outer calyx, made up of 3 usually large and toothed leaves. Its cotton is used to spin the 3-part thread of the Brahmins, a symbol of their divine triad. However, this G. arboreum L is not identical to Gossypium arboreum oblet G. religiosum L, G. vitifol, Lam, G. Peruvian, Cabin, by McFadden, from Guyana. Illustration, Fig. 83. Cotton harvest in Georgia, USA. The 5–10 irregularly kidney-shaped seeds are covered in long white, single-celled hairs. Not all epidermal cells, however, have grown into these long hairs. Some only grow shorter ones, which are technically not entirely worthless. The staminate column beneath the stigma is often naked. The stigma at the end is keeled. The cotyledons strongly folded fig. 87 with their coiled bases embracing the roots. The fruits are 3 to 5, lobed, dark brown, walnut-sized capsules that split open along the locules. In the union, these short hairs of the raw fleece are called linters, in contrast to lint cotton, and are used, according to Schanz. In G. barbadense and peruvianum, the seed is only covered with long hair. In G. Hirsutum, herbaceum, and arboreum. There is still a short felt raw fleece between the long hairs, and in a particularly cultivated variety of G. herbaceum. In G. barbadense, where the raw fleece is absent, the seed therefore appears smooth and black. In G. whether the progressive spiral rotation, which begins at the tip of the hair, the first to dry out, also plays a role, as Semler suggests. Herbaceum and arboreum white-felted, in hirsutum green-felted. The capsule is 3-part in the Egyptian species, 4 to 5-part in the North American one. At the time of maturity, the entire interior is filled with the seed covered in hair, and these finally burst the capsule, causing the woolen tuft to protrude. Certain is that the hair's torsions occur only in the final stage of maturity. So-called unripe fibers are less common, distinguished by their thinner walls, lack of thickened edges, and stronger compactness from the mature ones. The hairs of Egyptian and North American cotton are most fully developed, that is, most mature. Illustration, Fig. 84. Gossypium arboreum, L. is native to subtropical Africa, Guinea, Abyssinia, Sinar, Upper Egypt, and Gossypium barbadense, L. is found in the tropics of America. Lit. Parlatore, le specie dei cotoni. Todaro, Relationem della cultura dei cotoni, in Italia, seguite una monografia del genere Gossypium tontel. Gossypium spec. Fruit at maturity time. After gild. The genus Gossypium is widespread in the tropics of both worlds, not however individual species. G. Herbaceum L. Sansk, Karpasi Hain. Coppice is native to Asia, Burma, Irrawaddy, Indian Archipelago, Sindh. It reached North America via Europe around 1770. Rome 187-778, with plates. G. Watt, The Wild and Cultivated Cotton Plants of the World, London 1907, and Dictionary of Economic Products. Middleton, Descript of Cert. Indian, Botanical Forms of Cotton. Agricultural Ledger No. 8, 1895. 1895. Sadebeck, Kulturgewächse der deutschen Kolonien. Jena, 1898. Dotter. Überblick der Arten in Wiesner, Rostoff, 2nd ed., 1903. Illustrations and Rumpf Herb, Ambane, Parlatore and Todaro, above, as well as White Illuster, Ind, Bot, Vols, 27 and 28. 106 also the system literature, illustration by G. Barbadens, in Pabst Kohler, Medical Plants, Plate 158 and Bentley Tryman, Medicinal Plants, Plate 37 further literature therein, all 3 species, in Engler Prandtl, Plant Families the 3rd, Fat Families the 3rd, 6p51, Pathology. Numerous parasitic fungi have been observed on the cotton plant, several of which caused significant damage. The only mention of a fungal occurrence specifically on seeds refers to Torula incarcerataceae, Ed Fisher. For more on the pests of the cotton plant, see Semler, Tropical Agriculture. Among them is Neocosmospora vasinfecta, a hypocriaceae that causes the entire plant to wilt. The same is also reported by a fusarium. Several fungal species form on the capsules, with Philisticta gossipina and Alternaria macrospora causing blackening of the fruit knot wall. There is also knowledge of a bacterial disease of cotton fruits. The most dangerous animal pest is a relative of the silkworm, known as the cotton or wool moth, Anoctuidae, Alicia Ixylina illustration by Semler, then the bollworm or capsule moth, Eleothis armigera illustration by Semler. Agricultural preparation and harvest. The Australian Caravanica, whose botanical affiliation is unknown, occurs in northern Australia, Queensland, the New Hebrides, East Africa, Egypt, Mexico, and Peru. Illustration, Fig. 85. Rolling mill of the Saxon Machine Factory, Hartmann in Chemnitz.Doi. The cotton plant is a rather deep-rooted tropical and subtropical lowland plant that requires a roughly uniform temperature 18 to 26 C, plenty of moisture under continuous sunshine, and thus grows best in coastal countries. G. barbadense is particularly cultivated on the coasts of Georgia and Florida, the Sea Islands, and in the West Indies. The sea island plant is now cultivated on islands along the coast of Georgia and Florida, and in Florida, Egypt Mesphia, South Sea Islands, Venezuela, and Peru. The upland plant in Georgia, South Carolina, Alabama, Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana. Pernambuco, the north and east coasts of Brazil, Sao Paulo, San Salvador, the West Indies, Venezuela, Peru, and Egypt. Sifta, the Indian plant in India, Natal, Egypt. Zagazig, Mansura, Bihara, Western Asia, and Greece. Plants raised from seed beds are planted at intervals, similar to those for potatoes. A young Indian cotton field indeed looks like a potato field, or rows of plants comb culture, or so-called hill planting, where seeds are directly sown at the site. However, only the strongest plant is allowed to develop at each planting location. Although the cotton plant is a perennial plant, it is preferentially replanted every year. 1 hectare produces 6,300 kg of cotton. 2 months after sowing, the cotton bush begins to bloom, and after another 2-3 months, the carpels then roll outward, revealing the large white loose balled hair-covered seeds. Fig. 84. Not all capsules on a bush open simultaneously. Once enough capsules have opened for a worker to collect 25 kg of cotton per day, harvesting begins, which is done in as dry weather as possible. Figs. A worker can collect a maximum of 75 to 100, rarely up to 150 kg. 1 cotton bush yields about 1 kg of cotton. Mechanical harvesters have also been introduced, CI P94, but the problem is not yet solved. The worker takes the bowl out of the open capsule. Fig. 83 with one hand and ensures that no capsule parts, leaves, or other debris are harvested along with it. Then, the bags containing the cotton bolls are emptied onto trays, and the content is dried. After that, they are brought into the gin house, where they first pass through a cleaning machine, seed cotton cleaner, or exhauster cleaner, and then fed into the gin, short for engine machine. The gin despearing, e-graining, or separating, i.e., the separation of seeds from fiber, is also done by machines, with the oldest one, now mostly replaced by newer systems, being the Churka Manganello, which is still used in some parts of India. The saw gin was invented by Whitney in 1792. More recently, the rolled gin. Fig. Through the gin, seed cotton is transformed into lint cotton. Most commonly, the ratio of seeds to wool is 2:1, at best 6:4. The cleaned cotton is then filled into hemp or jute sacks or hides, and pressed in hydraulic or flat presses into bales measuring 30-38, 75 cm c, 56 kg, or 135. 85 has been developed. The machines either have tightly rolled cylinders in Egypt and India in use, which grip the hair while the seeds that cannot follow are discarded, or blunt, circular saws sawgin in North America in use, whose teeth grab through a tight grid and tear the hair from the seeds, sliding down the grid. 86. Illustration. Fig. 86. Bales of cotton prepared for loading St. Louis, produced by means of hydraulic presses. The cotton is still traded by weight, even though the last year's spinning congress demanded trading by bales, which have a very fluctuating weight. For example, I find weights of 373, 375, 377, 384, and 388 pounds for Sea Island, while upland cotton weighs 400, 450, 500, 503, 503. The standard bale is assumed to be 500 pounds. The stack of Indian cotton is short but fine. The arboreum cotton has a silky stack, yet the wool is difficult to separate from the seed. The value of cotton is judged by the length of the fiber, the staple, the degree of silkiness dependent on the smoothness of the cuticle, fineness dependent on diameter, softness, fruit seed remnants, strength, and color. Cotton is classified as long staple if it's over 3.5 centimeter, medium staple between 2.5-3.5 centimeter, and short staple below 2 centimeter stable length. The standard patterns show the following average stack lengths in MME. Sea Island, 42, Egyptian Mako, Jumel 38, Pernambuco, Brazil, 32, American, excluding Sea Island, 28, Indian 23, and 17. Degreasing and daring are achieved through cooking with a solution of dried soda or soap. See above. In Europe, imported raw cotton is cleaned with special machines, free from all impurities, twisted and carded sometimes with the addition of olive oil, then loosened and freed from fat by benzol or diluted soda lye or soda, washed with concentrated PID, sulfuric acid, soapy water and water, and then bleached, and in what are known as Watt machines cotton cardé, ou To produce cotton with a crunchy feel, stearic acid is added to it. The cleaned cotton intended for medicinal use must always be de-oiled. Non-greased cotton does not sink in water and only absorbs it with difficulty, and its good absorbency is based on the value of cotton. Even a high air content prevents it from sinking. The presentation of cleaned cotton, purified cotton, cotton wool, wound dressing cotton involves immersing carded, preferably long staple raw cotton in a very diluted boiling potash or soda solution, and then immediately washing it out, pressing it, and bleaching it with a 5-calcium or sodium hypochlorite solution. It is then washed with water until the blue indicator paper remains unchanged, dried and crumpled. The byproducts of cotton spinning mills, so-called noils, are typically processed into gauze. They are cleaned on an opener, combed on a comber, and transformed into felt. Rohate is successively treated with resin soap, sodium hydroxide or soda, chlorhydric lime or eau de javel, acid salt and pure water, dried and processed into felt A. Meyer. Beckman, Preliminary to Natural History I. Göttingen 1793. Baines, History of Cotton Manufacture in Great Britain. London, 1835. Then O'Neill's, The Cotton Mill in All Its Parts. Weimar, 1868. A. Apple Cotton, History, Cultivation, Processing and Trade. Leipzig, 1902. Eckhart, Cotton Culture, 1906. Supplement the 7th to Tropical Plants. Yves Henry, Cotton. Published by the General Government of French West Africa, 1906. Kicken Carmarsh and Heeren, Technical Dictionary, 1876. Von Kapf, on Wool, Cotton, Linen, Natural and Artificial Silk. Leipzig, Buck, 1909. E. Frank, Handbook of the Cotton Industry. C. Culture of Cotton with special reference to that of Brazil. Based on the eponymous work by Dutra, Stuttgart, 1910. M. Schanz, Pays Chauds, 1903 with an overview of varieties. M. Heine, Cotton After Cotton by Burkelt and Hamilton. Kuhn, Cotton, Its Cultivation, etc., 1892. H. Lecomte, Le Coton, Paris, 1899. Tobler in Colonial Botany. T. F. Hanausek, article on cotton, in Real Encyclopedia Pharmacy 590. Wiesner, Raw Materials. Passandi, Schanz, Cotton Production in German Colonies. Berlin, 1910. Bousset, Agricultural Issues in Tropical Africa with special reference to cotton culture. Tropenpflanzer, 1907. Further literature under anatomy. Cotton Cultivation and Trade in the Middle Ages by Haid Levante Handel II, 572. Production, Dotto, Toyot. The most important cotton-producing region is North America, where cotton is grown in Texas, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, South Carolina, Arkansas, Louisiana, North Carolina, and Tennessee. The annual yield in 1906 was over 13 million bales. CI P184. Major export ports include New Orleans, the most important cotton market after Liverpool, Galveston, Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington, Mobile, Pensacola, New York, Norfolk, Boston, and Baltimore. In Central America, Haiti, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, Martinique, Guadeloupe produce cotton. Production is declining despite the superior quality of the product. In South America, Guyana, Colombia, Venezuela, Peru, and particularly Brazil grow cotton. Major export ports are Barranquilla and Sabanilla, Porto Cabello, Pernambuco, Maceo, and Sierra. In East India, the second most important production country, especially for ordinary varieties, British India cultivates cotton in Bombay, Sindh, Berar, Madras, notably Berar. The main cotton-producing areas in India are found in the plains of Gujarat and Kathiawar, the Deccan Plateau, the deep valleys of Berar, and the central provinces. Here, cotton cultivation is carried out on a small scale by indigenous farmers, which leads to the inferiority of the product compared to American and Egyptian cotton. Major ports for exports include Bombay, Calcutta, Karachi, Tuticorin, and Madras. In China, cotton cultivation is extensive but does not meet the high demand. Cotton farming in China dates back to the 11th century and has gradually spread across large parts of the empire, particularly in coastal regions. The culture in Japan is also considerable, but it does not meet the demand and Japan has to import cotton from China. In Persia, Isfahan region, Transcaucasia and Central Asia, the culture is low. In Australia and the South Sea Islands, it is growing. Australia, Queensland grows Caravanica. The excellent Caravanic cotton is now 1910 both woolly and silky in trade. In Africa, particularly Egypt, grows a lot of cotton in the Nile Delta, generally in the coastal area. First G. herbaceum from India, then at the beginning of the 19th century, a Nubian variety Jumel, Maho, Mako, now the Sea Island type and Caravanica. Cotton is currently Egypt's largest financial source, with a yield of over 200 million francs. The Egyptian cotton, which has a silky sheen and resembles Japanese silk, successfully competes with American cotton. The best cotton varieties now come from Egypt. Algerian cultivation has ceased. In the German colonies, culture is spreading. The cotton shortage in 1909, which pushed up the price of American raw cotton from 9.25 to 16.15 cents, drew the attention of German consumers to the cotton cultures in the German colonies. See SUP, German Colonial Cotton Enterprises. Appendices to the Tropenpflanzer, 1910. German East Africa supplied only 1,081 bales, 540,298 pounds in 1908. While Togo produced 2,337 bales of 500 pounds in 137 bales of 500 pounds. The European cultivation in Greece, Italy, Spain, and Turkey is insignificant. Nevertheless, for instance, Greece from G. herbaceum produces annually 3,840,000 kg annual. The rise in cotton production is illustrated by the following figures. World production was 213.4 million kilo in 1791, 408.5 million kilo in 1834, 2,274.3 million kg from 184, 2,084, and 3,283. North America leads in production, followed by India, then China and Egypt with approximately equal amounts. The world's cotton harvest in 1906 reached 18.6 million bales, 3,682.8 million kg. In the years 190,809, the cotton harvest in 1,000 bales each of 400 English pounds was as follows. America, 13,829, India, 4,665, Egypt, 910, Brazil and other countries. This places it at the top among all products of interest to us, king cotton. The world's cotton consumption from September 1, 1907 to September 1, 1908, excluding Egyptian cotton, 15,121,281 bales stock on September 1st. Consumption of Egyptian cotton during the same period, 658,256 bales. The Indian cotton harvest 190,809, 3,643,000 bales at 400 English pounds. Indian cotton harvest 190,910, estimated at 4,289,000 bales. In 1907, Russian Central Asia already supplied C5,750,000 puds, Transcaucasia 800,000 puds. In 1909, a total of 130,795,927 cotton spindles were in operation worldwide, approximately 53.5 million in Great Britain, around 27.5 million in North America, and about 10 million in Germany. In 1909, 66% of world production was by the United States, 13% by East India, 10% by Middle and East Asia, 7-10% by Egypt, and 4% by all other countries. Java exported 4,221,002 Kalon uncleaned cotton in 1908. Germany imported 4,559,270 raw cotton in 1909, especially from the United States 3 mil. Then from British India and Egypt, smaller quantities from Dutch India, the Asian Turkey, China, German East Africa, Togo, Peru, and Haiti. Hamburg imported 1908, seaward 1,125,919 ZZ cotton, of which from the United States, 491,132. British India, 486,678. Egypt, 80,124. China, 17,466. Smaller quantities from East Africa, West Africa, Asia Minor, Haiti. Mexico, Persia Minor. Venezuela, St. Croix. Dutch India, the islands St. John. North American varieties are Sea Island Long, Georgia, Louisiana, Alabama Mobile, Florida Pensacola, Short Georgia, Upland, New Orleans, Tennessee, Texas, Thomas, Madagascar, Nicaragua, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, St. Domingo. The import of cottonseed was 120,492 z. Lit. Tropic Planters 1907 to 1907 to 1910. Annual Report and Calendar for the Cotton Industry. Leipzig, De Janer 1909 30th year. Variety. Middle and South American types are Molinos, Mexico, Pernambuco, Brazil, Sierra, Macio, Bahia, Maranham, Suriname, Guyana, Demerara, Berbice, Cayenne, Varinas, Colombia, Barcelona, Cartagena, Lima, and Peta, Peru, Haiti, Peru, Haiti, Barbados, Puerto Rico, Guayanilla, Cuba. Asian types. Surat Dalara, East India, Madras, Bengal, Persian, Nanking. African types. Mako Jumel, Egypt, Bourbon. Australian types. The best Australian type is Caravanica wool-like and silk-like, grown in northern Australia. It is distinguished from alpaca, silk, and wool. Caravanica is now considered the finest cotton. Its equal is the new 1909 Mamara. Levantine types. Smyrna, Macedonia. European types. Greek, Motril, Spain. Castellamare, Italy. Unimportant. Neapolitan, Roman, Sicilian. The main markets for cotton in Europe are Liverpool, Bremen, Hamburg, Havre, Marseille, Antwerp, Rotterdam, Dunkirk, Barcelona, Trieste, Venice, Naples, Genoa. Bremen is the first German cotton port. Map of cotton production on Earth in Langdon's Small Trade Atlas, 1895, No. 10 and 11. Anatomy. The epidermis cells of the seed coat have partially developed into cotton hairs. The hair felting either covers the entire seed surface, G. Arboreum, and hirtum, or lies only at the base and tip, G. religious. From the area considered, the epidermis cells appear slightly wrinkled. Often, the coarsely walled, containing a brown content, not projecting out to form hairs, cells are star-shaped around the hair cell Hanausek. The innermost layer of the inner integument, Schlotterbeck, contains cells showing delicate centripetal wall, thickening Franzenzellen Hanauseks, Eules plissés, ou frangé pereux. In seeds with basal wool, nearly all epidermis cells are projected out to form hairs. Then follows the pigment layer. It consists of 4 or 5 layers of tangentially stretched, pigment-carrying parenchymal cells. Following this are the crystal zone, 1 or 2 rows of thickened, sometimes well-formed crystals carried by isodiometric cells. The layers described so far arise from the outer integument Schlotterbeck. The next layer consists of heavily thickened sclerenchyma cells, whose small lumen lies quite far out. The subsequent well-aerated nutrient layer is strongly obliterated. Outside, relatively thick-walled cells carry pigment. Farm 1871. Haars, Landwirch, Samenkunde II, 741, Cobus, D. Cotton seed product. Then follows a very narrow nucellus remainder, usually a single-layered endosperm remainder, and then the extraordinarily folded cotyledons, which appear darkly dotted in cross-section as they contain numerous schizogenic para, or lysogenic, Hanausek, von Haenel secretory containers filled with a blue or green-black mass. They contain oxalate druses, oil, and aileron. On top is a palisade layer. The secret is not further studied. It dissolves in concentrated sulfuric acid with a turbid blood-red color, Tf Hanausek. On the epidermis of the cotyledons sit hairs similar to Mitchellata's body's pero. Lit. Flukiger, über des Baumwollsamen, N. Yarb. Journal of Eastern Pharmacy Society, 1888. 569 in Seeds in Wiesner, Raw Materials. Gignard, Research on the Development of the Cottonseed, etc. Journal of Botany, 1893. Zwauenberg and Schlotterbeck, Anatomy of the Cottonseed and its Coat Development. Festival for Volgio. The press cakes also in Colin Perot, Industrial Residus, 1904. Proceedings of the American Pharmaceutical Association, 1899. 185 with 1 table development history. Hanausek Winton, Microscopy of Technical Products, p. 59. Perot Bulletin of Scientific Pharmacological Research, 1902, 336. Greenish structure of cotton seed. Muller, Microscopy. Under microscopic examination, cotton hair appears especially in Indian varieties as a broad, sometimes grainy band that is often corkscrew twisted around its axis fig. In the finer, thinner varieties from North America and Egypt, the hair is hardly or not at all compressed, only slightly rope-like twisted, indeed almost cylindrical in parts. According to Wiesner, the torsion in G. herbaceum extends over the entire length, while in G. arboreum and barbadense, it is limited to the middle part. In spun cotton, there is sometimes no torsion at all noticeable. The hair is covered with a very fine cuticle that is smooth, or shows nodules or striations, and is occasionally lightly spirally, or network-like. Drawn more details in Wisner. The woolly character of Caravanic wool is due to a very sharp, regular, fine spiral striping. The silky texture of Caravanica silk is caused by dense and fine wavy striping of the cuticle. T.F. announced, cotton hair is widest in the middle. Wisner, narrower at the base. Length of the staple ranges from 1040 mm according to Bali, 2560 mm according to Wisner, for barbadense, max. For more precise data on the thickness and staple lengths of commercial varieties, refer to Honel. The tip is conical, spatula-shaped, rounded or bulbous, usually very thick-walled von Honel, often obliquely flattened in Caravanica. T.F. Hanausek. Dimensions vary within certain limits, with thickness ranging from 1042 microns in G. herbaceum 12 to 22, barbadense 19 to 28, arboreum 2038, religiose 2040 microns. The staple lengths are according to Honel for G. barbadense Sea Island, 40.5, GB Brazil, 40, GB Egypt, 38.9, G. arboreum, India 25, G. herbaceum, Macedonia, 18.2, G. Urbac Bengal 1030 Mangden, in Caravanica. For determining the range, the maximum breadth and the most frequent maximum are given. Wisner. Illustration, Fig. 88. Cotton hair above, cross-sections. At the base, the hair is usually open as it gets torn off from the seed. See above, with one exception in Caravanica cotton, where after T.F. Hanausek the hardened base of the hair remains, so the hair is pulled out from the epidermis rather than torn off. In the middle, where the hair is also widest, the lumen is largest, and the wall is relatively thin. Towards both ends, the lumen narrows and the wall thickens. The wall thickness in cotton is considerable. It amounts to, of the cell diameter. Cotton thus possesses a very significant strength. The cross-section of cotton fibers, which never form groups like some bast fibers, is elliptical, oval, linear, sometimes kidney-shaped or semicircular, curved. Fig. 88. Never circular or polygonal, the lumen of the outline line correspondingly, linear, narrow, elongated, never circular. The layering is absent or only faintly indicated. After treatment with iodine sulfuric acid, the cross-section is usually widely elliptical or irregular in swelling, but the lumen remains elongated. The cell wall sky blue, darker in the outer parts, cuticle and contents indistinct. T.F. Hanausek. Von Honel. Tachuer, old Bejomin, shifts in the sense of von Honel, which always occur in broken fibers. Flax, hemp, are absent in cotton. If one allows fresh concentrated copper oxide hydrate prepared by dissolution in concentrated ammonia to act on the hair kramer, 1857, the wall swells and layering becomes apparent. The cuticle tears or remains in the form of rings here and there, between which the cellulose wall bulges out. Fig. 8.9. The content shows that the hair shortens with this treatment, forming transverse folds, but the bulging protrusions do not always appear, for example, not in G. flavidum and religiosum. Wisner, not in bleached cotton goods twine, canvas whose fibers lack cuticle almost completely, nor when too little concentrated copper oxalate is applied. It is sometimes thin and smooth. Sea Island, long, Georgia, from G. barbadense, sometimes coarse, granular, and rough. The matte, thick-fibered varieties of G. arboreum, herbaceum, religiosum. Unripe dead cotton is more soluble in copper oxalate, colors only pale yellow with iodine potassium iodide, and is not doubly refracting or haller. Its wall is thin, the hair not twisted, the cuticle finely striated. If cotton is cooked with caustic soda and then washed, it turns reddish-brown with an iodide of potassium solution. Chloro-zinc iode colors the wall if thin, resulting in only weak swelling, brown, red, and violet, to blue with strong swelling amire. Cotton treated with iodide of potassium becomes a blue gel under concentrated sulfuric acid. The cuticle and plasma turn yellow-brown. Chloroglucin acid, salt, and aniline sulfate sulfuric acid do not dye cotton. After treatment with ammonia, fine striping appears on the cuticle. The silky, glossy, better dyeable mercerized cotton, obtained by treating cotton fabric or yarn in a highly stretched state with caustic alkalis, no longer has a cuticle, swells evenly with copper oxalate ammonium, shows no corkscrew twist, and usually with copper oxalate ammonium, shows no corkscrew twist, has a marginal cross-section. Only long staple cotton Dawson is suitable for making shooting cotton. In polarized light, the longitudinal axis of the elasticity ellipse in cotton fibers does not run parallel to the longitudinal axis of the fiber, but is more or less strongly inclined against it, usually in a left-handed, rarely right-handed spiral. Exceptionally, stretches where the longitudinal axis of the fiber and the elasticity ellipse run parallel. Herzog. Illustration. Fig. 89. Cotton hair in fresh copper oxalate ammonium. After von Haenel. Lit. Reissek. The fiber fabrics of flax, hemp, nettle, and cotton. Vienna, 1852. H. Wisner. Microscopic Examinations, Stuttgart, 1872, and Raw Materials. 2nd ed., 1903. A. Meyer, Drug Knowledge. Adebeck, Cultural Plants of the German Colonies. Schacht, Testing the Fabrics Occurring in Trade with the Microscope and Chemical Reagents. Berlin, 1853. Kramer, Quarterly Journal of Natural Science Society, Zurich, 1857. Ollie, Chemical Technology of Spun Fibers. Braunschweig, 1867. Braunschweig, 1867. Vetillard, Studies on Plant Fibers. Paris, 1876. 2nd ed., 1905, and on Cotton in a Presentation to the Association for the Dissemination of Natural Scientific Knowledge, 1893. T.F. Hanausek, Technical Microscopy, and on Cotton Wool, Reports from the Technological Trade Museum, Vienna, 1910. Ed. Dodd, Hanausek, on Mercerization and Deformation of Cotton, Reports from the Laboratory for Commodity Sciences of the Vienna Commercial Academy, 1897. Then in Dingel's Polytechnic Journal, 1898, 310, and in the Journal for Food, Hygiene, and Commodities, 1898. A. Frankel and P. Friedlander, Studies on Silk Cotton. Reports from the Imperial Royal Austrian Technological Trade Museum, Vienna, 1898. Bowman, The Structure of the Cotton Fiber in Relation to its Technical Application, 2nd ed., 1882. H. Kuhn, Cotton, Cultivation, Structure and Processing. Vienna, 1892, with an extensive bibliography. O. N. Witt, Chemical Technology of Spun Fibers. Braunschweig, 1888. Berthold, Journal for Agricultural Commodities. Dobruschka, 1883. Folke, Microscopic Investigations on the Better-Known Spun Fibers. Archives of Pharmacy, 1886, 224. Perrault, Useful Products of Cotton Growers. Bulletin of Scientific Pharmacology, 1902. p. 333 with anatomical illustrations. Zetsche, The Most Important Fibers in European Industry, 1904, with microphotographs. Buscalioni, on the modifications caused by mercerization process yarns. Proceedings of the University Institute of Pavia, Series the 7, where literature is discussed. Haller, Chemical Times, 1908, 838. Cross, Bevan, King, and Joinson, Report on Indian Fibers and Fibrous Substances. Erbig, Contributions to the Study of Processes Occurring During the Mercerizing of Cotton. Journal of General Textile Industry, 3rd, 1899. 17. Herzog, On the Double Refraction of the Cotton Fiber. Journal of Chemical and Industrial Colloids, 1909, 245. Dawson, Polytechnic Central Bulletin, 1866, 75. R. Church and Muller, found in raw cotton, 9115, 91.35 cellulose. Good, cleaned cotton should not contain more than 0.3 ash pH. Helve 4. Cotton is highly hygroscopic. The specific weight of air-dried cotton is 147 1.5, with a strength of 25 G under direct stress. Dyes are present in cotton in very varying amounts, least in American varieties, and most in Chinese. The dye does not seem to be the same in all cotton varieties. Very diluted sodium hydroxide dissolves 0.30-0.5 fat upon boiling. The fat is likely identical to that of the seed. It yields oleic acid, stearic, and palmitic acid, (OMIN-WIT). Cotton is only hydrolyzed by concentrated sulfuric acid, Flexig. The end product formed is pure crystalline glucose, along with very small amounts of xylose, boswinkel, and link. The crystalline cellulose represented by cotton yields only glucose. Schwalbe and Schultz obtained 44 grape sugar dextrose from cotton cellulosic hydrolysis in an autoclave. When hydrolyzing pure cotton cellulose, one does not obtain exactly the theoretically calculable amount of sugar when using the Alliin method for sugar determination and converting to D-glucose. Additionally, small amounts of mannose, xylose, and arabinose are formed. Of the breakdown products of cotton cellulose, to the extent that such are formed by been relatively thoroughly studied. Cotton contains only very small amounts of xylene Schulze, Voswinkel and Link, Suringar, and Tollens. The pentose content of cotton, determined by the Tollens method, is around 1 wood shavings around 12. Cotton is mainly glucose cellulose. It consists of a glucosan. Less known are parchment amyloid, Ginnitz cellulose, and Ekstrom's acid cellulose. Ginnitz, copper oxide ammonium, i.e. the ammoniacal solution of copper oxide power, dissolves cotton almost completely. See above, from which acids and salts precipitate cellulose. Also chlorzinc, salt acid 1, 2, dissolves cotton cross and bivan. Concentrated 92 sulfuric acid transforms cotton into amyloid dot. Concentrated potash does not dissolve cotton wool dissolves, but makes it translucent and more absorbent for dyes mercering, named after John Mercer in 1844. Cold, concentrated nitric acid forms nitrocellulose trinitrocellulose, provides the collodion fabric, mainly hexanitrocellulose, the shut cotton, octanitrocellulose. Cotton keeps its form and color during this process. Wool turns yellow. For detailed information, see the works of E. Burles. Cotton absorbs a strong basic salt onto its fibers from alkaline earth and metal salt solutions dyeing. It is directly dyed by safflower, Orleans, curcumin Glauber's salt sulfuric acid differing from wool, Ganswint, and azoxy dyes, as well as Congo Budiger and other benzidine series dyes. Also, hematoxylene dyes cotton directly Guilté. Over 500 substantive cotton dyes are now known. Cotton is indifferent to non-basic metal salt solutions. To bind metal salts, cotton must be prepared with tannic acids and fatty acids turkey red oil beforehand. Basic dyes are poorly absorbed by cotton, as are acids. To absorb the latter, cotton is animalized, i.e., treated with albumone, casein, glue, or gelatin, or converted into imidacellulose vignon through ammonia treatment. Mercerized cotton sodium cellulose, see above, is stronger and shows greater affinity for dyes. The cotton fiber is shortened by treating it with strong alkalis. When stretched back to its original length, it acquires a silkier sheen. For the detection of mercerized cotton, Lange recommends a solution of 30 parts chlorazinc, 5 parts iodide potassium, 1 part iodine, and 24 parts water, which only dyes mercerized, not pure cotton blue after washing. Lit. Ref. Under cellulose, above p28. Ganswint, article Cotton and Real Encyclopedia of Pharmacy de Sceaux, 594. Church and Hugo Muller, The Plant Fiber in Hoffmann's Reports on the Development of Chemical Industry, Braunschweig, 1877. Otto N. Witt, Chemical Technology of Textile Fibers, Leo Vignon, The Celluloses of Cotton, Flax, Hemp, and Ramier, Comte, Rend, 131, 558. Cotton is primarily used in medicine as a dressing wax. The fibers absorb liquids capillary and osmotically. For example, from serum, it can absorb up to 10-11 times its weight. Cotton is also often impregnated with medicine's dressing materials. Same cellulose, mercerized C, extracted C, and hydrocellulose. Ibid, p. 708. CPS, The Cellulose, etc., 1910. Honig and Schubert, Monthly Journal of Chemistry 6 and 7. Stern Journ, Chem Soc 67, 1895. Der Dichem Gies, 1910-1913. Guignette, Comte, Rend, 108. 1889, 1258. 7, 1882. 524. Lange, Chem, Zeit, 1903. 592, U735. Gilson, Chem, Zentralbel, 93b, 531. Und Cellulose. An Outline of the Chemistry of the Structural Elements of Plants, 1895 to 1906. Application. Finally, cotton is used as a filter material to prevent the spread of germs or to filter air. The hygroscopic wax obtained by cooking with sodium hypochlorite is recommended as a substitute for charpie. A defatted and bleached cotton fabric, known as tela depurata, hydrophilic dressing material, purified mull, is in use, tested in farm. Helv. Cotton is but also, mainly due to the enclosed air, a very poor heat conductor and is therefore also used for this reason. In an emergency, hydrophilic cotton thread, lint, cotton flannel, English muslin cambric, apron gaze and muslin, 1900. Barth see below test. The stack of cleaned cotton or bandage wadding should be at least 3 cm thick. Microscopic examination reveals only hairs. It should not crackle or crunch stearic acid when pressed with the hand, and should not change water-soaked blue paper alkali and acid from the cleaning process. The aqueous extract, 110, should not be opalescent or soapy from treatment with soap lye, see, above, or discolored. The extraction 110, prepared with boiling water, may not be more than opalescent, clouded by silver nitrate, barium nitrate, or ammonium oxalate, chlorides, sulfates, lime from the cleaning process with chlorine, etc. When cleaned cotton is thrown into water, it should immediately absorb water and then sink fat. After drying at 103, cleaned cotton may not lose more than 7 of its weight in appropriate high water content. The red discoloration that occurs in 10 cc of this extract, after adding a few drops of sulfuric acid and 3 drops of potassium permanganate, should not disappear within a few minutes, reducing substance in sulfurous acid and sulfites from thionin. Bleaching process. G. Barth, Manufacturing and Assessment of Gauze. Swiss Weekly Journal, 1910, 321. Bude, Defatted Cotton. Published on the occasion of the Military Medical Services, 1905. History. If the essential oil extraction from 5g of cotton is evaporated, the weight of the dried residue should not exceed 3 mg, at most 0.6 fat and stearic acid, but even a content of 1,5 fat or fatty acid does not significantly affect the absorption. Capacity of gauze. The ash content should not exceed 0.3 pH, Helv the 4th, or 0.5 pH, also. Completely free from fatty acids, cotton is not available in trade Buddha. Commercial gauzes contain 0.20.4 fatty acids. Nevertheless, an upper limit must be set, as cotton is often oiled before carting see above. Excluded from medical use is the commercially available gauze in 2-4 cm thick, glued sheets on both sides. Herodotus III, 16 reports that Indians have a plant that bears wool instead of fruit, similar to that of sheep, but finer, and Strabo already knew that the hard kernel must be removed to obtain pure fibers. The Greeks encountered cotton 530 and ganga fabrics, which Alexander brought back, and these were likely cotton textiles. Strabo mentions them IP 532, as does the Periplus IP 534, as is 134 as dye. It is undeniable that India had cotton cultivation, probably of Gossypium herbaceum. Theophrastus notes cotton plantations on the Bahrain Islands and the Persian Gulf Hist. PL 149. This may refer to G. herbaceum de Candola. Even during the imperial era, India, particularly the Ganges region, was the only place that predominantly cultivated cotton. The Occident, including Romans and Greeks, as well as Arabs, Persians, and Egyptians, obtained raw cotton and cotton fabrics from India during ancient times. According to Schroeder, cotton karpasa is first mentioned in the latest Vedic texts, the Sutras 500-600 AD. According to Pliny, the Phoenicians already had large cotton plantations on Tylos. The pharaoh gave Joseph a cotton garment as a sign of his special affection. It seems that cotton was still rare at the time. Therefore, only linen bands and garments are found in ancient Egyptian tombs. Cotton cultivation in Egypt began on a larger scale after the migration of the Persians. C. 525 A.D. Brands. Plinius mentions the cultivation in Upper Egypt. See above p. 230, as does Pollux. In the upper regions of the White and Blue Nile, cotton cultivation is likely even older Wonig. In Abyssinia, it dates back to unimaginable times Schweinfurth. Curiously, there is no mention of Egyptian cotton in the Middle Ages Haid. The Egyptian mummy bands, called Herodot, were, as shown by microscopic examinations by Bauer Thompson 1849 and Unger 1859, not made of cotton, but of linen. Similarly, the Chartabambicina of the ancients and the old Arab paper were made from linen and hemp, not from cotton Wisner, Karabite. Prosper Alpin observed in the 16th century cultures of G. arboreum in Egypt. The culture in the 13th century A.D., according to Bretschneider in the 9th or 10th century A.D., came from India to China. Widespread cultivation of cotton in China only occurred after the country's conquest by the Tatars 1368. A Chinese work on cotton culture dating back to 1765, Menhuatu, is known. The Arabs brought cotton culture and industry to Spain, establishing plantations near Valencia in Spain in the 9th century. The Moors established cotton manufactories in Granada, Cordoba, Seville, Barcelona, and Fez Morocco. Ibn Alam 12th century, p. 611, describes the culture in Spain, Sicily, and the Orient. Idrisi deferent, p. 617, that in southeast Morocco, Istakri 10th 17th century, that of Mesopotamia, p. 16. The cotton industry begins in France towards the end of the 17th century in Amiens. The first Italian cotton manufactories were located in Venice and Florence, 14th century, from where they spread to Zurich and Augsburg. The first larger German factories were built in Plauen IV. It seems that cotton manufactories existed on Coos and Malta since ancient times. Until the end of the 18th century, all European cotton came from the Levant. Marco Polo I, p. 724, encountered cotton cultures in the 13th century at Mosul, in Persia, at Kashgar and south of the Tarim, and in India. By the end of the 16th century, the Dutch brought raw cotton to Europe, which was woven in Ghent and Bruges. From 1772, a cotton industry also developed in England. The fabrics were made from Indian cotton, later also from that of the Levant, Macedonia, Cayenne, Suriname, Guadeloupe, and Martinique. The cotton industry arrived in England perhaps through Dutch Protestants, and in the United States in 1643. Cotton cultivation in Peru is very ancient. In 1532, when the Spanish arrived, it was in full bloom, and many cotton fabrics and yarns are found in ancient Peruvian tombs. The expedition of Hojeda, which discovered Venezuela, encountered cotton there. Cortez found it in Mexico, 1519. Vaca in Louisiana, 1536. In the mid-17th century, under the influence of Wyatt, while Carolina introduced it in 1733 through the Swiss Peter Purry, Georgia followed suit in 1784 with the Swiss Ansperger, and American cotton exports began in. The cotton known as Exechechihuatl is named after Hernandez and is also depicted by him. In North America, cultivation attempts date back to 1621. Gossypium herbaceum arrived in 1770. And cultivation began that same year. Virginia started growing beet. Large-scale cultivation started in Georgia in 1791, North Carolina in 1811, Louisiana and Tennessee in 1811, Mississippi and Alabama in 1821, Arkansas in 1821, Arkansas in 1826. By 1800, North America produced 9 million Cadois semler. Now, G. barbadensis preferred there. In Brazil, cultivation began in the northern states, particularly Bahia and Para, and spread to Pernambuco, Maranhão, etc. During the American Civil War, the cotton famine period, everything focused on cotton cultivation. For instance, in southern Italy, and other subtropical and tropical countries also began cultivating it, but this could not be maintained everywhere. Lit. Wiesner, raw materials. Wonig, planting of ancient Egypt. Thompson, Mummification Bindings. Lovedan, 69, 1849. Unger, Botanical Studies on the History of Cultural Plant Growth in Ancient Egypt. Proceedings of the Vienna Academy, 1859. Wiesner, Microscopic Examination of Paper, etc., and Karabakh, Arabic Paper. Reports from the Rainer Papyrus Collection, Vienna, 1887. Weigler, Article on Cotton in Polisreal Encyclopedia of Classical Antiquity. Brands on Ancient Names and Geographical Distribution of Cotton in Ancient Times. Leipzig, 1866. Blumner, Technology and Terminology of Trades and Arts among the Greeks and Romans, I. 1875. Whitmack on the Utilized Plants of Ancient Peru. Report of the International Congress of Americanists, Berlin, 1888. Brandes on Ancient Names and Geographical Distribution of Cotton in Antiquity. Annual of the Friends of Geography, 1866. De Candolle, Origin of Cultivated Plants, 4th ed., 1896, p. 323. Masters in Oliver, Flora of Tropical Africa. Hooker, Flora of British India. Bretschneider, Study and Value of Chinese Botanical Works. C. Ritter, Geographical Distribution of Cotton. De Lastery, on Cotton. De Lastery, on Cotton. Schweinfurth and Ascherson, Catalogue, etc. Renier, Economy of the Arabs and Jews. Brandis, Cotton in Antiquity, 1866. Hemsley, Biologia Centrale Americana. The seeds of Gossypium or Sem, Bombacis were formerly used like flax seeds in infusion as a mucilaginous agent, now usually processed into oil. In the Brandenburg Tax of 1574, Ein, p. 816, it is mentioned as Sem, Gossypi, i.e. cotton, commonly known as cotton. Now, numerous large cottonseed oil factories exist, particularly in North America, with 252 such plants there in 1894, and in 1897, the country exported over 27 million gallons of oil, with even more consumed for domestic needs as a substitute for domestic needs as a substitute for domestic needs. Olive oil. Bombassum Baumwollensat. And Sem, Bombacis in the Frankfurt Reformation of 1656. Alvartimore E. 824 is also Sem, Gossypi. The seed previously overlooked as an oil seed or e.g., in China and Central Asia, only ground for animal feed, was first processed into oil on a large scale in 1783, but not until 1852 did this become common practice. Next to America, Egypt exports large quantities of cottonseed, 75 million hectoliters in 1897. American cottonseed contains 1530. The oil contains phytosterols and glycerides of palmitic and oleic acid, particularly the latter, Slesser, Chem, Zentrobe, 1859, 140, containing linoleic acid and linoleic acid. Also small amounts of oxalic acid, cottonseed oil acid, an aldehydic body, and a sulfurous nauseating substance. From shelled seeds, cottonseed press cake contains 43.3 protein substances, 1430 oil, and 16.30 nitrogen-free extractive substances. It is thus an excellent feed material. Microscopy at Perro Bull, St. Farm, 1902. However, the seeds contain a substance insoluble in oil cornevin, soluble in cold water, and toxic, believed to be an alkaloid, making cottonseed press cake a somewhat dangerous feed. Cases of poisoning cobalt intoxications have been observed. The seed also contains choline and betaine, as well as Melitrosis Ritthausen. Cottonseed oil has been used in pharmacy since about 1880 as a substitute for olive oil, primarily in North America. March Lucy discovered crystalline gospel chew in cotton seeds, possessing the character of an oxide chem. Zeit, 1898, 11. The cotyledons of Gauss, Herbach, seeds stain light green with comb. HCl, the secretory vessels on their inner margin dark green. Chloroglucin acid salt stains the secretory passages violet. Winkel attributes the reaction to Gossipulp. Zeit, 1905, 211. The Halphen reaction is a reaction to cottonseed oil, lit. Cottonseed and its products, U.S. Dep of Agric. Farmer's Bull, No. 36, 1896. On cottonseed oil, see also Farm, Jahresbeer, 1991, and Wiedemann, Dingle, Pollet, Jern 202, 132, 190. Further lit. On cottonseed and Bentley Tryman, medicinal plants. For analyses of cottonseed see Yarb, D. Farm, 1885, 95. Preparation of cottonseed oil. Lewis, Dis, Philadelphia, 1896 Farm. Zeit, 1896. Cornevin Ann, Agron, 22, 353 Chem, Zentral B, 1897, I, 515. On anatomy. The Arabs used the sap of leaves medicinally for colic, the seeds for chest diseases, and the oil for skin affections. Radicis gossypii is also used by the populace. It is believed to have a similar effect to Cichel cornutum. In East India, it is considered a diuretic. Staley found about 8 resin, rubber, sugar, and no tannin in the bark. Druding identified red and yellow resins, oil, gum, sugar, tannin, and chlorophyll in the bark. Hartwich and Morgan mention secretory vessels in it. Ref. William C. Stale, Chemical and Microscopical Examination of Cotton Root Bark. A.M. J. Farm, 1875, 457. K.H. Morgan Amer. Jern, 1898. Anatomical Description of the Bark. Further literature on rad. Gossypii and Bentley and Tryman, medicinal plants. On the pigment of the flowers, see Perkin, Jern, Chem, Sock, 75 and 1899, 825. Just as cotton, and for the same reason, i.e., due to their absorption capacity for blood serum, the hairs of certain tropical ferns are used, which can therefore be considered as parallel drugs to cotton. Hemostatic hairs. Synonyms: Peliciboti, S. thestipticae, S. hemostaticae, Peliciboti, S. Philicum, fern hairs, blood-stopping hairs, fern wool, devil's yarn, wound fern, vegetable sheep's wool. In commerce, the following varieties of fern hairs are found: Asamicum hook, and C. jambianum, as well as other Sumatran tree ferns. Cibotium baromets is called bar jambe, or bulu jambe, in Madura, Jambi in Bali, Penawar jambe in Java, and Penawar jambi in Malaysia de Klerk. Penawar jambi, also Penghawar, Jambi, Pengawar, Jambi, Pingwarhar Yambi, Penober Jambi or Penawar de Shambi. In China, Kautsib Jambi is located in West Sumatra from Cibotium baromets link, JSM, Polypodium, baromes L, and the species likely related to Smith's Cibotium glossescens, KZ, C. cumin NEKZ. Therefore, it should be written Penawar Jambi, instead of Penghawar Jambi, as the Austrian pharmacy A8 also does. Penawar. Hitam is Goniothalamus gigantes. Raja. Sonchus insignis, 2. Pacu Kidang Paco is the Dutch spelling from Ulsophila lurida BL, Balantium chrysotrichum Hascarl, Dixonia blume, met D. chrysotrichumur, B. magnificium hook, Schnuphora tomentosa BL, and other Java tree ferns. The Ulsophila species are known as Pacu Tihang in Sundanese, and Pacu in Malaysia, Pacu Tihang de Klerk. One should perhaps write the name as Pacu Kidang, and not Pacu Tihang. Kidang means deer. 3. Pulu Pulu, of Cibotium glaucum hook, et Arn, B. Anisoi chamisoi Kolf. Also the hairs of the South American Lophosauria, Ulsophila affinan, PSL. Ulsophila prunata, KLFS. The Brazilian Ulsophila armata, PSL. Polypodium aculeatum radi, and the South Mexican Cibotium, Shidea cham, et Schlecht. Balantium, Dixonia, Cibotium, Pteridophytae, Filicales, Euphilicinae, Cyatheciae, Dixonia A. Ulsophila, Cyathea, Pteridophytae, Filicales, Euphilicinae, Cyatheciae. Cibotium baromets is distributed over the East Asian monsoon area. Hinter-Indian, Hong Kong, Formosa, Java, Sumatra. The subspecies, C. cumin iti, native to the Philippines. Menziesi, on all islands of the Sandwich Group, known to natives as Hapuji or He, as well as C. glaucum and chamisoy. The bases of the fronds, and especially the vegetation point of numerous tropical ferns, Fig. 90 are densely covered with dust scales or hairs palei, giving these organs a yellowish-brown, woolly appearance. They are quite long, reaching 2-3 cm in Cibotium, sometimes even 7 or 9 cm, consisting of single, sometimes twisted and overlapping, silky glistening hairs that form rows of stretched brown-yellow thin-walled cells. Often, particularly in Pakukidang, every second cell is obliterated in quite regular intervals. The tip is blunt cone-shaped, with wavy cross walls. In Pakukidang, one occasionally finds true peli-forming cell surfaces and having marginal teeth. Illustration, Fig. 90, Pharmacognosy, church font. If iodosulfuric acid is applied to it, the cuticle appears as a sharply delineated skin, and the cell content as a crumpled bag. Rarely have I observed blue-green discoloration of the wall. Vogel states that the wall consists of cellulose. Winterstein obtained grape sugar and mannose from cellulose preparations of Aspidium felix, Mas, and Atherium felix feminata. Vogel 1864 states that the brown-yellow cell wall is decolorized by boiling potassium hydroxide with strong swelling, and then blue-colored in the inner layers by iodosulfuric acid. The hair width is approximately 20-45 microns. At Penawar Jambi, about 40-60. At Pulu, up to 100 or 150 church, or even 300 mic. Vogel, by the way, the width varies greatly. The color of the drug varies slightly between different varieties. Penawar Jambi is the lightest, brown-red-yellow, Pulu, yellow-brown, Pakukidang, almost coffee-brown, Farm, Oster. The aid describes it as silky, or nearly metallic bronze shimmering. Potassium dyes it darker. For example, the yellow hair of Penawar turns red-brown. For Penawar Jambi, the hairs are long and straight over large areas. For Pulu they are messy, and almost always band-like in arrangement, and for Pakukidang either barrel-shaped or obliterated. Vogel found strength kernels in Pulu hairs, and also in Pakukidang. Both Audemans and Hartwich mention small strength kernels. I only found such ones in Pakukidang. Moreover, they sometimes contain a vacuole-like mass as a wall coating, or are hollow and filled with air. De Vries found a great quantity of ammonium salt and a peculiar acid Audemans. Penawar Jambi and Pulu contain 1.53 ash, Pakukidang 6.74 ash. The water content is approximately 12. The fern hairs have been primarily used as filling material for pillows since 1851. For this purpose, large quantities of Pulu from the Sandwich Islands were exported to North America in 1908. While the export only amounted to 2,479 pounds in 1851, it had risen to over 300,000 pounds by 1858. In 1845, an attempt was made in England to weave fern hairs mixed with silk. The hemostatic properties of Alsophila and Sebotium hairs were already known in the Middle Ages Barrier. In Java and Sumatra, they've been used as hemostatics for centuries according to Vogel, since ancient times. In 1843, Pascal first introduced wedge bases filled with fern hair from Java Gede forests into Holland. The Dutch thus reintroduced them in Europe in the 19th century, and they were already listed in the Dutch Pharmacopoeia of 1856, still present in the Austrian Pharmacopoeia VIII to this day. The use of fern hairs instead of gauze hence. Charpie fougere probably rests, as Vinci assumed, solely on the absorption capacity of the former, and the small amount of tannin, claimed by Franchi but denied by Van Bemmelen, plays a negligible role. Since Penawar Jambi is never sterile, caution is advised before application. Sterilized cotton is safer. One should sterilize Penawar in any case. Nevertheless, the absorption capacity of fern hairs is considerable, as they have a large lumen and a thin wall, and all observers agree that they are an excellent hemostatic. Recently, 1902, Lubet Barbin recommended them as a hemostatic agent in nasal operations. If one lets blood flow to the hairs, fluid accumulates in the lumen, the wall swells, and blood cells settle on the outside of the cells and glue together. Perhaps the effect is less due to capillary absorption, which, given that hairs are segmented, can only act through short tubes, but rather through osmotic cell, absorption of blood serum, and separation of blood cells by filtration. In earlier centuries, not the hair but the stem, or a large leaf wedge, or a stem piece with a leaf wedge base, as Agnes Stidicus frutex tartarius, plant animal, vegetable lamb, in Chinese. He assumes that the contents of hairs extract alkali from the blood and the wall extracts water, leading to blood coagulation. Even the short palea of Polypodium aureum have been found to have hemostatic properties by Subert 1844. Kapok is mentioned as a contamination proleus. Galilowski recommends specially treated peat moss for further details. See Journal of the Austrian as a substitute for penawar. Apov, Ver, 1898, 671. For a time, the decoction was used in hemorrhoids, Molkenburg Gop. It contains, according to Barrelet, along with resin and a santillary-smelling body, a tannin. Van Bemmelen disputes that tannin is present. He could not observe any effect on the blood from the decoction. In the hair he found plant wax, indifferent, and electronegative resin, an iron green acid, a tonic acid, tonic acid, tonic acid, tonic salt acid, tonic salt acid. Absent were starch, sugar, alkaloids, tannic acid, bitter substance, essential oil. 726 in the 14th century, much about this strange plant animal, and Erasmus Francisi dedicates it in his Oriental and Western Garden, an extensive description. The whole thing may have been given a more animal-like appearance by inserting wooden or bamboo pieces that represented the legs, but only a very stupid eye could be deceived by this. In the descriptions of India's wonders, the Agnus Scythicus always played a role. Sonos Odorico di Porto Maggiore 3. I possess in my collection a handsome Scythian lamb that even wears a red ribbon around its neck, and whose legs consist of bamboo. The specimen from the British Museum is depicted in Rimsdijk's Museum Britannicum, London, 1791. Tab. Ectimate by Tide Victimsteed. 2. Baromets is said to be an old Russian name for lamb. This is possible, because even today the lamb is called Barashek Baromet in Russian from barren sheep. The name Baromets, Borames was given to the Agnus Scythicus, as it seems, by Cardanus Vogel, who mistakenly relocated the creature's habitat to the region between the Volga and Yaik. The plant animal was a rooted creature that rotated in a circle around its attachment point until it had consumed everything within reach. Then it had to die. This fable is also found in Joe, of Maudeville. Another version states that in the land of Chedisa, there is a fruit that reveals a lamb when sliced and shared with the fruit. Harsdorfer therefore speaks of a fruit animal. Giorsinio calls it Agnus vegetabilis. In Scaliger, Bacon of Verulam Jotot, Balhin, and others, the fable is modified to depict a plant emerging from a seed similar to that of a melon, taking the form of a young lamb. According to Kircher, in Valentini's Museum Musorum, the mature fruit beneath the woolly membrane contains a sweet flesh. Kempfer Firth, p. 907, agrees with Wormius's 1694 suggestion that it is the fur of unripe lambs, freshly cut from the womb, and indeed, such furs in collections have been labeled as barometers and confused with the actual Agnus Scythicus. Also, Valentini, who shares Kempfer's view, classifies this structure under sheep among animal objects. Neither Pommet nor Linné in his Materia mention it. Medica, Spielmann, and Linné named a woolly root that had arrived from China as Polypodium baromes. The plant itself was first described by Loureiro Perth, p. 903. He confirmed it to be a heavily hairy polypodium. Guillaume Soluste, in a French translation of Clusius by Antoine Collin, in 1619, wrote poems about the Agnus Scythicus quoted by Hanbury. By the early 17th century, it seems to have been used as an astringent in Europe Vaudois. However, Panawar Jambi had been absent from commerce for 150 years. However, Archer initially thought the hairs were the pappus of a thistle, until a piece of frond that arrived from the Friendship Islands to Liverpool in 1852 finally clarified the matter. At that time, these or similar fuzzy hairs also appeared in Germany, where they were mistaken for an alga and described by Kutzing as Conserva aureofulva. In 1856, hairy stem stalks and leaf bases were found in the London trade. Later, only the hairs were traded. The exact botanical provenance was later established by Smith, Lit. Kempfer, Amoenitates, Valentini, Museum Museorum, I.P. 458. Deals in Ingler Prantel, Flansenfam, I4 with an illustration of an Ulsophila. Hanbury, on Penguar Jambia News Styptic, 1856, Science Papers, p. 120. Subert Buchen, Repert, 86, 1856, 321. Vogel Gesti Erzt, 1864. Über Blattstellen wirken des Bräuhaare, die Farne. Prolius über die Zog. Palea Siboti, Farm, Zentral, 1884, 170. Greshoff, Bull, Farm, de Lyon, 1891. Barrier, Etudes des Fibres Textiles. Lubet Barben, Arch, Intern. From Laryngology, 1902, No. Me Yarb, 1865, RSBD. Farm, 1865 and Seicher, D. Oester, 1865 539, Jarisber, DPHO, 1866, 28, Dort auch die Histor. Notizen, sowie Vogel, Kommentar 1908, Vinke, Ausführung, Reffen Farm, Jahres, Denke Ausführung Reffen Farm, 1860, 15 und Wittsteins Vierteljahr. 9, 235 Dort auch die früheren Arbeiten besprochen. Totale. Audemans, Annotations, Rotterdam 1854, and Guide 1880. Wisner, Raw Materials II, 466. Bruckner, Russian Review 21, 1882, 131 Historical, not seen. Smith, Genera Philicum 1841. 31. Michel. Analecta Botanica Indica the Sioux, 36, and Sumatra 1862. Dodge, Description of a Catalogue of Useful Fiber Plants, etc., Washington 1897. Image of the hair in the Atlas to Audemans Annotations, Plate B, with Planchon Collin, I, p. 47, Hager Fisher Hartwich, Handbook of Pharmaceutical Practice. Since they are also important for pharmacognosy, used frequently in pharmacy and mentioned in pharmacognostic manuals as well, they may be listed here at least briefly. The plant fibers are rarely pure cellulose flax. Jute, for example, contains 20-30 non-cellulose cross and bivan when ripe. The technically utilized plant fibers. 827. Vogel, Atlas Fig. 60. In Barillet et al., Locke, Sit, and Prolius Locke, Sit. Studies on the Cell Membrane of Ferns and Mosses, Winterstein, Journal of Physical and Chemical Sciences, 21 1895, 152. The fibers. Fibers do not belong to medicinal substances in the narrow sense, but actually to technical raw materials. Under the name fibers are now understood very different things. Primarily belong here the textile fibers flax, hemp, jute, cotton, plant silk, Chinese grass, nettle fiber, etc., and the paper fibers used in paper production in addition to flax, hemp, cotton, still esparto, straw fiber, wood cells, bamboo fiber, hop fiber, etc. Then there are also, when one extends the term widely, fibers to be counted. Those used as stuffing or padding, plant tufts, vegetal down, vegetative horsehair, wood wool, the brushing materials, coir, pite, piassave, esparto, rice straw, the rope, piassave, esparto, rice straw, the rope, materials, hemp, New Zealand flax, Manila hemp, jute, pitahai, coir, piassave. The binding materials used in gardening and other purposes, lime bark, raffia bark, elm bark, cuba bark. According to their morphological anatomical character, these fibers represent very diverse things. Plant hairs cotton, plant silk, poplar wool, grass fiber, individual bast fibers linen, hemp, jute, Chinese grass, groups of bast fibers, Manila hemp, New Zealand flax.o, flax, subepidermal bast strips of the leaf raffia fiber, bast fibers with attached other elements, linden bast, vessel bundles with bast coverage, aloe hemp, sazal hemp, sansevieria and core fiber, groups of vessel bundles, piassava, jute fiber, crin, vegetal, as well as ground scrubbed wood pulp, cellulose, whole roots rice straw fiber, whole leaves esparto straw, even whole plant seagrass. The animal fibers break down into wool and hairs, sheep's wool, goat hair, Angora goat hair, Tibetan wool, calf and cow hair, camel hair, dromedary camel hair, deer hair, pig bristles, horse hair, etc., and yarn silk. They can be easily distinguished morphologically and microchemically from plant hairs. For example, they never give the so-called cellulose reaction, even after treatment with Schultz's maceration liquid. To distinguish between animal and plant fibers, Molish uses Naphthol Journal of Farm, 1886. excluding all plant materials seagrass, Zostera marina, and Carex brizoes. Fibers can be categorized into 1. Those representing plant hairs, and 2. Those composed either exclusively or predominantly of vascular fibers. When examining plant fibers, the following should be considered: the shape of the fiber cells, base, lumen, wall thickness, type of thickening, tip, cross-sectional shape. 2. Length and width of the fiber cells. 3. Microchemical behavior. In such investigations, precise microscopic determination of morphological ratios plays a significant role, along with measurements using a micrometer and the application of reagents. When using reagents, it is important to consider whether you have a raw or processed fiber. Indeed, through numerous processing stages, especially bleaching, the fiber undergoes chemical changes or experiences color alterations due to applied dyes. In most bleaching processes, lignin, where present, is removed from the membrane, so it reacts similarly, even if it belongs to a hardened cell, like cellulose. Mean one. At strongly dyed fibers, microchemical reactions are impossible. Dimensional rachis length, thickness, the ratio of thickness to length of the primary fibers according to Wisner, Vetillard, and von Honel. Fiber name, length, bit-mite thickness ratio. Min, max dot, 0.84, 20, 22, 22.595 1632, Fazer von Legetta, Linteria, 3651020, 500 Bast von Salixalba, Capra UA, 15 0.563.5 to 41020, 170 Sansevieria, 3 to 1730 2290 Esparto, or alpha fiber from Stipa 0.9 1.5718, 12 125 Tenacissima, 3.5 Tenacissima, Rhydium, Spartum 134.52.512 2015, 160 Ananas fiber from Ananassa sativa, 39548, 6830 fiber from Bromelia caratus, 2.510, 52032, 24210 fiber from Bromelia penguin, 0.752, 828 1613, 150 New Zealand, flax from Formium tenax, Yucca sp. Talun, O. Anisur, Sansevieria zelanica, 156, 315 2620, 150 Pite Phaser von Agave americana, 150 40 2.5 2032, 24 100 Manilahan F von Musa textilis, 312 6, 1632 24 250 Manilahan A von Musa paradisiaca, M. Fiber length linen from Linum 466, 2530 15, 37, 2025 to 12.5, 5515 to 25, 1650 25, 1650 22, 22, 1000 hop fiber from Humulus lupins, 419, 1012 to 26, Dioica, 455 25 30, 20, 70 55 50 bamboo, Rami from Beaumaria Nevea, 60, 251, 20, 16 8 52,000, 400 paper mulberry fiber from Morris paperifera, 1025 6 15, 25 35 430, 430 sungrass, 512 7 8, 2050, 3260, beginning of Sarothamnus vulgaris, flax fiber from Melolotus alba, 518, 1020 36, 3330 gamboos. Hemp from 33 Hibiscus cannabinus, 26125, 1441, 2121. Tilia europea, platyphilos, 125 5 214 2016, 125 jute from Corcorus capsularis, olatorius, Sida v. Ori, Bangor, Asclepias curasavica, 1030, 2044, Calotropis, Gigantea, 2030, 1242. Marsdenia 1025, 1933, Strophanthus 1056, 4992, Beaumontea 3045, 3350. Aloe perfoliata, Aloe vera 133.7, 1524. Calotropis gigantea, Bast Phaser 730, 1825. Bohinia racemosa, Bast 154 Hume, Sapientum, 52040, 28. 180 Phoenix, Dactylifera, 26316, 24 2150, Corypha umbraculifera, 155-3C, 1628-24, 120 Laas guineensis, 2.510-1311-230 Raffia. Te Tigera, 1.532.512-2016, 160 Mauritia, 615, Pia Sava 0.309, Abel Moschus tetraphilos, Urina sinuata, Bast 113 2, 924, Bomvolgosipium 1052, 1242, Walbomvole, Bombax, 1030, 1942, Walivonochroma lagopus, 5 15, 1635, Vegetable. The cuticle, which covers the epidermis, also covers the appendages of the epidermis, the hairs. Therefore, all plant fibers formed by hairs will be covered by a cuticle. 820, Mare, 820, Vespesia lampas, Vast 0.92, 4.7, 1221, Cordia latifolia, Vast 116, 1517, Sterculia villosa, Vast 153.5, 1725, Holoptelia integrifolia, Vast 0.9, 2.1, 914, Kittia calycina, Vast 1.2, Vast 0.42, 5.1, 829, Sponia whitedi, 4, Pandanus odoratissimus. However, it should be noted that due to the peculiar treatment certain soft fibers undergo in their processing method, sometimes the characteristic reaction of the cuticle is lost. For example, bleached cotton yarn shows no cuticle on the threads. Furthermore, hairs do not have a split tip, as many bast cells do, but are often branched and broken off at the base, so not pointed on both sides like bast cells, exception C, P239. However, since fragments from these last ones usually only come available for examination, this is not very significant. Tupfel possess hairs only at their base, where they attach to the fabric. They usually conduct air, but in all cases a delicate plasma membrane adhering to the inner wall can be found. Cotton, plant silk, and dune hairs are single, formed from a simple cell row. Wool grass, type of fiber, etc. are formed from multiple rows. Cotton. Already discussed on P29. 2. Plant dunes. Plant dunes refer to the seed and fruit hairs of wool trees Bombaceae. Examples include Seba wool, vegetable edredin, Bombax wool kapak, hare's foot. They primarily serve as filling material. Considerable species are Bombax seba EB, Heptaphyllum LB, Malabaricum rox B, Coplospermum gossypium DC, Ochroma lagopus seb W, Coresia speciosa, St. Hill, Ariodendron anfractuosum DC, Bombax pentandrum L. The plant hairs are single, conical cells with sometimes swollen or knotted bases and a rounded cross-section. Their length ranges from 1-3 cm. The cell wall is hardened. The cuticle smooth and thin. The main types of plant hairs are the Bombax hairs from Bombax species and Ariodendron anfractuosum, slightly hardened, up to 3 cm long and 1943 m thick, with a net-like thickening at the base. The so-called patte de lièvre ochroma lagopus, 0.5-1.5 cm long, very thick-walled 5/8 m, brown. 3. Plant silks. Plant silk refers to the shiny, silky hairs of numerous Asclepiadae and Apocynaceae species. Asclepias cursavica L, Calotropis gigantea R, Br, Marsdenia, Beaumontia, grandiflora. The silk fibers are 1-3 cm long, stiff, and up to 80 m thick. The most thin wooden wall shows in cross-section distinct, more or less inward, protruding longitudinal braces. The cross-section of the hair is round. 4. Native wool hairs. Plant bast fibers. Plant bast fibers are almost exclusively formed by bast cells or groups of bast cells, to which other tissue elements are attached in some cases. Very rarely, libriform cells are also technically utilized. As stuffing material, the up to 3.5 mm long, single-celled cylindrical seed hairs of Populus poplar wool are sometimes used. The one-row, multicellular paragon hairs of the fruits of Typha angustifolia reed stem wool. The 2-4 cm long, multicellular, two-layered hairs of the hair tuft of the fruitlets of our Eriophorum species and others more. In the bast cells of dicotyledons, the nodes are often very obscure or absent, while in monocotyledons they are numerous. The bast cells are closed all around and taper off more or lessly on both sides, or are provided with small lateral tips at the tips. They are never branched, usually very thick, with a round or polyedric, incidentally very characteristically varying cross-section. Some commercial fibers are also distinguished by the peculiar wall shifts nodes, cross breaks, spring lines, plis de flexion, which, however, only arise during fiber processing Schwendener and make the fibers containing them flax, linen, rami, nettle, have a very characteristic appearance. They are always very long. The tissue elements accompanying the bast fibers here and there are parenchymal cells, crystal cells, vessels, dracaids, sclerides, sieve tubes. They are absent in jute, which is not broken. The most important diagnostic tool is the cross-section of the fiber Vetillard, von Honel. Of course, natural bast fibers do not possess a cuticle distinction from hairs. The content consists mainly of air. A plasma membrane is almost universally present. Other content is rare. Parenchymal cells are found in raw bast fibers, e.g., hemp, flax almost exclusively, as the process of fiber extraction is based on mechanically separating the fiber from the surrounding tissues. It is understandable that residual tissue remains attached to the isolated fiber in this way. Where bast fibers are not actually isolated, but used together with the surrounding tissue, manila hemp core, they can of course always be clearly identified. The flax fiber is produced by groups of bast fibers, forming a concentric armor, from the stem bark of the flax plant, Linum usitatissimum ll. The fibers, after the tearing and wrinkling of the stems due to roasting, rotting in water, breaking, crushing, and detaching the brittle wood body, shedding, peeling off the accompanying phloem parenchyma and epidermis. Remaining elements of the stem still contain parenchyma and epidermal cells, indeed even wood elements. The best cleaned varieties, however, consist only of fiber sheath cells. The linen bast cells are completely unmodified, consisting solely of pure cellulose, very strongly and uniformly thickened, and equipped with a closed, thread-like, plasma-filled lumen. The ends are very sharp and elongated. The cell wall shows distinct shifts, stress lines, and pores are barely or not at all visible. The linen bast cells are either isolated or grouped into few-celled clusters. The cross-section is usually angular polygonal. A middle lamella does not become clearly distinct upon treatment with sulfuric acid. The layering of the wall is unclear. Regarding length and width, compare the table P251. The historical background of flax will be discussed under slime drugs under linum. 2. The bast cells of hemp are found in great numbers, grouped into many clusters in the bark of the hemp plant, Cannabis sativa LG. They are weakly woody, not as uniformly thickened as those of flax, and have numerous shifts. The lumen is usually wide, but narrows toward the very thick-walled blunt, sometimes branched, tapering tip that is shaped like a line. The bast cells always occur in groups here. The cross-section of each bast fiber is rounded, often stretched tangentially, not angular. Upon treatment with iodine sulfuric acid, the middle lamella stands out sharply, both in the groups and as hanging fragments in the individual fiber by Honel. According to Honel, the anatomical findings of the fiber itself are sufficient to distinguish between linen and hemp fibers. Kramer uses the accompanying tissue elements, epidermis, hairs, slits, crystal cells. These serve him as conduits. Only hemp has hairs, crystal, and tannin cells. T.F. Hanausek 1908 found that the plasma tube of the hemp fiber behaves differently when treated with a chromic acid mixture than when it's linen, while it often becomes twisted in the latter similar to cotton, Fig. 89 when it appears. Hemp is never curved wave-like but straight, and stands out very plastically. R. Korn considers the distinction with Quoxum better 1910. Hemp is foreign to the Semitic Egyptian cultural circle. For further comparison see fruit, cannabis. Very similar to hemp fiber is 3. Sun fiber. It comes from the bark-standing bast bundles of Crotalaria juncea. The differences lie in a broad, not split-shaped content-carrying lumen, and wide, hardened outer membrane parts that can easily be separated from the inner, non-hardened, secondary thickening layers von Honel. The bast fibers of Urtica dioica L are also found in stem bark. They are unhardened, irregularly built, with a not very thick wall and unevenly striped. The broad lumen often contains content. The ends are drawn out, rounded, often spoon-shaped, expanded, sometimes transversely cut or forked. The cross-section of the bast cells is oval, flattened, indeed band-like, occasionally with projecting layered walls bihonal. Hive, China grass. China grass, or Ramia fiber, is formed by the rind side, single or loosely clustered bundles of bast cells from the stems of Bomarea nivea L. Hook. The bast cells are very attractive C-table, P251, completely unhollowed, and often show deformations. The sometimes content-carrying lumen is very broad, but narrows towards the ends in a linear manner. The tip is thick-walled and rounded. The cross-section is elongated or flattened, band-like at broader areas. The jute bast fibers are heavily lignified, with an isodiametric polygonal cross-section, sharp edges, and a narrow central lamella. Very similar is the Roa fiber from Pipterus argenteus. 6th, jute is formed from the chordate, relatively short, always grouped bast fibers of the stems of Corchorus capsularis, L. C. Olatorius L. and other Corchorus. Similar to jute are the Abelmonoecious fiber from Abelmonoecious tetraphylos and the Urea fiber from Urena sinuata. Despite the thick wall, the lumen is relatively wide, round, or oval, often constricted at certain points within the same cell, while the ends are relatively thin-walled, cone-shaped or rounded, without shifts or striation bihonal. A morphologically very similar plant to jute is 7. Dambo hemp. This originates from the stems of Hibiscus cannabinus and other hibiscus. It differs from jute in having a broader central lamella, thick-walled, sometimes slightly bifurcated ends, and partial thickening of the wall that can extend to the point of disappearing the lumen. Dicotyledone fibers include the hops fiber from Humulus lupulus, the mauve paperbark fiber from Brucinidia papyrifera, the Scots pine fiber from Xarothamnus vulgaris, and the Daphne fiber from Legetta linteriol, were widely used in papermaking. Monocotyledone fibers are 8. New Zealand flax. It is primarily composed of the bast fibers from the vascular bundles of the leaves of Phormium tenax. The completely woodified bast fibers are uniform, but strongly thickened, the lumen round or oval, hollow, and uniformly wide throughout the fiber. The ends are sharply pointed. The cross-section is round or polygonal with rounded corners. The midrib is indistinct. Vessels are rarely found as companion elements, similar to aloe vera and sansevieria fibers. 9. Manila hemp. Under the names Manila hanfa baca, plantain fiber, Siam hemp, and white rope, the bast fibers from Musa textilis are traded. These are strongly lignified, evenly thickened but not very significantly, with a smooth wall and a large, round, sometimes hollow lumen. The cross-section of the bast fibers, always combined in more or less loose groups, is rounded polygonal, middle lamella unclear. The fibers are accompanied by 30 micron long encrusted cells stegmata. 10. Petafacer. The petafacer pite, Sizzle matamoros, tampicohanf, consists of the bast tissues of the vascular bundles in the leaves of Agave americana L. and other agave species. The lignified, always grouped bast cells, see table, are often wider in the middle, have a very wide, much broader than the wall, polygonal lumen, and thin walls. The aloe fiber, Mauritius fiber, is also a bundle of bast cells from leaves, namely from aloe species, especially Aloe perfoliata. The broad, blunt, rarely forked ends are always thickened. The middle lamella is unclear. The cross-section of the bast cells is polygonal. The fibers are accompanied by numerous large spiral vessels and crystal cells, with up to 0.5 mm long oxalate prisms or their fragments. 11. The thin bast cells are usually very strongly thickened. The wall shows very steep left slanting tubercles. The ends are sharp or cone-shaped. The cross-section is polygonal, the lumen round, not much wider than the wall. The fiber is accompanied by vessels. Very similarly constructed is the sansevieria fiber from Sansevieria thalanica. Coir fiber. The brown core fiber comes from the fruit shell of the coconut Cocos nucifera and is formed by the vessel bundles of the same, which have strong sclerenchymatous attachments and are accompanied by stegmata. Monocot fibers further include ananas fiber, silk grass, pineapple fiber from Ananassa sativa, yucca fiber from Yucca gloriosa, alfalfa fiber, esparto from Stipa tenacissima, and Legatum spartum, entire leaf. Pandanus fiber from Pandanus odoratissimus. Tillandsia fiber, vegetative horsehair from Tillandsia. US neoids, bast bundles of stems. Palm fibers, namely, Piassave, Piassaba, Montigrass from Italia funifera Mart, Bahia Piassave, and Leopoldina Piacaba wool. After T.F. Hanausek paragraphs, Parapias. Palmetto fiber, Orin vegetal, Orin dafrit, from Chamarops humilis slit, leaves. Date palm fiber from Phoenix dactylifera leaves. Talipot fiber from Corypha umbraculifera. Raffia bats. Keytool, Siam fiber from Caryota urens U, and M. Analytical tables for the microscopic determination of fibers partly shared by Honole, A.A. O. and contributions to technical raw material theory. Diploma Polytechnic Journal, 1884, pp 251 and 273. I refer to these and merely note that he forms the following groups. A. Fibers that are colored blue, violet, or greenish by iodine sulfuric acid. A. Dicotyl fibers without vessels, lumen with constrictions, jute. A. Belmotius fiber, gambohanth, irena fiber. A. Dicotyl bast fibers and cotton without vessels, flax, hemp, sun, Chinese grass, rofiber from Pipturus argenteus. B. Monocotyl fibers with vessels. No shifts, alpha esparto, and pineapple fiber. D. Fibers that are colored yellow by iodine sulfuric acid. B. Monocotyl fibers with vessels. No constrictions in the lumen New Zealand flax. Manila Hanfalfen without vessels. Sansevieria fiber from Sansevieria trifasciata. Aloe fiber from Aloe perfoliata. Pitaha anaf, yucca fiber from Yucca gloriosa. For paper manufacturing for details, see Honel, Wisner, T.F. Panuren Oldoning, Panduon, Kaublagjewing, and Karnuisphone. Hanausek, linen, hemp, cotton, wheat, rye, oat, rice, maize, straw, esparto grass, bamboo stalk, jute, paper mulberry tree fiber, and wood pulp, especially the polished wood of conifers. The ancients used to describe temple walls Egypt, clay tablets Assyria, wax and wooden tablets Rome, animal skins parchment, improved in Pergamon the 2nd century A.D., replaced by parchment from the 4th century on, becoming the most important writing. Material of the Middle Ages, leather, monocot leaves, bamboo China, palms India, still common there, and some bark e.g., birch bark, especially in Asia, in Kashmir until the 16th century. Felted paper is an invention of the Chinese c. 105 CE, c.I. p. 523. There was no medieval cotton paper Wisner, Karabatchik, Colbert. The oldest Chinese papers from the 1st centuries, CE were made from fibers of Brusonia, Papyrifera, Leri paper mulberry tree. Several centuries later, China grass rami, prickly fiber from Bomeria nevea hook. At Arn, hemp fiber, and fiber from Edgeworthia papyrifera, Salzmann, Wiesner. The papers found recently in Turfan and Khotan from the 6th to 9th centuries were mainly made from Brosonidia and Bomeria fibers. Then the strips of linden bark Rome and Papyrus charta, thin leaves cut from the papyrus plant, stacked in threes and glued together with starch paste, particularly attested in Egypt by 2000 CE. Egyptian papyrus production, second half of the 10th century, Sicilian production in the 13th century, as well as later in Asia rice paper Aurelia fiber. Hard paper, according to Karabachek and Wiesner, is an invention of the Arabs 8th or 9th century, but it was adopted by the Chinese in the 10th century, or independently invented. The production of paper reached Spain around 850 through the Moors. Paper mills were established in Italy in the 11th century, and in Germany in the 14th century. The oldest European papers are similar to Arabic papers, heavily glued with starch paste. This gluing method can be traced back to the end of the 13th or beginning of the 13th century, then followed glue made from resin. It was not until the 19th century that resin glue was combined with starch glue. 1905 with good anatomical illustrations and an exhaustive literature reference list. Wiesner, Raw Materials of the Plant Kingdom. T.F. Hanausek, Textbook of Technical Microscopy, 1900. By the 14th century are the European papers very long fibrous. Short fibrous ones are gradually taking their place, indicating a profound restructuring of the paper production process. Wesner, Lit. Von Heinel, The Microscopy of the Technically Used Fiber Materials. 2nd ed. Hanausek Winton, Microscopy of Technical Products. 1907. Schlesinger, Microscopic Examination of Spun Fibers. Zurich, 1873. O. Smaller, Plant Raw Materials. Frank Church, Plant Physiology Wall Charts. Pasek, Wall Charts. Illustrations also in Hager Fisher Hartwich, Handbook of Pharmaceutical Practice. I. p. 1244, and the relevant sections. Articles in Real Encyclopedia of Pharmacy. Focke, Microscopic Examination of the Known Spun Yarn Archive of Pharmacy, 1886, with illustrations. Paré, Studies on Textile Fibers. Thesis. Strasbourg, 1868. Kramer, Program of the Zurich Polytechnic, 1881. See my reference in Pharm. Zeitung, 1881 No. 73. Von Haenel, On the Influence of Cattle Pressure. Pringsheim's Journal 18, p. 311. p. 311. Schwendener, On the Shifting of Bast Fibers in the Sense of Von Haenel. Reports of the Deutsche Botanische Gesellschaft, 1894, 239, tf 30. Hanausek, A New Method for Distinguishing Flax and Hemp Fibers. Journal of the Color Industry, 1908. Greshoff, The Qualitative and Quantitative Determination of Cotton, alongside Kapok, Farm, Wheat Bill, 1908. J. Aislinger, Contributions to the Knowledge of Little-Known Plant Fibers. Dissertation, Zurich, 1907. Taunter. Cross, Bevan, King, and Joinson, Report on Indian Fibers and Fibrous Substances. London, 1887. Regarding paper, Sivalenta, paper, its production, properties, use, etc. Hall, 1904. 1891. Tua, ed. 1897. Berlin. Hertzberg, Paper Testing. First edition, 1888. Second edition, 1902. And D, The Current State of Paper Testing. Paper Times, 1892. Mierzinski, Handbook of Practical Paper Manufacturing and Instructions for Examining the Raw Materials Present in Paper Mills in Hartleben's Chemical Technical Library. B. 138, 142. 2. Reserve cellulose membrane. Ingredients, hemicellulose. Ingredients. It shows great resistance to diluted acids. Wiesner, Microscopic Examination of Paper with Special Consideration of the Oldest Oriental and European Papers. Reports from the Collection of the Papyrus of Archduke Rainer, 1887. The History of Paper in Wiesner, Raw Materials II, p. 429. The fibers used in modern paper manufacturing are listed there, and at Von Haenel AAO. Kirchner, Paper 1, History of the Paper Industry, 1897. A. Meyer, Fundamentals, 1901. Colbert, On Some Genuine Felted Papers from the Early Middle Ages. Journal of Applied Chemistry, 1910, 1249, 1249, 1243, 1910, 1249. T.F. Hanausek, in Real Encyclopedia of General Pharmacy 7th, and Dux, and On Some Special Components of Paper in Paper Manufacture, 1910. Race found mannose seminosa providing reserve cellulose in the seeds of Phytelaphus, Phoenix dactylifera, Chamaerops humanilis. Officinale. While true cellulose only provides glucose, the reserve cellulose, which is easier to split, provides other hexoses and often pentases. The celluloses that readily dissolve in diluted mineral acids during hydrolysis, releasing galactose, mannose, arabinose, and xylose, are named hemicelluloses by E. Schulze. Some of these reserve celluloses can be hydrolyzed relatively easily with acids or enzymes, such as the mixed mannans of the endosperm of dates, palm kernels, rhecum, which turned out to be mainly composed of galactamins, and those of the endosperm of Phytelaphus macrocarpa, which contains a lot of fructaman and other mannose celluloses, like those in coffee beans, are very resistant to acids. One refers to the atomic groups of hemicelluloses providing galactose or mannose, or arabinose, or xylose, as galactans, mannans, arabins, or xylans. Consequently, pentosanes and hexosanes are also formed by tollins. During the hydrolysis of hemicellulose, monosaccharides are produced in such large quantities that they are undoubtedly the main products of conversion. E. Schulze. Hemicelluloses are soluble in glycerin at 300, but not always in copper ammonium oxide. Euler divides hemicelluloses into two groups. The ferment converts hemicelluloses into various sugars, thereby dissolving cell walls composed of reserve cellulose. So far, the breakdown of reserve cellulose. They thus contain galactomannans, for example, the membranes of dates. Reserve cellulose present in seeds in both monocots palms, lilies, irises, and dicots rubiation, olacean, convolation, plantaginean, primulian, sapotian, balsaminian, tropiolan, ranunculation, leguminous, myrtation. The solution during germination is affected by an enzyme, the cytase, delivered during germination through the influence of enzymes, galactose, D-glucose, and D-mannose glucose. Date seeds, for example, provide almost exclusively D-mannose, called rice seminoses, as do many liliaceae seeds, the seeds of Phytelephas macrocarpa, mannose, and fructose. Most palm seeds also contain galactose, and thus monogalactanes, which are also found in strychnos, umbelliferae, leguminosae, seeds, serotonia, Sd. There, Gruss suggests that galactin and arabin are not immediately converted to galactose and arabinose by enzymes, but rather into gum-like bodies galactin and arabin that can migrate as such. That the membranes of some seeds dissolve during germination was first observed by Sachs in 1862, with Dates and Frank in 1866, with Tropea alum. 2. Hemicelluloses, which do not exhibit the characteristics of reserve cellulose, but are structural substances, seed coats, etc., contain primarily galactines and pentosinanes. Regarding the formation and breakdown of reserve cellulose, Gruss 1896 states that, for example, in date seeds, mannan is formed first, followed by galactin. He also notes that during decomposition, occasionally one component dissolves before the other upon germination. According to Reis 1889, the breakdown of reserve cellulose walls occurs through melting from within phoenix, chamaerops, intralamellar dissolution, asparagus, intralamellar liquefaction, funiculum, intralamellar dissolution, with simultaneous dissolution with simultaneous corrosionalium, cyclamen, corrosion, accompanied by melting iris, or simply through corrosion tropoeolum, impatiens. Even in rhizomes, tubers, and bulbs, mannans are found as reserve cellulose. The Pachymos winterstein, which occurs to the extent of 80 in the sclerenchyma of Pachymacocos, as a membranous deposit, turns yellow upon treatment with iodine sulfuric acid, and provides glucose upon hydrolysis. Substance. War. Lit. Numerous works by Tollens and his colleagues, as well as by E. Schulze and his colleagues Winterstein, Frankfurt, Schellenberg, Castoro, Godet et al., listed in J. Landwirch, 1904, and Borcolo et Heresy, and their collaborators J. Farm. Chim. 11 and 12, 1900, Comte Rend, 130, 1900, etc. E. Schulze, on the plants belonging to the group of nitrogen-free extracts. J. Landwirch, 1904. Kleiber verse, on the composition of some higher plants and plant tissues in terms of cell wall constituents. Dissertation Zurich, 1900. 1900. Sachs, Proceedings of the Vienna Academy, 1859. Church, Angewandte Pflanzenanatomy, 1888. Godfrin, Anne, SC Nat. 6 19-1. Wraith, Green, Philosophical Transactions of London, 178, 1887, 38. Goret, Étude chimique et physiologique de certains albumines, des graines de légumineuses. Paris, 1901. E. Schulze, Berichterstattung der Deutschen Chemischen Gesellschaft, 24 to 2000, 277. Schellenberg, Berichterstattung der Deutschen Botanischen Gesellschaft, 1904, 9 and 1905. Brown und Morris, Journal of the Chemical Society, 1890, 458. Elfert, Auflösungsversuche der sekundären Zellwand des Samens, Botanische Literatur 30, 1894. Gruss, Auflösung und Bildung der aus Hemicellulose bestehenden Zellwände und ihre Beziehung zur Gummosis. Botanische Literatur 39, 1896 und Botanischer Zentralblatt 70. Chapek, Biochemie, dort auch die Liste der Familien, bei deren Samen Reservecellulose vorkommt. Zusammenfassung. E. Schulze und Th. Godet, Untersuchungen über die in den Pflanzensamen enthaltenen Kohlenhydrate. Zeitschrift Physchem, 61, 1909, 279. Steinungsdoktor. Vegetabilisches Elfenbein fit elephas, corozo, morphil vegetal, ivoire vegetal franz, ivory nut ingo. Tagua cabeza de negro port. The stem pflanze of the Steinnusse is Phytelephas marcocarpa. 1798, then possibly also pH, microcarpa, ruiz epave, and several other species pH tone. The fruit spike consists of 6 or more pressed together, berry-like single fruit syncarpium that show hard woody protuberances on the outside. Each fruit has 4-6 lobes and the same number of seeds. Ruicei pH pavonti u. And the Horton, the Q-index lists 15 species. Drude states at least 3. Systemat, Stellum, Palmaea Phytelephantinae, Palmaea anomalae. Robert Brown classifies Phytelephas with the Pandanine, Kunth with the Typhenian. Martius created a separate family from them. Phytelophantaceae, Phytelophaceae, Brongniart. Description. The Phytelephas species are found in tropical South America between 9N and 8S latitude, as well as 70-79 W longitude, along river and stream banks, on the coast and in mountainous regions. Macrocarpa forms a stem up to 2 m tall. pH. Microcarpa is stemless. The palm is diclin dioecious. The seed is surrounded by a hard, variably colored, often black-brown, but frequently with a clay-colored, abrasible layer mesocarp-covered stone shell endocarp, in which a germinative cap is visible. Breaking open the very brittle shell reveals a coarse network raffinet on the brown seed coat. Cutting the seed lengthwise shows a small shoot at one end, slightly to the side of the navel, in a conical depression closed by a lid. The endocarp exhibits palisade sclerenchyma cells containing pith bodies mollish. Following this is a zone of smaller sclerenchyma cells, and the innermost layer consists of brown, content-carrying fiber cells. The sometimes abraded uppermost covering layer mesocarp is made up of net-like thickened air-conducting parenchyma TF. The main mass of the seed consists of the more or less pure white, stone-hard endosperm, which shows a coarse longitudinal split or a stretched cavity inside, particularly evident in the large colon and guayaquil varieties, less so in the small aries guayaquil varieties, savanna and tumaco types, and significantly impairs the utilization of stone nuts for button production. Hanausek. The seed coat comprises various length and orientation, stretched sclerenchyma cells with brown content illustrated by Vogel. The endosperm is stone-hard. His cells are exceptionally thick and show large pore channels that expand bulbously at the separation plate. The separation plate is crossed by fine plasma threads, which cause an open communication of the cell's aggregated connections, but also the unmarked membrane is crossed by fine plasma threads, solitary connections, big, in Cole, Rep. of the Bot. 1900, Tab EX. Chemistry. Rees found 1104 water, 3.140.2 protein, 150 V1 fat, extractable by hot water exio. During hydrolysis, he obtained a new sugar that he named seminose, which Emil Fischer then identified as D-mannose right-mannose, 6 that he had obtained alongside fructose from the oxidation of mannate. It is also identical to isomannatose, which Tollens and Gans received during the hydrolysis of salep slime, and possibly with carbinose. The pentosan after Ivano, arabin content is 1.29 of the dry substance. The primary membrane, as well as the layering of the secondary, only appear upon treatment with potassium. The wall turns blue under iodine sulfuric acid. In the lumen, large aileron grains can be seen when preparing in oil. Illustration, Fig. 91. Cells from the endosperm of Phytelephas macrocarpa seeds. From Church, Applied Anatomy. The seminase from legume seeds cannot directly split the reserve cellulose in Phytelephas and other palm seeds. However, after 24 hours of digestion with 60 sulfuric acid, it can at least partially break it down. The seeds of Phytelephas contain a fructomannan that provides 1 part D-fructose levulose to 20 parts mannose. Ivano found hemicelluloses hexosanes and pentosanes, specifically 2.16 pentasans and 1.55 methylpentosans, a lot of mannan cellulose, and 1/3 of that is dextrose cellulose. Storer considers mannan as a widely distributed storage substance. The endosperm of Phytelephus macrocarpa contains 8.8 water and 5.8 dry matter, raw fiber, i.e., substance not soluble by sulfuric acid for 1 hour Liebscher. Mannans are found in the reserved cellulose of date palm seeds, from Ceratonia and Phytelephus, in salep slime, in roots of Sycorium, Taraxacum, and Helianthus, in olives, apples, bananas, almonds, Stor, galactomanans, in the seeds of Ceratonia. Phonum graecum, Phoenix canariensis, Strychnos potatorum, glucomannans in the seed of Ruscus aculeatus. The total nitrogen content is only 0.619 in peanuts, 832, Stutzer, of which 0.082 is indigestible, and the crude protein content is 731 formenti, in date seed 4.T, George. According to Liebscher, the Phytelephus seeds contain an alkaloid, phytelephantin. Mayhew includes sugar, raw cane sugar, as a component, and reports an protein content of 1.65-1.51. The ash content in Phytelephus is 1.1.7 Holdefleiss. The ash contains 33.58 ACIO. The stone shell provides 14.6 ash, mainly composed of silica mayhew. According to Hards, the seeds of Phytelephus have a hardness of 2.6, while the Tahitanus has 2.82, animal ivory 2.8, Areca catechu 2.3. Trade. The stone nuts are a significant export article from the Magellanic region. They are particularly exported from Guayaquil and Manta, Ecuador via Magellan or Colon in 100 kg bags. Esmeralda, brown, kernel yellow or blue-white, weight 80 g colon, weight 80 g Amazonas, pigeon egg size, weight 35 g, kernel ivory white. Colombia supplies Corozos de Savanil. Trade varieties according to Jos, Moeller, Marcelino, walnut-sized, approx. 23 g, heavy, Panama, larger, approx. Carthagena, 50-55 g, stone shell dark brown, Guayaquil, stone shell clay-colored, C45 g. In wholesale trade, particular distinction is made between Guayaquil, with small split, 1,000 shelled seeds weigh 95-100 kg, and Savanilla with large split, 1,000 weigh 5757.5 kg. Planchon. Usually they are shipped in the stone shell and coque. Half of Europe's needs are imported by Hamburg, the other half by Le Havre and Genoa. The ground waste is used to counterfeit spices and coffee substitutes. Ground stone nut was observed in 1907 as a contaminant of flour voy, Bertarelli, and also as an adulterant of bone meal and palm kernel, meal hards, and in 1909 as an addition to the powder of sem. Liebscher's suggestion, 1885, to process it on albumin for dyeing purposes does not seem to have been followed. It provides a good starting material for the synthesis of mannose, T102 and Drude and Engler Prantl, Pflanzenfam, 2, 3, 89, Siemen, Die Palmen Deutsch von Bohle. Hamburg imported 87,950 dozen from Ecuador, Guayaquil, Manta, Esmeraldas, Tumacos in Colombia in 1908, and 30,300 dozen from Colombia, Savanilla, Cartagena, Panama, and Colon. Application. The stone nut is used in Germany, for example, in Silesia, then in Bohemia, Vienna, France, and North America, processed into buttons. It can be dyed. Ulf Elsen, 1863. T.F. Hanausek, in Wisner, Rostov und Seicher. Ethnaurumsum, IQ, 8, 1893, 197. Alf S. Evan, 92. First anatomical description. Jost Esna, 92. First anatomical description. Jost anatomical description. Moeller, Reports of the Imperial Royal Technical Museum in Vienna, 1880. Cole, Proceedings of the German Botanical Society, 1964. Louis Planchon and A. Joulet, on Corozzo Monthly Bulletin of the Academy of Science and Letters, Montpellier, 1909, and still on Corozzo, Bulletin of Southern East Pharmacy, 1910, Bertarelli, Journal of Nutritional and Food Sciences, 1907, Voy, Pharmaceutical Journal, 1907. Molish, on silica cells, in the stone shell of stone nuts, Central Organ for Industry and Technology, 1891, 103. Anatomical illustration in Planchon Collins. Hanausek Winton, Microscopy of Technical Products, p. 412. Chemical literature as above, p. 259. Furthermore, Ivano on the carbohydrates in stone nut seeds, Journal of Agriculture, 1908, 217, Chemical Journal, 1908, 32 Report 654. Older analysis, Lodge's Weekly Bulletin for Schleswig-Holstein, 1886. Johnson, Annual Report on Agricultural Chemistry, 1880, 413. Holdeflies, Farmer, 1879, No. 39 in Central Agricultural Chemistry, 1880, 234. Then, Race on the Nature of Reserve, Agricultural Journal, 1889, and on the cellulose deposited as a reserve substance in seeds, and a new sugar derived therefrom, Seminosod. Leonard, Study of Carbohydrate Hydrates as Reserves in some Palm Seeds, Thesis, Taris, 1903. Hards, Botanical Central Bulletin, 1884. Wolf, Ash Analysis, Stutzer, Journal of Physical Chemistry 11, 1887, 290. Botanical Annual Report, 1885, 84. Baker and Pope, Proceedings of the Chemical Society, 16, 1900, 72. Reports of the Chemical Society, 22, 1889, 609. Emil Fischer and Hirschberger, Reports of the Chemical Society, 22, 1889, 365 and 1155. Collins and Gans, Reports of the Chemical Society, 21, 2000. Gans, Reports of the Chemical Society, 21, 2100. Storer, Chemical Central Bulletin, 1902, 2, 1155. Mayhew, Annual Pharmacological Journal, 1887, 114. Under the names Tahiti or Fijian nuts, Australian and water nuts come, by the way, neither from Tahiti nor from other Friendship Islands, but from the Carolines and Solomon Islands, since 1876 for the same purpose. Equally hard seeds of another palm, which Wendland, without knowing it, called Sagus amicarum, Dingler Coelococcus carolinensis Dingle. Warburg then discovered that, in addition to this palm, also supplies Tahitian nuts, and according to Louis Planchon, the seeds of C. Vichiensis H. Wendell are also traded. The Caroline nut is smooth and shiny. The Solomon's nut is dark red-brown and matte, showing 10 meridional ridges. The seed of C. carolinensis is 4.6 cm high and 5.58 cm wide. The seed of C. salomonensis is 4.5 to 5 cm high and 5.5 to 7 cm wide. The seed of C. vichiensis is 3 cm high and 4 cm wide. Warburg. The Tahiti nuts are the round seeds, sometimes weighing over 200, of a plant that is distinguished by its beaker-like appearance when cut lengthwise. The embryo lies more or less eccentrically on the outside. The seed coat is sealed with a lid. The anatomical structure of the endosperm in the Tahiti nut resembles that of the Phytelephus nut, but the cell contours are more pronounced here, and prismatic oxalate crystals Hanausek are found within the cells. Larger objects can be turned from Tahitian nuts than from American nuts. In primula, impatiens, tropaeolum, cyclamen, linum juend. Und Paeonia, es entfällt reichlich ein Galactoaraben Winterstein tumt. System, verwert, die Pollins, Steinunus palmen, Ber D. Bot, Jess, 1896, 133. El Planchon et Juillet, encore le Corozo, Bull, de Farm. Durch Jod sich direkt, blau färbende Membranine. Hamburg imported. 4,150 ZZ Australian nuts, in 1907 and 1908, respectively lit. Wendland Bonplandia, 1862. T.F. Hanausek, in Wisner's Rostoffen. Öster Apoth Ver, 1880. F. Nahrungsmittel Unters, 1893. 197. Dingler, Bot, Zentralbel. Der Name Amyloid wurde 1844 von Vogel und Schleiden für die mit Jod sich direkt blau färbenden Membranen einiger Endosperma angewendet. Amyloid findet sich in den Cotyledonen der Samen von Hymenea corbaril, Tamarindus indica UA und in den Endospermen der Samen von Primulaceen, Tropaeolaceen, Linaceen, ZB. Even a carbohydrate found in vinegar bacteria induces an amyloid reaction, Beijerinck, as well as amylomycin in some hyphen walls. However, it differs from the amyloid found in the membranes of some plant seeds Paeonia, linum, which shares only the property of staining blue directly with iodine. Upon prolonged contact with concentrated sulfuric acid, or HEl, or 3 hours of boiling in water at 20 atmospheres of pressure, cellulose converts to hydrocellulose, which is reportedly identical to the substance known as amyloid, obtained by amyloid, dissolving cellulose in 30 parts of sulfuric acid, 4HSO, 1Ho, and precipitating it with water. Hydrocellulose provides smooth D-glucose upon hydrolysis, while the substances forming the mentioned membranes yield galactose, glucose. The paper made from cellulose, obtained by the action of sulfuric acid, turns blue directly with iodine. A body called amyloid diffuse and granular was found by Virchow in degenerated liver, spleen, kidney, lung, brain. It turns blue with iodine or iodine sulfuric acid, contains nitrogen W. Kuhne, C. Schmidt, and appears to be closer to protein substances than starch-free Drake, or not belong to polysaccharides at all. It also seems to occur in animals, as shown by the Leach, C. Vogel, and Schleiden, Contributions to Botany 1844, I. Pogand, 1839, Flora, 1839, Flora, 1840, Nageli, Botanical Communications, I and Starch Grains, Church, Anatomy P. 173, Heinricher, Flora, 1888, 163. Also, lichinin contains a substance that directly turns blue with iodine. As microscopic examination shows, lichinin is a membranine and forms the substance of the hyphal walls of certain layers of the lichen thallus, especially the Icelandic moss. It is usually given the formula CHO. Winterstein, Journal of Physical Chemistry, 1892, 353, Report of the Chemical Society, 1892, 1237. The same on plant amyloid, Journal Phys. Chem, 1938. Virchow, Arch, Path, Anat, 11, 188. The lichinin that turns yellow with iodine is accompanied by dextrolichinin, isolichinin, Herrera, Hennig, Schubert. Only this reacts with blue color in the presence of iodine, hence lichen or lichinin starch. Vogel called it moss amylum or amyloid. Lichinin is optically inactive. Dextrolichinin rotates to the right. Stenberg and Clayson bear D. Shem. Gies, 19, 2541. Honig and Schubert, Monach D. Shem, 8, 452. Church, Article Flechtenstärke, in Real Encyclopédie des Farm, v. 366. The lichinin can be obtained from Lichen islandicus by extracting the fungus with alcohol, ether, weak soda solution, and hydrochloric acid, washing it with cold water, and then boiling it in water. The solution forms a gel from which lichinin can be separated, using alcohol or freezing. Dextrolichinin, as mentioned above, can be extracted from the aqueous mother liquid. Lichinin dissolves in copper oxalate, but dextrolichinin does not. Lichinin fungal starch, moss starch, starch membrane, and isolichinin provide D-glucose and possibly D-galactose, according to Eskam upon hydrolysis. Identical with or related to lichinin, at any rate, is the blue staining substance in pharmacists' mosses of lichens that is colored by iodine. Related to, but not identical with lichinin, are evernium soluble in boiling water, found in Avernia prunastri, Stude, and Usnein, found in Usne barbata, both of which provide glucose upon hydrolysis. It provides D-mannose, D-galactose, a small amount of glucose, pentoses, and methylpentoses upon difficult hydrolysis. Usnein rotates to the right and turns red-violet with iodine sulfuric acid. According to Wilander and Tollens, the Cetraria group contains lichinins, while the Cladnonia group is free of them, and thus does not produce water-soluble membranines. Sins, Fucus islandicus, Muscus catharticus, Icelandic moss, lung moss, Iceland moss English, Lichen Islandic Italian, Islandsmoss Dutch, Ilanin Jekele Finnish, Islandizusmo Hungarian Greek, Etim, 1085 spec. PL 1611. Fiscia islandica, PDC, Parmelia islandica Sprengel, Lobaria islandica, Platina ac. With broad, flat thallus are distinguished. Icelandic moss, although neither a moss nor from Iceland is exported, it does occur in Iceland. Mosa mosi. Mus is the Scandinavian term for all leafy cryptogams. Not just mosses Jensentusch, Nordiska plantanavinae. Citraria islandica, a Charius method. 293 Lichen islandicus L. flor. Other varieties are also known. Systematic position, Lichenis, Ascolichenes, Parmeliaceae, etim. Citraria is derived from citra, the small light round leather shield of the Roman infantry, and refers to the round shield-shaped apothecia. Description. Citraria islandica belongs to the heteromerous Gymnocarpus lichen Tamnoblasti. This is a peculiar symbiosis resembling a parasitic consortium between a discomycet and a palmate. See below. The frilly, upright, shrubby thallus phallum, substratum, leaf is anchored to the ground with short, thread-like rhizoids. It is blade-like, frequently deeply lobed, upright to ascending fig. 92. Bilaterally margined and naked, reaching up to 10 cm in height. Sometimes several individuals are fused or glued together. At the base, the thallus narrows down, forming a rill-like or almost tubular shape, often colored reddish there. Towards the top it widens, and is repeatedly forked or irregularly lobed. In its fresh state, the thallus is leathery fleshy, olive-green, on the side facing light, and pale green-white or gray-white with white often grooved spots on the other side. Dried, the thallus becomes stiff, greenish-brown on top and pale to white underneath. Along the edge it exhibits numerous long, sometimes branched, round fronds that carry a spermagonium at their tip, containing many rod-shaped spermatozoa that have occasionally emerged through the terminal opening and collected there as small aggregates. Fig. 93. Apothecia are rarely found in the dried material. I have searched through entire tons of Icelandic moss without finding one. The commercially available form Citraria islandica var. Crispa is always sterile. They occur singly or in pairs at the end of thallus lamina, growing at an angle to the upper surface. They measure up to 1 centimeter in width, are roundish or oval and shield-shaped, hence Citraria. See above, fresh green-brown, dry sometimes chestnut-brown. They have a low, sometimes cracked margin. Illustration, Fig. 92. From Luersen, Med. Pharm. Bot. Illustration, Fig. 93. Citraria islandica. Spermagonium-releasing spermatoids. From Luersen, Med. Pharm. Bot. Lit. Kramer. Dis. Deliciene Islandico Erlang. 1780. Olafsen, Reise durch Islande Freien, 85. Bild. By Nies von Essenbeck plant, Med. By Nies von Essenbeck plant, Med. T10, Bergschmidt, Atlas T159, Bentley Tryman, Medic, Plants T302 and Luersen, Medicinal, Pharm, Bot. Older, Planck, Icon. T744, Dill Hist, Must, T28, Fig, 111, Flor, Dan T, 155 UA distribution. The lichen, distributed across the temperate and cold zones of both hemispheres, is found only on Earth between moss, grass, and heather, in the north, in the plains, and in light mountain forests with a moderate climate. Frequent in Europe, Asia, Siberia, Arctic America, and further south to Virginia and North Carolina. In Scandinavia, it descends to the seashore, in the Alps up to 3,260 meters Monte Rosa, indeed above 3,454 meters Schroeder, well over the tree line. Pathology, Professor Ed. Fisher reports on the parasites. On the thallus of Citraria islandica can settle parasitic ascomycetes, among which especially the discomycet Abrothallus parmeliarum. Additionally, in Sicardo's silage, the discomycet Scutula oxyspora karst, and the Pyranomycet spirulina cetraricola, Neil Karst, is to be mentioned. The fruiting bodies of this are first sunk into the parenchyma of the lichen, and cause blistered outgrowths of the thallus. Later they break through as round black fruit discs, ch. Rem, discomycetin, in Rabenhorst's Nesse. Cryptogammonflora, Pilz, ABT-3, 359. The lichen is collected in Harz, Fichtelgebirge and Riesengebirge, in Lower Austria, on Schneeberg and Rax, in the Voralpen cantons of Bern and Lucerne, IP98, in Tyrol, France, Scandinavia, and Spain, as well as in North America. Iceland appears to produce nothing, at least not regularly shipped white. Lichen islandicus is traded in pressed bales of 120 kj. Lit. White, Farm, Jurin, 17 and 1887, 687, 689. Pharmacographia, anatomy. Pharmacognosy. The phallus up to 0.5 mm thick shows 3 layers. The outer layer consists of a continuous pseudoparenchymatous tissue, formed by densely intertwined, thick-walled short hyphens paroplectenchema, Lindau, whose walls do not, or only weakly turn blue with iodine. The staining with iodine, which always only occurs on the walls, rarely disappears even in old specimens if the cut is immersed in an iodine-potassium iodide solution and then washed out with water. Thus, the middle layer is the true lichen layer. The middle layer is composed of a variable thickness layer of mainly parallel to the surface stretched hyphens with thick walls and narrow lumina. It is primarily this layer that turns directly blue with iodine and dissolves or forms a gel when cooked in water. Between the hyphens of this mark layer lie, usually approximating the middle layer, the gonides, which are the algal cells of the lichen phallus. The innermost or plectenchemal layer Lindau consists of loosely intertwined hyphae that allow ample space between them, becoming evident only when alcohol is added to the cut. The hyphen walls do not color with iodine in this layer. Only the outermost layers sometimes show weak coloring. They are found in greater numbers on the morphological top light side of the phallus, which therefore appears more colored, but there is always a number of gonides located near the bottom shady side as well. 10-12 m, broad, round, sometimes divided gonide cells are green in the living lichen, and contain a nearly hollow spherical chromatophore that encloses a pyrenoid. They are brown-green in the dried state. They are the only chlorophyll-containing component of the lichen. The distribution gives the Citraria thallus the character of a heteromeric lichen thallus in homoameres. The gonides are distributed over the entire thallus. The gonidia mycetes belong to the Protococcus palmolalis, genus Chlorococcum humicola, Cysticoccus humicola, Niag. Which is also known for occurring freely on tree trunks and other lichens, forming blastic white spots that give the underside a characteristic appearance. Within these blastic white patches, there are air-filled expansions of the cortex, causing the cortical layers to bulge out and eventually burst, exposing the phloem in places. Since the emerging hyphal tissue includes gonidia, these formations should be regarded as soridia. The knotted bundles represent the asexual reproductive form of the lichen. They are not citrarin deposits, as Knopp suggests. The spermatogonia form oval cavities at the tips of the marginal fringes. They are lined with a dense layer of segmented, weakly branched, delicate hyphen that extend into basidia, which ensnare thread-like. C6m long spermatozoids as described above. Previously, spermata were considered to be male organs. Now it is known that they do not have this significance. Perhaps spermagonia are functionally inactive male organs. Spermata can produce and create a new mycelium. The apothecia exhibit a well-developed hymenium with numerous aspects. The lichen-forming fungus, which cannot be classified into a specific genus, is a discomycete. The spindle-shaped asci with 6-8 oval ascospores are overtopped by the paraphyses. The wall of the asci, and sometimes also the hyphae of the hypothecium, turn blue with iodine containing lectinin, while the paraphyses are yellow or yellowish-brown. Lit. Payen, Comtate, Rend. 1837-145. Pereira, Lehrbuch der Heilmittellehre, Vogel A. Church. Article Lichen islandicus in Real Encyclopedia of Pharmacy Chemistry. Icelandic moss contains a substance forming a gall, and a bitter substance that can be removed by extraction with weak alkali carbonate solutions. A.O. Knopp, Chem. Zentrobel. 1872-173. Luersen, Med. Pharm. Botan. I. 223. Illustration also in Audemann's Atlas 1854 first. Anatomical illustration. Berg and Atom. Atlas Titafu. Farrell Bonnet. Manipulated 36. Stahl. Contributions to the History of Lichen Development. Leipzig 1877. Thus, it is possible to obtain a pure amarum, an Amarum mucilaginosum, or from the debittered drug, a Nutriens mucilaginosum. The substance forming the gall was already isolated by Ebeling 1779, Kramer 1780, and Proust, as well as Pfaff 1808 in impure form, and Proust recognized its peculiarity. Pfaff notes that the citrarius slime from which he obtained 33, most closely resembles starch, although he could not know the iodine reaction at the time since iodine had not yet been discovered. Berzelius, who along with 36.2 skeletal strength received 44.6 gum and moss starch lignin, initially called the substance that provides the gel moss starch, then lichinin or fungi starch. Payan believed he saw blue grains with iodine, but already Pereira found no starch-like grains, suggesting to him that it was the membrane that turned blue with iodine. Lichinin is only contained in the membrane's church, not, as Knapp and Schneiderman suggested, within the content and between the hyphens. The walls of the hyphens of Cetraria islandica do not seem to contain chitin escomester. Hoppe, Saylor, and Tanred had stated its presence. In 1872, Tiet, Berg discovered that lichinin consists of two isomers with the formula CHO. It denotes the water-soluble but not cold-water extractable, iodine blue pigment, which constitutes 1011.5 of the lichen, as true lichinin, now called dextrolicinin, following Flückiger's suggestion, the insoluble in cold water, making up 20, lichinin, dark. The latter separates out from the lichen decoction as a gel when cooled. Berg gave both the formula CHO. Hydrolysis with mineral acids yielded fermentable sugars from both. Diastatic ferments do not convert it. Lichinin see above, P263 forms a gel, but no sticky substance. It yields oxalic acid with nitric acid, not mucus acid. The lichinin obtained by boiling with water, extracting with alcohol, etc., is optically inactive and yields D-glucose on hydrolysis with concentrated sulfuric acid. The carbohydrates of Cetraria islandica are as high as 80 overall. They consist approximately of half-soluble lichen in hot water. The insoluble carbohydrates are hemicelluloses, which contain dextranes, mannans, galactans, about 3 pentosans, and a little true cellulose. When the soluble carbohydrates are removed by boiling, a residue remains that, upon hydrolysis, yields much D-glucose, and less D-mannose and D-galactose. These researchers used alcohol as an extraction solvent. However, Berzelius already knew that Icelandic moss could be debittered with potash. However, even after prolonged boiling, it is not possible to completely remove the insoluble residue's property of turning blue with iodine Pereira. Deamylated, i.e., freed from citracic acid, Icelandic moss contains 79.2, N-containing substances 2.81, crude fat 0.4, raw fiber 4.6, ash 6.99 Handstein. When converted into bread, 50 of the lichen carbohydrates were absorbed and burned by the body. Poulsen recommends it as a food for diabetics. It is possible to obtain up to 70 of gel-forming substances from Cetraria islandica by boiling, which form a... John already recognized 1821. The bitter substance as a peculiar component. Berzelius, and especially Rigatelli, characterized the substance, and for some time, Rigatelli's salt impure cetrin played a role as a fever remedy in Italy. Erberger isolated the bitter substance in a purer form 1837 and named it cetrin moss bitter. CHO. Hilger and Buchner formulated chocetaric acid, according to Simon. CHO is present in about 2-3, according to Simon, certainly in the lichen, alongside fumaric acid, Simon, and protocetaric acid, Cetaric acid reduces feeling solution in heat, dissolves very little in boiling water, is soluble in alkalis and alkaline carbonates. The salts also taste very bitter. Schneiderman and Knapp, who also used alkalis for extraction, obtained crystalline citrarin in the form of intensely bitter needles in 1845, recognized its acidic nature, and named it cetrafarzoir. Cetraric acid, they gave him the formula CHO-RESP. If the solution is boiled in alcoholic hydrochloric acid for several hours, it first turns yellow, then greenish, reddish fluorescent, violet red, and finally blue Simon, a very characteristic reaction. Also protocetraric acid CHO, or CHO, and fumarole protocetraric acid, cetraric acid ZOP, 2-CHO. It might be the methyl ether of Hesse's protocetrarsor. Hesse previously incorrectly considered it as triethyl protocetrarsor chute. Zopf and Hesse, contrary to the above represented view, believe that citrarsora is not performed in the lichen, but forms from fumar protocetrarsor during extraction. In the splitting with sodium hydroxide and zinc dust, Orson's up, and 1.2 dimethylphenol, 3.5 Simon is formed. EHHOO. The cetrazole is methoxylated, according to Simon, and presumably contains a carbonyl group, a carboxyl group, and a hydroxyl group, certainly two hydrogen atoms replaceable by metals. This view is not shared by Simon the blue-green, to blue coloration by hydrochloric acid alcohol. See above also yields other chloroacetic acids, such as protocitric acid, ramolinic acid, likely identical to protosteric acid, cholesteric acid, capratic acid, and physodolic acid, all of which taste bitter CF zop, the flectin stuff. Berzelius already stated that he had found a lichen acid in the fungus, bound to lime and potash, but later retracted this. Pfaff's chloroacetic acid was recognized by Demarçay and Schroeder as fumaric acid. Perhaps he had the Leicesterine acid in his hands, which was first isolated by Schneiderman and Knoppen crystals from a yield of one. They gave it the formula Cho-Strecker, Cho, Hilger, and Buchner, Cho-O Hesse, Cho, later Cho, then Cho, which Sinhold converted into Cho, a formula adopted by R. Boma and Dizaldin, Ku each Cheech Cho, O. However, this Leicesterine acid is not performed in Cetraria islandica Zopf, Hesse. Zopf and O. Hesse isolated what they claim to be the true components of proto. Leicesterine acid Cho, Fe, 106-107, and proto-Leicesterine acid Cho Zopf, or Cho Hesse. The isomer mentioned later is the above-mentioned leicesteric acid, which, as stated, is not naturally present in the lichen, but is supposed to be formed from protoleicesteric acid during cooking with alcohol. Similarly, leicesteric acid Cho is also believed to be absent in the lichen, and to arise from protoleicesteric acid upon cooking with alcohol. However, R. Böhme argues that there is only one type of leicesteric acid, melting point 124. Cetraria islandica from Vorarlberg contains 0.62 proto. Leicesterins acid, the lichen from Tyrol, a mixture of this acid with protoleicesterins acid. Is leicesteric acid produced Leicesterol's acid Sinhold when cooked with alkali, CH, and upon treatment with iodine water and reduction, yielded ESO-stearic acid Cho and a saturated hydrocarbon. Hilger and Buchner obtained capric acid through oxidation. Furthermore, a small amount of paraleicesteric acid Cho was found in one variety of Cetraria islandica, Hesse. As Hesse described, and Leicesterins acid, it must according to Hesse's be struck out. Likewise for Hesse's dileicesterins acid. Cetraria islandica produces fumar protocitrars, acid, like protoleicesterins acid, both in Middle Germany and South Germany and the Alps, on limestone, as well as on gneiss Zopf. Furthermore, oxalic acid and wine acid pharmacographia are mentioned. Berzelius already found chlorophyll in the lichen. Although Knopp and Schneiderman state that their thalochlor differs from chlorophyll, it is probably nothing else. Differences arise from impurities. Cetraria islandica distills 0.05, 1 essential oil, withstanding, forming crystals that are sometimes right-rotating and sometimes inactive, having a specific weight of 0.8765 Hensel. The ash content is 1 to 2 after Hauke 114. Wittstein compared the ash of Cetraria with the composition of the soil it grew in. He found 43.2 silica, 13.2 potassium, and 13.7 calcium carbonate in the ash. It also contains 4 aluminum. In the air-dried lichen, there is 0.0198 iron in fresh, 0.0176. Thus, it contains more iron than, for example, spinach baldoni, lit. Older analyses by Proust, Ebeling, Kramer, Tromsdorf, Krell, C.F. Murray, Apar, Medic, 1790 v. 41790 b. 1799, and Schwarze, 1808, 2, 75. John, Chem, Schriften 5, 1821, p. 41, Berzelius, Schweik, Jern, 1813, 342 analysis printed in Laird. D. Chimie, 1838, Zevin, 446, Geranvari an Chem, VZ 56, Davidson, Jern, P.R. Schem, 20, Schmidt, Lieb, Ann 51, Maschke Joren, P.R. Schem, 61. Erberger. Über das Bitterstoff der isländischen Flechte Citrarin, most bitter Buchen, Rep 36, 1830, 226 and 56, 1836, 273, 1837, 137, 85 and 100 done, 1845, 13. Stenberg, Offers, Berg, zur Kenntnis des in Citraria, Islandica vorkommenden Lichenins und jodblauen Stoffs, dis. F. Farm, Zeet 1862, 237. Weigelt, Jern, P.R. Schem, 1869, 106 and 193. Billy, Lieb, N. 86. Flukiger, Arch, Farm, 196, 1871, 14. Stenberg and Clayson, Bear D. Chem, Jes 19, 1886, 2541. Herrera Dissert, Brussels, 1882. Bauer Arch, Farm 224 1080. Hilger and Buchner, Chem, Carrot, Die Bestand die Island, Mooses, Bear D. Schem, Jes, Church, Article Lichen Islandicus, and Citraria in Realencycle. Diges Farm, V. 286. Hanstein, Chem, Zeit. 30 1906, 638. Ulander and Tollens, Bear, D. Schem, Gesto. 39 1906, 401. Polson Nord, Tidsker, of the Ripe 1908. Farm, Zentral, 1908, 208. Zopf, Deflechtenstoffe. Dried Icelandic moss has a very distinctive odor, a scent of lichen, and a bland, bitter, slimy taste. Testing. Citraria islandica must not contain foreign plant parts, mosses, conifer needles, other lichens. These, if present, should be removed by careful selection. Application. Icelandic moss is recommended as a tonic, stomachic in lung diseases and chlorosis. The alcoholic citraric acid-containing tincture undoubtedly has antiemetic properties. Degoi and Brismore, Gaisdom, Gigol, leachosteric acid and protoleachosteric acid have hemolytic effects. Apparently, citraric acid citrarin contributes to the tonic effect of Lichen islandicus husamon. Citrarin was also tested by Kohler and Ram. Citraric acid is also a mild laxative that stimulates peristalsis. It has recently been recommended as a remedy for seasickness. However, the so-called Icelandic moss paste Engelhart, a gelatin derived from debittered Icelandic moss, has established itself as a means to alleviate coughing. In Iceland, as well as in the Arctic region, Citraria islandica is still used as a food, either baked into bread or as a vegetable by the poorer population. In times of crisis, Zimmermann in 1817 and Bouchardot in 1842 recommended debittered Lichen islandicus as a food source. Recently, Hanstein has also recommended ground, debittered Citraria islandica with alkaline carbonates as a folk food. It contains 79.2 lichinin, among other things. Nitrogen-free extractives, even 90.2 in Citraria, Nivalis nitrogen-free extracts. Long-cooked decoction of lick. Islandicus is said to lose its bitterness. Coal tar not only loses its bitterness, but also its property to gelatinize peretti. Citraria islandica provides up to 70, or even 72 of the air-dried substance as fermentable sugars in acid hydrolysis. However, the syrup has an unpleasant taste. The alcohol derived from it melts. On the fact that Citraria can be used to produce sugar, Stenberg and Muller proposed to use this lichen and reindeer lichen in areas where they are common for alcohol production. Citraria islandica and other lichens, Cladonia rangiferina, are indeed used to produce alcohol. However, the yield is not supposed to be high. Schubler. Similar attempts have been made in Finland, Petersburg, and Archangel Flickiger. Lit. Fortunatov, Work, Farm, Inst, Dorpat, 1890. Gesden, The Lichen of Iceland. Thesis Paris, 1901. Durin Farm, 1901, 314, 373. Degai and Brismaret, Jurin. Degai and Brismaret, Jurin. Des Practicians, 1897. Rep. Farm and 9, 461. Farm, Jurin, 1897, 378. Gigon Merks Bear, 1905. 50. Tapi, Essay on the Lichen of Iceland Sep, Abdurrah, Bouchardot, Bull, General de Therap. 1842, 42. Dragendorf, medicinal plants. Husemann Hilger, plant substances. Kohler, Prager Vertiliarch, 120, 49, 1873. Rigatelli Gaz, Eclet, 1835 and Farm. Zentrobel, 1835, 858. Ram, Bitter Remedies and Cobert Studies the Seton, 1890. K.J. Zimmerman, on the Icelandic lichen as a food source during times of scarcity and hardship, etc. Bamberg, 1817. Also see Schweigers Journal, Deschem, 2017. Hanstein, Northern Lichens as Food Sources, Chem. Zeit, 1905, 1286 and 1906, 30, 638. 1868 and 1869. Peretti, Jaresby, D. Farm, 1843, 88. Schubler, Pflanzenwelt, Norwegens, 1873. Arch, D. Farm, 1872, 272, 243. On lichen and edible lichens also see Krasser and Wisner of the Stud, Alpha. On edible lichens also see Senft, über einige in Japan verwendete Vegetable. Praxis 1906 and 1907. On toxic lichens, Cobert, Lerb, Die Intoxikationen, Geschichte. The ancients did not know Icelandic moss, Aphthosa, according to Fraslecanora Parella, and for Plinius Terzi 16, 10 lichen is likely Marchantia polymorpha, the same plant that Fuchs also depicts under lichen, whether under a Muscus terrestris. It is difficult to say whether the lichen islandicus included under 855, which also comprises Lycopodium, is really so. Nor can I with certainty identify the Icelandic moss in any of the muscus species treated in Corbeus's Pharmacia, 1656, the subject dealt with by Geoffroy in his Tractatus 1742, CPA 946, and on which he gives an analysis was not that at all. Krempel-Huber considers that the following passage in Valerius Cordus's Silva, where Cordus describes his journey to Swabia and Bohemia, 1542, refers to Citraria, a certain moss resembling crisp lettuce, wider tuft, born in the Titacea forest between Suetacium and Laufam, the lichen in Bergamo's Pharmacopoeia, 1580 by Flukiger, as well as the lichen in Cordus's List of Ernst, pp. 800, might also be Icelandic moss. An illustration of Muscus eringi folio is found in Brain's Miscellanea, etc. Nat. Curiosor. 3, 1672. No. 289. The names Lichen terrestris folius eringi, but Lichenoides rigidum eringi, folia referens Dylan, are also found elsewhere. In Valentini's Museum of First, p. 912, the description of the lichen, which he correctly places between the lungwort and Lycopodium, is confused, and the accompanying illustrations concern Mandragora, with which he mistakes it. In Pommet, Leech, Islandicus is missing. Muscus latifolius, i.e., Pulmonaria lungwort, in the Brandenburg tax of 1574, is likely the lungwort. For Lichen islandicus was called Lichen pulmonarius, minor angustifolius, spinis tenuissimis, ad margines. Also, Ern, Scopoli, and Schoenheider recommended against phthisis and hemoptysis. He describes it in his Materia Medica as Farinacea, Echoprotica. By the end of the 18th century, Lichen islandi was highly valued as a medicine. The Lichen terrestris cinereus, recommended by Mead in 1702 against rabies, is likely another different lichen as well. Against this, indeed, Li was recommended as a laxative by Borrichius in 1671 in Bartholini, Act, Med, Affen, I, 1671, 126. The medicinal properties were first known to the Icelanders. It is probable that the first knowledge of its medical virtues originated with them, who make a great use of it in phthisis and certain other chest diseases, Olafson and Murray. Murray states in his Apparatus Medicamentum Orn, p. 952, amongst the most excellent medicines of today, it shines and discusses its application extensively abid, p. 499. The first analyses were conducted by Hearn and Fuchs. Impure citrarin was already recommended in 1835 by Rigatelli under the names Salino antifebril and Lecineno amarissimo for intermittent fever, etc. The mucus produced during cooking from lichens of the CI type seems to have also been used for the preparation of early medieval paper cobalt. Since lichen islandi is edible, see above, Borrichius already reported its utility, see also Troyes, Razatil Island. Captain John Franklin and his companions used it when they were deprived of all other food in America. Narrative of a Journey to the Shores of the Polar Sea, 1823. In Croatia, pigs, horses, and oxen were fed with it Murray. In the 18th century, Cetraria islandica was also used as a dye plant. Westring 1805. Let A. von Krempelhuber, Geschichte, Uliterat, D. Lichenology, I. 1867, 13, 502. Schubeler, Viridarium Norvegicum, 1885. Th. Ebeling dis. De Quasia Elicene Ilandico. Glasgow, 1779. Tromsdorf, dis. De Lich, Island. Borrichius in Bartholini. Act Med et Phil. Athens, 1671, 1674. Bars 126. Murray, Apparatus Medicaminum, 1790. V. 499. R. In Cressada, in Australia, particularly on Tasmania. Colbert on some genuine felted papers of the early Middle Ages. Zeitcher, Angu, Chem, 1910-1249. Parallel drugs, similar to Cetraria islandica, used according to Dragendorf. Cetraria nivalis in the Alps and Cia Caliata Favarkar. Cetraria nivalis is always present T.F. Hanausek in the Schauberg Raxware of the Vienna trade. Cetraria nivalis contains USIC acid and 90.2 of the dry substance, nitrogen-free substances, cellulosins. From the flour of the lichenfried, from usnic acid, a kind of baked goods can be prepared. Lerp manna. The lerp manna is produced by Scilla eucalypti, on Eucalyptus domosa Cunningham, UC Data. The sugar dissolves in cold water, leaving the fibers behind. The content of fructose is 53.1 according to Flukiger, 49 according to Anderson. It is produced in such a way that the aforementioned hemipterous insects excrete white fibers with their forked tails, which are later glued together by a syrup emanating from the body rings of the insect Dobson, forming the cocoon within which the thulkin insect undergoes its pupal stage, Flukiger. The basic substance of the fibers consists of a substance called lerp amylose by Flukiger, which turns blue in iodine solutions, is slightly soluble in cold water, but readily soluble in cold 135-150 solution. This substance, which is intermediate between starch and cellulose in terms of composition C43.4, H6.5, resembles lichinin. It is insoluble in copper ammonium oxalate. The other substances indicated by Anderson in lerp manna, gum, starch, inulin, and cellulose, are not to be found in it. Flukiger. The moisture content is 14-15. Anderson, Jurin, Pratt, Chem, 47-449 Farm. Yerb, 1849-68. Dobson and Flukiger, Wittstein's Vierteljahrs, 17, 1868, 161, and 1832. Flukiger, über Stärke und Cellulose. Under the name lignin membranen, the wood substance may be designated, i.e., the body that forms the membranes of the elements of the wood trunk, and which does not react with iodinating agents like cellulose. Tollins, to whom I presented my classification, suggests grouping the cellulosic membranine and lignocellulosic membranine as two divisions of a class, and presenting the rest, which has much in its favor. It is certain that lignin membranin contains cellulose, since sugars are formed during hydrolysis. It is known since 1819 that cooking wood fibers with sulfuric acid yields grape sugar Autenrieth and Bayerhammer, Brecanat. Ekstrom obtained 5075 glucose from wood. Besides, other than galactose and mannose pentases also occur. Therefore, in addition to mannoglucogalactans, there are pentasanes. Cross, Bevan, and Claude Smith proposed that pentasons, e.g. in straw, are bound to formic acid into a pentose monoform, OCH, possibly cross-linked with cellulose in the membrane. Jute contains 15. Methylpentosanes have been detected in seed coats and bark. Xylin is determined after Thomson by treating the ammonia digested in washed wood flowers with 5-sodium hydroxide solution and precipitating with alcohol. Xylon is soluble in copper oxalate and water. It rotates to the left. These pentosins, which never carry the character of reserve substances, play a major role in the structural substances of plants, particularly xylins, which are found generally in the walls of cells of the wood, and lignified bath cells, tissues of fruits, cocoas and seeds gossypium, as well as in other cells that I have grouped under the name sclerenchyma. It is notable that D-glucose and L-xylose have similar structure formulas. H-H-O D-glucose CHO, H-O-X xylosa, CH-C-C-CoOH, and are therefore often found together as products of the hydrolysis of cell membranes, as well as H-O-O, D-galactose CHO, C-C. This furfural falls as fluoroglucide and can be weighed. To and OH, OOO, OHAL, arabinose, CHO C-C, CO, H-H-O-W. Hofmeister refers to the substances extracted from cell membranes with 5-sodium hydroxide as wood gum, which is likely identical to xylin. Where pure cellulose pentosane is lacking, it never yields pentases upon hydrolysis. The determination of the wood content of a tissue by measuring the pentose content using the Tollens method, which relies on the fact that pentosines provide, when distilled with hydrochloric acid, can be made. The fact that a cellulose-like substance forms the basis, usually 50-64 of the material in the wood membrane, is certain paean, Hoppe Sailor, Lange. It is richer in carbon 55C than cellulose 44.4. See Jute. Lignin is given the formula Chooch by Tollens and Lindsay, while Clayson, who formulated CHO, relates it to coniferal alcohol and the tannins of Euler. The color reactions mentioned above do not refer to lignin according to current understanding. The wood substance, lignin or lignin cross, Bevan, beetle is often understood as a rich in methoxy oxiderivative of cellulose oxycellulose, containing both free and esterified hydroxyl groups and possibly acetyl and formal groups. Ineacetyl-diphenol derives from this. According to Clayson, it has 4 CH and 1 O group. The deviating reactions of the wood membrane are due to an incrustation. The idea that cellulose incrusting substances, matières incrustantes, xylem, formerly called lignin according to Decandoy's process, occur in the wood cell membrane, originates from Payen's work. It is equally undeniable that they cannot be considered as impurities of cellulose, but rather are apparently bound to the polysaccharides of cellulose. By the way, that these substances are partly aromatic is beyond doubt, as it is possible to isolate vanillin, catechin, and methylfurfuryl grape from the sulfite extraction of wood fiber processing, and are referred to in numerous wood reactions with fluoroglucin, aniline sulfate, etc. Schulze, 1857. Already recognized the wood substance as a uniform entity that he called lignin, and formulated as CHO, while Erdmann considered the wood substance as a unified complex compound, CHO-glycolinos, with sugar-forming aromatic and compound, glycolinos, cellulose groups. Tun. Cross and Bevan take in the wood substance, cellulose quinoin, cellulose esters, and an aldehyde or ketone. After treatment with acidic calcium sulfate Mitscherlich's sulfate process, soluble cellulose remains in copper oxide ammonia, which provides grape sugar, galactose, and mannose upon hydrolysis. The cellulose is accompanied by xylane, therefore also xylose, Tollens, and additionally seems to contain 12,14 lignin acids CHO, with 61,62 C-lan. The lignin acids, which presumably form only during the calcinations process, see above, are what Moyle's manganese reaction of wood refers to, a microchemical reaction executed by adding potassium permanganate, washing with water, then adding potassium permanganate, washing with water, hydrochloric acid, and after another wash, adding ammonia, the wood membrane turns red. The microchemical reactions with aromatic wood components are as follows: phenyl salts acid, blue-green runge, fluoroglucin or resorcin salt acid, cherry red or violet Wisner, pyrogalol, salt acid, blue-green ile, naphthol salt acid, green ile, naphthol salt acid, indole salt acid, cherry red V, Bayer Nigel, Orkin salt acid, red-violet Lippmann scatul salt acid, cherry red Matarolo, pyrrole salt acid, red isle, thiophene, green isle, aniline sulfate, yellow run, Schupringer, aniline sulfate. Yellow dye is also obtained with pitolidine-singer, naphthylamine nickel, and bromphenetidine piot. The most sensitive reaction is that with pyrrole, while the fluoroglucin reaction is most commonly used. Not only amyl sulfuric acid Kaiser and isobutyl sulfuric acid Grafe, but all alkyl sulfuric acids and aromatic sulfos. Acids dye wood, not cellulose red or blue hartkorn, as do also isobutyl aldehyde, sulfuric acid, Grafe. Not all membranes that react to permanganate, see above also, react with fluoroglucin and vice versa v. Faber. In most cases, the reactions overlap. Eislinger, Cross and Bivan consider jute fiber, see above, P255, as typical lignocellulose. They distinguish three components, whose anhydrous aggregate forms the fiber. A substance related to cotton cellulose, pentacellulose, that provides furfuryl and acetic acid, and a component that yields quinone. Treating with sulfite alkalis. See later often removes 23 of the substances contained in wood pulp, at least all aromatic groups, leaving 39.563 cellulose behind. Woodification does not increase the membrane's strength. We are entitled to assume that all the above substances in the membrane are not mixed, but chemically bonded toluenes. Litt, Ottenreif, and Bayerhammer, in Berzell's Annual Report, 1822, Breitkana Annals of Chemistry and Physics, Vol. 2, 1819. Runge, Poggendorf's Annual, 1834. Payen, Comptes Rendus, 1838 and 1839. Schupringer, A Simple Method for Detecting Wood Pulp in Printing Paper, Dingle, Polytechnic Journal, Vol. 176, 1865. Aniline Reaction. Erdmann, Liebig's Aniline, Vol. 138, Part 1 and Supplement, Vol. 5, p. 233. Bente, Proceedings of the German Chemical Society, 1875. V. Honel, Histochemical Studies on Xylophyllin and Coniferin, Proceedings of the Vienna Academy. Vol. 76, 1877. Lippmann, Proceedings of the Vienna Academy, Vol. 77. Arne 7, Wisner Karsten's Botanical Investigations, Vol. I. 1866, and Proceedings of the Vienna Academy, 1878. Fluoroglucinol salt reaction. Singer, Ebid, 1882. Lange, Journal of Physical and Chemical Chemistry, 1899. Schellenberg, Contributions to the Knowledge of Lignified Cell Membranes. Pringsheim's Journal, Vol. 29, 1896. Japik, Journal of Physical and Chemical Chemistry, Vol. 27, 1899. Grafe, Investigations on Wood Substances. Proceedings of the Vienna Academy. Eislinger, Contribution to the Knowledge of Little-Known Plant Fibers. Dissertation, Zurich, 1907. E. Fisher, Ibid. 27, 3230. Tollins and Lindsay, Liebig's Aniline, 267. 113, 1904, and a new series of wood reaction. East Botanical Journal, 1905. Zetsche, Contribution to the Investigation of Lignified Membranes. Journal of Applied Microscopy, the second. Zeliwanov, Botanical Central Bulletin, 1891. V. Faber, On the Question of Wood Formation. Proceedings of the Botanical Society, 22, 177. Nagel, Flora, 1881, 545. Apec, Biochemistry. Matarolo, Journal of Scientific Microscopy, 2, 1885, 354. Kaiser, Chemical Journal, 1902. Henze, Research on the Specific Weight of Lignified Cell Walls and Church, Applied Anatomy. Eiler, Plant Chemistry. Clayson, Archives of Chemistry, 1908. G. Lang, Journal of Physical Chemistry, 14. Cross, Bevan and Beadle, Cellulose, An Outline of the Chemistry of the Structural Elements of Plants. London, 1895. London, 1895. Moyle, Behavior of Lignified Membranes to Cumno. Habilitation Thesis, Stuttgart, 1901. Tollins, Pentaces, and Pentosanes, and their relation to the paper industry. Paper Times, 1907. Stackman. Stackman, Studies on the Composition of Wood. Dissertation, Dorpat, 1878. Dissertation, Dorpat, 1882. Wheeler, Agricultural Experimental Station, 1885. Many plant fibers belong to the group of lignin membrane primordia, already mentioned P. The only one still used here and there is Lignum juniperi for juniperus. CP44 recently. Wood wool and wood flour have gained some importance for other purposes as binding materials. Wood powder is used to make wooden wool cotton, while cellulose wool consists of so-called wood or straw cellulose. 253. All woods that cannot, whether because of their content of a dicampeche, a resin guaiac, a bitter substance quassia, or another differentiated substance, be placed in another group were considered indifferent, and no longer play a significant role in medicine. In technology, the wood substance plays a significant role in the production of paper, whose cheap varieties newspaper are exclusively or primarily composed of wood pulp, which therefore always reacts to fluoroglucin and aniline sulfate. The forest wool is a byproduct of the production of fir needle oil and fir needle extract. It consists of distilled fir needles. Royer provides an in-depth overview of Torfwade peat cotton and its applications in Trabe de Labor de Mat Med, Paris 6, 1910, with numerous anatomical illustrations. In addition to this so-called wood pulp, chemical wood pulp, also known as cellulose, is used, obtained from the wood pulp, usually ground conifer, but also leaf wood, by treating it with sodium hydroxide under pressure or calcium bisulfite solution, Mitscherlich, or lime milk and sulfuric acid under pressure Archbold, or magnesium sulfate Ekman, or sodium sulfide. Ekman, C. Kellner, and A. Mitscherlich, who worked independently Wisner. Today's papers include linen, hemp, alfalfa, jute, cotton, needlewood wood shavings, hardwood wood shavings, needlewood cellulose, and hardwood cellulose. For more on paper, see also p. 256 above. There have also been attempts, with varying degrees of success, to produce alcohol from wood, which itself poses no difficulties as cellulose provides sugars during hydrolysis. Attempts have also been made to process it into sugar, but without any success. Lippmann, Lit. The inventors of wood pulp are F. G. Keller in Kuhnheide Erzgebirge and H. Volter in Heidenheim 1852. The inventor of sodium cellulose is a Ungarer in Semmering near Vienna 1869 to 1871. And the inventor of sulfuric acid cellulose was an American, Tilghman, 1866. The process was then practically carried out in the early 1970s by A. Hartig, Anatomical Distinctive Features of Important German-Growing Hardwoods, 1890. Piest, Cellulose. Its Processing and Chemical Properties, 1910. Technically Used Woods, Nerdlinger. Technical Properties of Wood, Stuttgart, 1860. De Bary, Compare Anatomy. Schubert, Cellulose Manufacturing, 1897, and Wood Pulp and Wood Shavings Production, 1898, as well as Practice in Paper Manufacturing, 1897. A. Meyer, Fundamentals and Methods for Microscopic Examination of Plant Powder, 1901. Krah, on the Distribution of Parenchyma Elements in Xylem and Phloem of Dicote Leafy Trees, Berlin, 1883. Moeller, Raw Materials for Carpentry and Turning, 1883. Useful Woods in Dammer's Lexicon and Article Wood in Real Encyclopedia of General Pharmacy, R. The name pectin is derived from Bréconnet, who 1825 first called the gelatinous substance in fruits pectinic acid from congealed, and then 1831, Pectingebor, spoke of grosselin. Whether pectin is a membrane substance or not was not entirely clear until recently. Some sought it in the cell contents, while others looked for it in various parts of the membrane. The investigations I conducted with Rosenberg in 1907 dispelled these doubts. It arises from the intercellular substance. Neither the secondary membrane nor the cell content is involved in its formation. Besides Payen, Mangin, Kapsch, Vogel, Wiesner, and Hersfeld also locate pectin formation in the middle lamella. The intercellular substance must be closely related to pectin, the pectic acid of the authors. However, it does not always convert into pectin. It appears that certain conditions must be met for this to occur, as is particularly the case in ripening fruits and some roots. Usually, the substance that converts into pectin is referred to as pectosfermi. I call it protopectin. After that, the intercellular substance would therefore consist of protopectin, perhaps always, at least in parts of plants that form pectin. In ripening fruits, one can track the transition of protopectin, which is insoluble in water and copper oxalate, to pectin, which dissolves in 2-sodium hydroxide after treatment with hydrochloric acid and ammonium citrate using chemical reagents. When the pectin metamorphosis, as I have called this process, is completed, which occurs during fruit ripening, the end product is soluble in a sugar solution or gelatinizes after heating with a sugar solution Church and Rosenberg. Indeed, since protopectin fructose frami, pectinosaur calcite mangin easily dyes with iodine green, Hoffman's violet, naphthol blue, and ammonium ruthenium tetraoride, rutheni red, rucil 4NaCl. The dye retention capacity vanishes with increasing pectin formation. Little is known about the chemical composition of pectin, which is likely identical to the pectin acid described by other authors, or the so-called calcium pectin, as well as protopectin, but they behave like cellulose. Scheibler obtained arabinose pectinoses from the hydrolysis of metapectin acid in beets, Hertzfeld from beet pectin, Javillier from quinton pectin with arabinose and galactose. The pectin from dandelion roots and rose hips also provided these two sugars, while that from orange peels contained D-glucose, galactose, and L-xylose. Other hexases and pentases trompe de Haas and tollins. In any case, oxidation, for example, of beet pulp with nitric acid yields much slime acid, the oxidation product of galactose. Some xylin is contained in the pectin of apples farmer, and many other pectins contain D-galactoxylon farmer, Prinsen-Geerligs. Pectins therefore provide pentases and hexases upon hydrolysis, thus containing pentothanes and hexosanes, predominantly galactorabinin and arabin groups, and are thus to be reckoned among hemicelluloses. They react slightly acidic, hence acids are also found among the splitting products. Tollins assumes that pectins were originally neutral lactones, or esters of glycosido acids, carbohydrate-like substances closer to those of sugars, which easily convert into the salts of the respective acids upon contact with alkalis. Mangin believes that pectinases in young cell walls mature over time into pectic acids that absorb calcium and become calcium pectates. DeVoe, however, argues that even older middle lamellae are composed of pectins. Cross considers them rather as soluble, unstable intermediate forms of hemicelluloses, oxycelluloses, and lignocellulose. The role of earth alkalis is still unclear. Calcium, which also occurs in many slime membranes, laminaria, linum, cydonia, in the resin layer and gums, is likely a regular component of pectins. Continuous boiling of pectin, or pectose, with water produces acid-reacting parapectin, which swells with water and yields 30 slime acid and 14,2-furel. Frami gives the formula for pectin acid as CHO, Regnault as CHO, Mulder as CHO, and Chodnu as CHO. Pectosins are easily hydrolyzed in cold, producing pectin acids and arabinosa. Similarly acts the pectinase, which also further splits the calcium pectin Borklow and heresy. The insoluble membrane component, formed from pectin, parapectin, and methapectic acid, was, as mentioned, named pectinose. The name is misleading, as it suggests a type of sugar, and should be dropped in favor of protopectin. However, calcium salts alone cause precipitation in the form of pectates. Frami's and Hertzfeld's pectin is optically inactive. Anderlich's pectin rotates 3-4 times stronger to the right than raw sugar. Everyone considers pectin to be soluble in water. Pectin is coagulated by alcohol, and numerous plant extracts, such as those from potatoes, beets, etc., also coagulate pectin with an enzyme pectinase, supposedly in action, but only in the presence of Ca, Sr, or Ba salts, and not in an acidic solution. The pectinase is said to prevent gelatinization Borklow. Rosenberg and I were unable to obtain a cold or hot extracted fruit solution that gelled in the cold, even after evaporation. Nor could we achieve this by cooking fruits or a hot extract with added sugar and allowing the liquid to cool. However, it is easy to make a gelatin from fruits or a hot extract with added sugar and letting it cool. This pectin gelatin is either a solid pectin sugar solution or a pectin sugar compound. Nevertheless, after Frami's experiments, It appears possible that other substances, such as sugar, can also induce gelation. Whether the enzyme pectase is one of these remains questionable. In practice, for fruit gel production, only sugar seems to be relevant. The sugar solution causes the pectin in the plant to gel and swell, leading to the cells of the flesh separating. Thus, perhaps the formation of sugar in fruits serves to loosen the flesh, thus accelerating the decay of the fruit and the discharge of the seeds. The so-called outgrowths of the intercellulars, which often protrude into the intercellular space as buttons or rods, see back literature, are also pectin, acidic calcium, mangin, and even the resinous layer of the schizogenic secretory. Vessel's church must have a relationship with pectin. Since pectin usually binds cells together as protopectin, all substances that dissolve protopectin, such as Schultz's macerating fluid, isolate the cells. In the so-called flax rust P254, the linseed stalks are placed in putrefying water, and here the bacterial products act as solvents on the protopectin. A loosening of the tissue and insulation of the fibers occurs. Winogradsky found that the flax rust bacillus ferments all pectin substances in the presence of nitrogen-containing nutrient soils. The relationship of rubber to pectin substances is shown by metapectin acid, which Scheibler obtained by treating beet mark on E. The parenchyma of the beet with alkalizate also forms during the cooking of beet mark with diluted oxalic acid, and he considers it identical to arabinic acid. The paraben of Reichart's C. agar, to which he assigns the formula CHO, is also related to pectin substances, and Thomson's wood gum is likely identical with the pectin from wood of pomerade and figuier, who believe that pectin and cellulose were an allied in figuier, who believe that pectin and cellulose were originally of the same composition. The boundary between pectin and slime metamorphosis of the intercellular substance is often blurred. Cf. fruit. Sambuchi, Fig. 19. In general, various transitions are found in membranes, which are rarely entirely uniform. One such transition structure appears to be the callose mangens, first observed in the callus of sieve plates. It is insoluble in copper oxalate ammonium, does not give a chlorine-zinc reaction, slightly soluble in 1-sodium hydroxide, insoluble in cold alkaline carbonate, and reacts with pectin reagents as mentioned above, while coralline soda and aniline blue do not. Lit. Payan An. Chim. Fis. 2, 26, 1824, 329. Rex Ev. 1846, 148. Comte T. Rend. 1856. Braycanet An. Chim. Fizz. Chim. Fizz. 324, 1848, 5. Comte, Rend, 48, 203. Jern, Farm, 336, 1859, 5. Chod New Lieb, Ann 51, 355. Mulder, Jern, P.R., Chem, 14, 285. Pomerade Thievade, Pomerade, 87. J. Fees, Chem, 1231. Student, Liebigzan, 131, 231, 218, 50. 8. Date, 10, 3rd, Decem, days, months, on the existence of lactose elements in plants. Ann Phys. Chem. 10, 1887, 566. Et Nut. From Bordeaux 3, 1903. Church, on pectin and protopectin. Verdi Farm, Jess. 209, 1876. 97 and 210, 1877, 116. Martin in 16. Martin in Secches, Phytochem. Untersuch, 1880. Bauer, Jern. Pern. Comte Rendu, 1010, 1890. Borcolo, Comte Rendu, 128, 1899. 1899, 1241. Borclo and Heresy. Comte Rendu, 127, 1898. 127, 1898. 127, 1898. 77. Jean, Shim. Bertrand and Malevre, Comte Rendu, 119, 120, 121. Bauer, Chem. Zentraub, 1901, 1901, 196. Devoe, Sokovie. Chem. 30, 369, and Trompe de Haas and Tollens. Lieb, Anne, 286, 1895, 278. Tollens. Short Handbook of Carbohydrates. Second ed. 1898. Lippmann Chemistry of Sugar Types, 1998. Bateman, Chemistry of Sugar Types, 1904. Tapek, Biochemistry, there the literature. Outfit of intercellular spaces. De Barry, Anatomy. Russo, on the outfit of intercellular spaces. The primarily used as a food product fruit jellies, which are all see above rich in pectin, are only utilized in medicine as dietary remedies. Particularly, quince and raspberry jelly come into consideration. Proceedings of the Dorpat Natural History Society, 1884, 19. Gardner, Nature, 1885, 390. Scharschmidt, Bot, Zentralb, 18 and 19. Schenk, Bear, D. Bot, just 3, 1885. Their Further Literature, 1885. Their Further Literature. Van Wisseling, on the coverings of intercellular spaces. Arch, Nederland, 21, Torah. Dioscorides mentions a number of diseases where, for example, quinces were used. One can increase the yields of jelly by properly adjusting the sugar addition and obtain pectins-rich jelly bases by boiling the press residues of fruits with a sugar solution. The fruit jellies can be tested for an unacceptable addition of gelatin by dissolving 510 g of jelly with the same weight of water, adding 100 ccm of alcohol to the solution, and determining the nitrogen content in the dried and weighed residue. While the dried residue in normal jelly contains only 13 to 28 nitrogen substance, the content increases to 45 upon addition of gelatin. Boehmer, Chem. Zeit, 19. Unrefined agar can be detected by diatoms Markman. Corno from mucus. Mucus Old High German slim. The root SL smooth. Slippery is related to Latin lamar, to smooth. Refined agar is obtained by diluting 10-20 g of gel with an equal weight of water, adding 100 cc of alcohol, washing the precipitate with alcohol, drying and weighing it, then dissolving it in enough hot water to form a 1 solution. If a stiff jelly forms on cooling, this indicates agar. 6. Corno membrane inducers. The first to recognize some slime as membrane thickening were Negeli and Kramer, 1855. However, two essentially different types of slime membrane formation are found, depending on whether the secondary membrane layers or the intercellular substance appear as the slime membrane. It has been shown that all vegetal mucuses, as far as their developmental history can be traced, belong to the membrane, i.e., to the membranines, particularly through the investigations of Frank, myself, and my students Nadelman and Wallachek. I have therefore introduced the terms mucous membrane and membrane mucus. The slime layers of the secondary and tertiary membranes are usually laid down as such. Fig. 94-15. So, unlike what was believed earlier, there is no slime metamorphosis of originally cellulose-laid layers here. How this is, with the intercellular substance slimes, remains to be examined in individual cases. It seems that a transformation from the primary formed intercellular substance into slime occurs here, similar to the formation of pectin from protopectin. Finally, it can also be shown that cells bordering on intercellular substances form a slime membrane, as demonstrated by the slime channels in cycads. Fig. 94, 11, and 12. And it also follows that the resinous layer of the schizogenous tractide channels should be considered as a slime membrane. Similar conditions therefore prevail here, as in pectin and gum formation. See above. Illustration. Fig. 94. Slime membranes and their development. 1-5 Development of a slime cell from the internodal region of Tilia grandifolia. 6 young slime cell from the bark of Ramanus frangula. 8 slime cells from the epidermis of Cassia angustifolia. Almost all examined slimes give arabinose and galactose. On hydrolysis they behave like hemicelluloses, and are similar to pectin. 9 and 10 slime epidermis of Barosma vulgaris leaves, between which cellulose lamellae M are inserted. 110, after Wallachek. 11 and 12 slime membranes in schizogenous channels of Cycas church. Arabinose and xylose are pentaces. Ho, arabinose co. C. Galactose, on the other hand, are hexaces CP6. All examined true mucilages give a positive reaction with nitric acid mucilage acid, first observed by Vauquelin in 1811, in flaxseed mucilage. Further evidence that galactose groups are present, CP226 above. However, I do not intend to use this difference for classification here. Just as little does the reaction with iodine sulfuric acid or chloro-zinc iodide. O, H, O, D-galactose CHO, C, CC, C, CHO, H, Therefore, it is likely that a distinction has been made between mucilages forming mucilage and those that do not. Some mucous membranes epidermis of Cydonia seeds, salvia fruits, viscum indeed turn blue with this reagent. In connection with this phenomenon, there is the observation by Tollens that some mucilages agar, linum, Cydonia, 277 methylene blue, ruthenium red, cellulose mucilage, pectin mucilage, callose mucilage, and mixed mucilage. As the last group already showed, there are various transitions here. Rather, one can use the morphological moment. The cellulose content is given for marine algae as 3.1 Gracilaria confervoids, 4.4 Fucus vesiculosus, and 8.89 Vaucheria pilus destini, Bomboletti, and Della Torre. Mangin distinguishes, based on the different staining capacity towards the pectin staining solutions, cf. above p. The slime epithelia of seeds e.g., linum, Cydonia, serve various purposes, holding water, fixing seeds to the ground for ensuring germination, etc. I have already contrasted the slime epithelia of seeds with endogenous slime cells and slime endosperm. In applied anatomy, their functions are very different. The slimes of the slime endosperm of seeds, Trigonella, as well as the slime cells of underground reserve containers, orchis, possess the character of reserves. We do not know what function the endogenous slime cells of vegetative organs, seed coats, cacao, calyx, petal, tamen, and fruit layers of sterculiocene, malvacine, and tiliocene possess. The fact that the resinogenic layer of secretory containers also belongs to the membranes is not only shown by the anatomical findings, but also by the examination of the rubber of the resins, which indeed originates from the resinogenic layer. Church 1. They release galactose, glucose, and arabinose upon hydrolysis. The rubber of myrrh releases galactose and arabinose, as well as a small amount of xylose. The so-called content mucus is barely studied. It is not taken into consideration here. True mucuses as components of cell content are rare, and whenever developmental historical investigations have come closer to them, they have also turned out to be membrane mucuses. Thus, the long-considered cactus mucuses as content mucuses were recognized as membrane mucuses Lauterbach, and the same applies to the mucus of Viscum japic. Only in orchis do I still find the matter doubtful today. Colloidal solutions are formed by mucus when mixed with water. Some Althea, linum, Cydonia can be precipitated with ammonia sulfate pole. However, in the case of Coryzo membranans, we seem to be dealing with a class of substances rather than just one substance. This is evident from their differing behaviors in water. Some swell barely, others strongly, and still others dissolve in it. Lit. Church, chapter on slime membranes, in Anjuante Anatomy, Applied Anatomy, 1888, p. 193, a summary. Also see Chemistry and Biology of Plant Secretes, Leipzig 1908. Kutzing, Fundamentals, Vol. 4. Frank Anatomical Significance and Origin of Vegetative Slime, Princh, Yerb, 5 1865. Trécul, on mucilage in the Malvaceae, lime trees, Herculiaceae, cacti, and indigenous orchids, Munich 1875. Klebs, Organization of Gelatinous Substance in some Algae, etc., Protot Hofmeister, on cells that swell into gelatin in the seed epidermis. Reports of the Saxon Scientific Society, 1858. Nageli and Kramer, Occurrence and Formation of Some Plant Slimes. Zurich, 1855. Archive of Pharmacy, 1855. Archive of Pharmacy, 1857, 190. Wiegand, Disorganization of Plant Cells. Princh, Journal 3, 1863. Of the Botanical Institute. Tübingen 2, Gignard, Observations on the Muciferous Apparatus of Laminaria, Ann S.C. Nat, 815, 1892. Olaf, Plant Slime and Its Origin. Flora 58, 889. Abraham, Construction and Development of Wall Thickening in Seed Coat Cells of some Crucifers. Princh, Yarb, 16, Flukiger Bucku. Swiss Pharmaceutical Weekly, 1873. Mark Tanner Turneretcher, on the Anatomical Structure of our Laurenfäsche. Proceedings of the Vienna Academy, 1885. Banteum, on Gum Canals in Sterculiaceae. Bull. Soc. Butt. de France, 1885. Bull. Hartwich, mucus cells of Althea. Farm, Zentrol. 1891, 586 and Orchis, Arch, Farm, 1890. A. Meyer Orchis, Wallachek. Studies on membrane slimes of vegetative organs. Pringsheim's Journal 25, 1893. 227 also dissertation, Bern, 1893. Pringsheim's Journal 21, 1890 also dissertation, 1890. Polpovici, Structure and Development of Unusual Cell Walls. Dissertation, Bonn, 1893. Arch, Farm, 1886, 325. Lauterbach, Construction and Development of Secretions in Cacti. Botanical Central Bulletin, 1889. De Bary, Anatomy. De Bary, Anatomy, 1889. 1875. Mangan, Botanical Society Bulletin, 1875. 198. Botanical Society Bulletin, 1894. Vuitton. Church, Resins and Resinous Bodies, Botanical Part, H. Chapek on Biochemistry. In Geographic Proceedings of the Vienna Academy, 105. Chapek on Biochemistry, Cullinan, Botanical Annual Report, 1884, by 71. Gans and Tollins, Liebig's Annals, 249, 1889, 245. Pole, Journal of Physical Chemistry, 14, 1890, 151. Bauer, Landed W. Versuchstadt, 40, 1892. Harley, Jern. Farm, Chim, 1902. Sestini, Zentrobel, Agric, Chem, 1878. Frischmuth, Chem, Zeit. 21, R289. Valenta, Klebe, und Verdickungsmittel, 1884. Further literature in the individual sections. Brown Bismarck, methylene blue, blue denil, and ruthenium, red and callous mucilages, dyeable by aniline blue, in an ascetic bath, and by coralline soda. Since all the mucilages of interest to us, except for salep, belong to the second division, empectocetes, this classification has no value for us. Pereil uses, Mangan following, in Traité de Pharmacologie 1901, the dyeability of mucous substances by organic dyes to classify them into simple mucilages, mixed mucilages, and undefined mucilages, and the simple mucilages further into celluloses, mucilages dyeable by orsaline, BB, and naphthol black, in an acidic bath, and congarot and benzopurpurin, in an alkaline bath, never by so-called basic dyes, pectosic mucilages dyeable by basic dyes in a neutral bath, for example. They either have mucilopiderms, mucendospores, or mucocytes inside the organs. 1. Mucils of intercellular substance. Cryptogamic mucilaginous drugs, carrageen, seragahine, lichen carragahine, Fucus crispus ss. I continue with a morphological-based classification. The first group of chorizomembrane indigens are those in which the mucus is formed from the intercellular substance. This includes all cryptogamic mucilaginous drugs. The second group includes those in which the mucus is formed from the secondary membrane thickening layers. Hibernicus, Irish or pearl moss, crabby knotweed, norpalmoose, krausemoose, gelatinous moss, sea moss. Greek edam. Coragian is the name of the alga derived from coragen, or Corasian Irish for pearl moss. The origin of coragen as slime, and to be born, as suggested by Wittstein, is very doubtful. Coragen is likely a Celtic word root, carrock. According to an Irishman, the correct spelling is Coragian Hanbury, or Carrig Irish for rock, hence rock moss. Agardus sphaerococcus, Mammulosus agard, Mastocarpus mammulosus kutzing. The latter alga is usually strongly reduced in the dried state. Edam, cartilage, crispus curly, sphere, grain, grapeseed, rose, seaweed. Moss, mossamosi. Moss is the Scandinavian term for all leafy cryptogams, not only mosses. Chondrus crispus L. Stackhouse. Chondrus crispus Lingby, Chondrus polymorphus Lamoureux, Fucus crispus L., Sphaerococcus crispus agard, and Gigartina mammayosa. Goodenough at Woodward, J.G. By Dioscurides is, as I see from a comparison of the figures in the cod. Constantinopolitan, Ahordium, systematic position. Euphysia. Rhodophysia, Gigartinaceae, or class. Rhodophysia, that class. Phallus divided into narrow lamina B, another extreme, broad-leaved phallus showing divisions only at the tip. Two undrawn description of the parent plants. Chondrus, Norpeltang, and Gigartina kerntang are about 7-15 centimeters tall, red seaweeds, whose color varies from pure rosy red to purple, red-violet to blue-violet, and whose leaf-like disc-shaped thallus stipulas exhibits a remarkable polymorphism. Fig. 95. Sometimes it is only slightly divided, sometimes torn into numerous lobes, sometimes the sections are wide, sometimes narrow, sometimes very narrow, sometimes very narrow, sometimes the slitting reaches the base. This variability was the reason for recognizing numerous over 40 varieties in the past. Turner, for example, distinguished 9 forms: virens, stellata, equalis, filiformis, patens, lacera, samiensis, geniculata, and plana. The branching, always purely dichotomous, is often so large that the whole forms a tangled mess. The thallus shows a very distinct thread structure. The reproductive bodies are of 2 types: unsexual tetraspores and cystocarpes formed by a sexual act. The tetraspores are divided pairwise to form groups sori. The female organ, the procarp, consists of 4 cells. The smallest and innermost cell of this, the carpagon, forms a thread-like projection that extends beyond the storage surface, the trichogene. Fig. 96 atr. At this time, during reproduction, one of the spermatia spermatozoids, formed by the cup-shaped antherides joined together in crusts on the thallus surface, attaches to it. After Hauptfleisch. B. Chondrus crispus with cystocarps. After Kutzing. Illustration. Fig. 97. Gigartina mamillosa with cystocarps. Copulation occurs. The fertilized carpagon cell copulates through a very short ooblastum projection with a second cell of the procarp, the oxalar cell. This now sends a tuft of segmented fibers, the gonomoblast, into the thallus tissue, whose end and upper cells finally develop into spores. These spores, which form the fruit kernel enclosed by the thallus rind, are either expelled through pores by the cystocarpium and then germinate in water, or they germinate within the cystocarpium itself. Illustration. Fig. 96. A. Endocladia vernicata. 3-celled carpagon of an auxiliary cell. C. carpogon. Tr. trichodine. After Kutzing. In Gigartina stackhouse, including Mammillaria stackhouse, Mastocarpus Kutzing, including Chondrodictium Kutzing, including Chondroclonium Kutzing, Chondrocanthus Kutzing, including Sarcophalia Kutzing, the cystocarps, which open through pores, in small, seat-like projections extending from the thallus. Fig. 11. First illustration of Chondrus crispus. Berg-Schmidt, Atlas TFA, 162. Lingby AAO distribution. 99. The fruit kernel is here surrounded by a fiber sheath. In Chondrus stackhouse J, the cystocarps are oval, often weakly protruding on one side, distributed over the main branches of the thallus. Karts, 126. Lingby Hyder, Dan, T15, Tab 5, ABJG, Agard Florid, 246, and Alde J. Me 104. Schmitz Sitzungsber. D. Burl, Akkad, 1883, 223. Schmitz and Hauptfleisch in Engler Prantel, Nat. Pflanzen. Illustration Morrison, Plant. Hist. Universe. Oxonii, 1699, the 3rd, Tab Donna. The Caragian plants are marine algae occurring on the west coasts of the Atlantic Ocean from Norway North Cape to Spain, particularly abundant off Ireland but also on the Azores, and along the North American coast wherever the coastal configuration produces western shores. Cape Cod Bay, et Eve is notable, forming its perithecia, mixed with Phomoconidia on the Tetrasporangia and cystocarps. See L. Rosenvinge in Botanist Tidskrift, Valduletti 33. Regarding the overgrowth of Flustra, see below under Additions, Collection. Chondrus crispus is absent in the Mediterranean Sea and Baltic Sea. Pathology. Parasitic fungi on marine algae are generally rare, but such have been observed on Chondrus crispus. Among these, the Pyranomycidae, Leptosphaeria chondri, Rosenvinge, L. marina roster, non-L. European Caragian is collected in the north and northwest of Ireland, sent to Sligo, and from there to Liverpool. Also, more recently in Brittany between Plougrescent and Perros-Guirec in Tréguier, via Port Blanc, the product reaches Hamburg. The French government took measures in 1890 to stop the senseless harvesting of kelp tangs. The main trade is with American Caragian, which is mostly excellent quality. It consists almost exclusively of Chondrus crispus. The business is managed by Irish immigrants. The harvested plants are then bleached in the sun to remove the red pigment, rolled in barrels filled with fresh water, and brought back into the sun, Melzar Bates, possibly also bleached with sulfuric acid Gagan. The alga is either hand-harvested during the great ebb, before spring tides the best varieties, or with an iron rake during small ebbs the poorer, technical varieties. In this process, the thallus is almost always torn from the holding disc. This treatment turns the beautiful bright red slick alga yellowish-white and hard as cartilage. The main harvest, which regulates the price increase until spring, begins in mid-September. Kramer reported 1899 on the collection in America. The shores of Scituate Bay, which export approximately 10,000 pounds of carrageenan per year, are gradually giving way to the brackish marshland. There, carrageenan is collected from late May to September, with the most abundant harvest in June and July. Collectors often work from 4 a.m. until 8 p.m., using heavy iron rakes attached to long poles. The sailors go out at half ebb and return at high tide. A collector can harvest 50 pounds per day. Fresh carrageen is poured into wooden troughs boxes with a diameter of 2 feet, then spread out and exposed to air and sun for a week. It then turns a light purple-yellow. It is then packed into half-hogsheads fares of 50-70 gallons and covered with canvas. These barrels are rolled to the brackish marshes on clear days, filled with water, the canvas put back over them, and the whole rolled up again. The carrageen is then spread out again and bleached further by turning it frequently. Finally, it is packed in barrels or bales. Lit. Melzar Proc. Am. Farm. Asok. 1860. P. 165. Bates. Gathering and Curing of Carrag. In Massachusetts, Amir. Jurin. Peach. 1868. P. 4017. Pecage Jurin. 1869. 298. And Verit. Farm. 1899. P. 481. Farm. Jurin. 1899. Number 1527. Gagan. Le Carrag. Says Emploi Farm. Et Industrie. Et sa récolte en Bretagne. Bull. St. Pharmac. X 1904 p. 225. Trade varieties, trade routes, packaging. Trade distinguishes C. naturale, depuratum, electum albissimum. Only the latter is useful for medicinal purposes. It is often referred to in wholesale as lichen. Carrageen, the least accurate of all names because it is not a lichen, nor is it a moss. Illustration, Fig. 98. Chondrus crispus, A. Cross, B. Slightly magnified. A rhizoid layer, M. Meat layer, S. Spores. After Lewis, wholesale trade refers to. Elect 19 and 34. Fine A, Fine B, Fine C, 0, 0, 0, 0, F natural L0, Fine Nat. 1. Good. Grossman. The main port of entry and trading center for carrageen is Hamburg. Carrageen usually comes into trade in pressed bales of 50 and 100 kg. Morphology of the drug. The shape and number of lobes are highly variable, see above. They may be narrow, lineal, spread out with outermost branches intermingled, rounded or tipped at the end, or shallowly marginate typical, or strongly broadened, overlapping partly, with wavy or irregularly toothed margins. The thallus is at the base provided with a small, firmly attached to the rock disc, hold disc, which, however, as the drug is collected from the ground, is almost always missing. A hold disc often carries several branches. The plant owes its name, Moss C. above Edam, to the leaf-like shape of the thallus. Far from all specimens of the drug contain reproductive organs. The cystocarps, spore fruits, are visible in the form of oval half-spherical, only slightly wrinkled outgrowths from the plane of the thallus on its upper side. Fig. 98. On the underside, they often correspond to flat depressions, especially in dry drugs. Chondrus crispus has a short, nearly cylindrical stem and a small hand-sized thallus that grows up to 4-15 cm tall. Fleshy, cartilaginous, hence chondrus. Flat, gelatinous, leaf-like, with slightly wavy recurved margins, repeatedly forked into broader and narrower lobes. Dichotom, finely slits upwards, tipped, rounded, marginate, yellowish in the dry state. Horny translucent thallus. They contain numerous carpospores. Fig. 98. The tetraspores are scattered in the thallus in small, slightly bulging heaps that weakens the thallus turf. They are much rarer on the drug than cystocarps. The gallert fleshy, variously branched thallus of Gigartina mammulosa is not flat, but has a rhinal-like shape due to the upward curvature of its edges only rarely. Is it also flat and ribbon-like? The segments are narrower. The numerous cystocarps are located on short, inversely egg-shaped ellipsoidic, papillate hence mammulosus, seeded and short-stemmed excrements of the thallus surface fig. In dried form, these fruit branches often appear slightly curved and resemble spines, fig. 97. The peel-like attachment plates give rise to several up to 20 cm high shoots. In terms of habitus, Gigartina resembles chondrus. The color of these floridans is a splendid red in the fresh state, and only becomes paler through the bleaching process. Gigartina mammulosa. Transverse section through a thallus lobe with a cystocarpium. After luersin, the dry herb is nearly odorless. The corygian thallus consists of two layers, the central core layer and the rind layer lying on both sides of this. Above it is converted into its characteristic yellow color, but here and there, especially the tips of the leaves and the tetrasporangia, also in the dry herb, still show a beautiful red color. The color of the dry herb is white or yellowish white. Illustration, fig. 99. Swollen with cold water when corygina regains its original shape, it develops the characteristic, so-called seaweed smell, which when cooked with 30 times its weight in water, it produces a jelly-like substance that solidifies upon cooling. Anatomy. The vegetative tip shows a fan-shaped radiating fiber structure. The bark layer, slightly separable from the wood layer, consists of 4 or 5 rows of very tightly packed cells at the outside, gradually becoming smaller and rounder towards the inside bark fibers. From a medium-sized, thin, longitudinally running, here and there branched market fibers, conductive tissue, numerous, repeatedly branched bark fibers diverge outward, which close together inwardly somewhat looser, but still quite closely arranged, outwardly densely laterally to form a small-celled, anticlinate outer bark assimilative tissue. The outermost very tight zone is covered with an dissolvable cuticle in sulfuric acid, which deviates to some extent from the cuticula of higher plants tunman, and sometimes also with discharged slime masses. The cells of the bark layer, as treatment with iodine sulfuric acid demonstrates, communicate with one another through delicate plasma threads, but only in a radial direction. Sometimes, 2 cells sit on a large cell at the boundary between the bark and the phloem, each of these again having 2 cells, and so on, forming tree-like structures where elements communicate with one another. The content of the bark cells is not altered by iodine water or osmic acid. Iodide potash dyes strongly yellow, Millen's reagent red. It primarily contains remnants of chromophores along with amylodextrin. The lumina of the bark cells are round or oval. The further inward, the more elongated the cells become, with increasingly irregular lumina and richer amounts of amylodextrin in their content. In the broad phloem layer, the lumina are rarely round, often oval or cylindrical in shape, through narrow closed tubercles, next to which the membrane is harder. The lumina of neighboring cells are connected sheathy hyphens will. Sometimes it seemed to me as if the thin tubule membrane were broken through by very fine channels, so that an open communication was also established here. Thus macropores with micropores will. The large market layer cells fibrils have, like the 5-10 times smaller parenchymal cells, a secondary membrane thickening layer that does not cover the lumen very thickly, and is composed of several layers, part of which are amyloidic tunmen. They also have an extremely broad, thoroughly slimy intercellular substance, collagen. The latter dissolves easily in cold water. It provides the Carraginian slime primarily. However, it is colored by so-called pectin dyes, methylene blue, naphthalene blue, and Bismarck brown tunman. According to Whistling, the slimy intercellular substance is destroyed at 300 with glycerin. The inner skin surrounding the lumen, sometimes showing layering particularly near the peaks, separates little or not at all, consisting of a peculiar cellulose that turns blue with iodine sulfuric acid, light blue initially, then dark blue with iodine sulfuric, then dark blue with iodide potassium. After prolonged lying, blue, which is not the case with the slimy intercellular substance, which also does not react to chlorozinc iodide and absorbs little dye. The content of the cells of the outer layer thus behaves like amylodextrin starch. See above P1099. I had already referred to it as such in 1888. It is usually called fluoride starch. The content of numerous small round or oval grains in the parenchyma cells turns red-violet with chlorozinc iodide and violet to red-brown with iodine. If one heats a cut colored with iodine, the granules become opaque and a red-violet ball is present in the cell. When thin cuts in a closed tube are heated with alcoholic potash for a day and then washed and subsequently left in potassium iodide for several hours, the content of the cells, not the wall, turns blue Flükiger. The outer layer forms the main mass of the drug. Its cells are very irregular in size and shape. This fruit kernel embedded in thallus is not surrounded by a special fiber sheath in chondrus. Near the fruit core of the cystocarps, which occur quite frequently on the drug, they are short. The fruit core, see above, of the cystocarp forms in the drug an irregular network of shrunken strands, whose gaps contain numerous aggregated, spore-rich deposits of amylodextrin. The spores of the cystocarpia are round, oval, pear-shaped or irregular, and form clusters that often lie combined in several layers in the parenchyma, and produce a flat protrusion on both sides of the phloem layer, so that the cystocarpia become visible as rounded warts on the surface of the thallus. Schimper, Princh, Yard A16, P1099. In Wille, Bedrag til Algernis, Physiologische Anatomie, Svensk, Potency, PIF 7 T247, Zeitcher. Wis, Mikrosk, Destis 3, P263. Vogel, comment. To Austrian Pharmacology V8, 1908. Church, Applied Anatomy, P100, Erg, Anatomical Atlas, Baldesetten, Schmidt's Hauptfleisch in Engler Prantal, Plant Families. Van Tiem, Comte T. Rend, 61, P804, Schmidt's Chromatophorin, P151. The spores form the terminal elements of short, often repeatedly forked cell rows. In Gigartina, the cystocarpia are located in thorny projections of the thallus, see above. To study anatomical relationships, it is best to prepare in alcohol and gradually add diluted glycerin. By water, the dry section expands to twice its width. Lit. Thunmann. Anatomy und Inhaltsstoffe von Chondrus Crisp. Apple. Zeit, 1909, number 17. First illustration. Audemann's Atlas, 1854. Chemistry. Coragen usually contains about 1 nitrogen 630 protein substances, sometimes more, up to 9.4 protein substances. Church. Other marine algae contain 1.8 marchand. Boiled with 20 parts water, carrageen forms a gel that does not turn blue when cooled with iodine, distinguishing it from Icelandic moss gel, and does not dissolve in copper acetate. Coragen slime is precipitated by ammonium sulfate, ammonium phosphate, and potassium acetate pole. Boiling with 50 parts water gives a solution from which alcohol precipitates the slime carrageen in Pereira. Carrageen bersilius, Goemon blondeau. Goemon is the North French name for the alga, gelin into fibers that dry horn-like, containing C, 0.8 nitrogen and up to 16 mineral substances, do not dissolve in copper oxide ammonium, and turn reddish by metallic iodine. This slime provides with weak nitric acid, wine acid, oxal acid, and sugar acid, with strong 14 to 23 slime acid Flükiger, Obermeier, Sebur. It resembles para-Arabin Reichertz. Cooking with sulfuric acid produces in addition formic acid and levulinic acid bente. Schmidt obtained sugar from this process as early as 1844. Hydrolysis of coragen yields mannate, hydroxylmethylfurfuryl, D-galactose, as well as fructose and glucose. Coragen thus contains, in addition to methylpentose and glucose groups, galactin, fructosin, and small amounts of pentosan blondeau and tollins. Saber obtained galactose. The amount of mucic acid, 23.4, corresponds to 29.6, galactose tollins calculated 2028. The quantity of furfuryl, 1.2, obtained with hydrochloric acid, corresponds to 2.5 pentosan. Seber considers the mucus a very complex combination of carbohydrates of high molecular weight, probably consisting of galactose, glucosan, and fructosan, in which D-galactoxylane is also present. The nitrogen already detected by Blondeau in the mucus. He found 2 Flückiger and Obermeyer, reported 1 along with 2.5 sulfur, and which is very difficult to remove, is obviously due to contamination with proteins. Pure mucus corresponds to the formula Cho-C-Schmidt. Giraud only found trace amounts of N in it. Even the mineral substances are difficult to remove from the slime. Even after 20-30 washings, significant amounts remain more in. The amount of slime is approximately 80 according to Church, 55.5, Erberger 79.1. It is purely membrane, slime colloid. Sugar is absent in carrageen Dubourg. By distilling carrageen with sulfuric acid and water, one obtains in the distillate fucosol, a mixture of furfurol and methylfurfurol, see under laminaria. C contains a small amount of fat but no starch, and likely a red-brown pigmented cell content that is related to or identical with amylodextrin C above. C above contains a small amount of iodine Steinberg 1842, Sarpati, Gross, Ebers, which can already be detected in 10G of Ash Flückiger, Van Itali. See also under laminaria and bromine du Pasquier, 1843, gross in the form of iodine and bromide salts of the Thorpe. Na, Cha, and Mg, but likely or only. Thunmann successfully demonstrated the presence of 0.501 carrageen IOD on a microchemical basis. The ash content is 9.518, 14.14.14.1 Charles. Church observed that commercially available carrageen contains more sulfur than its ash. The dye in the drug is usually completely or nearly destroyed by bleaching. It is contained in chromatophores and is a mixed dye. Chapek reports 20.61 ash, including 1732K, 18739A, 7.160, 1135 mg, 2.21 phosphoric acid, 41.24. Based on my experiences, which align with those of Caesar Lauritz, Hauke found levels between 1532 and 17.7. This mixed dye, which Cohn 1867 named rhodophyll, consists of a red dye termed phycoerythrin by Kutzing 1843, and this diffuses into a yellow carotenoid-like dye Hansen in chlorophyll when the plant is transferred to fresh water. Phycoerythrin, obtained in hexagonal crystals by Molish, appears to be a colored protein or a protein complex similar to hemoglobin. Illustration, Fig. 100. Thallus of Chondrus crispus with Fluster pilosa, pill, occupied. Thunmann drew. Lit. The initial analyses are by Erberger Buckner's Rep.Y. 49, 134. Also in Wigger's Pharmacognosy, 1840, and Pereira's Lehrbuch der Heilmittel and Heilmittel in Fichtwangen Arts, Extisekten, Dierbach, Die Neuesten Entdeckungen, 1837, and Matmed, 1841. Blondeau, Journal, 1847. 8. Etude. Rottlater, Chemical and Physical Journal of Plant Science. C. Schmidt, Annual Report, 1844. Liebig Annals, 51, p. 29. Steinberg, Journal of Chemical Physics, 25, 379. Church, Journal of Botany, 1876. And Proceedings of the American Pharmaceutical Association, 25, 1877, 177. Marchand, Annals of Chemistry and Physics the 8th, 1966, p. 320. Giraud, Comparative Study of Gums and Mucilages Thesis. Bante, Berichte der Deutschen Chemischen Gesellschaft, 8, 417, 9, 1876, 1158. Pereira, Therapeutic Science. Siebor, Österreichische Chemiezeitung, 3, 1941, and Zeitschrift für Zuckerindustrie in Bowman 2594. Hedeke, On the Sugars Derived from Corn dissertation, Göttingen, 1887. Hedeke, Bauer and Collins, Liebig's-Annalen, 238, 1887, 320-38. Hedeke dissertation, Göttingen, Mother and Tollens, Berichterstattung der Deutschen Chemischen Gesellschaft, 1904, 298. Einstein, Journal of Pharmacy, 1896, 3p462, Annalen, Agronome, 1896, Wheeler and Stanford, Farm, J. Tosin, P. Doodle, p1019, and 14 p10n9. Flückiger, Pharmacon, 3rd ed. Smell and taste. The drug's smell is tangy, its taste bland, slimy, weak, salty, impurities. In good carrageen, foreign algae are found only in very small quantities, as the drug is free from them, as well as from snails, corals, shells, and pebbles. Some samples of the drug show white or gray-white coatings of Flustropillosa fig. 100, a small bryozoa or white, granular calcium carbonate, remains of a leaf coral. Flukiger and Obermeier, Swiss Weekly Chronicle, 1868, 85. Church, article Carrageen in Real Encyclopedia, Rodafil, C. Japek, Biochemia Thurs, and Malin Malish, Bot, J52, 1894, 177. Microchemical iodine test, 1907, 506. Van Itali Arch, Farm, 1889, 1132. Ned, Tymish, 1889. Farm, Zentral, 1989. Farm, Zentral, 1901, 1901. In poor condition, one sometimes finds Ceramium rubromagi, Fucus canaliculatus, with a cylindrical bifurcating thallus, found up to 40 in French Carrageenan and Gigartina pistillata lamer, as well as other Chondrus and Gigartina species. For doubtful specimens, soaking in water is recommended. Fucus fastigiatus, Huds, Laurentia pintatiphyta lam. Chondria obtusa, various Polysiphonia species, Hypnea confervoides, Stylophora rhizoides, Sphaerochnus rhyoides, Hilceres polypodioides, Gigartina acicularis lamer. Die 130 bereitete Gallerte, darf durch Jod nicht blau werden, mit schwefliger Säure gebleichtes Carrageen. Solches ist im Handel, sollte nicht medizinisch verwendet werden. Man prüft darauf in folgender Weise, wird sie mit 20 Teilen Wasser übergossen und eine Viertelstunde lang maseriert, so darf die davon abfiltrierte Flüssigkeit blaues Lackmuspapier nicht röten. 20 ccm des Filtrat sollen durch einen Tropfen Entchengel gelb gefärbt werden. Anwendung. Das C gehört zu den Schleimdrogen, also neben Althaea, Linum, Tragamph und Salep, Potdot. Es rangiert zudem unter die schleimigen Vehikel. Die Ärzte brachten und bringen dem Carrageen wenig Interesse entgegen. It seems to have been used for a long time only in Ireland, as a remedy for cataracts, scrofula, goitre, and as a poor-quality food, e.g., for fattening cows and calves. Man verwendet es als Nährmittel bei Physikern. Seit 1831. Bei Kataren Stolworks Brustbonbons, Gelatina Carrageen, Pasta Cacao Carragenata, Saccarolatum Carragenat, und zur Herstellung haltbarer Leberfranmulsionen, dann zum Kataplasma artificiale von Lelievre Ersatz, der unsauberen Leinsamembreumschläge. In cosmetics it is used to hold hair bandoline. Recently, it has also been used to make nutrient substrates for bacteriological purposes. Michael S. Brown, on the mucilage of fungi, with remarks on its application to economic ends. The largest amount, especially American Carrageen, is technically used and forms an important substitute for rubber in printing ink, glues, paper-making, textile industry labellet, and is also employed in the manufacture of straw and felt hats, as at, well as clarifying improving beer and honey. 26, 1839, p. 409. Merat, Dict, Scient, Medic, 1816. Fucus Enzerode, 1846. Meyer, on the Crisp Foucault dissertation, Berlin, 1835. Mouchon, Journal of Lyon Medical, 1844. Hager Manual, Pereira, Healing Agents, History. Carrageen has only been in use for a short time. In England since 1831, recommended by Todhunter in Dublin, slightly later in Germany, brought from England by Greffe and recommended by Jobst in 1837, and in France since 1847. And in France, since 1846, recommended by Guibert and Ino. 1832. Verral, in 1835. Literature, Todhunter, Monthly Gazette of Health, January 1831. Herrera Elementary, of Mat Med de Sedan, 1845 part. I9. Auflage und Pharmacographia, Gibor, über Carrageen, Journ, Chem, Med 8, 1832. The use for making cataplasms was recommended by Leliev in 1875 Gagin. Its application in industry is even more recent. It only came into being as a result of the Sudan uprisings, when rubber supplies began to dwindle. It may have been used as a remedy in Ireland for a long time. Flukiger. Veral Ibenda, She, 1835, und Bull, Gen, de Terap, 1835. Paralleldrogen, als solche können alle Florideen aus der Verwandtschaft von Chondrus und Gigartina betrachtet werden, besonders Gigartina acicularis estillaris, oben unter Beimengungen, denn alle diese liefern, wenn sie zuvor gebleicht werden, einen farblosen Schleim ähnlicher Eigenschaften. Als Carrageen-Ersatz werden speziell genannt Gelidium cartilagineum Geil, Gracilaria, Cyclocladia articulata Greve und Gloiopeltis-Arten. Dazu gehören auch die Algen, die Agar-Agar liefern, SD und Dragendorf, Heilpflanzen. Laminaria clustoni, Edmonston Leholi, as a special form or variety of L. Flexicolis Leholi and L. clustoni Edmonston, but only the latter can produce stipelets, as the stipes of the first named is too thin. Systematic position, Beophysiae, Fucoidae, Beospora, Laminariate. Digitata L. Lamex, Fucus digitatus L. Hapkigia digitata Cates. Laminaria digitata L. Lemoru, Clustoni Edmonston, also written Claustoni or Claustoni. The oldest name, 1772, which perhaps claims priority, is Laminaria hyperborea gunneris. Cohn showed that under Laminaria digitata, there are two species. L. Description of the type plant. Laminaria are large, brown seaweeds whose thallus is several times forked, terminally provided with holdfasts root-like attachment. The original haustorium is replaced by so-called hapter invertebrate, a long style. Laminaria from lamina leaf, upper part laminate, divided. They grow intercalary, with localized between stem and leaf lying intercalary vegetation point. The holdfast and stipes are perennial. The leaf is regularly renewed annually, the old one being shed fig. 101. The simple sporangia are combined in large sporangiophores, sori, that form scattered spots on the blade body fig. 101. Ab to Fosley, C to Willow, D to Lewerson, F to Thuret. Laminaria clustoni, Flukiger, considers it a distinct species, L. hyperborea gun, extending far into the... A habitus picture of a specimen in leaf fall, B. cross-section, through the stipes 2 cm above the holdfast. C. sheath hyphens of the stem. D. long view of shorter cells. The intercellular substance becomes viscous, E.F. lamin. Saccharina. E. cross-section, through a fertile blade part. 3 sporangiophores with an emptied and a full sporangium. The old frond is shed annually from the top, after a new one is formed from below. Laminaria stipes are often found in massive quantities on the beach after a stormy night. Stenophila harvey, L. digitata var. Stenophila harv, L. ensifolia Keats, has a narrow divided into few lobules leaf part, and a thin, flexible, not rigid, dark brown, almost black stipe. It often has relatively long, rigid, upright, round stipes, very thick at the base, and gradually thinning towards the tip, of light brown color, which suddenly transition into the substantial, up to 70 cm long, light brown, hand-shaped hence digitata long, light brown, hand-shaped hence digitata. Frond consisting of broad flaps of leathery chestnut-brown tissue. Due to their rapid decomposition, these piles quickly emit a very unpleasant odor. The laminaria stipites cast off at the coasts of the Hebrides were often 7-8 feet long, and even 5 meters long stipites have been observed on the Norwegian coast. The closely related L. flexicoliae, Lehorli L. digitata var, flexicolis, L. According to Fosley, this species, which prefers quieter locations and shallower depths, lacks the hollow cavities and layers in its stipe, and the leaves do not renew as regularly, forming their final shape later. The fruiting bodies of this alga consist of mannite, lamb. Clustoni is found in Nordic seas, for example. Clouston first studied the development. Fosley below. Lamoureux, dessert. Surplus. Trèves Foucauldiae. Le Joli, exam. 10 espèces confondent, sous le nom de laminaria digitata même, soc esti osti. In northeast Finnmark, along the Norwegian coast, in Denmark, in the North Sea, off the coasts of Germany, northern France, England, Ireland, and Scotland, in Spitsbergen and Greenland. It extends further out to sea than L. flexicalis. Clouston in Anderson, Guide to the Highlands and Islands of Scotland. London, 1834. Append, Z. 721. Nat. Sherborg, 2 ed. 1855. Unove. Act. A. C. Leop, Carroll, 1856. Flora, 1855. Yarez, B. Wonston, Flora of Shetland, 1845. 54. Agarge, Spec. Genera et Orden. Den Algarumund 1800. Elder. Grabendorfer, Dis. Strasbourg, 1885. Bott, Zeit, 1885. Axmann, Teich, V. Pabst Kohler, Medicinal. Schellmann, in Engler Prantal Plansfam. All forms in Fosli D. Laminar, Norwegians, Christiania, Vidensk, Astschelnia, Vidensk, Selsk, Harvey A.A.O., Postals and Ruprecht, Illustrat, Algar, Ogini Pacifici, Plate 12. Waitensch, Farm, the third 3, Esper, Iconas Fucorum, Orn, T48, Hartwich, Laminaria in Real Encyclopédie, Cone Arch, Farm, 179, 1867, 113. 1867, 113. Further literature in Gelman in Engler Prental. Flansenfam, Illustration, Lewison, Medic, Farm, Botan. I, 98 Fig, 23. Karsten, Deutsche Flora, 275. Anatomical Illustration by Planchon Collin, p. 13. First illustration under the name Fuco Giganteo in Ferrante Imperato del Historia Naturale, 1599. Full. 1895 describes a Daffodilla laminariae, which affects the stipes of Laminaria longicruris. B. Furthermore, Cook and Massey report Heterosporium algarum on Laminaria flexicolis, and Phoma laminaria on decaying laminarian fronds. However, the question remains open, especially in the latter case, whether it is truly a parasite. The polyps and Floridian organisms tend to avoid the stipes of Laminaria flexicolis, but are often found in large numbers on those of L. clustoni. For epiphytes on Laminaria, see also F. Tobler, Engler's Bot. The drug forms various length, sidewise almost band-like compressed, horny hard, tough pieces that break smoothly and are grooved longitudinally on the outside. They are black-brown on the outside and gray-white inside. The cross-section is elliptical with a deeply furrowed outline, circular in fresh stipes, with a diameter of c. 10. 6 mm, freshly usually 25-30 mm, but up to 40 mm. The pieces swell in water and are usually covered externally with small red Floridian bodies, ceramium, polysiphonia, dictyosiphon, and with crystal crusts or efflorescences, mainly consisting of sodium sulfate and chloride. Flexicolis, the latter, contain mannite. The magnified image shows a thin mucilaginous layer, a wide middle layer, and a dark, sometimes faded central layer. From these dried stipites, especially from the middle layer, full and hollow quills, laminaria cones, swelling chisels are turned. If placed in water, they gradually swell to 4 or 5 times their diameter. The unprocessed stipites themselves are not in use. Illustration, Fig. 102. Slime canal from the mucilaginous layer of a laminarius. The fresh stipite is 3-4 cm thick. The margin part of the stipite is closely packed and contains, as it represents the assimilation tissue, a rich supply of chromophores, which also occur in the following layers, but in smaller numbers. The cell content of these and the other layers can, as Will already pointed out, only be studied on very fresh living specimens. It is extremely sensitive. On fresh specimens, I'd such ones from Helgoland. One finds well perceptible at times, then the chromophores remain green-stained behind. In the next layer lies a series of mucus cavities. The same ones are formed in such a way that initially, at a central cell group, a narrow, slime-filled schizogenic duct is created by the swelling of the intercellular substance, middle lamella. The duct then expands, and finally, the border cells grow inward in a fill-in-like manner. Toonman, see Fig. 102. A lysogene expansion, which I assumed based on analogous observations in Phanerogam's angu. Anatomy Fig. 600. Does not seem to occur or is rare. I occasionally found loosely connected cells inside. The mucus glands are elongated, variable width channels. They are absent in very young stipites, and they are invariably present in the merchantable ones, never in the stipes. Near this mucus layer, both outside and inside, I found in the cells of fresh stipites of the wall, wrinkled grape, cystolith-like bodies, which, upon closer inspection, turned out to be clusters of bladders, each containing a thin skin, formed by oil or plasma and a watery content. When ordinary non-seawater is added, the numerous bladders merge into a large one filled with a highly refracting liquid. Eventually, this also bursts, leaving only a few drops of oil behind. Reinke calls the zone lying outside the meristem the outer bark. In the zone where the slime holes forming a ring around it lie, the tissue tears easily, so that often the entire brown bark layer peels off as a tube. The mucus layer has a brown-green color, while the entire interior is colorless, and it stands out relatively sharply from the central tissue as what is known as the rind layer, due to the presence of a meristem within the mucus glands that causes glands, the secondary thickening growth of the stems through its cambial divisions. The cells in the middle part, bordering the so-called cambium inward, are round angular, stretched along the organ axis. The cells in the outer rows are short, blunt or sharp at the ends, or with a transverse wall. Inward, they become longer and sharper. On the radial longitudinal wall, large dots are frequent. Fig. 101, d. The part Reinke's inner bark between the growth zone and the wood often makes up the main mass of the stem, and frequently shows concentric zones of denser cells. Trunk. Fig. 101b. Not uncommonly, one can count 8 to 20 such annual rings. Some authors also consider them to be true annual growth zones. However, they are likely not true annual growth zones, but rather alternating layers of mechanical and storage tissue, as N. Wills showed in 1885. Even higher algae have an assimilation, a storage, a conduction, and a mechanical tissue. The assimilation system is located in laminaria, primarily in the leaf-like spread thallus lamina, and in the peripheral layer of stipites. The conduction system also in stipes. It contains the conducting organs, the sieve-hyphens. Fig. 101, c. The sieve-sieve, tubes first observed by H. Will in macrocysts. Here, the ends of the relatively thick-walled tube segments are swollen, similar to the sieve tubes of higher plants. Illustration. Fig. 103. Cross-section through a swollen laminaria stipes, with marking layer, Lewurson. Towards the center of the stipes, the tissue transitions quite abruptly into a tangled mess of thread-like hyphen-shaped cells. This layer is known as the so-called marking layer. Fig. 103, Mo3. The transverse walls are finely perforated, and the contents are plasma-rich. The longitudinal sieve tubes are connected by numerous transverse anastomosis. The sieve tube system of the stem also continues into the tissue lamella between the two assimilating layers of the leaves. Especially in the middle and marginal layers, the membranes are heavily mucilaged, with the middle lamella intercellular substance providing most of the mucus. It often swells to a considerable thickness, while the secondary membrane thickening layers remain thin or only slightly swollen. However, it should be noted that the viscous intercellular substance is so configured from the start and not transformed retrospectively from a cellulose membrane. By immersing it in copper acetate, the mucus hardens to them. The mucous membrane is a special chemical and morphological form of the membrane with the character mucilaginous hemicellulose. The wide intercellular substance does not give a reaction to iodine sulfuric acid, or only a very weak cellulose reaction, and it only slightly dyes with Hanstein's aniline violet. The narrow secondary membrane shows a strong cellulose reaction, and also dyes intensely with Hanstein's aniline violet. Particularly, bluing with iodine sulfuric acid occurs when the cuts are previously treated with concentrated potassium hydroxide. The walls take on a brown color upon drying. Will. The pronounced swelling of the lamina stems is due to the swelling of the viscous intercellular substance, so it is a slime membrane infection. The slime cavities of the parenchyma layer have nothing to do with it, not even for that reason, since they never find their way into the twisted stems, which are only made from inner layers. He assumes that the cells of the pith contain dissolved oxalic acid sodium, which combines with the lime to form calcium oxalate. Amylodextrin fluoride starch could not be detected microchemically. In the cells of living material Tunman found sugar. The small bubbles that brown in osmium acid also reacted with vanilla salt acid, iodine, and iron salts, Tunman. Crystal formations are absent, but Tunman obtained calcium oxalate crystals by immersing fresh stems in alcohol. The peculiar grains found particularly in the storage tissue seem to have a protein character, at any rate not a carbohydrate, and containing a tannin-like body Tunman. These grains, known as Hanstein fucosan, Schimper phaeophycine sterca, credo, which explains them as amoeboid, mobile, plasmatical formations, physode called, also show phenol reactions, particularly with vanilla salt acid credo, bruns. Therefore, the term phaeophycine sterca is indeed incorrect and misleading. Illustration, Fig. 1044. Then follows the main mass, serving mechanical, conductive, and storage purposes, containing few chromatophores but plenty of reserve substances, fucosin grains. Then follows the layer of connection hyphens, and the center is again mechanical tissue. Cross-section through a dried laminaria stipe. Lewurson, on the stipes of similarly structured Alaria esculenta L. Greve, one can distinguish 4 zones according to Will. The outermost zone is the assimilation tissue, where chromatophores are found, and which also serves as a formative tissue, regenerating easily even when detached. Stretched corresponding to the sieve tubes of higher plants, sieve hyphens, sometimes with callus on the sieve plate, are particularly abundant according to Will in the inner parts, as well as the connection hyphens serving the same. Function true sieve tubes, trumpet hyphae, Oliver. In the cells that are both mechanical and storing, in addition to chromatophores, fucose grains are found. Since the strips of this alga are much more flexible than those of laminaria due to the centrally located mechanical tissue, is also frequent in the Norwegian seas, it would therefore be recommended to make pencils from this alga as well. It should be noted, by the way, according to Kramer, that it has already been used for this purpose. Lit. Church, Andu, Anat, and Über die Entwicklungsgeschichte einiger Sekrete, Ber die Bottes, 1888, p. 5, 8. Grabendorfer, Contributions to the Knowledge of Tangs, Dissertation, Strasbourg, 1885, also Botanical Journal, 1885.t. Kutzing, General Table of Phycology 31. Ruprecht, Observations on the Construction and Growth of some Large Algal Species and Means for Determining their Age. Memorials of the Academy of Sciences in St. Petersburg, 1848. Lewurson, Medical and Pharmaceutical Botany. I. pp. 102. Vogel, Kommentar 1892. Gignard. Observations on the Mucous Appearance of Laminaria. Annals of Science Series 7, Volume 15, 1892. Hanstein. Studies in the Anatomy and Physiology of Fucoid Plants. Pringsheim's Journal 24, 1892. Credo. Reports of the Botanical Society 11, 1893, and Botanical Journal 1893. p. 157. Bruns, Flora, 1894. Results p. 173. J. Reinke, Atlas of Marine Algae, 1889-92. Contributions to the Knowledge of Tangs. Pringsheim's Journal, 10, 1875, and Studies on the Swelling of Certain Vegetable Substances by Hanstein. Botanical Abstracts, Dorf, 1879. Will Siebhyphen in Algae. Reports of the Botanical Society, 1885. Contribution to the Physiological Anatomy of Algae, Dottie. Proceedings of the Swedish Academy of Sciences, 1885, and Contribution to the Physical Anatomy. 1910, 537 Dor D. Reaktionen des Fucosans. Premier, Textbook, 1907. Anatom, Abild. Auf Implantation Kohlendrog. Simple. I. 13. Chemie. Die Interzellular- oder Bindesubstanz, die so gut wie ausschließlich die quellende Substanz der Stiele repräsentiert, enthält stets Calcium. Will und Kräftling betrachteten sie als Calciumpectinat, Fremires, als das Calciumsalz, eine Tangsäure, die offenbar nahe Beziehungen zur Pektinsäure Giros besitzt. Extrahiert man den Kalk aus der Interzellarsubstanz durch Salzsäure, so quillt der Schleim mit verdünnten Alkalien gewaltig und löst sich dann rasch Wille, viel rascher als ohne diese Vorbehandlung. Zeigt nun ausgesprochenen sauren Charakter. A. Kreftling assumes that the intercellular substance consists of the calcium salt of tangic acid, which contains 39C and 5H and swells extremely strongly in water without dissolving. Kreftling's tangic acid is free from N and is believed to correspond to the formula CHO. It binds 97 water and only dissolves in substances with which it forms compounds. Tangic acid provided Kreftling with a reducing sugar. Similarly, Mangin considers the cell-binding substance as a pectic body. Indeed, there are quite a few relationships to the pectin substances of fruits church. The emergence of this body suggests the presence of pentosomes and methylpentose. Indeed, upon hydrolyzing fucus, a methylpentose, namely fucose, the optical antipode of Roduce, Tollens, and Gunther, is obtained from the formula H-H-Tropes-Ch. The cell walls contain cellulose whistling, according to Warrington, at 933, and the middle lamella also contains a substance that turns blue with iodine and 1-HSO-fucine, whistling. The fucosol Stenhouse obtained by heating fucus with sulfuric acid is a mixture of furfuryl and methylfurfuryl maken. OOH thus, the membrane contains fucoson. Beeler and Tollens also extracted methylfuryl from laminaria. The laminaria slime yields dextrose upon hydrolysis. Bauer, Koenig, and Bettels obtained from Laminaria japonica and another laminaria species, glucose, fructose, CoO. Therefore, it can be assumed that the fucus and laminaria membranes are essentially identical. Additionally, glucuronic acid CFF P77 seems to be present in Laminaria tollens. Schmiedeberg obtained from laminaria two substances closely related to carbohydrates, laminarin CHO and highly water-absorbent laminaric acid CHO. In the mucus bubbles that form when laminaria is left in the air on rainy days, Stanford found algin, the K-Mg salt of alginic acid. Commercial sodium alginate is an extremely viscous mass, 37 times more viscous than gum arabic. The algin used commercially is produced by extracting laminaria with a soda solution. Even a 2 solution is thick, and a 5 solution is gel-like. Relationships to pectin are evident here as well. Tangzora Kreftling, Laminar Sora, Schmiedeberg, Algin Sora algin, Stanford, alginic acid, and the so-called pectinic acid are presumably the same substance in varying purities, in air-dried strips of lamb.u. Digit. According to Axel Kreftling, 47-fort mucilaginous substance soluble in cold water, 19 tangic acid, 10.9 cellulose, 8.6 water-soluble salts. According to Koenig and Bettels, air-dried laminaria contains 6.16 water, 8.19 total nitrogenous substance, 5.68 water-soluble nitrogenous substance, 0.5 ether extract, 36.5 crude fiber, 30.06 ash, 16.47 chlorinated sodium. By steaming, 2939 inorganic and 50.85 organic substance becomes water-soluble. Among seaweeds, Porphyra species are very rich in protein. Laminaria, Cystophyllum, and Enteromorpha are rich in pentosanese. The elasticity limit decreases with increasing water content. Flexicollis, less so from L. clustoni. However, these bodies seem to occur only in dead Tang's Phipson, 1856. Doberan, 1857, suggesting they are likely split-off Laminaria saccharina lamex. According to Bruns, fat and floroglucin are present in the content. Regarding fucoson, CP 298 above, the pigment of dry laminarian chromatophores, which is mainly found in the leaf parts, less so in the stipes, is a mixed pigment. The elasticity module is 24.5 at a water content of 40, 9 at 90, 3 at 140, 1.7 at 230, and 1.5 at 350 J. Reinke. Soaking in water increases the diameter of the laminar strips by 72, transforming a 50 mm channel into 147 mm cone. Manet 5.6. Stenhouse and dextrose have also been obtained from laminar strips, primarily from L. It was named phaeophyll by Cohn. It consists of brown, water-soluble phycophane millardae, which has no absorption bands but shows continuous absorption of red up to 0.68 and the rest of the spectrum up to 0.62 should. Yellow. alcohol-soluble sit, yellow alcohol-soluble, phycoxanthin millarde, which is likely related or identical to carotene or xanthocarotene, i.e., the xanthophyll of the author's ex parte Hansen Gaiduco. I called this body xanthophyll, and green chlorophyll, millarde, are distant. The text contains 11.86 lime. It is therefore rich in lime, 22.4 potassium, 24.09 sodium, 744 magnesia, 0.62 iron, 2.562 iron, 2.26 of calcium carbonate, 20 in the ash, making up 40 of salts in total. Chlorophyll and phycophene may be chemically connected. Engelmann. Living phaeophycine contains no water-soluble pigment phycophane. Their chromatolerin are dyed by chlorophyll, carotene, fucoxanthin, and fucoxanthophil, according to Sweat. The ash content is 14.02, Flückiger, 1418 Stanford, 18.64 Godichen. According to Wolf, the amount and composition of the ash vary significantly depending on whether the stipites are examined in spring or autumn, with only phosphoric acid and iodine remaining roughly constant. He found iodine at 1120, chlorine in spring material at 2835, and in autumn material at 38.67 of the ash. The iodine content is particularly important, as laminaria from the northern seas are still used for iodine extraction. To prove iodine, one should not burn the sample, but must coke it with zinc dust, pumice stone, or diatomaceous earth, Flückiger, or distill it with brownstone and sulfuric acid to extract iodine Jones. Merchants stating that laminaria contains 5-iodine is a misconception. Japanese edible seaweeds contain 0.3171 I, Chondrus crispus traces, Gelidium corneum similarly, and Gigartina spinosa nothing. According to Gaudier, laminaria contains 12 mg iodine per 100 g, fresh and 60 mg per 100 g dry substance. Laminaria contains iodine almost exclusively in an organic form, similar to iodotherin or iodospungen, Hundeschagens from sponges, and several organic iodine compounds are believed to be involved. Those that dissolve in water, alcohol, acetone, alkalines and acids, and those that are insoluble in these solvents. The latter substances constitute the main mass echelon. These organic iodine compounds probably necessitate the use of fucoidin extracts, exter, fucus vesiculos, exter, laminariae in defattening treatments. The ash content of bromine is rarely more than 0.2. Content IOD Stanford as percentages of dry substance. Laminaria digitatus type 0.4535, Franz 0.2945. Lamum, Panophella 2, 8, Franz 0.4028, 8, Franz 0.27, Bulbosa 0.119. 6.6, Fucus serratus 0.8, 5.66, F. nodosus 0.5 and 2, F. vesiculosus 0.029, Evan Nagahijiki 0.06, Arthrophamnus bifidus, Nekoashi kombu 0.223, Laminaria japonica, Makombu 0.1, Laminaria diabolica. Oni kombu also contains iodine Davidson. Iodine was discovered in kelp in 1813 by Courtois, reported by Desormes and Clement, Schweig, Jern, 9, 339, and bromine in 1826 by Ballard. The iodine content is as follows. Eclonia cava kajime, stem 0.14831, Eclonia cava kajime, leaves 0.0017. 0.2.1. Tunman found in the stipe of lemon 0.059, 0.8 iodine in the dry substance, and 0.071054 in the leaf part. The juggle content in Eclonia cava varies throughout the months according to Davidson. In the stems, Jan, fever, Mar, APRO May-June, 0.09270.1, 670.0, 610.5 Ju. Alizé discovered that varech from the whole plant contained 0.06, from the old leaf 0.057, from the lower part of the old leaf 0.108, and from the new leaf 0.122 iodine. Thumann was also able to microchemically prove the presence of iodine in 1,2-MdR substance by placing starch cuts next to each other and adding strong nitric acid. 22-1889, 618. Günther and Tollens, über die Fucose. Mother and Tollens, Ber Chem. Jess, 1904, 298 and 36. Tollens glucuronate reaction, Ber. In this way, the proof is still achieved of MgR iodine. Thumann found iodine particularly in the mark and rind layer, and only within the cell content. The iodine compound is readily soluble in water and alcohol. The efflorescences on the dry stipites are mainly sodium sulfate. Licht, Stenhouse, Lieb, Ann, 74, 1850, p278. Machen, Comte, Wend, 1889, 1889. Stanford, Econom, Applicat, of Seaweed, Farm, Journ, 1884, 14th, 1009, and following Farm, Zeit, 1884, 507 and Chem. News, 1883, also Farm, Journ, 1883, also Farm, Journ, 3383. 2018, Journ, dann 1880, Bauer, über eine aus Laminariaschleim entstehende Zuckerart, der die Chem, Jess, Chapek, Biochemie. Detection of iodine in algae. Thumann, on the J and proof of the same in laminaria. Farm, Central, 1907, 505. Unters, D. Nahrungs U. Genosum, 10, Warrington, Chem. News 40, 195, Marchand and Chim, Phys, 8 1866, 320. Pigment, Hansen, Bott, Jaresber, 1885, 1804. Analysis of Laminaria japonica, by Kellner, Nagai, and Murai, under Koenig, Nahrungsam, D. D. Schem, Jess, 1908, 1789, Schmiedeberg, Tagebel, Naturf, verse 1885, 231 Farm, Jaresber, 1885, 23. Will Locksit Jones, Chem. 1885, 28 p. 296, Gautier, Conterend, and 829. Minhassan 899. 1897, 23, 30 pH Zeit. 1897, 607. Koenig and Bettles, the carbohydrates of marine algae. Justice, Virchow's Arch, 170, 1902. 501, Davidson, Impey, Inst. Tokyo and Farm, Journ, 1906, 346. Application. In medicine, the pins turned from the stipites laminaria pins. L cones, spring chisels are used for expanding openings, keeping wounds open, and as spring chisels and probes in place of pressure swabs. Now offered for sale are pencils of 1.5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 mm diameters and 8, 10, 20, and 30 cm lengths. Recently, they are also being sold sterilized stitch and impregnated. They swell very slowly and reach their maximum swelling in 24 hours. Since the swelling ability is greatest in the pith layer and decreases outward, the pins must be turned as precisely as possible along the longitudinal axis of the stems to ensure uniform swelling. The laminaria rods are either solid full pins or hollow pins. A hemostatic clamp is also made from the dried stipites. Otherwise, laminaria is used as livestock feed and fertilizer. The mannitol-containing parts of lemon, Flexicolis, Saccharina, and Sargassum in the Mediterranean region. Laminaria saccharina contains 7.79 of nitrogenous substances by dry weight Warrington. The Japanese alginate conserve, Nagakiri kombu, kombu seaweed, is made from the lamina of Laminaria japonica, sliced into strips aresh. The most extensive use is in iodine preparation, see below. Neuerdings dangen Fucus extracte, als Entfettungsmittel es oben. In Lahore und Kashmir wird Lamin, Saccharina als Galhar-Kapalta gegen Kropf, im Himalaya bei Syphilis. Haitau ist eine der Laminaria digitata nahestehende Meeresalge, wahrscheinlich L. Sie dürfte identisch sein mit der Laminaria, die in China als Haitai und Kwampu oder Taiwan bei Menstruationsbeschwerden zur Erhöhung der Uterustätigkeit verwendet wird. D. 1898. Die Tangjut-Gewinnung wird in Japan besonders in Hokkaido betrieben. Bracteata, 1 m und darüber lange, etwa 6 cm breite Streifen mit von Salzauswitterungen weiß bestäubter, schmutzig-brauner Oberfläche. Die Alge verleiht mit Wasser gekocht, diesem eine schlüpfrige Beschaffenheit, weshalb sie zur Apparaturverwendung findet. In Japan und China wird sie gegessen. Man benutzt außer Laminaria auch Eclonia, Sargassum, Arthrophamnus und Cystophyllum-Arten. The fishermen row their boats to the kelp grounds and tear off the algae with forks from the roc's fig, 100p 102. The dried algae are then burned in crevices, or heaps properly charred, after having extracted the water from the kelp, condensed the solution, and heated it with brown coal and sulfuric acid. For iodine production, especially laminaria, alaria, and fucus species, are used along the coasts of France, Normandy, and Scotland. The iodine content decreases when the algae remain in water. Therefore, the immediately harvested laminaria, together with those washed up on stormy seas, by scythes fixed to long rods, is quickly brought ashore and charred. 22 tons of kelp yield 1 ton of dried seaweed, kelp. The processing of kelp no longer takes place everywhere in the traditional pits of the seaweed burners, but partly according to the method of Pelliot and Maiselinet. It is based on the processing of cutting patterns. For drying the tangs, 3 terrace-like elevations are used. The 2 lower ones are covered with cement. On the uppermost terrace, the algae are left to drip and dry on the surface for 4 or 5 days. On the second floor, they are allowed to ferment. During this process, they release a significant amount of liquid with a higher iodine content compared to the dried tangs. This liquid is therefore collected and distilled. Kreftling now extracts Stanford alginic acid in large quantities from laminaria, from Norway for technical purposes, and calls it tang acid. Stanford AAO, Kreftling, on important organic products from kelp. Chem Industry, 1897 No. 20 baht. Supplements 1898 519. Senf, on certain vegetable foods used in Japan, etc. Farm, Practice 1906 and 1907, there are a list of kelp conserves. Krasser in Wisner Raw Materials, Alizé, Bullsock Chim, 3811. Jaj extraction in Japan, Gov. Rep. Thorth. The residue from distillation is finally mixed with the completely dried tangs on the lowest terrace for incineration in the calciner oven. In 1,000 kDorf of seaweed, Laminaria stenoloba contains 0.57-1.22 kJ of iodine. Laminaria digitata var. Stenophila 0.999. Kajolena saccharina, 0.44 kdo. And Araria esculenta 0.1 kLZ. On the investigation of marine resources of Hokkaido and Kingo Miyabe, on the Laminariaceae and Laminaria industries of Hokkaido Farm. Jurin, 1906 Septe. But already in 1834, Peveril compared kelp strips with those recommended from gentian root winkle. The very light yellowish-white so-called Tupelo sticks, depicted here, expand rapidly to their original volume, and then retain that volume, even after drying. Nyssa multiflora Wangen, and the related Danbiflora mich, a marsh plant native to the southern United States, especially South Carolina, is also being used in the same way as spring strips. According to Maisch, Nyssa grandidentata is even better suited for this purpose. Dessert, Oxon. 1750, parallel drogen. The property of the roots of Gentiana lutea to swell strongly in water has been known for 300 years. These have therefore been used for a long time, as they are today, as laminaria strips. Recently, since 1879, the wood Tupelo wood line, Niche of the Cornice. They've been used in surgical practice since about 1863. It has been explained by Dragendorf that the Erythrodylon of Marcellus Empiricus was a laminaria, lit, Heberl, Neue Zeitscher, F. Geburtskunde, Arp. T50. Winkel, Goschen's Deutsche Klinik die Genome, 1867-270. Farm, Jahresber, 1864-280. Also see Russell, Fucus vesiculosus. This process is based on something entirely different from that of laminaria sticks. Namely, that the cells of the exceptionally thin-walled wood, Muller, possess the ability to collapse significantly through water removal and pressing, and then return to their original volume upon water addition. Lit. Nyssa, Farm, Jahresber, 1879, p. Engler Prantl, PFL, Fam, Igerigar, under the name agar-agar. Both certain small marine algae of the Florida Department and a dried slime represented from Indian Japanese Floridas are designated. However, in trade, only the latter is meant by this name. The name agar-agar first appears in European literature with Crawford History of the Indian Archipelago, Vol. 3, p. 46. Agar-agar is the Malay name for Gracilaria lichenoides. Tenuis is called in Malay agar-agar kuning, Javan, bulong, makas, dongi-dongi, in Hindi Bomb. 54 and 1884, p. 249. Arch-D Farm, 1879, p. 355 and Farm, Central, 1879, no. 6 Hobner, 1879, p. 145, J. Muller, African. Bitgonen, Lang the Bend, Paisamine, Central 1885 Harm. Zeit. 1884, p. 59, Maish, M. Jern, Farm, 1883, p. 631, J. Hanford, 1880. Silanicus, Shiwatsai Chinese, Chinigas Indian Bazaars, Bom, Kadal Pachitam, Samudra Pupachitel, Kuyaf Point Burm, Stammpflanze, Gracilaria lichenoides, Dreville Spherococcus lichenoide, F. lichenoides L. F. Bengal. Agar means something entirely different, namely Lignum aloes dimic. In Japan, agar means Canton cold clear sky, as it can only be prepared when the weather is cold and dry. 1. Unprocessed algae. 1. Agar-agar from Ceylon. Synonyms: Ceylon moss, Jaffna moss, mousse de Jaffna, Alga ceylanica, est emilacea, Fucus amylaceus S.A. Gelatinosus coni, Trocaria candida niis, Gigartina lichenoides lamor, Ingravillaude, Brit. 50. Turner Fucci, T. 118, Systemat, Stellum, Floridae, Rhodymiliales, Sphaerococcacea, Gracilariae. The delicate Gracillus, hence Gracilaria, indeed externally similar to a lichen, hence Lichenoides marine alga, occurring in the Indian Ocean, along the coasts of Ceylon, the Sundainsels, and Burma, forms round, after drying and bleaching white or gray-white alive, pale purple-red, repeatedly branched hence Plocaria from fleece threads, whose thickness varies between that of a twist thread and thinner binding threads. The thallus can reach over 20 centimeters in length. In dried form it is often heavily fragmented. The cut turns brown-red with iodine heating to red-violet, hence amylaceous. The outer layer consists of small tough cells, the inner layer of large expansive ones. In the small subepidermal cell layer, and occasionally in the large inner layer cells, there are small starch grains and kernels that turn violet with iodine amylodextrin starch. The cell walls, especially of the inner layer, turn red with iodine, which changes to violet upon heating, similar to amylodextrin. The mucilaginous substance obtained by boiling the drug also turns violet with iodine. The fibers make a crunching sound when pressed with the hand, swell little in water, but develop the characteristic tang smell. Cooked with 50 times its weight in water, they form a gel. Fucus amylaceus was recommended by O'Shaughnessy in 1834, and introduced to England as Ceylon moss by Previte in 1837. It has been available in the German market since 1841. Martius. It is used as food in India, but can also be used like Carrageenan Crawford. It has long been in use in the Indian archipelago and China. It is likely one of the plants described by Rumphius in his herbarium under the name Alga coralloides. In the Pharmacopoeia Indica, 1868, a decoction of Ceylon moss and non-official Giller Ka'apuda of Laminaria saccharina is mentioned. Sometimes Gracilaria confervoides greve is added to the drug. As a parallel drug, Gelidium cartilagineum Gale and Gigartina celacea max. Synonym agar-agar from Java, Spinus alga, East Indian Carrageen. Agargi Fucus SPL, Sphyrococcus SPIG. Aganwine. Systematic position Floridae, Gigartinalis, Rhodophylidae. The algae occurring in the Chinese Sea has a dry, about 2 mm thick stem round, reddish-yellow, cartilage-like thallus, which is quite abundant with spiky outgrowths. In water, it swells to double its thickness and becomes hyaline. It often shows white salt crusts, is also used for agar-agar preparations, see below, and in Japan for jelly-making image, after Kutzing in Krasser in Wisner raw materials art, 645. Japanese moss, type plant, Gloapeltis cauliformis Harv, G. cervicornis Schmitz. Senft provides the following list of edible seaweed names in Japanese. Laminaria japonica kombu, kobu, hirome. Systematic position, Floridae, Cryphonemialis, Bloiosiphoniaceae. These algae occurring in the China-Japan Sea serve the Japanese as a cheap food and provide a tough slime. Many algae serve as food in Japan. Hijiki, Gelidium corneum tokoro tengusa, Gracilaria confervoides, ogonori, enteromorpha, compressa aunori, Ficosoceris smaragdina ausa, tisanori, Haliminia dentata tasakanori. Of Japan, edible algae. For more on edible seaweeds, see pp. In Indian bazaars, chinias. In the price lists as well, Japanese gelatina tenjan. Marchand suggests the best Japanese agar-agar is collected from Gelidium species, mainly from Gelidium amansia lam X. G. rigidum, less from Gelidium japonicum ocam, and G. subcostatum Schmitz, Floridae, Nemalionalis. Other species used to make agar-agar include Gracilaria confervoides and G. lecanoides, Campyloophora hypnoides, Ceramium rubrum. 303, 307, and 313 above. Gelatines made from seaweed, agar-agar from Japan. Synonyms: vegetable fish glue, Japanese or Chinese gelatin, Japanese or Indian sea gel, pectin, in Japan, kantan, jinchen, tenjanchan, jianchan, tiantao, tao, lofahol, haitao, haitao, haitai, haitsai, haitsao, yangtai. Furthermore, as providing agar are indicated, Gelidium corneum Hudson lamer, G. capillaceum Keats, Fucus corneus, Huds, Sphaerococcus corn, A.G., Gelidium cartilagineum, Dayon, Fucus cartilagineus, Bloapeltis tenax Turner, J. Agage Floridae, Cryptonemialis, Bloiosiphoniaceae, Eucuma spinosum, L.J. Agard, Fucus spinosus L. Sphaerococcus spinos, Eucuma speciosum, J. Agar gigartina, speciosa sunt illustration. Fig. 105. Gelidium amansi, Agard, and Gracilaria crassa, as well as Eucuma spinosum are also used. Marchand, who microscopically examined the strips and square pieces cube agar, found particularly Gelidium polycladum Kutz. Holmes identifies it as the Japanese Gelidium polycladum saunders, which forms the main mass of Tengusa. Marchand considers Gloapeltis to be the primary component in the Wurfelager and Gelidium corneum var. Acanthocladum, after Holmes var. Journal 1906. Payen considered Gelidium corneum lam and Gracilaria lichenoides, Gier, as the type plant of agar. The former is certainly used by the Chinese Hanbury, found it in a collection of Chinese algae in 1860. However, according to Hanbury, Laurentia papillosa Gr. Laminaria saccharina lam, Porphyra Vogue, J. Pinnatum as the dominant component of the narrow strips, also mentioning an endocladia. Matsumura lists Gelidium corneum var. Pinnatum, G. cartilaginum, G. repens, G. rigidum. Okamura describes other species. Davidson, who lived in Japan, reported 1906 that mainly Gelidium swansea, i.e. Amansi tengusa, provides good kantain, then an unknown Gelidium hijikusa, slimmer than tengusa, and G. japonicum onigusa. However, lower quality kantain comes from the coast-growing G. subcostatum and particularly used as additives, Campyloophora hypnoides ego. He is almost as good as tengusa, referring to Acanthopeltis japonica toriaski in Shikoku. As substitutes and adjuncts, the following are also used: Gracilaria confervoides ogo and Ceramium boydania igis. According to Marchand et al., in addition to the main algae see above, the following are also used for agar-agar preparation: Sphaerococcus compressus A.G. Holmes found in Tengusa, 1879, Gelidium elegans and G. polycladum, not G. subcostatum and divaricatum. Davidson still lists as providing fronds. Thunmann found in 1909 in the finest varieties of agar Gracilaria confervoides. He notes, it is likely that the Japanese use all the seaweeds from their coastline, which can turn into gel. Edin, gelidium from gelare, to freeze, congeal. Gel already meaning jelly in the Vienna dispensary means frost, cold. Euchuma from good, beautiful mold, molding. Gloapeltis from glue, gelatin, small shield. The gelidiation are rhodophycines with usually delicate, branched, stem-round thalli with a distinct thread structure. Gloapeltis cauliformis, Gelidium capillaceum, as well as species of Streblonema, Ditosiphon, Sporanthus, Ceramium, Centroceras, Endocladia, Nitophyllum, Polysiphonia, and Gracilaria. Colin found in agar the remains of Gelidium, Gloapeltis, Gracilaria, Laurentia, and Ceramium. The cystocars appear as small swellings, sometimes terminal, sometimes intercalated between the last branches of the thallus. The Gelidians have rhizoids with a central axis and a densely closed rind. The central axis has a cross-sectioned apical cell, and rhizoids arranged in a functional manner within the rind. The outer cortex is small-celled, the inner cortex longitudinally fibrillar through numerous, closely packed, thin, elongated threads, which almost completely cover the thin central axis and whose the various species of the genus Gelidium lamaru corneus tachus are found in all warmer seas, often widely distributed, Gelidium corneum, Hudson Lamarck's, e.g. in the Atlantic, Indian, and Pacific Ocean. Gelidium is feather-like, with lateral branches, having a very dense and firm structure. In Gelidium corneum, there is a well-developed assimilation system in the periphery, connected to the more internally located conducting system illustration after Agard in Haberland's Anatomy, p. 265. Other gelatins made from algae are Satsuma funori, a gelatinous substance used by Japanese and Chinese as an adhesive and to strengthen laundry, is particularly made from Gloapeltis tenax age see below. Nori, a Japanese food, is produced from Porphyra laciniata and coccinea mustard. Illustration, Fig. 106. Assimilation system of Gelidium corneum Zalumina black. Beneath are collection cells connected to the conducting tissue. On Haythau and Licho, see Valenta, adhesives and thickeners. Lit. Rennie, Essays on the Natural History and Origin of Peat Moss. Sigmund and Fair, Essay on the Ceylon Moss. London, 1840. After Agarda from Will's Algae Physiological Anatomy. Under the name seaweed, jelly from China, Chinese plant gelatin, in my collection, there are brown cubes that have a caramel smell, taste mildly sweet and sour, and swell strongly in water. Further details in Dragendorf, Medicinal Plants, C.A.J.A. Audemann's, Contribution to the Knowledge of Agar-Agar, Rapid Notes on Fucus amylaceus, and Gentjau, Ax M. Tights, Farm, 287, 283 with a plate. J. Agard, Spec, General et Ordines Algarum, Lund, 1848-76. Archer, Farm, Jern, Cert T. the 312, 1854. Simmons, Ibid, 355. Wager's reviews Archer's and Simmons' work. Farm, J. Ann, 1854-10. Payan, 1854-10. Payan, 1859 and 1860. Hanbury, Science Papers 1860. Marchand, Note on Phycocola or vegetable gelatine produced by algae. Bull, Suck, Bot. France 27, 1879, 287 and 1880, 280, 80, 280. Suringar, Algae Aponicae. Detoni, Silogae algarum omnium hucusque cognitarum. Useful plants of Japan. Bornet et Thuret, Rect observe. Yatabe, Iconographia Flor. Japon, I Matsumara Katal. Of the plants of Japan. Holmes, The Japanese Seaweed Industry Farm. Jern, 1906, 319 Besonders nach Davidson, Wakayama Seaweed Induster. Bull, Imper, Inst. Iv. 2, 125, mit Abild, Dimic Vegetable Matter. Hartwich in Realensickle. Diges Farm. I. 322, Krasser, Algenin Wisner, Rostov. Die Gelidiation-Literatur, by Schmitz Hauptfleisch, in Ingler-Prantl, Pflanzenfarm. I. 2003-430, A.B. von Gracilaria, Bentley Tryman, PL 306, Planchon Colin Drog, I. Elsdent, 10U, 11 Auch Anatom, Darstellung und Handelsform. The information that Holmes 1906 received from a Japanese source was as follows. The cleaned algae are cooked to form a stiff gel, which is then poured into molds. The cooled mass is cut into strips and left to dry slowly in the sun for a day. According to Davidson, the main centers of agar production are the districts of Osaka, Kyoto, Nagano, and Hyogo, particularly Hokkaido, Wakayama, Mie, Shizuoka, and Chiba, where harvesting takes place notably during the winter months. The primary algae is Gelidium swansea, G. amanthi, known as tengusa in Japan. It grows to a length of 10-20 cm and is collected using hooks, shovels, or dragnets, sometimes by divers, as the algae growing on the shore are of lower value, used for agar preparation. These are usually added to tengusa agar in varying degrees, see above p. 306, thereby naturally influencing the quality. The freshly harvested algae are carefully dried by fishermen on the shore and partly bleached during this process. The product then moves to edge factories where it is freed from adhering impurities, such as small shells and the like, using a type of stone mortar with continuous water addition. It is then placed in bamboo baskets in flowing water to remove the last impurities. Bleaching follows, with diligent watering and turning especially on dry days, typically requiring 24 hours but several days under adverse weather conditions. The first bleaching begins in August or September. The algae are spread out in a thin layer on bamboo mats. Finally, the algae cling together in bundles, which are then stored. For the actual production of agar, which takes place from November to March, the processed algae are soaked in water, boiled over an open fire in 790-gallon kettles. Here, certain weight ratios of water and algae, for example, 165 English pounds of algae to 951,000 gallons of water, are maintained by the factories. If lower quality algae are used as an additive, they are boiled for a longer period, i.e., added to the kettle earlier than the better variety. The entire mass is brought to a boil, stirred frequently within 5 to 6 hours, then a specific amount of vinegar or sulfuric acid is added, and fresh water is allowed to flow in. Approximately half an hour after the mixture boils again, the process is complete. The gelatinous liquid Japanese tokoroten is pressed through a hemp or cotton fabric in presses, or by weighing with weights, and set aside to cool. After approximately 18 hours, it has solidified into a gel. The press residues are repeatedly treated with water and processed onto agar in the same way. The gel is finally exposed to nighttime cold from November to February, causing the mass to completely solidify and harden after approximately 18 hours to 3 days. Here, the filtered slime is allowed to run into precisely horizontally positioned wooden troughs that are 61 centimeter long, 30.5 centimeters wide, and 7.5 centimeters deep, and sometimes divided in columns of 46 centimeters deep, 3.5 centimeters width, and 3.8 centimeters breadth. Then, it is cut or dried by repeatedly turning it in the sun, and the drug is brought into the usual commercial form. Agar Edge Factory in Suwagori, Japan. 1. The cooked mass in the vat visible at the back is scooped into filters, and the filtered mass then transferred to the frames visible on the right. 2. The filled frames are carried outside. 3. The frames, exposed to severe winter cold, arranged in rows. Clichés, Sal Company. The cutting into long strips is done using iron frames, and the drying takes place on bamboo mats or on blocks in wooden crates while keeping dust off. In cold weather, 35F, most of Japan's agar goes to China and Hong Kong, and only a relatively big agar based to China and Hong Kong. Small amount reaches Europe directly. Davidson, 1906. Holmes. Illustration. Table via. From Parogatin les algues marins. Utilis, 1911. The quality of agar does not seem to depend on the species used, but rather on the more or less careful preparation method. It is produced in the following forms. 1. In C3 5 mm broad, C35 cm long, hyaline or grayish-white creased, often bundled up strips. Rarely do these, resembling the so-called soul of feather quills, strips reach finger thickness. In 2.4 cm thick, C25 30 cm long, yellowish-white, light, square-shaped, wrinkled leafy pieces, which are also hyaline transparent at the edges. 3. In C3 cm broad and C30 cm thick hyaline plates. Hanbury had already in 1859 both square-shaped pieces as well as the thin strips, scientific papers. Wholesale differentiates agar into fibers, A, cuts, A, rods, and A, in rule form. Fibers, cuts, rods are traded in packs of C90 Kado, rule form in boxes containing 100 rods. Of fibers, the best and most important type, Grossman distinguished in 1910, Primo A0, Prima 0, and Prima 0. In 1904, Japan exported 10,657 Z, and in 1906, 8,377 DZ, one-third of the export goes to China. Germany imported 1064 DZ in 1906 and 919 ZZ in 1909. Funori seaweed, glue, as mentioned on page 307, is made from Gloiopeltis tenaxionaio funori and G. coliformis. It is spread out on the ground, kneaded with hands and feet, washed in baskets, then evenly spread for bleaching and drying by spraying with water. When a sticky sap starts to exude, no more water is sprayed. It is then left to sit overnight and dried. Jinanso are previously soaked and heated in water, then processed with water and spread out to dry. Literature preparation. The final product is therefore not extracted slime, but formed from the thallus pieces that have been covered in slime. It comes in sheets 2 feet long, or in rolls for sale. It almost entirely dissolves in boiling water. Jurin. 1906. Sept. Some other algae, such as Chondrus speck. Sunomata, Iridoea, spectori. Description in cold water, agar swells up. In hot water, it dissolves mostly into a sticky slime, which solidifies into gelatin upon cooling. The drug swells strongly in potassium, barely in copper ammonium oxide. From Villiers-Collin, Traité des altérations et falsifications. Due in 8 fils, Paris. In unpurified agar, along with plasma and gelatinous starch contained in cell contents corresponding to individual algae cells and intact cells, especially those of the conducting tissue, numerous diatomaceous scales and spongulin needle scales, and spongulin needles. Markman, Senft, Tuman C. Fig, 107 and 108 are always present. In this way, raw, unpurified agar can also be detected in fruit jellies. Specific types of the genera Coconus and Grammatophora, as well as Arachnoid discus and Campylonies by Senft. Less frequently Amphiprora, Licmaphora, Starunei, Rhabdonema, Chaetoceros. These can be made visible by incineration, treatment of the ash with hydrochloric acid, sedimentation, and examination under a microscope, or by making a gel with sulfuric acid and some potassium permanganate, allowing it to settle, and investigating the sediment. Better grades contain fewer diatoms and spongulin needles than lower quality ones. On Gelidium, many are discovered Arachnoid discus ornatus HRB. The spongulinatal are simple needles or needle stars Tuman. Tuman also found calcifying algae polyps and derived from pressure bags cotton and hemp fibers in agar. Lit. Menier falsific. De l'algele de Grosset, Ducom, Decouve, Peladiatum, Nantes 1979. Campylonis cruelli grown. 9. Silica needles. Senf, chemistry. Falsified. 1900. P. 833. Illustration. Fig. 108. 1. Coccinaeus, Scutellum erend. An upper B lower shell side. BF minor. 8. Markmann. Über Agar und dessen Verwendung und Nachweis. Seitscher, Angu. Mikrosk. 2. 1897. Senft. Über Agar Diatomin. Zeitscher, Olg. Öster, Apoth. There. 1902. 229. With illustrations. Central. 1909. 233. Illustrations of diatoms also in Villiers et Collin, Alterat. According to Koenig and Bettels, air-dried Gelidium cartilaginum contains, by percentage, water 13, total N substance 17, water-soluble N substance, ether extract 0.8, ether extractives 40.8, and free extractives 40.1, and free extractives 40.3, methylpentosanase 0.91, crude 9 cotton, fiber 12.9, ash 11.88, chlorum sodium 0.3. By steaming, it becomes water-soluble. 937. inorganic, and 54.2 organic substance. According to Greenish, Ceylon moss contains 36.71 gellose. See below. Nagai and Morai found in air-dried agar-agar tungusa the following percentages: 9.8 nitrogenous substance, 52.2 nitrogen-free, extractive substance. Greenish gives 7 carbohydrates in agar, water-soluble slime, gel-forming substance, starch, arabin, paraben, wood gum, and cellulose. Kellner found only 3.4 ash. In the analyses of agar by Greshoff, Sack, and Van Eck, we also find great variations. In one case, 18.96, and in another, 2.89 ash. Davidson found in best Japanese agar 2179 water, 5.95 N containing substance, 64.59 carbohydrates gellose. The composition of the straw-like form and the so-called square form of agar differ only slightly. Containing as mentioned by Koenig 2.56.1 protein, 0.85, 0.58 fat, 70.58 63.96, 3.4 ash. The carbohydrate of agar-agar was named Gellose Payan, 1859, and classified to the pectin group. Gellose is not identical with fusin, lichen, paraben. Upon hydrolysis, gellose provides arabinose greenish. Koenig and Bettles found in the hydrolysis of Gelidium cartilagineum and Gelidium, D-galactose, fructose, and pentoses. The same sugars are supplied by agar-agar. Upon the hydrolysis of agar, cellulose is separated, and it seems that the anhydride corresponding to glucose dextrin galactin also occurs tollens. According to O'Shaughnessy, Jaffna mousse contains 54.5 plant pectins, pectin, 15 starch flour, 0.5 wax, 4 gum, 18 fiber, and salts. Furthermore, iodine has been found in it, Wonneberg and Krasig. Greenish found 36.71 gellose. Additionally, metarabin, 132, paramylin, 6.52, wood gum, 3.7, cellulose, 10.7. Gelatin substitutes such as rain gellose provide a firm gel and differ from animal gelatin in that they are not affected by tannin, carrageenan, or gum arabic, which do not dissolve in cold water. Gellose in 1886, derived from 20 Gelidium corneum and thought to be related to fucon and pectin, is likely identical to gellose. According to Payen, gellose from agar-agar matches that of Japhamos. Morin and Porumbaru assigned it the formula Cho. It turns red-violet when treated with iodine. Agar-agar produces mucic acid and oxalic acid upon treatment with NOO. Thus, it contains galactin greenish, morin, Bauer. Upon oxidation, agar in straw-like form yields 25.44, 25.9, 1 mucic acid, while agar in cube-like form gives 27.06. A significant component of both agar-agar and Ceylon moss Reichhardt. Greenish is, as it seems, paraben Cho. Paraben swells in water and, unlike arabic acid, has no acidic properties. Upon prolonged contact with alkalis, it converts to arabic acid. The agar-agar's paraben yields galactose Bauer, while the Ceylon moss's paraben produces galactose and D-glucose greenish. Hydrolysis of nori, as mentioned above, yielded L-galactose, D-mannose, glucose. The most important algal gelatins and substances derived from algae exhibit the following behavior. With 1000 tia, water gives a gelatin. The obtained gelatin from parts thus proportioned melts at Chinese gellose, 4L31, Gelidium corneum, 8-2-31, Dondrus crispus, 26.5 C moss, 32-8-21. Animal gelatin, 32-8-15, carrageenan, 36-9-21, agar-agar, 60-15-31, Lighty, Regal, Ibid, Krasig, and Wonneberg, General Art of Pharmacy, 1858. Payen, Ibid, 1860-13, on gellose comparend, 1859, 523. Older chemical investigation of Fucus amyliceus and Agar and Pereira, Medical Education, quoted. O'Shaughnessy, Indian Journal of Medical Science, Calcutta 1834, and London, Medical Gazette 1834, 1837, 566. Sigmund and Farah, on the Ceylon moss 1840. Blay Journal for Practical Pharmacy 1843. Hanbury, Note on the manufacturing product of seaweed called Japanese isinglass. pH, J21, 1859, 508 in Science Papers, 206. Reichert, Orch, of Farm, 209, 1876, 20. 501. Bear of the Chem. Saki, 1881, 2253, and 1882, 2243. Kane Tam Anton, Banto 81, 643. Arch, D. Farm. 287, 283 IT Tafel. Stanford, Algene, Chem, Zeit, 1885. König und Bettels, die Kohlenhydrate der Meeresalgen und daraus hergestellte Erzeugnisse. Same, the carbohydrates of Fucus amylaceus. Arch, of Farm. 17 to 41, 321. They're in the older literature. Morin Comprehend, 90, 1880, 924. Bull of the Suck. Bot, France 2, 1. Porumbaru, Ibid, P. 3081. Bauer, J. of Page 31, 85, 385, 360. N.J. of Reuben Zuckerand, 14, 154. Oshima and Tollins, Bear of the Chem, Sock, 34, 1901, 1014-22. Cook, Farm, Jern, 1860, 504. Ohms Farm, Jern, 1878, 45, 1878, 45. Tollins, Kohlenhydrate und Jern, Landubula, 1896. Fluckiger Hanbury Pharmacognosy. To the Mat, Med, etc., of China, Shanghai, 1871. Outemans, Axem, Tights, 1856. U. Zeitcher, Unters, D. Nahrungsam, 10. Koenig, Nahrungsam, Anwendung. Agar Word etwas in der inneren Medizin, viel zu Geleis, Ersatz der Gelatine, dann zum Teil mit Gelatine gemischt, zur Herstellung von Nährgelatine, für bakteriologische Zwecke. 40. Still solid and used in industry as an aperture, and for stamp pad mass. Recently in surgical practice as a prosthesis Kramer. Also the powdered for vaginal balls, rectal suppositories, and medicinal sticks, recommended for medical purposes first by Crevette in the early 1940s of the 19th century. Microscopists use it as an embedding agent. In Japan and China, the square pieces are made into jellies, sweets, etc., while the thin strips are used in the household like starch, e.g. for strengthening, and nori is also used to glue paper and lanterns. Nahrungsam, Usabulu, Farm, Praxis 1906 and 1907. Watt Diction, Econ, Prod, Ord, 1004. Mason, Burma and its people, Balfourth, used in surgery. Kramer, Merck's Berit, 1901. The agar from Ceramium lorare AG is used as a food and for breast diseases Dragendorf. Agar is also used to prepare fine fabrics, giving them a smooth texture. Lit. Heilmann Bull, Sock, Ind, Rouen, 1875, 218, 522. Dingler's Pollet, Jern, 218, 522. Dragendorf, Hauptpflanzen. Senft über einige in Japan verwendete Vegetabilie. At this point, one may also think of the salanganan, tunkin, or Indian birds' nests, highly prized as delicacies in East Asia. But they have nothing to do with these, for they are built from a mucus extruded by turtle doves of the genus Collocalia, particularly C. fusifaga, esculenta, and nidifica, during breeding season. Marshall. They contain neosin, a substance related to mucin king beetles. Slime epiderms. According to analyses by Greshoff, Sack, and Van Eck, the salanganan nests on average contain 55.57 protein, along with 0.6 fat, 7.16 ash, and 18.63 water. Slimes of the secondary membrane. Slimes in vegetative organs and flowers of phanerogams. Slimes in seeds. 1. Salvia hormium, Ocimum basilicum. Here only linum, cydonia, and psyllium are dealt with, the crucifer seeds among the glycosides. Among the drugs that possess slime epiderms on the seed coat, which also provide a slime without being crushed by water, primarily include the seeds of Linum usitatissimum and Cydonia vulgaris, then the flax seeds of Plantigo psyllium. Further, seeds of numerous crucifers, e.g., Sinapis brassica, finally those of Colomia grandiflora, Citrullus colocynthus, and several Acanthaceae, and Polemoniaceae Hofmeister, and the pericarpes of some Labiatae, e.g. The mucilaginous epiderms of the seed coats serve by their ability to retain an extraordinary amount, see Cydonia, of water, and to fix the germinating seed in the soil for the purpose of ensuring germination, as experiments by Ludke and myself on Linum 1889 have shown, but also seem to be important for the nourishment of the germinating seed, Ravenna and Zamorani, 1910. Lini el-Bazar refers to the seed of any plant, says Abu Hanifa. Linseed sin. Flaxseed glix in Upper Engadin, Liri, Giglio Rosso, in Ticino. Semens ou grain de lin usuel French. Lin commun, flax linseed English, lino Italian, lin Dutch, lenmac Hungarian, linfro Swedish, pelavan Finnish, Greek. In ancient Egypt, flax was called senior, linseed doctor, PSN. In Dioscurides, the synonyms for linen are listed as linocalamis. In Ibn Bathar Arabic, it is cotton, with bazar al-cotton meaning sem. Flax used for both the fiber and the plant, from the Indo-European root plek, to weave gr, Old High German flas, Middle High German vlas, lies, Anglo-Saxon fleets, Old Low German flas. In Hildegard, it is linsamo, linsame, and in Megenberg I, p. 693, linsat. The stem is left, even in prehistorical times. Derivatives of this root can be found in the languages of European Indo-Europeans, denoting flax in primitive textiles Schrader. Also see I, p. 1059. Finally, for the fiber, Old High German harrow, hara, Middle High German har, Modern High German har, Old Norse hor hair. The ancient, commonly used term carbassos is perhaps Plinius of Iberian origin, and related to Sanskrit Carpusam Persian Kurbis, Corpus, originally meaning cotton seed gossypium, p. 229. Other variants include Kutan, Zagu Persian, Atasi Sanskrit, Masina Bengali, Alsi, Tizi Hindi, Alishi Virai Tamil, Wuma, Umajin, H. Xiao Huma, Takuma Chinese. Etymology. The name linen certainly belongs to the ancient linguistic heritage of European Indo-Germanic peoples, and it cannot therefore be doubted that the cultivation of flax was known to the Germanic peoples from the earliest times. Hoops. Celtic, lin fiber, Gothic, Langeau, Anglo-Saxon, Lene, Irish, Lean, Welsh, Lin, Old High German, Lena, Old English, Lin, as in the Gothic medicinal book, alongside Vlas, line lane, Latin, linum, Greek. L. use it, var forma, Himala ADC, L. biennial, with numerous curved stems. Linen plant linum usitatissimum, L. spec, plant, ed. I-277, 1 distinguishes cultural varieties. Lin, use it, var, crepitans schubel, at mart, L. use it, humil mill, L. crepitans bunning. The so-called klanglein, klinglen, or springlin Arab, ketan, with a lower, more branched stem, larger, noise-producing capsules, and light brown seeds, L. use it, R, or forma vulgare schubel, at mart, L. U, forma indihiscens Nieler, L. vulgare boening. The so-called Schließlein, or Dreschlein, with taller, less branched stems and smaller capsules that remain closed. Angustifolium Hudson, see below, distributed from the Canary Islands over the Mediterranean region to the Alps, Balkan, Caucasus, and Lebanon, and even to England. These may be all races or forms of a kind de Candolle. Linum usitatissimum flax is no longer Wild Wettstein, 1903. Systematic position, Linaceae, Lineae, Eulinomi. The spiral-arranged leaves are narrow-lanceolate, narrowed on both sides. Sessile, the flower spike is a raceme. Description of the type plant. Flax is a herbaceous plant, annual or biennial. The stem round, simple or branched stem, up to 1 m high, is hairless and hollow. In the narrow bark of the same lie numerous bundles of long bast fibers, which supply the flax fiber, CP 254, and the theory of the flax fields. The actinomorphic, pentacyclic, pentamerous flowers, which bloom only in the morning and do not open at all on damp cold days, have a 5-petoled, 5-6 meter long, green quincuntial calyx on the edges. The 5 inversely egg-shaped, briefly sawn, slightly curved, up to 13 emoid long, beautiful blue, Somewhat darker veined flower petals have a twisted bud position, possessing 5 apipetal, base-rangingly connected stamen with blue anthers. Even the filaments are blue at the top. The anthers hang in the middle of the back. The pollen grains are ellipsoid, and have 3 southern longitudinal folds. They can sometimes be found in honey. See Villiers et Colin, alterat, et falsificat. Between the fertile dust threads sit 5 apipetal tips, which can be interpreted as staminodes. Also, the 5 slender, club-shaped, initially left-twisted graph are blue, so that this unfortunately very fleeting flower offers an exceptionally lovely sight. Soft green adorns the stem. The bloom bears the sky's brightness, gently swaying in a blue wave. It is caressed by the west wind just. Kerner. Linum often exhibits self-pollination. The ovary is egg-shaped and hairless. It is formed by 5 epicalyx leaves. Since the outer wall of the same, however, forms a longitudinal strip, a so-called false septum, the ovary appears 10-parted and contains 10 ovules. The fruit flaky ovary surrounded by the calyx pistil, until maturity is a 7-8 mm almost spherical capsule that bursts either wall or compartment-wise springing fruit, see above, or remains closed fruit, see above. Riches in Inglerprantal. Plant families there, the botanical literature of the family. Illustration Nies v. Essenbeck, P.L. Med. 389, Payne, Drug Plants 8, T17, Berg-Schmidt Atlas, 2nd ed. T. 102 there, the systematic literature. Pabst Kohler, Medicinal Plants. Bentley Tryman, Medicinal Plants, T39, and in numerous other works. Pathology, on Plant Pests Reports Press ed. Fisher. Among the parasites that damage flax, special mention should be made of Cuscuta epilinum common name, highly, which wraps its almost thread-like thin stems around the stem of its host and sends out haustoria into it. Dangerous fungal diseases include what is known as flax rust or flax blight, caused by Fusarium lenibole, and flax burn, whose culprit is a chytrid, Asterocystis radicis marcol, which settles in the root cells. Both parasites can cause flax to perish. Bali, H. L. In North Dakota Agricultural College Government Experimental Station Bulletin No. 50, 1902 and Nota 55, 1903. Marchal E. Biological research on a chytrid parasite of flax. Recently, flax rust, Melamsora leni pers, Desum, has also been named a severe pest. Israel reports on animal pests. Beetles. Several Haltica species cause significant damage to Leinfelds, especially when the plants are young. 2. It feeds on various plants including Leontodon, Urtica, Beta, Trifolium species and others. This almost polyphagous, magnificent caterpillar lives on a variety of plants. It is often inhabited by parasites. In 1899, I encountered a devastating outbreak on Leinfelds in the Odenwald, where the caterpillars primarily consumed immature seed pods. I also found them feeding on Radiola linoid, Linum perenne, and Catharticum. Mamstra PCL, the polyphagous caterpillar, also lives on Linum usitatissimum. Calocampa exolata L. I met them, except on Linum usitatissimum, on Phragmites, Typha, Euphorbia esula, and Cyparissias, Lamium species, Leontodon, Cytisus sagittalis, Tharothamnus, Garden, Contisus sagittalis Zarothamnus, Bactuca sativa, and many other plants. The small caterpillar lives in the seed capsules of Linum species according to Taschenberg. Further mentioned are Engerlinga larvae and the larvae of the flax fringe, fly thrips, Linaria uzel. Ground flaxseed often contains the mite Glyciphagus domesticus deer. Dried flax meal, if not completely dry, always contains mites from my experience, as noted by Thunman Farm. Central, 1906. He particularly mentions Glyciphagus, cultivation and trade. Flax requires moist heat with frequent changes between heat and moisture. It tolerates neither great heat nor drought or frosts. It prospers best on seacoasts, in valleys and mountains with many rains or abundant dew and mist on shallow, wet soils. Flax is grown both in subtropical and temperate climates. Its northern limit generally coincides with that of barley. Indeed, in some areas extends far beyond the Arctic Circle Schubler, where grain cultivation already lags. As a fiber plant, flax is cultivated both as an agricultural household plant on small farms and as an industrial crop on a large scale. The cultivation is primarily aimed at obtaining the flax fiber, and for this purpose, especially since the 1970s of last century, almost exclusively the one-year close flax, the above is grown. Flax cultivators include Central Europe up to 1500 m, Russia, Egypt, Algeria, Abyssinia up to 3300 m, East India cooler areas, North America, Argentina, Uruguay, Brazil, Australia. Particularly significant cultivation takes place in Belgium, West Flanders, East Flanders, and Namur, where ca. 600,000 ha are sown with flax, followed by Northern European Russia, Ireland, Holland I, S67, Prussia, Thuringia, Silesia, Austria, Bohemia, Austrian Silesia, Carinthia, Tyrol, France, and Italy. In Lombardy, flax is cultivated for its fibers, in Apulia for its seeds, Ravicini. Where flax is cultivated for its seeds, i.e. for obtaining oilseed on a large scale, the spring flax see above is grown instead. Linseed is now primarily supplied by Argentina and southern Russia, then India, the Russian Baltic provinces, Belgium, Egypt, and North America, less so Japan, Morocco, Austria, Germany, and Holland. The countries that supply linseed, i.e. viable flax seeds for sowing fiber flax, such as Russia, Riga, Pernau, recently also Tyrol, Ötztal, and Holland, therefore now only grow this variety. Linseed obtained from Russian seed in the first sowing in Germany is called rose flax. Beaten seed must be crushed. The oil is usually extracted from beaten seed, while special springlens crushers are used for the finest varieties. This, along with linseed, is solely applicable for pharmaceutical purposes, potentially including matured seeds that have lost their viability. The seeds differ in their viability. The viable seeds, suitable for use as seed oil see above, are only useful for pharmaceutical purposes, while the non-viable seeds, fit only for oil production, were harvested before full ripeness, or have lost it before full ripeness, or have lost their viability due to long storage, known as beaten seed. Linseed is often pulled from the ground before fruit ripeness in many regions to obtain good fiber. The cultivation of flax for linseed production is significant in India, where almost only seeds and very little fiber are produced. As early as 1887, over 3.5 million acres were planted with flax for this purpose. Bengal and the central provinces grow the most, followed by lesser amounts from Berar, the northwest provinces, Audi, Bombay, Sindh, Punjab, Madras. In India, flax seeds are distinguished as white-seeded and red-seeded, i.e., light yellow and red-brown seeds. India's export of linseed to England and English possessions in 190,708 was 2,290,185 CW2s. France is a major importer of Indian linseed, receiving approximately 1 million CWTs in 190,809. Germany imported 4,368,667 Z flax seeds in 1909, mainly from Argentina, 3,704,478, then from European Russia and British India, with smaller amounts from Uruguay, the United States, etc. States in Japan, Morocco, Austria, the Netherlands, and exported 68,280 D, particularly to the Netherlands, Denmark, and Norway. France imported 1908, 1,876,721 quintals of flaxseed, mainly from Argentina, 1,138,938,938 9 quintals, and English India. Among European countries, Belgium supplied a significant amount, followed by the Netherlands. It also produces the best drying oil. Southern Russian contains 5 or more of hemp and rapeseed. Russian L contains 32 to 38 oil. Argentinian L, so-called La Plata seed, now available in large quantities in trade, but quite impure weeds, plant fibers with 35-36 oil content. Indian L. The import of linseed into the United States of North America in 1909 was 597,671 bushels. Exports in 1908, 4,277,313. 1999, 882,899 bushels. The most important trade varieties are now Russian flaxseed, namely Baltic linseed, and Southern Russian or Azov Black Sea linseed. The purest is the Baltic variety. As mentioned above, also quite impure, see below, with 3741 oil content. Morocco L, Canadian L, North American L, in small quantities. Morocco Enzaman, now widely traded as medicinal flaxseed, is sold in 50 kg bags. Jewel. Flaxseed goes rancid easily. It should not be stored for more than a year. Lit. Long flax culture. Vienna, 1893. Night flax and linseed industry. Jern, Dep, AGR, Victoria, 1906. Schindler, flax culture in Russia, 1898. Biesner, raw materials. Schubeler, Viridar, Norwegian II, 1888, 439. On the varieties of flaxseed, see Naube, Handbook of Seed Science. Holmes, the varieties of linseed in English Commerce. Farm, Jern, 12, 1881. Regarding the extent, increase and decrease of flax cultivation, figures can be found in the journal Flax and Linen, Vienna and Trottenau. A map of the distribution of flax culture in Scobel. Trade Atlas, morphology of the seed. The linseed is flattened egg-shaped, 6.5 mm long, usually about 5 mm in Europe, 2.5 mm wide and 1.5 nm thick. The largest ones are found in Indian varieties. European linseeds usually weigh between 0.004 and 0.0054 g. Holmes, 1881, found that of Russian, Dutch, English, and Calcutta flax, 12-14 pieces go to 1 grain. Of large Calcutta, Bombay, Sicilian, and flax. Trade distinguishes between small and large-grained flax. However, the weight like the size varies according to the varieties. Russian L often weighs 0.01, Turkish 0.009. The average variety in Central Europe weighs 0.0047, White Indian from Malva 0088. Yellow-brown from Indore, Central India, 0.093. Flukiger, Swedish 00. Caesar and Loretz now also offer for chewing a variety twice the size of the current German seeds. They are rounded at the bottom and curved at the top by a caruncula Christa fig, 109, 3x, and below the blunt slightly askew tip. Where the hilum is visible as a fine point, they are slightly indented. The raphe runs from the hilum along the narrow edge until it reaches the chalazava, which is located at the rounded end and not visible externally. Ig. 109. The smooth, due to the dried mucilaginous layer, glossy, thin, and brittle shell is usually yellow-brown to dark red-brown in color, lighter in spring flax. Indian white seeds are yellow, and red seeds are light brown. It appears, under a microscope, very fine-grained due to the small flat depressions formed by the scleried layer see below. 1 cross-section and 2 longitudinal section through the ovary, 3 seed from the outside, 4 seed parallel to the surface, and 6 perpendicular to it, longitudinally sectioned, 5 seeds centrally cross-sectioned, 5 AA, and 5 B seeds upper cross-sectioned, 7 A and 5 B seeds upper cross-sectioned, 7 seeds edge cross-sectioned. Church Esterle, Atlas. When placed in water, the flaxseed quickly surrounds itself with a hyaline mucilaginous coat, as the mucilaginous epidermis see below is highly soluble. If you split the seed lengthwise parallel to the surface, you will see the heart-shaped cotyledons, Fig. 109, 4, which make up the main mass of the seed kernel, and at the tip of the seed is the short conical radical Fig. 109, 4 down. If you split it parallel to the narrow sides, under a microscope, you will see between the radical and cotyledons the small peumula. Cutting it in half crosswise reveals that the convex cotyledons are only surrounded by a narrow layer of endosperm Fig. 109, 7. Illustration, Fig. 110. Linum usitatissimum L14. Development of seed coat. Transverse section. I outer, 2. Inner integument. 5 nutrient layer collapsed at number 4. Church, Esterle. Atlas, Anatomy. Seeds develop from hanging, anatropous ovules with their micropyle facing outward and upward, covered by a papillate pollen delivery apparatus Fig. 109, 2x, which later becomes the caruncle, forming the tip of the seed see above. The outer integument contributes layers 1 and 2 of the seed coat, while the inner provides layers 3-6 Fig, 110-10. The outer layer remains initially 2-layered, and then becomes 3-layered through the division of the inner cell row. The inner integument significantly increases in size, and the cells fill with starch. It becomes the nutrient layer tissue. As development continues, the parenchymatous cells empty to the extent that they release their reserve substances into the thickening hard layers for membrane construction. In mature seeds, the nutrient layer consists almost exclusively of the outer consist and inner epidermis. The entire middle tissue has collapsed into a hyaline layer, or been completely absorbed. Mucilaginous substance is restricted to the epidermis, mucilaginous epidermis tissue. It is directly formed as membrane mucilage, but rather late, after the embryo shows green coloration, primarily on the outer side under the cuticle and lateral walls, not on the inner wall. Starch grains that occur in layers 1 and 2 provide the building material. The slime membrane consists of 3 layers, a hyaline rod layer, whose structure becomes visible only upon swelling, a grainy zone, and the main layer, which shows clear layering upon swelling details in Church Esterle Atlas. The grainy middle layer is most easily detached, followed by the broad layered part, while the rod layer resists the longest. It sometimes detaches spirally along with the cuticle coron. The best way to study these proportions is through ink preparations. From an area perspective, the cells of the slime epidermis appear polyhedral. In dry seeds, the slime epidermis is strongly collapsed to primary. Cellulose-reacting separation membranes are wavy bent. When immersed in water, it swells significantly, often up to 5 times. The primary membranes stretch, and the cells appear prismatic. Finally, the cuticle bursts, and the slime oozes out. The stitch layer becomes apparent through fine granulation. Fig. 110 and 111, 4. If you shake a seed with water preferably, by adding glass beads to the entire slime, epidermis breaks free, and the slime is distributed in the water. The second layer, emerging from the second cell layer of the outer integument, is usually 2-rowed, 5-rowed on the raphy side. Its cells are slightly thickened, appearing round in surface view. Fig. Appearing round in surface view. Fig. 111-2. This layer contains the rafif bundle. They are always stretched in the longitudinal direction of the seed. Fig. 111. 3 and 3A, reaching up to 250 micrometers long and approximately 10 micrometers wide. Of the 2 epidermises of the inner integument, the outer one becomes the sclerenchymatous layer. In cross-section of a mature seed, the heavily dotted sclerenchymes vary in height depending on whether they lie on the edges or surfaces of the seed, and also vary in thickness. Fig. 110-3. The endosperm is narrow, only a few cell rows wide on the surfaces of the seed, broader at the edges and where the radicula lies. The cotyledons consist of delicate cells, whose walls, like those of the endosperm cells, are blue-stained with iodine, thus containing amyloid. The inner epidermis of the inner integument becomes the pigment layer, whose cells in mature seeds are tangentially stretched, thick-walled and spotted, containing a phlebofen ball that turns blue-black with iron chloride, whose brown-red color is responsible for the seed coat color. In light Indian flax seeds, this pigment layer is absent. The palisade sides of the 2 leaves lie on the inside, facing each other. The mesophyll is perforated by strands of procambium. The cells of the cotyledons usually contain 2-5 large alluron grains, about 10-19 microns long, and numerous very small ones. According to Lüdke, the size of the large elliptical aileron kerner is 10-50 mic in the marginal part of the cotyledon, 15 mic in the rest of the cotyledonary tissue and endosperm. Most often, larger grains contain a globoid and 1 or several obscure angular, strongly yellow-staining crystalloids, next to the ground substance, and a distinct pericarp. The germination, during which the endosperm is first exhausted, occurs epigenously. The slime epidermis of the seed coat, and this is primarily its function, sticks the seed to the ground and ensures the penetration of the root into the soil. Church and Lüdke. Also see above P314, the powder. The aileron kerner are embedded in a ground substance that turns a uniform brown when directly immersed in osmium acid, which I have called oil plasma. The aleurone kerner of the endosperm slightly differ from those of the cotyledons. They are often lappet-like. The embryo also contains sugars Rasdale's reaction. The whole meal linseed flour, seed meal either the ground or the milled and pressed linseed press cake, the press cake residue of linseed oil production, shows all elements of the seed more or less reduced in size. With a naked eye, one can distinguish the brown fragments of the seed coat from the light yellow fragments of the cotyledons. Among the seed fragments Fig. 111, the particularly spotted square cells of the pigment layer Fig. 111, 6, and the stretched sclerenchyma Fig. 111, 3 and 3a stand out, less so layer 2 and the epidermis. The overall picture is a very characteristic one that cannot be confused with any other seed coat. The light fragments consist of the thin-walled tissue of the cotyledons, in which the aleurone grains can easily be made visible in an oil or alcohol preparation. Illustration. Fig. 111, linum usitatissimum L successive transverse cuts through the seed coat. The numbers indicate the same tissues as in Fig. 110, left, aleurone grains in a solution of iodine. Church Osterle, Atlas, Lit. Arthur Meyer, Drug Analysis, Sempolowski, Contributions to the Knowledge of Seed Coat Construction. Dissertation, Leipzig, 1874. Herlant, Microscopic Characterization of Some Medicinal Seeds. Annals of the University Library in Brussels, 1882, with tables. Journal of Botany, 1893 with illustrations. Vogel, Commentary 1908 with illustrations. Church Esterle, Atlas Volgi, 58 Schlotterbeck. There the developmental history. Moeller, in Encyclopedia of Real and Pharmaceutical Sciences. Kramer, Occurrence and Origin of Certain Plant Mucilages in Nagelicremor, Plant Physiological Investigations, 1855. Ludke, Obtaining aleurone from Various Seeds. Berde Farm, Jess I-53. Image of aleurone grains. By Ludke, by Terzi, Kenton, D. Alerog. Princh, J.B., 21 and 1889. Also dissertation. 1889. Also dissertation. On the chemical nature of aleurone grains, C. Kritzler, Microchem. Stud. Hofmeister. Reports of the Saxon Society for Sciences. Science 1858. Frank Princh, J.B., 5 1866, 161. Mangin. Observations on the mucilage layer of flaxseed. Bull. Sacht. Bot. De France 40, 1893, 119 notes. Coan, D. The Escape of Slime from Flaxseed. Farm Post. 1899, 221. Nutrient Layer. Church. Anatomy 1889, 459. The statement in Schneider's Illustrated Handbook of Botany that the name Frank derives from is incorrect. Lodi Development and Construction of Seed Coats. Dissertation 1874. Does not express himself clearly on the nutrient layer, but he senses its physiological importance, particularly Hulford. Flora 1890 and Dissert. 1890 with plates. Ravenna and Zamorani. Significance of the slime for germination. Member of the Royal Academy of Sciences, 519-2, 247. First anatomical illustration in the Atlas, to Audemann's notes on J.J. Then also in Berg, Anatomical Atlas, plate 46. Powder. Microscopic Characteristics, by Kramer. Proceedings of the American Pharmaceutical Association, 1898. 331 in Koch. Microscopic Analysis of Drug Powders, 1906. Slime Epidermis Illustrated after Mangin in Herile. Treatise on Pharmacology, 1901. Linseed Cake Tourteau, Collin and Perot. Industrial Residues from the Manufacture of Oils, etc., 1904. He gives the following percentages the mean from all analyses in parentheses in the air-dry substance. Water 547, 14.2, 8.96, 4.18, 11.596.78, ash 2.548, 8.25 in the dry substance. Linseed cake still contains on average 9.88 oil, 3.78, 16.34, with a mean content of nitrogenous substances at 29.4819, 36.18, 36.5. Raw mucilage often contains 710 or more ash, below 0.7, Tollens was unable to reduce the ash content. The mucilage is separated by adding a little salt acid with alcohol, and purified by washing out with ether alcohol. Watery solution of slime forms insoluble precipitates with copper sulfate, Fehling's solution, lead acetate, lead vinegar, and mercury salts. Copper oxide ammonium forms a solid gel. Linum slime can be desiccated with ammonium sulfate pole. It is insoluble in alkalis. Schmidt found in nitrogen-free slime, after accounting for ash, 44.97 C, 6.26 H, and 48.77 O, thus corresponding in composition to other plant slimes. Schmidt gave it the formula CHO, which was confirmed by Kirchner and Tollens 1874, with Tollens now writing the formula as CHO. The hydrolysis of slime with 1 sulfuric acid yields, along with a gum, 4 cellulose tollens and C60D glucose. With gastric juice, a partially crystalline glucose is formed that does not provide slime acid Fudakowski. A part of linseed mucilage supplies slime acid guerin, voclan, culinen upon oxidation with nitric acid. Upon hydrolysis, it also provides galactose, and in addition to dextrose D-glucose, Bauer, Hilger, Arbinose, and Zelos Hilger occur as well. The purified slime has, according to Hilger, the composition tocho, tucho, twists to the right, is slightly acidic, and yields furfural upon distillation with hydrochloric acid. Having previously observed that powdered linseed becomes acidic, over time Pelouse found 5,6-free acid and develops cyanic acid senior, Jorison. Crystalline glycoside F 134 from germinating linseed, which they named linamarin, and which due to the enzyme present in linseed mineral acids, etc., split into a reducing fermentable sugar, bromine, and a body with acetone reactions. It dissolves in colorless sulfuric acid, distinguished from amygdalin. The same was found to be identical with the phaseolinatin of Dunstan and Henry, which they isolated from the seeds of Phaseolus lunatus, giving it the formula CHON MP 141, and which splits according to the equation CHON-HO-CHO dextrose, HCN bromine, GCO, acetone octane. Mixing linseed meal with warm water, leaving it to stand for some time at 25 and then distilling, gives a bromine-containing distillate. 100 G yield 8 Mg. Bromine is also formed during germination Ravenna and Zamorani. The stems also contain bromine joricin. The fat oil linseed oil is not yet precisely known in its composition. The elemental composition gives SAC as follows. C76.878, H 1111.2, O1112. It is supposed to contain 10-15 glycerides of solid fatty acids, stearic acid, palmitic acid, and myristic acid, and 85-90 liquid glycerides. Farion gives the following percentage composition 1903. Unswapable 0.8, palmitic and myristic acid 8, erucic acid 8, erucic acid 17.5, linoleic acid 26. The liquid fatty acids consist, according to Hazura and Grüssner, of 5 erucic acid, 15 linoleic acid CHO, 15 alpha-linolenic acid CHO, and 65 iso-alpha-linolenic acid CHO, and 65 iso-alpha-linolenic acid. However, whether erucic acid is present is still uncertain. Lukowicz does not consider these numbers correct, and believes that Fulkin's statement is likely correct, as linoleic acid predominates, and iso-alpha-linolenic acid only makes up 22 to 25 of the fatty acids. He suggests that linolenic and iso-linolenic acid account for 14, while linoleic acid comprises 78.5. The oil yields the greatest amount of volatile acids among all fatty oils, dietarique. It is one of the drying oils. It easily absorbs oxygen from the air and eventually dries to a substance insoluble in ether linoxin. Orlo gives linoxin the formula OOOHHHHHHHU. This change also occurs in flax meal when heating it to 100-110 Klopsch. Pressing yielded 35.1 oil from white seed, 31.2 from bold red, and 29.6 from small seeds. On average, about the weight of the seed, extraction by Flukiger produced 35.5, while white Indian seeds yielded 39.2 to 40. Hauke found 3.2 to 4 ash in the seeds, with an upper limit of 5. Meyer in Gemelin's Handbook of Chemistry to 1251. Many analyses in Koenig, Food and Luxury Products, 4th ed. In Hooper, Agricultural Ledger No. 12, Calcutta, 1899, and in W. Lawson, Pharmaceutical Journal 16, 1885, 245. Koenig found an average of 3.69 phosphoric acid, 41.5 potassium, 30.63 magnesium, 1929, while Day and Cowie reported 1.93 Dutch to 4 South American. The ash contains copper. Meyer. In air-dried placenta stem, Lynn, Peters found 7 ash and 832 water. Lit. The oldest recorded analysis of the seeds of L. Earlier analyses of the mucus, by Bostock Nicholson's Journal 18, 31 Vauclair Annals of Chemistry 80, 314, Garenvari Journal, de Chimie, Medicale 7, 739, Fudakowski, Ber D. Shem, Jace, 11, 1073. Cullinan, Botanical Annual 1884, I, 71. Hilger, Ber, D. Shem, Jes 36, 1903, 3198. Our, Journal für Praktische Chemie 2nd, 30, 367. Hilger and Rothenfusser, Ber, D. Shem, Jes. Kirschner and Tollins, Investigations on Plant Mucus. Journal for Agriculture, 1874, 502. Lieb 02, Lanzane, 175, 1874, 205. Pol, Zeitcher, Fis, Chem, 14, 1890, 151. Toulouse et Boudet, Anne, Chim, Fis, 2. 321, 1891 Journ. Farm, Chim, 24, 1891, 259, 81,800 Icy Bull, A.C. Roy, Bell. 35, 1883. 750. 36, 1884, 718, 37, 1884, 1902. Teot, Greenish, further contrib, of the farm, of linseed, farm, Journ, 15, 1884, 169 lines a mamel, Gehalt and L. Koenig A.A., Odan, Chem, Drug, 1899, 522. Lawal and Purcell, 1899, 393. Patch, Proc.A.M. Farm, 1899, 393. Patch, Proc.A.M. Über das Öl, VGL, Bess, Lukovic, Chem, Technol. You analyze the Öle, Fette Unsobariatu. Numerous ash analyses of seeds, fruits, and the whole plant in Wolf. Ashen Analysin, 1871, 106. Contaminations and testing. Linseed is often mixed with other seeds, but not more than 4 Flückiger. For oil seeds, the content can be 30-50 e.g. in Telquil from Calcutta. Nabi found in a linseed containing 2.84 foreign seeds, the seeds of 41 phanerogams. Velker found 3 foreign seeds in Russian flaxseed, and 1.75 in best Indian flaxseed. In bright Indian flax, foreign dark seeds are more easily revealed than in red-brown Russian flax. 1905 there the literature. Then also Dieterich, Helfenby, Anne, 1887-89, Klopsch, Zeitcher, Annal, Chem, 1888, 452, Ash, Hauke A.A., Oladro, Anne, Agronome, 6315, Moore and Priest Farm, Journ 1900, Petters, Pottet, Zeit, 1909, 538. In flax seeds, crucifer seeds, and the seeds of Lolium arvense Schrad, were often observed, in flax meal, rapeseed cakes easily identifiable due to its distinct seed coat structure, and wheat flour Beringer. Toonman 1906 noted silica as an adulterant. Paringwein, Obeyur, Al. Holmes found Lolium, Polygonum persicaria, Chenopodium glaucum in English flax. In Dutch flax, Chenopodium album. In Russian flax, Polygonum, convolvulus, Agrostemma githigo, Sinapis, panicum, Setaria. In Indian flax, Sesamum, Ervum, Sinapis, Medicago. In Sicilian and Ionian flax, it also includes Lolium species, Polygonum lapithifolia, Spergula arvens, Chenopodium alb, Silena inflata, Camelina sativa, Dentoria cyanus, Panicum miliac, Cetaria, Sinapis, Agrostemma githigo, Sesam indicum, Ervum, Medicago, Gallium spurium colin, and Perot mention, and describe in Les Résidus Industriels 1904 a large number of adulterations of the flax press cake. The addition of Lolium temulentum is not without concern, but the presence of up to 25 in a flax seed is likely a fable or coincidence. They consist of the elements of the fruit shells of flax, and particularly frequent seed shells of Spergularia arvensis, Chenopodium polyspermum, Cerastium triviale, and legumes, alfalfa, and others, as well as Lychnis dithygo and rice chaff. Microscopic examination provides clarification on this point. From the development history of the seed coat described above, it emerges that in unripe seeds, starch occurs both in the slime cell layer and in the layer below, as well as in the nutrient layer. Coat layers, small in the inner ones. Therefore, one can recognize the addition of unripe seeds in flour by the presence of starch kernels, as ripe seeds usually lack starch entirely. However, Thunmann found starch in ripe seeds of a spring barley variety, as did Schierhoff and Ebert, in the layer between the slime epidermis and fiber layer. However, small amounts of strength from minor random additions of strong seed flour can also be tolerated, according to Lloyd, by following a method where 1 liter of wheat flour is cooked with 20 cm of water, cooled, and then 8 cm of the slime. Mixture is added containing 0.2 cm of an iodine solution, 150, and 10 cm of 10-sulfuric acid. Blue coloration should not occur less than 0.5 starch. Fragments of Cruciferae brassica, Sinapis. The presence of sulfur in the distillate or alkaline filtrate can also be used as a test Korenwinder, since Cruciferae provides sulfur-containing volatile oils. Recently, Amor, drugged, 1900, it has been observed that defatted wheat flour, upon addition of mineral oil, is restored to its former oil content. Due to the presence of linseed and cereal oils, rapeseed is often found in flax oil, which makes it important to identify foreign additives in flaxmeal. Recently, N. D. Falsificat, 1910. Benzena has been recommended for this purpose. Flaxmeal sinks, while most additives float. Lit. Hasselhoff, Factory and Procurement of Linseed Cake, or Linseed Meal. Naba. Handbook of Seed. Science 1876, 439.my. Volker, Journal of the Royal Agricultural Society 9, 5, Holmes. Pharmaceutical Journal 12, 1881, 137. Flukiger, Pharmacognosy, Beringer, American Journal of Pharmacy, 1889, 167. Korenwinder, Journal of the Chemical Society, 188,283. Data. Linseed is a component of special emollients. Linseed meal belongs to the viscous vehicles and enveloping, soothing, and absorption-reducing agents. From popular circles, H.W. Lloyd, American Journal of Pharmacy, 1895, 463. Cullivan, Pharmaceutical Journal, 14, 1884, 983. Erta, Schierhoff, Ebert, Chinese Pharmacy Treasure Thesis. Zurich, 1907. Application. Vogel linseed is praised for its excellent effect in diabetes, and it also finds itself among the remedies of Pastor Knipe. It is also used in printing presses. Helvet 4th, EU. In addition to the seeds, the ground very hard pressed cakes from the oil mill's placenta sem, Lini flax cake, pain ou gâteau de lin, linseed cake are also used. Given that the main consideration for their medical application is the mucilage they contain, which also accounts for their ability to bind a lot of water, they can certainly be used in place of still containing all oil sema. Linum pulveratum, but better cataplasms are obtained from ground pulverized flax. Due to their high nitrogen content as mentioned above, linseed press cakes are also an excellent animal feed. In the West Indies, the unripe fruit is used as a vegetable. Linseed press cakes have recently been observed as an adulterant in spice powders. The former so much used Sharpie lintium carptum. Linamentum was mainly represented by tearing linen cloth, lit, idle water binding. Carl's Journ, ph. Chim, 10, 244. History. Flax is one of the oldest cultivated plants. As tomb findings show, flax was certainly grown in ancient Egypt in the Thrud, perhaps already in the IV, millennium BC 1. The fruit samples of the latter correspond to all points with the tiller flax still grown in Egypt today. Kernicke assumes that the common flax L. usit, var. vulgare, developed from L.A. 457, on grave paintings from the Tuol dynasty 2400–2200 BC. Tuachar depicts the construction and processing of flax in all its details. Fig. After Vonig, we find both Linum usitatis, Crepidens fiber flax, tiller flax brown, Schweinfurth, Bouchon, Angustifolium Hudson, a closely related species, through transitions with it, spreading wild over the entire Mediterranean area from the Canary Islands to Palestine and the Caucasus, both as annuals and perennials, maturity and small seeds. Also, Wettstein notes 1903, that the ancestral form of our flax must have been perennial, with sprouting fruits and lower stems, and native to southern or eastern Europe. This transformation must already have occurred before the plant through the prosemites. De Candolle came to Egypt. Similarly, in Mesopotamia, flax cultivation already existed 4,000 to 5,000 years ago or even earlier. However, flax is already present in ancient Chaldean tombs from the pre-Babylonian period. Maspero, de Candolle. The mummy wrappings of King Menkaure IV dynasty around 3600 BCE still consist of wool, while linen appeared in the Chodi dynasty 2400–2200 BCE. Thomson's 1834 and Unger's 1860 demonstrated through microscopic examinations that the byssus of ancient Egyptians was flax, not cotton. At the time when the children of Israel left Egypt, the land along the Nile was rich in flax cultivation. Exodus 9:31. When the Jews came to Palestine, they found flax already grown there. They made extensive use of it. The priests wore fine linen garments, while the people wore coarser ones. Bouchon. This is also found in other cultures, and even today the Catholic Church requires priests to wear linen choir vestments. Through Pausanias we know that the landscape of Elis cultivated flax, and linum is also mentioned in the Mycenaean period Schliemann. In Italy, flax cultivation is very old, but does not date back to the pre-Aryan period. The Indo-Europeans probably brought this species and its culture from their ancestral homes in Small Asia and Thrace. It is unknown when L. angustifol. Perhaps this happened at the beginning of our era Neuweiler. By the time of Plinius, the latter had already been cultivated. Herodotus describes linen clothing as a luxury. Linen was also processed for armor. The pile dwellers of the Stone Age in Upper Austria, northern Italy, and Switzerland cultivated flax, specifically Linum angustifolium here. The Swiss pile dwellers grew the perennial variety. In the Iberian Peninsula, it is attested during the Bronze Age. Recently, Neuweiler has sought to argue that Pfeffalballen is a form of L. austriacum. We are dealing with a variety or race of a perennial flax species. L. usitatis is annual, which was closest to L. austriacum, from which the current perennial flax species, L. austriacum, and L. perenne, may have developed. Neuweiler. Among the Germanic peoples, the main culture and processing of flax was in the hands of women. They adorned the linen fabrics with a preference for red dye, and even today, laundry is dyed red. Flax is the sacred plant of Frigga, wife of Odin and protectoress of marriage. Unger, based on Herodot, considers the marshy lowlands in southwestern Caucasus as the homeland of flax. Hoops identifies Anatolia and the Caucasian countries as the cradle of flax cultivation. Her chariot was drawn by a team of cats with strands of blooming flax attached. She was patroness of linen work and depicted under the name Frau Halle as a spinning woman Relling in Bonehorst. Tacitus mentions German linen in Germania, chapter 15. According to Schrader, flax seems to have been a cultivated plant in the homeland of the Indo-Europeans, and was brought west with them, as the common root of all idioms of European Indo-Europeans is the syllable alai, as mentioned above, which means above, both flax and cloth. In Abyssinia, the seeds of a low mountain plant have been used for centuries as a fast food, ground with salt and pepper brawn, Schweinfurth. Joachim translates a word related to flaxseed in several places in the papyrus of Eberswarn, p. 463, but adds a question mark. For example, I am pensao and I cannot forget. The same applies to Indian medicine, where the name akasa for linum appears in Surutas. On the other hand, Hippocrates, I. S. 542, frequently used flaxseed. Linone is listed first among the mucilages in the Corpus Hippocratum. We know that both the Egyptians and Assyrians used honey extensively as a medicine. P480. Flax seeds casno and flaxseed supac also played a role among the so-called dietary remedies in ancient Judaism. P489. In Chinese medicine, flax huma does not seem to have been significant. The custom of sprinkling flaxseed along with poppy and sesame seeds on bread, also attested in the north, is mentioned by the Lydian poet Alcman, 640 BCE. The first to discuss the mucilage and fat content of the seeds and their use in coughs was Theophrast His. Plant Thward, 1803, Dioscorides II, Cap 125 compares the seed to the similarly mucilaginous seed of Phonum graecum. He lists numerous diseases for which he recommends internal or external application as a clisthenes and bath of flaxseed. Plinius discusses it in Book Deitschein, book thoroughly examining the cultural significance. The preparation of flax fibers, the asbestos of linen, was actually asbestos, as mentioned above, often played a part. For example, in Crescenzi I, p. 6077. Roasted flax seeds are mentioned by Galen and Linum semen, and Farina seminis lini is already found in the compositions of Scribonius Largus I, p. 577, who recommended flax seeds for dry coughs to aid expectoration. 592 used flaxseed frequently. It has the same name with him. Flax culture is mentioned by Roman agricultural writers, e.g. Columella. The Greeks cultivated linen, the Romans linum. Celsus used it mixed with sweet wine for sore throats, Andromachus for urinary problems, and Marcion for menstrual disorders in the form of cooked flax baths. It was also used in ancient times as an ingredient in foods and baking dierbach. The Edict of Diocletian I, p. 569, mentions inosperon, and Alexander Trallianus I, p.a. Fumigations and flaxseed compresses were also popular, and the roasted seed served as an astringent. However, it seems that flaxseed was generally overlooked in the Middle Ages in Regimen Sanitatis and Flos Medicinal I, p. 629, and Hortulus. All operations for preparing flax fiber are found in the Romans, such as scraping velar, steeping maceraire, breaking franger, and decorticating digeraire. Ibn Bathar I, p. 610 lists numerous diseases where flaxseed should be applied. El-Ghaffaqi compares its analgesic effect to that of chamomile. 715. The aphrodisiac effect of linseed, emphasized by Mattioli and known to the public, is mentioned by Dioscorides. Linseed is still used today for love and marriage oracles, Vogtland, Austria, and plays a role in the wedding customs of southern Slavs. Kraus. 621. Not the capitular, as Flukiger indicates, recommends linseed Hildegard. p. 6070, and Megenberg and the Gothair Arzneibuch Wernde, p. 680 mention flaxseed. Flax is also listed in the customs tariff of Acon I, p. 699, and Messina Sella, and the Abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés collected flaxseed as a tax in the 8th century. p. The extent of flax cultivation in Germany during the 16th century is evident from the fact that there were 3,500 weavers in Augsburg at that time. The Fugger family's wealth is partly due to weaving. Once, linseed decoction, along with buckhorn seed and old sea kelp, was used to prepare the MPL. Diachylon used, which derived its name a plaster with sap from peter. The Emplustrum diachylon and Masu, for instance, contains in all its various prescriptions, see Cordus's dispensatory, p. 795 Mucilago Seminis Lineae. The oil painting not practiced by the ancients, which essentially relied on the thickening property of so-called drying oils, may have gained further momentum from the realization that this characteristic of oil is even more enhanced through the maturation. This treatment was applied to linseed oil as well as poppy seed oil and castor oil, already in the 4th century. The former was cooked with lead oxide ilg for the same purpose, starting from the 10th century, if not earlier. Such varnish seems to have been excellently prepared in Danzig for a long time. Some 16th century invoices mention vernicium dantiscanum, and from Valerius Cordus annotations on Dioscorides, it is evident that this refers to linseed varnish Flukiger. The oldest papers see above, p. 256, are made of hemp paper. In ancient Arab, i.e., Islamic Oriental, and also in the earliest European papers, the linen fiber plays a leading role. It appears in papers much more frequently than the hemp fiber Wisner, lit. Here, plant of post-hole construction. 1865, and flax culture in antiquity. Zurich, 1872. Unger, Botstrife on the origins of cultural history. Proceedings of the Vienna Academy, Iva 7th. Vonig, the plants of ancient Egypt, 1886. Schweinfurth, reports of the Botanical Society, 1883 and 1883, and 1884. Kernicka, remarks on flax in contemporary and ancient Egypt. Report of the Botanical Society, Schitz, 388. Thayer, ancient Egyptian agriculture. 1881. Bouchon, prehistorical botany. 1895. Prehistoric fabrics and weavings, 1889, and the weaving of prehistory. Proceedings of the Berlin Anthropological Society, 1889. 1889. Neuweiler, prehistoric plant remains in Central Europe. Zurich, 1905. A. Braun, remains of plants from ancient Egyptian tombs. Journal of Ethnology, 1877. Schrader, Comparative Linguistics, and in Hain, Cultivated and Domestic Plants. De Condo, The Origin of Cultivated Plants. Maspero, History of Ancient Peoples of the Orient. 1878. Blumner, Technology and Terminology of Crafts and Arts Among Greeks and Romans. 1875. H. Vogel, On the Cultural History of Flax and Its Struggle Against Cotton. Darmstadt, 1869. Sella, Pandetta delle Gabelle e dei Diretti, della Curia di Messina, Miscellanea di Storia Italiana, Botanical and Medicinal Uses of Linseed. Pharmaceutical Journal. 1884, 979. Folk Tales and Customs in Relling and Bonehorst, Our Plants. 4th ed., 1904, 1848, 94, 1848, 94. 1874, 327. Dierbach, Synopsis Materia Medica. Flukiger, Pharmacognosy. Ilg on Colors and Arts. Romers in Heidelberger's Source Collection for Art History and Art Techniques of the Middle Ages. Vol. Fr. of 1873. Julius Wisner, Raw Materials and Microscopic Examination of Paper, from the Rayner Collection, 1887. Parallel drugs. Slime-producing fungi also possess the seeds of Linum perenne L. Levicii Persch, L. austriacum L. angustifolium Huds, L. maritimum L. and can be, according to Dragendorf, used like Linum usitessimum. Seeds of Cydonia, synonym quinces, quince kernels, in Tyrol, Kittenbaum in Switzerland, Schmeckburn in Osnabrück, Quia, Coing French, Quince English, Qui Dutch, Cotogno Italian, Membrillo Spanish, Marmoledo Portuguese, Versalma, Hungarian, plural noun, Greek, Armud, Iva Russian, Bihidana Hindi, Bombay, Shimaidalavirai Tamil, Safarjal Arabic. Etymology, Quince formerly 11th century. Quiddy, MHD, Quiten, Kitten and Kuten, in Braunschweig, Bach and Megenberg, IS 693. Kutenbaum, Schutina Schutan, Tutan, Schutenbaum, from common Roman Cotonia, Cottonum, in Plinius. This from in Dioscorides. From Cotonia also come Coing French, e.g., in Lefort's inventory I, S805-1439, and Qui Dutch, the late Greek names in Langkaville, botany of late Greek. In the Middle Ages, Idonium, Coctanus, Cotnium, Quotanum, Italian, Cotigra. In the 9th century also Coronopus crow's foot. In Serapion and Alfida Borine, S. 645. Sithonia, Malacetonia. In the latter also, Tufa, Sufargel. In Sinonomarfes, S. 639, Katana, Sitonia. In Megenberg the fruits are called Pernkuten, Germain Kuten. In Hildegard I, S. 670, Quittenboom, Quotanus. In Albertus Magnus I, SS 674, Poctanus, Etonius. In Middle English Medical Books the Rhine, as at 684. Kinds. In the Gothic Pharmacopoeia, Rhine, P. 681, Quaid. The Latin form Cotonia is likely based on a mixture with the name of the fig, also evident in the Kleinrussian and Polish name for quince, pigva. From the Portuguese word for quince, Marmolero ordinary is the origin of the word marmalade. Stem plant. Cydonia vulgaris, C. europaea sroy, sorbus, Sidonea crans, quinth tree, cognoscere, cogenacere, poigenacere, with varieties var. Maliformis mill. Apple quince, apple-shaped, bilaterally lobed, var. Oblonga mill. Pear quince, quince pear, pear-shaped, lobed only at the top. The malum struthium catos. Portuguese quince, very large and ribbed, and other varieties as well. See Mataiku. Pomological nomenclature 1889. Plinius already mentions 5 types. Columella lists Struthia, Chrysomelina, and Mustea. Theophrast hist. Plant 2. 5 distinguishes between the wild feral quincunx and the tame one he calls, a term also found along within later Greek and Roman writers. The author of Maxan describes 3 types of quincunxaphial: sweet, sour, and astringent Arabic mus pharmaco. In systematic position, Rosaceae, Pomoideae, Pomeri, Eusidonia fata. Description: lateral leaves are lobed, long, dryly toothed. The quincunx is usually a small tree, rarely exceeding 3 meters in height, with drooping, thornless branches, often without a distinct main trunk, as Plinius already noted, and short-stemmed, egg-shaped or elongated, entire-edged, alternate leaves, which are fuzzy gray below, as are the young branches and fruit knots. The gynoecium is inferior, with 5 free styles. The ascending anatropous ovules are arranged in 2 collateral rows. The golden yellow, strong, and peculiarly fragrant fruit, with a bitter and sour taste, is apple, or pear-shaped, see above, crowned by the enlarged leafy calyx. The individually terminal flowers, which are larger than those of an apple, and can reach a diameter of 7 centimeters, have 5 oblong druze-toothed, velvety, densely hairy calyx leaves, 5 alternating, rosy white or white and rosy-veined crown leaves, that possess a twisted bud position, and 15-20 stamens arranged in 3 circles with 20 pollen threads. The outer circle has 10 rays, and the 2 inner ones have 5 each. Above from the chalazal tips remaining on the fruit fissure benzon, yellow or greenish yellow. Quidgelb is a specific nuance of yellow in language use, often still partially covered with a lightly abrasible felt. Remnants of the fruit knots, Hair, hence spiderwebby fuzzy Marshall compares the down on a child's cheek to this fuzz. The flesh is tough, meaty, not very juicy, very tart and sour. The kernel case is pergamentary and nori. The kernel case arises from the 5 carpels fused with the receptacle. Thus, the flesh mesocarp and the peel exocarp are formations of the receptacle, as is always the case in the group of Pomoideae. The fruit is therefore a false fruit of the apple fruit type. In the middle layer of the fruit, many sclerenchyma groups remnants of the drupe are found, which press together especially tightly against the case. Each of the 5 lobes encloses a ball of 6-15, rarely more seeds fig. 112. The fruit remains hard, even at maturity. The quince blooms in May or June. The quince grows wild in the Caucasus, Transcaucasia up to 1300